Chapter 1, Starting Reward, Pagani Huayra.
In Shanghai, on a rainy day, outside Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, inside a Soy Milk King Chinese fast food restaurant, a man in a black t-shirt was sitting on a plastic stool in a daze. Lin Qinshu is a junior student. He came here because his girlfriend He has ignored him for a month. She didn't reply to his messages and just said coldly "what's up," and hung up when she answered the phone. Lin Qinshu has a childhood sweetheart named He. They met in junior high school, became familiar with each other in high school, and did not confirm their relationship until they went to college. He was admitted to Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, and Lin Qinshu was also admitted to Shanghai University of Transportation.
Why didn't the two of them apply to the same school? That was He's decision.
She told Lin Qinshu that distance creates beauty, and then Lin Qinshu believed it. Now, the sad Lin Qinshu suddenly remembered a sentence, which was said by some senior who had seen through the world of mortals: when a woman's focus and attention is not on you, you can feel it. Lin Qinshu now felt the same way about this sentence, but he was not the kind of person who would take things coldly, so he took a bus for an hour, came to his girlfriend's school, asked her out, and talked things out face to face. An hour had passed since the phone call, and He still hadn't come out. Lin Qinshu became more and more confused, and even began to feel heartbroken.
Ding!
A person who is in love is detected, and meets the binding criteria.
Ding! Selecting system binding. Ding! Binding completed. Host, Lin Qinshu. Strength, 6. Constitution, 6. Spirit, 6. Charisma, 6.
The highest attribute of ordinary people is 10, and the host has a normal value among ordinary people.
What the hell? System binding?
Lin Qinshu has read novels. Isn't it common for systems to bind to those people who are dumped as bootlickers or those who are eliminated as spare tires, and who are filled with grief and indignation?
How did it get tied to him?
Based on his understanding from reading many system documents, the condition he meets now should be a breakup.
Or did the system detect that he was a bootlicker? This is just a misunderstanding. System, come out and I will explain to you, I am not a bootlicker.
Lin Qinshu shouted in his heart, but the system did not respond.
And what about the attribute? Is it wrong?
He is a basketball player in the school. It seems that he just barely reached the passing line. I gave him a 66-66. He often fantasized about fighting with others, a scene of 1 against 10, but now it seems that it was all a delusion. While Lin Qinshu was still calling the system, a girl with long hair walked in from outside the door. She was wearing a large windbreaker. When Lin Qinshu saw the windbreaker, his expression became a little complicated. It was not difficult to see that it was a man's clothing. As for He's purpose of coming here dressed so blatantly, one can imagine.
What do you want from me?
He said coldly after sitting down. Lin Qinshu's eyes became complicated.
He picked up a bag from his side and put it on the table. Shall we? This is the honey I brought from my hometown. It can beautify and nourish my skin. I brought it to you.
He glanced at me, a trace of contempt flashed in her eyes.
I know. Is there anything else?
Lin Qinshu opened his mouth, wanting to say something but stopping himself. He originally wanted to find out what He meant this time, and if they didn't love each other, they could break up. But after seeing everyone in the crowd, he was speechless. Seeing him like this, He said with contempt, "Look at you, I thought you finally got tough and came to break up with me.
Since you don't want to say it, let me say it first. Let's break up."
Lin Qinshu looked at her sadly and uttered those 3 words, "Why?
Why? What do I want to be with you? Is it because of the silver necklace you gave me last year as my birthday? Or is it because we can go out and have fun, and I have to pay for the hotel room?"
Lin Qinshu, I'll tell you the truth. I was with you because your parents were doing business. Although they were not rich, they were still well off.
Now your parents have returned home to farm. You don't have as much living expenses as I do. How will you support me in the future? He's hysterical voice hit his heart again and again.
Lin Qinshu opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. The 2 people who were originally in love finally succumbed to reality. Lin Qinshu thought they were in love.
Ding!
It is detected that the host is breaking up with his materialistic girlfriend. Option 1, use all your efforts to keep the other party and be rewarded with a titanium dog licking nameplate. Option 2, pour the soy milk in front of you on the other person's face, take away the honey you just gave to the other person, and reward him with a Pagani Zonda. Lin Qinshu was stunned.
A dog-licking nameplate. It's made of titanium. System, you are bullying me. Do you think I won't accept it just because it's a dog-licking nameplate? I choose the second one.
Instead of trying to keep a woman who looked at him with cold eyes, why not choose a luxury car, a Pagani Zonda worth 25 million? Although he, a loser, had never seen a real car, he had heard of the must-have tool for showing off in novels about super rich people. The system has said that he is materialistic. Once she owns a luxury car, she should change her mind.
System, the host's path of being a bootlicker is gradually going further and further away.
Seeing Lin Qinshu standing there in a daze for a long time without saying anything, he thought that he could not accept this reality, and her eyes were full of contempt.
Now there are many people chasing me in my school. Have you seen the clothes I am wearing?
When I just came out, a rich second-generation senior was afraid that I would get wet in the rain, so he put on my clothes. He is just one of my spare tires.
My spare tires are all rich second generations. What qualifications do you have to be my boyfriend?
How can you occupy the position of my main wife? Lin Qinshu came back to his senses and laughed at himself.
Principal wife? Did he think of herself as an emperor?
Then he grabbed the soy milk on the table and splashed it directly on Yi's face, then picked up the honey on the table and walked out the door.
Everything I owe you is in this cup of soy milk. From now on, we owe nothing to each other and we will never have anything to do with each other again.
He wiped the soy milk off her face and said with a cold face. When she was splashed with water for the first time, she was angry for a moment, but she quickly suppressed her anger. Instead of letting Lin Qinshu pester her, it would not hurt to let him splash her once. As long as she could get rid of this dogskin plaster, it would not matter if she was splashed with water twice. Maybe those spare tires would see her wet appearance and come to her more diligently to show their affection.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the task of pouring soy milk and taking honey, and getting a Pagani Zonda. The reward has been placed at the door of the store in a reasonable way by the system, and the key is in the host's pocket.
Lin Qinshu touched his pocket and found an extra key.
As soon as he walked out of the door of the Soy Milk King, he found his Pagani Zonda parked on the side of the road. All the surrounding vehicles pale in comparison to it.
Chapter 2, Qin Shanshan, the campus beauty of the University of Finance and Economics.
But there was an even more surprising thing. She was wearing a bright red pleated skirt, a white shirt, and her long, slightly curly hair was covering her face at the moment. However, judging from her figure and her clothes, she should be a great beauty. Next to the Pagani Zonda, there was a shared bicycle lying on the ground. It seems that this beautiful woman scratched Lin Qinshu's bike while riding a shared bike. Lin Qinshu was speechless. He had just seen his new car being scratched.
He sighed and walked towards the car. Ding!
A beauty with a beauty score of over 90 has been detected.
Name, Qin Shanshan. Appearance, 93. Age, 20. Height, 168. Bust, 34C. Favorability, 0. Ding!
If the favorability reaches 90 points, the host will never leave him. Lin Qinshu's steps paused obviously. He didn't expect that her appearance score was 93. Although he didn't know how this score was obtained, since she could make the system issue a prompt, she should be a top beauty. And the favorability level is simply a progress bar for picking up girls.
Ding!
It was detected that a beautiful woman with a beauty score of more than 90 points scratched the host's car. Option 1, strongly demand compensation and use despicable means to make the beauty commit to you.
Reward, a box of super strong Viagra.
Option 2, do not ask for compensation and send Qin Shanshan to the interview.
The reward is the number 1 Yunlu villa worth 500 million. Is there any need to choose? A 500 million mansion, a beautiful woman and a box of Viagra. It must be a mansion. With that mansion, would he still be afraid of not having beautiful women in the future? And he doesn't need that super strong Viagra at all, right? Now is the time when youth has no limits.
Lin Qinshu walked to the front of the car and smiled at the beautiful woman, who thought he was handsome.
Is there anything I can help you with?
Qin Shanshan looked up at him and ignored him. She thought Lin Qinshu was here to chat her up.
She didn't have time to chat with anyone now.
She scratched someone's car and there was no phone number left on the car.
Besides, she was in a hurry to go for an interview.
It was an open audition that she had passed with great difficulty.
Now it had entered the re-examination stage. If she couldn't go, it would be equivalent to her giving up. Because it was not raining, more and more people gathered around. When they saw the Pagani Zonda at the school gate, they all came forward. Wow! Which rich guy came to our school? This is a Pagani Zonda. Isn't it just a sports car? Now domestic electric cars are also made into sports cars, and soon sports cars are everywhere. Country bumpkin, this Pagani Zonda costs 25 million, don't compare it with those domestic electric sports cars. No way. This car costs 25 million. But it's not surprising, this is the Magic City, there are a lot of rich second generations driving luxury cars to school. I don't know which rich second generation this is, I'll get to know her later. A heavily made-up woman brushed her hair off her shoulders, looking extremely confident. Isn't that Chen Shanshan, the common school beauty of our school? Why is she standing next to the car? It's said that she is not worldly. Many rich second generations pursued her, but she didn't even look at them. TSK. I had already said that she was a slutty bitch, but she got there first. Those second-generation rich people may not have met her requirements. A sports car worth millions and a sports car worth tens of millions have different identities. Look, there is a shared bicycle next to the sports car. Maybe this is the plan of our ordinary school beauties. This is how idol dramas play out. Chen Shanshan heard the discussions around her and was shocked. 25 million. She couldn't even take out 2,500 yuan from her body, and she seemed a little overwhelmed for a moment. Seeing that she ignored him, Lin Qinshu scratched his head awkwardly, took out the car key and pressed the unlock button. If you don't need any help, please move aside. I'm leaving. Shock. Petrified. Everyone looked at the loser man in front of them and took out the key to the Pagani Zonda. Holy shit. I thought this loser was just being shameless and trying to strike up a conversation, but he turned out to be the car owner. Impossible. The clothes he was wearing were 30 yuan street stall goods, how could he afford such an expensive car? Don't ask me how I know, because I have the same one. The things rich people like cannot be measured by money. If a person is dressed in jewels and precious stones, it means that this person is more likely to be showing off. You know so well, are you a rich man? I'm not, but my aunt's friend next door has a son who is a rich man. Nah, others gave him the middle finger. Chen Shanshan said in a panic, I'm sorry, I accidentally scratched your car. See how much compensation you need. Although I can't afford it now, I will definitely pay it back when I make money. Lin Qinshu walked around to take a look and saw that there was indeed a white mark. Do you know how much this car costs? Maybe this scratch will cost hundreds of thousands to repair. Lin Qinshu said lightly. Although he didn't know how much it would cost to repair, he watched Douyin a lot and always saw related news. A luxury car would cost hundreds of thousands to repair if it was scratched. Chen Shanshan's face turned pale in an instant, and she stammered, I don't have that much money. I'm not trying to blackmail you. How about this, do you have any relatives or friends who are in the auto repair business? You can call them and ask. Lin Qinshu was not in a hurry to make the offer. Some things will come naturally. If he rashly offered to send her to the interview, wouldn't that make him a bootlicker? Lin Qinshu himself didn't realize that after he got the system, he suddenly became enlightened about this kind of thing. Chen Shanshan actually has a cousin who does auto mechanics, and he lives in Shanghai. When she first came to college, her father took her to dinner there and left her his phone number, but they haven't been in touch in the past few years. Because at that time her cousin didn't particularly like this poor distant relative. Uncle, this is Chen Shanshan. Chen Shanshan called her uncle. There was still the harsh sound of a hand grinder on the other end of the phone. Shanshan. Why haven't you come to eat at my uncle's place in the past few years? Excuse me, uncle, I'll take some time to go over. Something happened here, I want to ask you something. Chen Shanshan looked a little embarrassed. It was not her character to contact others suddenly. If this matter was not too exaggerated, she would not want to trouble others. Oh. What's the matter? Tell me. Uncle, I scratched someone else's car while riding my bicycle, leaving a scratch of more than 10 centimeters. I thought it was nothing, it was just a scratch, how deep was it? If it wasn't deep, it would cost a few $100s to repaint, and a good car would only cost $1,000. Chen Shanshan's eyes lit up when she heard that. If it was a few hundred or $1,000, she could probably solve it by borrowing it. But this is a sports car. Chen Shanshan's uncle was obviously silent for a while.
If it was a sports car, it would be more troublesome.
What brand?
If it was a good one, it would cost tens of thousands of yuan.
Chapter 3. Do you think too highly of yourself?
Lin Qinshu, the son of Pagani Wind, saw Chen Shanshan's inquiring look.
This car seems to be called Pagani Zonda. Beep beep. The call was hung up directly.
Chen Shanshan also understood instantly how terrifying this car was. Her uncle was afraid of getting him into trouble, so he hung up the phone decisively.
How is it? Did you get the result?
Lin Qinshu looked at her with a smile.
Chen Shanshan said palely, I'm sorry. I will definitely compensate you for this money, but I don't have money now. Can I pay it back to you when I make money?
Lin Qinshu shook his head.
Seeing your anxious look, it seemed that you were going somewhere. Yes, I have an interview that I need to go to in a hurry. Once I pass the interview, I can work and make money to pay you back.
Seeing him shaking his head, Chen Shanshan thought that Lin Qinshu was unwilling, so she quickly said that she would go to the interview and would soon be able to make money to pay him back. Lin Qinshu smiled and said, How about this?
If you promise me one thing, you don't have to pay for this money.
Chen Shanshan immediately looked at him with vigilance.
Ding. Chen Shanshan's favorability towards the host 10. Ding. Chen Shanshan's favorability towards the host 10. Ding. Chen Shanshan's favorability towards the host is currently 20. Damn.
After laying the groundwork for so long, the favorability still drops.
But the most urgent task is to get the mission reward first. My classmate. I, Chen Shanshan, am not the kind of person you think.
If you have any improper thoughts about me, I advise you to give up.
I will call the police to deal with this matter now.
Chen Shanshan said righteously, and took out her cell phone to call the police.
Lin Qinshu sneered, What kind of person are you? I haven't said anything yet, but you think I'm up to something. Don't you think too highly of yourself?
When Chen Shanshan heard this, her face turned pale and blue. My condition is that you take my car and I will take you to the company for the interview, so I won't hold you responsible. Besides, there are so many people watching here, and some are even recording videos.
If I trick you into getting in the car and plot against you, wouldn't that be courting death? I'm not a person who likes to be too ostentatious. There are so many people around here that I feel uncomfortable. Let's discuss how to deal with this matter while we walk.
Lin Qinshu said lightly. Chen Shanshan then realized that many students had gathered around her, and most of them even took out their mobile phones to film her. Lin Qinshu took out the car key and pressed it, and the doors on both sides opened like wings. Chen Shanshan didn't want to stay here any longer, so she quickly got into the car.
Lin Qinshu stepped on the accelerator, and the Pagani Zonda roared and sped away.
Just as both of them got into the car, he happened to come out of the Soy Milk King store and saw the scene.
She was shocked. Then I thought, how could that loser Lin Qinshu have a sports car? He must have rented it, and even the woman was rented. Humph. A loser is a loser, and he just happened to wait for me to come out before getting in the car. Even if you pretend to be a rich person, it will only make me look down on you even more. He snorted coldly and walked towards the school. She didn't see the woman clearly. If she knew it was Chen Shanshan, she wouldn't have thought it was rented.
She and Lin Qinshu were both from the countryside. Lin Qinshu's parents were doing business outside, and they were considered relatively well off by the villagers. But 2 years ago, his parents suddenly stopped doing business and returned home to be farmers. Suddenly, the villagers started to ridicule them, and even spread a lot of rumors, saying that Lin Qinshu's parents owed a huge amount of money outside and hid back home because their business failed. This was also the first time for Lin Qinshu to drive a sports car. His family used to have a Toyota car, which was a manual transmission, but he still couldn't let it go. The feeling of holding the steering wheel with one hand and driving on the road is really great. He suddenly remembered a sentence on the internet, he looked so handsome driving the Ferrari with one hand. Although Lin Qinshu was not driving a Ferrari now, it is still more expensive than most Ferraris. Lin Qinshu and Chen Shanshan sat in the car in silence. Chen Shanshan was still thinking about how she got into the car without knowing why. What if Lin Qinshu took her to a deserted place and planned something bad? Should she call the police first? In the end, Lin Qinshu couldn't help but speak first and said, You have to tell me which company you are going to interview for.
Chen Shanshan finally reacted and picked up her phone to start navigating, but the navigation seemed to be abnormal.
It kept asking Lin Qinshu to turn into a small alley. The alley was only wide enough for 2 or 3 people, and his car could not pass through. Lin Qinshu took Chen Shanshan's phone and took a look at the destination, which was a branch of the Shanghai Motor Bank in Lujiazui. He changed Chen Shanshan's setting of writing to driving, and finally led her to the right place. After arriving at the destination, Chen Shanshan got out of the car. Lin Qinshu drove away without even saying a word. He didn't have much energy to bother with a woman whose favorability was -20, no matter how beautiful she was.
Chen Shanshan's face suddenly became embarrassed.
Only then did she truly believe that Lin Qinshu had really sent her to the interview. Until she got off the car, she still thought that the other party had ulterior motives.
Moreover, he left immediately after sending her there without saying a word.
It seemed that she had misunderstood him. The reason why Lin Qinshu left in such a hurry was because he found that the car was running out of gas and he didn't have money to refuel. No one would believe it if I told them that a person who drives a luxury car worth tens of millions of dollars actually has no money to fill up the gas tank.
What I miss is that we could talk about anything. What I miss is dreaming together.
Lin Qinshu's cell phone rang. This was the ringtone he changed after the Cold War with Yi, and it was in line with his mood at the time. Lin Qinshu took out his cell phone and saw that it was a number from Shanghai.
Hello? How are you? Hello, Mr. Lin. This is the sales office of Yunlu Villa.
I am Li Qing, the housekeeper of the sales department. The duplex mansion you purchased is ready for delivery.
When is a convenient time for you to come?
A pleasant female voice sounded on the other end of the phone.
Lin
Qinshu thought of Chen Shanshan's mission.
Logically speaking, shouldn't there be a system prompt sound? Ding.
Congratulations to the host for completing the task of sending Chen Shanshan to the interview and receiving the reward of a Yunlu Villa mansion worth 500 million.
It turned out to be a delay.
I didn't expect the system to be delayed.
Ding.
The system will issue rewards directly when the host completes the selected task. The prompt sound will appear at an appropriate time, not a system delay.
I see.
However, Lin Qinshu doesn't want to take possession of the house for the time being.
If he has to pay any property management fees or something like that, he can't afford it. Ms. Li, I don't have time to go there yet.
I'll go there later when the time comes. Although he now has the system, he has not yet fully understood its functions.
He was rewarded with a luxury car and a mansion at the beginning. How could the money be less?
He should be rewarded with money in less than 2 days.
Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll be waiting for you here.
After Li Qing finished speaking, Lin Qinshu hung up the phone. He drove the car to the basement of IFC, where there were many luxury cars and the property management was very good. He felt most at ease leaving his car there, but the parking fee was a bit expensive for him.
However, he couldn't care less now. Chapter 4: Roommates in the Best Dormitory.
At his current state, if he showed up at school in a luxury car, it would definitely cause a sensation. It's not that he didn't want such a sensation, but the gas in the car was not enough for him to insist on returning to school.
This system doesn't follow the routine.
Other systems give money first, but this system gives him a luxury car and a mansion first. It would be nice if I could just give me tens of thousands of dollars to fill up my gas tank first.
Lin Qinshu took the bus back to Shanghai Jiaotong University.
He had already spent his last bit of savings on ordering soy milk from the Soy Milk King. For the rest of the day, he could only live on the 50+ yuan in his campus card, and there was only 3 yuan left in his bank card.
Which rich man would be so poor?
Lin Qinshu chose to take the bus, although it took longer, but he didn't have to transfer and could get there directly.
Taking the subway requires taking a roundabout route and costs more.
After Lin Qinshu returned to the dormitory, his 3 roommates were playing in the Canyon of Kings in a heated discussion with their cell phones in hand.
His dormitory is known as the best dormitory in the whole school because everyone's name is loud and easy to remember. Fan Jianxiang, Xiaolu, Li Wuqi, Lin Qinshu. Each name has a different response when read. Hey, the beast is back, hurry up and update. It's a new season, we need to be full.
Xiaoliu wants to go out on a date, let's go to the 3rd row later. Li Wuqi glanced at Lin Qinshu, who had just entered the door, and greeted him quickly. He was a carefree person and had completely forgotten that Lin Qinshu had told them that he was going to break up with his girlfriend. The other 2 looked at Lin Qinshu carefully and found that he was not as dispirited as they had imagined. There was even a hint of joy in his eyes.
Beast, you didn't get any share, did you? Your girlfriend obviously doesn't want you anymore. She's been in a cold war with you for so long just to force you to break up? Fan Jianxiang asked with a frown.
Xia Lu's game character had just been killed, and the screen turned gray. He put down his phone and came over.
Are you going to lick it back?
The three people in the dormitory always say that Lin Qinshu is a bootlicker, but only Lin Qinshu denies it.
He never thinks of himself as a bootlicker. Go to hell.
We broke up, but we just encountered other happy things. Lin Qinshu put his hand on Xia Lu's shoulder and patted him twice, signaling him to rest assured.
Dirty, it's resurrected, hurry up, it's the last wave.
Li Wuqi shouted hurriedly. The other two were also relieved when they heard Lin Qinshu say they had broken up. They didn't know he, but Lin Qinshu was a 1.8-meter tall man with a decent appearance, and he was neither humble nor arrogant to anyone. Only to He, whether on the phone or in a video chat, he was extremely humble. Xia Lu picked up the phone on the table and continued playing the game. While playing, he said, "Don't worry. I'll go out to eat with Yen Yen later and let her introduce you to a girlfriend. There are beautiful women everywhere in the world, so why do you have to love one flower unrequitedly?
And that flower is not a good one.
Although she is a little pretty, there are many pretty girls in our school."
Lin Qinshu smiled but didn't answer.
He picked up his clothes and went into the bathroom to take a shower. He got caught in the rain on the way back to the dormitory, so a hot shower was just right. Lin Qinshu, who was showered with hot water, seemed to have a clear mind and recalled the past with He. When he changed from a party to a bystander, He did not love him as much as he imagined. It was more of a companion for loneliness. Lin Qinshu was not as relaxed as he seemed on the surface.
He was still very sad deep down.
However, things had come to this point, and he could only let time slowly heal these emotional pains. When he got the system, he was still thinking about how to win back the other party. When he finished pouring soy milk, He's words made him realize that He really had no emotional attachment to him. In order to break up with him, she didn't even scold him for being poured with soy milk, just because she was worried that Lin Qinshu would continue to pester her. After taking a shower, Lin Qinshu saw that only Li Wuqi and Fan Jianxiang were left in the dormitory, as Xia Lu had gone out on a date. In the past, Lao Fan and I were the only singles in our dormitory. Every time I saw you and Xiaoliu go out to find a partner, I was envious.
Now there are 3 single men, welcome to join the single dog team. Li Wuqi said in a sly way.
Lin Qinshu shrugged, curled his lips and said, "I've had a partner for too many days, and now I want to go back to single life.
You won't understand the feeling this gap brings to me for a while."
Li Wuqi gave Lin Qinshu a middle finger and said, "Hurry up and get on the list.
The 3rd row is waiting for you. I don't want to play. I've been running all day. I need to sleep for a while. For dinner, please get me a duck leg rice. The rice is stuck on my desk."
Lin Qinshu climbed onto the bed and took out his phone to browse moments.
I happened to see Heifa's circle of friends.
Thanks to Senior Zhang Gang's clothes, which kept me from catching a cold on this rainy day. Below it was also a top-down selfie, in which she was wearing the windbreaker she wore in the afternoon and making a yes sign with her hand. Lin Qinshu directly swiped past the post and put his phone aside.
System, open the panel. Host, Lin Qinshu. Strength, 6. Constitution, 6. Spirit, 6. Charisma, 6.
The highest attribute of ordinary people is 10, and the host has a normal value among ordinary people.
Car, Pagani Zonda. Luxury home, Yunlu Villa. Now a car and a mansion have appeared. Today is the first day I got the system.
I have already completed the goal that most people strive for their entire lives. Lin Qinshu was thinking, under what circumstances can the selection task issued by the system be triggered?
It seems that staying in the dormitory is the least likely to trigger the task.
After Qin Shanchan's task release just now, it seems that the system will trigger the task when it detects beauties with scores above 90.
It seems that I still need to go out more.
Lin Qinshu decided to take a nap and then go out for a stroll. In a daze, Lin Qinshu was awakened by Fan Jianxiang. They had already brought back the meal and asked him to eat it while it was hot.
Xiaoliu asked us to go to the bar. It's Yen Yen's birthday today.
Let's go to the bar to celebrate her birthday together with 2 people from the dormitory. Li Wuqi came in from outside the dormitory and said. Lin Qinshu was about to refuse, but then he changed his mind. He just wanted to go out for a walk anyway, and instead of walking around aimlessly, he might as well go to the bar with his brothers. As for money, he didn't have to worry about it, because Xia Lu was the rich second generation in their dormitory. Xia Lu was also generous to his brothers on weekdays. It was Xia Lu who took the three of them to the bar for the first time. The three of them quickly packed up and went out. It was still early, so they decided to walk there. The bar that Xia Lu mentioned was just 2 blocks away from the school, which was neither close nor far. Most of them are students from ordinary families, and the cost of taking a taxi is too high. Senior! A charming voice called from behind Lin Qinshu. There was a bustling crowd at the school gate, and all the boys turned their heads to look towards the voice after hearing the call. A girl exuding infinite energy trotted up to Lin Qinshu. There was a faint fragrance all over the girl. She had 2 big eyes with 2 small dimples, and her 1.64-meter height created the cutest height difference when she stood in front of Lin Qinshu. A black pleated skirt paired with a white t-shirt, and the tall little white rabbit swayed, causing Lin Qinshu's eyes to blink up and down. Chapter 5 Yi Mengxi. Ding! A beauty with a beauty score of over 90 has been detected. Name, Yi Mengxi. Value, 91. Age, 18. Height, 160. Bust, 36D. Favorability, 85. Meng, have you eaten yet? Lin Qinshu was surprised that Yi Mengxi's favorability towards him was so high, only 5 points away from reaching the realm of never leaving. Moreover, Yi Mengxi's appearance was actually judged by the system as a beauty with a score of over 90. However, Lin Qinshu's question left everyone present speechless. It's almost time for supper, and you're still asking others if they've eaten yet. This is a question you can only ask when you have nothing to talk about. After eating, seniors, where are you going? The school gate is about to close. Yi Mengxi asked in a cute voice. The school closes at 10:30 and you can't get in after that. It was almost 10 o'clock, but Lin Qinshu and the others were still walking out excitedly, as if they were not going back to school to spend the night. Oh, your senior Xia is going to celebrate his girlfriend's birthday and asked us to go over for a social gathering. Lin Qinshu answered truthfully. Xia Lu has already booked a room outside tonight, and will go to the hotel to sleep after playing until midnight. There are only 2 classes in the morning tomorrow, so we just need to be back before 10 o'clock. When Yi Mengxi heard this, there was a hint of strangeness in his eyes, but his face was still full of smiles. He joked, Senior, don't let anything go wrong during the social gathering. If your girlfriend finds out, you will be in big trouble. Lin Qinshu waved his hand and said, It's okay, we've broken up. I'm single now, so I'm not afraid of problems with socializing. Hearing this, a gleam of light suddenly flashed in Yi Mengxi's eyes. Beast, this schoolgirl looks very unfamiliar. How come I have never heard of you before? Li Wuqi wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, his eyes bursting with green light, like a jackal. Lin Qinshu looked at him with disdain and introduced him to them. This is Yi Mengxi, a junior schoolmate, whom I met when I was a freshman. These 2 are my roommates, Li Wuqi and Fan Jianxiang. Phew! When Yi Mengxi heard the names of these 2 people, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. I almost forgot that the senior is from the best dormitory in our school. Yi Mengxi's laughter made Li Wuqi blush, but he reacted in an instant. Yi Mengxi. Isn't this the name of the new school beauty? Li Wuqi looked at Lin Qinshu in shock. He didn't expect that the licking dog beast actually knew the new school beauty. With such resources, he was so satisfied to be a licking dog. The new school beauty? Lin Qinshu looked at Li Wuqi in confusion. Because he was still in a relationship with Yi, he had never paid attention to these campus gossips, and he wouldn't even look at other girls. Li Wuqi visits campus forums every day and knows a lot about these things. He knows exactly the level of the so-called school beauties, which class they are in, and their names. Yi Mengxi, a freshman in the Department of Media, was voted unanimously by all freshmen for her cute face and impressive figure. She became the new school beauty. Together with Su Weiwei, Xin Yu, and Xin Wolin, she is known as the 4 school beauties of Shanghai Jiaotong University. However, Xin Wolin has gone out for internship, and only the 3 school beauties are still on campus. Li Wuqi took out a pair of gold-rimmed glasses from somewhere and put them on, reading the information of the school beauty as if he was reading out a legend. Lin Qinshu was stunned after hearing this. He didn't expect that there were 4 so-called school beauties. What kind of school beauties were they? Li Wuqi seemed to sense Lin Qinshu's doubt and continued to say that the 4 campus beauties were listed as campus beauties because they had their own unique looks and figures. This is a recognized fact in our Jiaotong University. Oh, no. It's just the classmates' flattery.
Yi Mingxi smiled and shook her head, not showing any happiness or unhappiness. Yi Mingxi quickly changed the subject. Senior, are you free tomorrow?
An MCN company invited me to an interview this afternoon, but my friends are all busy and I am not familiar with Shanghai.
If you have time, can you go with me? I will treat you to dinner after the interview. Yi Mingxi stuck out her tongue playfully. Ding. It is detected that a beauty with a beauty score of 90 or above is requesting the host. Option 1, reject the other party, make him disappointed in you, and be rewarded with 1 million yuan in cash. Option 2, agree to the other party and accompany Yi Mingxi to the interview tomorrow, and you will be rewarded with 500,000 yuan in cash plus 1 attribute point. The mission is here. As expected, I have to go out and meet a beautiful woman to trigger the mission. If I hide in the dormitory, the system is useless. Finally the cash came, one for 1 million and one for 500,000. It seemed that the 1 million was a better deal, and I could get the 1 million as long as I refused. But who am I, Lin Qinshu? How could I hurt a girl's heart for a mere 500,000 yuan? I choose the second option. In fact, it's not that Lin Qinshu doesn't want the 1 million, but because there are still some all attribute points in the 500,000. That's the attribute added to him. The average person has 10 points of full attribute, but he only has 6 points now, just reaching the passing line. With the system, 500,000 is easy to get, but the attribute points are different. Some attributes may not be improved at all in your entire life. I have class tomorrow morning and I'm free in the afternoon. I'll go with you. Lin Qinshu agreed immediately. Yi Mingxi's eyes suddenly shone with joy, and she kept saying thank you, senior, and see you tomorrow. Long after Yi Mingxi happily left, Li Wuqi next to Lin Qinshu yelled, FCK. You beast, you actually know the school beauty, and the school beauty even asked you out. Oh my god. Are you blind? A handsome man like me can't compare to a dog. Fan Jianxian also looked at Lin Qinshu angrily. Although he was not good at speaking, his inner thoughts were the same as Li Wuqi's. Lin Qinshu slapped Li Wuqi's head with his big hand. You dog, who are you calling a licker? Let's go, Lao Xia is already impatient. Li Wuqi and Fan Jianxian quickly followed Lin Qinshu's footsteps, but their eyes were still full of resentment. The three of them soon arrived at the bar that Xia Lu mentioned. At this time, there were a few people gathered at the door of the bar and were arguing over something unknown. The three of them wanted to ignore it and go straight into the bar, but they heard Xia Lu's voice. Apologize to Yan Yan and her friends immediately, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Xia Lu's angry voice came from the crowd at the door. Upon hearing this, Lin Qinshu and the other two quickly squeezed into the crowd, only to see 4 young girls standing next to Xia Lu, and a thin blonde man standing opposite him. The skinny yellow-haired guy's face was red and he was a little unsteady on his feet. It was obvious that he was drunk. Chapter 6 Snow Bar. They are just a few bitches. Do they deserve to be asked to apologize to them? Burp. Huang Mao burped after he finished speaking. A smell of alcohol wafted out of his mouth. The girls around Xia Lu frowned and covered their noses. Old Xia, what's going on? Lin Qinshu and the other two finally squeezed in. In today's society, there is always a shortage of people watching the fun. The three of them were stared at a lot while squeezing in. When Xia Lu saw the three of them coming, he suddenly felt more confident. Although the other party only had one person, he was surrounded by women just now. Now that they have 4 men, it will be easy to deal with a drunkard. Xia Lu told them about the conflict. It turned out that after the drunk came out of the bar, he saw the 4 girls around Xia Lu and offered 10,000 yuan to each of them to accompany him tonight. Whoever performed well would get an extra 10,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Xia Lu was about to rush up and beat up Huang Mao, but was stopped by his girlfriend Yan Yan. Then there was this scene now, demanding an apology from the other party. Upon hearing this, Li Wuqi excitedly ran to Huang Mao and slapped him on the back of his head. You are being a hooligan here, right? Apologize quickly, otherwise, I will let you see why the flowers are so red. The drunken man who was slapped by Li Wuqi suddenly sobered up a lot, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Do you know who I am? Li Wuqi saw him sneer, and he got angry immediately. I don't care who you are. Apologize quickly. 7 or 8 people suddenly walked out of the bar and shouted to Huang Mao, Mr. Li, how come you disappeared in the blink of an eye? I thought you were gone. When Xia Lu, Li Wuqi and others saw so many people coming out of the other side, their faces suddenly changed.
Li Wuqi also slowly retreated to the side of Lin Qinshu and others. After the yellow-haired man said something to the bartender, the leader of the other party came forward with a hint of sarcasm on his lips. Li Xiao, you all dare to fight, it seems that you don't want to mix in the magic city. I'll give you a chance, let those 4 bitches accompany Li Xiao for one night, and you 4 men got through my crotch, and the matter was revealed. Li Wuqi's face flushed red, and he shouted angrily, you were wrong first, and you dare to speak so arrogantly. Fan Jianxiang also stepped forward. He was the most burly of the 4. When he stood next to Li Wuqi immediately felt more confident. The man next to Huang Mao sneered and said, it's useless to give you a chance. After saying that, he clapped his hands twice, and the people who came out with him surrounded him, and even the security guards of the bar followed behind them. This scene made Lin Qinshu and others immediately realize that Huang Mao's identity was not simple. Even the security guards of the bar chose to stand on their side without hesitation. The bar Xiaolu brought them to was called Piaoxue. Although it was not the best bar in the Magic City, it had its own peculiarities. Rumor has it that the owner of this bar is a woman named Piaoxue, who is rumored to be a very beautiful woman. So even if the bar is not particularly high-end, there will be many rich second generations coming here to consume, just to catch a glimpse of Piaoxue's beauty. Moreover, for a beautiful woman to run a bar in this magical city and still be able to keep herself out of trouble shows that she is a very capable person. Ding! It is detected that the host is in danger of being beaten. Option 1, stand up and fight, regardless of success or failure, to show your dignity. Reward, +1 strength attribute point, ownership of Piaoxue bar. Option 2, admit your failure, ask the other party to let you go, agree to the other party's request, and crawl through the crotch. Reward, 200,000 yuan in cash and a titanium nameplate for the coward. When Lin Qinshu heard this task, he was shocked. Here it comes, the selection task has finally been triggered again. It seems that it is not only triggered by encountering beautiful women. Even encountering some things can trigger the selection. But the system always comes up with a titanium alloy nameplate, which is really a bit too insulting. Damn! System, that's enough. How can I, Lin Qinshu, a 7-foot-tall man, crawl into someone's crotch and beg for mercy? Let's fight! Lin Qinshu roared in his heart, and walked in front of Xiaolu and others with heavy steps. For against 10, it is obvious that they can't win, but the other party has drunk alcohol, and the 4 of us are young and strong, so we can still fight. Option 1 is to get all attribute points plus ownership of the bar in front of you, option 2 is 200,000 in cash. For Lin Qinshu, even though he has the system, he still has to flatter others to get 200,000, which is something he can never do. He didn't even reply to the system and made the decision of option 1 without hesitation. The person next to Huang Mao sneered and ordered the people behind him, saying that if they didn't accept the toast, they would be punished. The men would have their limbs broken and the women would be sent to Li Xiao. More than a dozen people around, plus the security guards from Piaoxue bar, immediately surrounded them. Ding! The host is very brave, choosing to confront the evil forces. As the host of this system, the host is humiliated just like the system is humiliated. The host is now rewarded with Ip Man for 1 hour. Please vent the power in your body. Lin Qinshu suddenly felt a lot of information about Wing Chun flooding into his brain, and his body muscles instantly became solid. Lin Qinshu took a step forward and stretched out his hand to push Li Wuqi and Fan Jianxiang back. You guys step back, let me take care of these little karami guys. Lin Qinshu stretched out his finger and hooked the other party. I want to fight 10 of them. There were exactly 10 people on the opposite side, except for the yellow-haired man and the man who just spoke. Li Wuqi and the other 2 looked at Lin Qinshu, whose temperament suddenly surged, in confusion, and they didn't react for a while. Damn it, you are so arrogant. If I don't beat the shit out of you, I will not stay in Piaoxue anymore. A man with a strong smell of alcohol picked up the ice cream cone next to him and threw it at Lin Qinshu. Seeing this, Xiaolu and the other 2 hurried forward to help, but the next scene shocked them. Lin Qinshu dodged the ice cream cone attack by leaning sideways, then quickly stepped forward and used his shoulder to knock the drunk holding the ice cream cone out. This guy is a bit weird, let's all attack him together. The drunk man who was knocked away got up from the ground and shouted. The 10 people around him punched and kicked Lin Qinshu one after another, and bursts of shrill screams were heard. In less than 2 minutes, the 10 people on the yellow-haired side were already lying on the ground. Lin Qinshu clapped his hands and walked slowly towards Huang Mao. Huang Mao saw this and immediately shouted, Do you know who I am? My father is Li Jianfu from Jianlong Real Estate.
If you dare to touch a hair of mine, my father will not let you go.
As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar around.
Li Jianfu of Jianlong Real Estate has a black background.
It is rumored that he made his fortune through hardships. Over such a long time, his opponents either went bankrupt or died accidentally, and none of them had a good ending.
This also made Jianlong Real Estate feared in the industry. Chapter 7 Why Should I Give You Face?
However, due to the domestic crackdown on organized crime in recent years, Jianlong Real Estate has not been so high profile.
Li Jianfu also has a playboy son named Li Tianzong.
Li Tianzong's negative news is comparable to that of his father, except that his father's were major incidents of murder and arson, while his were all despicable news such as raping women.
A gangster group that is well known in the Magic City. Now his son appears in front of Lin Qinshu.
The people watching the excitement around him step back and even cover their faces, for fear that Li Tianzong will mistake them for Lin Qinshu's people. Li Tianzong saw that Lin Qinshu, who was standing in front of him, did not move, and thought that he had frightened him.
He sneered and said, "Now that you know my identity, why don't you let those 4 girls help me go to the hotel?
I have drunk a little too much, so I have to let them carry me there."
Lift?
Lin Qinshu showed a hint of ridicule and slapped Li Tianzong in the face.
Bang! The loud slapping sound made the air around them stagnate. What followed was Li Tianzong's shrill screams. Pa!
Another slap sounded, and Lin Qinshu also left a palm print on the other side of his face. The lackey at the side wanted to help, but was slapped several times by Lin Qinshu and fell to the ground.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the resistance mission. Reward, +1 strength attribute point, ownership of Piaoxue bar.
Host, Lin Qinshu IP man's forced body. Strength, 7. Constitution, 6. Spirit, 6. Charisma, 6.
The highest attribute of ordinary people is 10, and the host has a normal value among ordinary people.
Car, Pagani Zonda. Luxury house, Yulu Villa not claimed. Mr. Lin, please stop.
A lazy and pleasant voice sounded from the bar. A woman in a red dress walked out of the bar. Her face was childish yet mature, and her tall figure immediately attracted the attention of everyone around her.
Ding!
A beauty with a beauty score of over 90 has been detected.
Name, Wenru Xue. Appearance, 95. Age, 26. Height, 172. Bust, 36C. Favorability, 50. Piaoxue. It was the owner of Piaoxue bar. Piaoxue came out.
Someone nearby exclaimed.
Is this the legendary falling snow?
She is really a beauty, even a woman like me is moved when she sees her.
The girl next to Guan Yan also sighed.
TSK, she's just pretty, but I don't know how many people have slept with her.
Another girl next to Yan Yan said disdainfully.
Lin Qinshu frowned slightly and looked at the other person. It turned out that Piaoxue's real name was Wenru Xue, but how did Piaoxue know him? Since she just called him Mr. Lin, it was obvious that she knew him. Piaoxue walked out of the bar, passed Lin Qinshu and came to Yan Yan and the other girls, stretched out her right hand and slapped the girl who had just said something bad about her.
Little sister, next time don't just bring your mouth out, remember to bring your head out too.
Piaoxue said with a smile and turned to Lin Qinshu. The beaten woman covered her face turning blue and purple. She looked at Yan Yan and the other girls around her and saw that none of them wanted to help her. She snorted coldly and left the scene. She was indeed wrong first, so she couldn't just protect her unreasonably.
Can you two give me some face?
No matter whether this matter is right or wrong, let's just forget about it.
Piaoxue opened her red lips and looked at Lin Qinshu.
After all, the current situation was controlled by Lin Qinshu.
Li Tianzong was slapped twice and his face was swollen.
Naturally, he hoped that Lin Qinshu would agree to wait for him to find someone to deal with Lin Qinshu and the others.
Why should I give you face?
Lin Qinshu looked at Wenru Xue indifferently. Although he was a loser, he would not turn into a dog when he saw a beautiful woman.
Wenru Xue looked a little surprised.
She didn't expect that her words that had always worked would be blocked by someone, and she stood there in a daze. Xia Lu and others also stepped forward to persuade Lin Qinshu to be a beast. Forget it, the fight has been fought.
If the stalemate continues, Yan Yan will not be able to celebrate her birthday.
After thinking for a moment, Lin Qinshu shouted to Li Tianzong, apologize to the ladies and you can leave.
It's not a good idea to keep pestering like this.
His Wing Chun is also time limited. If the situation gets out of hand and the Wing Chun expires, he will be the one who suffers.
Li Tianzong's face turned red with anger.
He had been domineering for so many years and had never encountered such a thing.
Who would have thought that he would hit a wall today? Li Tianzong shouted in his heart, I will definitely take revenge. Li Tianzong looked around, and his lackeys were avoiding his gaze.
It wasn't that they didn't want to cling to him, it was just that Wing Chun hurt them. Li Tianzong gritted his teeth and said sorry to Yan Yan and the other two girls. Then he turned around and quickly fled the scene. After such a commotion, Xiaolu was no longer interested in the bar, and planned to find another place to celebrate Yan Yan's birthday.
Mr. Lin, please stay. Tao Xue can arrange a private room upstairs for Mr. Lin's friends, and drinks are all free.
And we have a pastry chef at Peshue who can make a birthday cake right away. When Ruxue heard that they were originally planning to celebrate their birthday at Peshue bar, but they met that little hooligan Li Tianzong, and this happened. Although Lin Qinshu didn't give her face just now, she had to ask for help now, so she had no choice but to appease him first.
How do you know my last name is Lin?
Although Lin Qinshu had some guesses in his heart that it was the system's doing, he still wanted to hear the other party's confirmation in person.
When Ruxue chuckled and said, Mr. Lin is such a noble man who forgets things easily. We have been in touch before.
Then she pointed to the Piaoxue bar behind her. After hearing what Wen Ruxue said, he was sure that the system had implanted some memories of Wen Ruxue's purchase of the Piaoxue bar into her when issuing the reward, and these events did not appear in Lin Qinshu's mind.
This should be what the system said, rewarding the host in a reasonable way.
Lin Qinshu looked back at Xiaolu and the others. They were also hesitant because Lin Qinshu had shocked them too much tonight, making them a little dazed for a moment. Now even the owner of Piaoxue bar was being respectful to him. Since Boss Piaoxue has invited us, we have to find another place anyway, so I think this place is just fine. Li Wuqi jumped out and said, but his eyes never left Piaoxue, and his drool was almost dripping onto the ground. Xiaolu rolled her eyes at him and said to Lin Qinshu, Beast, let's do it here. It's too late to find another place. After all the trouble just now, it's almost 11 o'clock now, and Yan Yan's birthday will soon pass.
Chapter 8, Wen Ruxue, the illegitimate daughter of the Wen family. In that case, I'll have to trouble the owner of Piaoxue.
Lin Qinshu also wanted to know the revenue of this Piaoxue bar, after all, it was his bar now. Sooner or later, he would have to come and learn about the liquidity and staffing inside, and how to manage it in the future.
It would be better to do it now than to wait for a better day.
When Ruxue asked the bartender to take the others to the private room on the second floor, and she took Lin Qinshu to the office. Lin Qinshu looked around the bar and found that it was packed. Such a lively bar was actually opened by a woman. After arriving at the office, Wen Ruxue walked straight to the desk and took out a stack of information from under the desk.
Mr. Lin, here are all the information about the bar. Once you sign, this bar will be yours. A trace of reluctance flashed in Wen Ruxue's eyes.
If she didn't need the money urgently, she wouldn't have sold the bar. Lin Qinshu looked through the accounts and found that there were still hundreds of thousands of dollars left in the bar's account to run the bar, as well as some staff information.
He glanced at it hastily and threw it on the table. What are your plans for the future, Miss Wen? Your reluctance to leave the Piaoxue bar is quite obvious. Why not stay here?
Lin Qinshu knows nothing about the operation of this bar. If he is in charge of this Piaoxue bar, it will probably go bankrupt soon.
Wen Ruxue's eyes suddenly became sharp, and she asked coldly, How do you know my last name is Wen? Who are you?
Lin Qinshu was shocked by her sudden change.
It's just a name, why is the reaction so strong?
Miss Wen, don't worry about how I know it from.
You just need to know that I have no ill will towards you. I know nothing about running a bar. Piaoxue is in my hands. It may go bankrupt in a short time. Are you willing to let the bar that you have spent so much effort on go bankrupt in a few days?
I am willing to give you 30% of the shares and hire you to continue to manage this bar. Wen Ruxue's eyes flickered, and for a moment she didn't know what Lin Qinshu meant.
Since he didn't know how to run a business, why did he buy Piaoxue? Was his purpose against her? After a moment, Wen Ruxue smiled. If that's the case, I'll have to call you boss from today. Please take care of me, Boss Lin. No matter what the other party's purpose was, she really couldn't bear to leave Piaoxue bar. And after leaving Piaoxue bar, she didn't know what to do.
Originally, she planned to travel, but she couldn't travel for a lifetime. Only by staying in Piaoxue bar could she feel her own value.
Moreover, as the illegitimate daughter of the Wen family, she could only hide herself well in the familiar Piaoxue bar.
Over the years, it was the third uncle of the Wen family who secretly helped and took care of her. Now that third uncle was in trouble, she sold the Piaoxue bar to help him as much as she could. For Wen Ruxue, she got the money and kept the bar in her hands. Although she only had a small stake, it was the best outcome.
Let's make a share contract. I will only take a share.
I will not be involved in other business plans.
You can decide for yourself.
Lin Qinshu sat on the sofa, picked up the box of cigarettes on the table, and lit it up.
He would occasionally take a few puffs.
He was not averse to cigarettes, nor was he addicted to them.
When Ruxue walked to the desk and turned on the computer.
Suddenly she remembered something and said to Lin Qinshu embarrassedly, "Most of the working capital of the bar had been taken away by me.
The money in the account now is only enough to maintain daily operations. There is no extra money to be withdrawn."
Lin Qinshu was speechless for a while. He was still thinking about taking out some money from this bar. He only had money in his meal card. Now he only had a few dozen yuan in cash, but as long as he accompanied Yi Mingxi to an interview tomorrow, he could get 500,000 yuan.
Forget about the little money from this bar. It doesn't matter.
The money in here is enough to run the bar.
There's no need to take it out. Is the money in there enough? Do you need me to invest some money in it?
Lin Qinshu pretended not to care. Lin Qinshu had no money at all, it was purely bluffing, pretending to be cool in front of Wen Ruxue. Wen Ruxue had clearly said that the funds inside were enough for turnover, so there was no need for additional capital injection.
Wen Ruxue shook her head. The funds inside were enough.
With the business of Piaoxue bar, it would soon be profitable. There was no point in injecting extra funds.
The sound of Wen Ruxue typing on the keyboard echoed throughout the office.
Soon after, the sound of the printer beeping was heard, and Wen Ruxue took out the contract. Lin Qinshu didn't even look at it carefully, and directly signed his name.
Trust people when you employ them, and don't employ people if you don't trust them.
The bar itself was obtained for free, so I wouldn't feel bad even if he was gone, so I might as well open up the situation. Wen Ruxue's eyes flashed with a strange look. It had been less than an hour since she met Lin Qinshu, but he was able to sign the contract she took out so calmly without hesitation. This requires a certain amount of courage and confidence. In Wen Ruxue's opinion, Lin Qinshu should be the young master of a big family, and he would not care about this little money at all. After signing, Lin Qinshu prepared to leave the office.
Li Tianzong will definitely retaliate against you. I will help you deal with this matter. Li Jianfu should still give me this face. However, if Li Tianzong can't do anything to you openly, he may do it secretly. Boss Lin, please be careful. Wen Ruxue said without raising her head.
Lin Qinshu shrugged and walked out of the office door with an indifferent look. As soon as he went out, he felt that his body was instantly deflated. It was the IP man's force value that left in that hour.
He couldn't beat 10 people now.
Lin Qinshu certainly knew the consequences of offending a rich second generation with a gangster background, but he was also young and energetic, and the confidence that the system binding gave him, so he taught the other party a lesson without fear of power. He still had to think of a way to prevent future troubles. When he walked into the private room on the second floor of Piaoxue bar, he was instantly clamped by 3 people. Li Wuqi hugged his legs, Fan Jianxiang locked his hands, and Xia Lu hugged his head, shouting, "Tell me quickly, who are you and how dare you take over my brother's body?"
Lin Qinshu pretended to laugh and said, "I am the ancient demon god. Why don't you kneel down?"
The 3 men immediately let go of him with a look of boredom. When it comes to taking advantage, the 3 of them are no match for Lin Qinshu.
"Beast, you hid yourself well enough?
You are a master in martial arts, and the boss of Piaoxue is still respectful to you. You told us before that you are just from an ordinary family.
How can you be like an ordinary family now?" Xia Lu asked the question that puzzled the 3 of them.
It's nothing, it's a heaven-dropped system, I'm the chosen one now, I can get whatever I want. Lin Qinshu knew they would ask, so he had thought of a plan early on.
He just had to tell the brothers the truth, they definitely wouldn't believe it.
As expected, the 3 of them said huh and didn't ask any more questions.
Chapter 9. This bathroom is quite spacious. Come over and cut the cake quickly, it's almost 12 o'clock.
Xia Lu's girlfriend Guan Yan hurriedly called out.
I've been busy all night, but I haven't introduced you to each other yet. These 2 are my roommates, Wang Xiaoqing and Li Jiao. The one who just left is Guoting.
These three are Xia Lu's roommates. They are very famous in the school, and they are the people in the best dormitory. I don't need to introduce them to you.
Guan Yan covered her mouth and laughed while talking.
They have become accustomed to this kind of scene. After all, their four names are so easy to remember and they just happen to be in the same dormitory. This must be God's will or the school's deliberate act.
Li Jiao? We are from the same family. We might even be related a few hundred years ago. Can I call you Jiao Jiao?
Li Wuqi lived up to his shameless name and approached Li Jiao in a familiar manner. Li Jiao was a rather cold girl. Lin Qinshou had never heard her say a few words since he met her. On the contrary, Wang Xiaoqing was a chatterbox, chattering non-stop.
Student Lin, have you learned martial arts since you were a child? What's your name? Is it too late for me to learn now? Can you teach me?
Wang Xiaoqing asked several questions in a row, and he didn't know which one to answer. As for the roommate Guoting who left, according to Guan Yan, she was a gold digger.
When Li Tianzong flirted with them just now, Guoting wanted to go up and ask if it was true or not.
She was stopped by them and later complained that they blocked her way to wealth and offended the eldest son of the Li family. So when Guoting was slapped by Wen Rushue, they did not speak up for Guoting.
Fan Jianxiang was crying silently.
There were 3 girls in total. One was Xia Lu's girlfriend, one was entangled with Li Wuqi, and the remaining one was entangled with Lin Qinshou. In the end, he was left alone.
Guan Yan's roommates all looked good.
They were not very beautiful, but they were not ugly either. According to the system's scoring standard, they should all be 80 points. After cutting the cake, everyone felt that it was boring to stay in the private room, so they decided to go to the lobby to dance. Lin Qinshou said hello to Wen Rushue and moved downstairs. It was the busiest and most lively time in the bar. Everyone was a little dazed after drinking, and without knowing when, Lin Qinshou had passed out.
His alcohol tolerance was not good to begin with.
He had drunk some beer before, but today Wen Rushue gave him foreign liquor, and he didn't know when he blacked out. A ray of sunlight shone on Lin Qinshou's face. Lin Qinshou's eyelashes, which were sticking straight forward, trembled slightly, and he opened his eyes the next second. The feeling of a hangover filled his brain, and even his whole body was a little sore. After gently patting his forehead twice, he began to look around, because his memory was still stuck in the Piashua bar, and he didn't know when he had passed out. Lin Qinshou was in a room. From the fragrance and decorations in the room, it could be seen that it was a woman's room. He quickly looked at himself and found that his clothes were still intact, which meant that nothing had happened, which made him feel relieved. If he lost his virginity without knowing it, it would be a big loss. He was so drunk that even if a beautiful woman made him lose his virginity, he would still feel that he had lost it, because he didn't feel that it was a waste. Lin Qinshou walked out of the room and saw a busy woman in the kitchen. She was wearing simple home clothes and shorts. Her slender legs were stretched straight even in slippers. The woman turned around and said to Lin Qinshou, "There are toothbrushes and towels in the bathroom. Wash yourself. I'm already cooking noodles. Eat before you leave."
This woman was Wen Rushue, the owner of Piashua Bar.
Lin Qinshou couldn't remember how he ended up at Wen Rushue's house. It was such a happy feeling to have such a beautiful woman cooking noodles for him after he got up. However, his head was aching so much that he couldn't feel this happiness anymore. Lin Qinshou walked into the bathroom and saw a brand new toothbrush and towel on the sink. It's just that no man had ever been in the girl's bathroom, and some things were still placed randomly. Lin Qinshou's attention was attracted to it, and he suddenly felt that his headache after the hangover was not so painful. Suddenly there was the sound of jogging outside.
Wen Rushue rushed into the bathroom with a slightly red face and carried the clothes out.
When Lin Qinshou entered the bathroom, she remembered that the clothes she had changed last night had not been washed yet, so she hurried over. Ahem, this bathroom is pretty good, and the tiles are well chosen.
Lin Qinshou quickly used a dry cough to cover up his embarrassment.
His action just now was indeed a bit vulgar. After washing up, Lin Qinshou looked at the house carefully. It was neither big nor small, about 90 square meters. The living room took up 2/3 of the house. There was only one room, a kitchen, and a bathroom.
Wen Rushue was rich and willful enough.
You know, nowadays, when people buy a 60 square meter house, they would like to divide it into 3 bedrooms. Lin Qinshou walked to the window and looked. He could see Jiaotong University directly from here, which meant it was near the Piashua bar where he had been yesterday. An apartment in Shanghai would easily cost tens of millions. Although Lin Xinsho didn't know how much the system spent to buy the bar, and he didn't take a close look last night, it should be about the same value as this house.
Between selling the bar and selling the house, isn't it better to sell the house? This is a rental, not a purchase. I like this apartment and have paid the rent for 10 years. Come and have some noodles. When Rushue came out of the kitchen with 2 bowls of noodles, seeming to have guessed Lin Xinsho's doubts, Lin Xinsho sat at the dining table and asked him, "Why am I here? Where are my friends?"
Speaking of this, when Rushue rolled her eyes and said, "I don't know about your friends. I met you at the door of Piaoxue. You were already drunk and you didn't bring your ID card, so I had to bring you back. After all, you are my boss, and I can't turn a blind eye to my drunk boss." Lin Xinsho smiled awkwardly. He really couldn't drink much. He even mixed it with other drinks last night and he lost consciousness all of a sudden. The situation of his friends is probably similar, but I don't know what happened to those girls. Don't worry, I told them to find all your friends and settle them down.
Don't let anything unexpected happen. It should be fine. Lin Xinsho nodded. Thank you. Nothing embarrassing happened last night, right?
Lin Xinsho asked cautiously. After all, he knew what he looked like when he was drunk. In the past, when I was drunk, I always liked to talk to others about my troubles, crying and snotting. It would have been so embarrassing if I had done the same thing last night.
When Rushue, who was chewing slowly, looked up at Lin Xinsho,
she remembered that she couldn't find Lin Xinsho's ID card last night, so she had to take him back to her home and let him sleep in her room. She would never do such a thing before, probably because he was drunk and she felt there was no danger. It may also be because the other party had just bought the Piaoxue bar at a super high price and gave back 30% of the shares, which made Rushue feel that she had no objection to taking the other party home. And something happened last night that puzzled her. When taking a taxi, Lin Xinsho suddenly woke up and wanted to pay the fare. As a result, when he took out his mobile phone to pay, it showed that there was insufficient balance. During this period, Lin Xinsho also tried to change the card for payment, but the balance was still insufficient. This was not what Rushue had imagined. How could the person who could buy Piaoxue bar at such a high price and then casually give her 30% of the shares not have even a few dozen dollars for car fare?
However, Rushue is also a smart woman. Although she can't figure it out, she won't ask.
The person who has enabled Piaoxue bar to flourish in the Magic City has the support of the Wen family, but it is more because of her personal abilities and high emotional intelligence. When Rushue picked up the phone beside her, opened her WeChat QR code and pushed it in front of Lin Xinsho, saying, "Please add your contact information so that I can report to you." Lin Xinsho took out his mobile phone and was about to scan the code when he found that he had several missed calls. He opened it and saw that it was from Yi Mingxi. I quickly checked the time and it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Damn it! My 500,000. Lin Xinsho quickly put down his chopsticks and ran out the door, calling back as he ran. When Rushue was at the dining table, watching Lin Xinsho suddenly run away, and was speechless.
Was it really urgent, or did he not want to add her WeChat? Didn't he even have time to scan the code?
Meng, I'm sorry, I drank too much last night and overslept. As soon as the phone was connected, Lin Xinsho hurriedly said,
"It's okay, senior. Are you feeling better now?"
I heard that hangovers are very uncomfortable. Yi Mengxi's concerned tone made Lin Xinsho feel guilty.
"It's okay, where are you now? I'll come find you."
For Lin Xinsho, it was not just a promise to the girl, but also 500,000 and attribute points.
"Senior, I'm already on my way to the interview. You don't have to come over, just take a good rest."
Originally, Yi Mingxi hoped that Lin Xinsho could accompany her to the interview by subway, but now that she heard that Lin Xinsho was hungover, she didn't want him to bother and hoped that he would have a good rest.
"What nonsense are you talking about?
I must do what I promised you, and I have sobered up a long time ago." "Okay, listen to me, give me the address, and I will go directly to the door of the company to wait for you and go in with you," Lin Xinsho said righteously, not allowing Yi Mingxi to refuse.
Yi Mingxi was delighted and touched when she heard this.
She immediately sent the address to Lin Xinsho after hanging up the phone. After receiving the address, Lin Xinsho rushed to the subway station without stopping. In the subway, he saw a bank message on his mobile phone. "Dear customer, your Shanghai bank card with the last number 9527 has received a transfer of 100,000 yuan, and the balance is 100,003 yuan.
Huh?
Lin Xinsho looked at this message in surprise.
Could it be that a fraud company is trying to defraud me of my remaining 3 yuan?
What I miss is the ringing of the phone, with a strange number from Shanghai.
Hello, who is this? Chapter 10, Touching Porcelain. It's me, Wenru Xue.
The slightly depressed response from the other end of the phone reminded Lin Qinshu that he seemed to want to add her as a friend just now, but he ran away in a hurry without adding her.
Ahem. I just had something urgent to do, so I left first. The fact that you can get through to me means you have my number. My WeChat number is also this number. Please add it.
Lin Qinshu coughed twice in embarrassment.
I have added it, but you didn't accept it. Let's not talk about this.
I just transferred 100,000 yuan to your account in Shanghai Bank.
Did you receive it?
Lin Qinshu was a little surprised.
Why did he transfer money to me? Didn't he say that the funds in the bar account were just enough?
I told him last night that the working capital in the bar cannot be moved.
He didn't understand why Wenru Xue transferred money to him for no reason today. Pao Xue has enough funds.
I took out this money before you bought the bar.
It can be considered that I did something unfair.
Since I still have a share in Pao Xue and my difficulties have been temporarily solved, then this 100,000 yuan can be regarded as the funds for purchasing the 30% shares of Pao Xue. After saying this, he hung up the phone without waiting for Lin Qinshu's response.
In fact, the 100,000 yuan was Wenru Xue's own money.
After seeing that Lin Qinshu had insufficient balance last night, she gave the money to him in this way. She was betting that something had happened to Lin Qinshu, such as his bank card being frozen by his family, or that Lin Qinshu had another card that was not linked to his mobile phone, so he could not pay the several dozen dollars for the taxi fare. Her 100,000 yuan might be able to help Lin Qinshu in need, and she was also betting that Lin Qinshu was a descendant of a family more powerful than the Wen family. Besides, Pao Xue now had 30% of the shares, and she could earn back the 100,000 yuan in no time. No matter how you look at it, the 100,000 yuan is worth it, and Lin Qinshu can accept it comfortably. On the other side, Lin Qinshu was already ecstatic. He was not as arrogant as Wenru Xue imagined.
100,000 yuan.
He had never had so much money at once in his life. He didn't expect Pao Xue Bar to create money for him so quickly. He thought it would take a month or two to share the money. It seems that it was the right decision to spend 30% of the shares to keep Wenru Xue last night. Given his age and social experience, if he were to run Pao Xue, it would close down in no time. Now that he had money, he could finally spend lavishly. Lin Qinshu looked at the address Yi Mingxi sent him, which happened to be near IFC. His Pagani Zonda was also in the basement of IFC, so he could drive out to refuel.
Yi Mingxi had just left school, and he was almost there.
He would have to wait at least another hour for her, so he would drive out and refuel first. When the car drove out of the underground parking lot of Guojin, the parking fee was more than 100 yuan.
It was indeed an expensive parking fee.
In total, it was not enough to park for a full day. After paying the parking fee, Lin Qinshu's 6-digit balance instantly dropped to 5 digits. He drove to a nearby gas station and filled up the tank, then drove to the place where he had agreed to meet Yi Mingxi. When passing a road that deviated from the main road, he suddenly found that the road ahead was blocked, and a group of people gathered there, as if something had happened.
Ding!
A beautiful woman with a beauty score of over 90 points has been detected in front of the host. Option 1, the other party seems to be in trouble. Go over and help the beauty solve the problem, and you will be rewarded with ownership of the Jinmao building.
Option 2, honk the horn like crazy, drive away, and get a reward of 3,000 yuan. Damn, who are you looking down on with that 3,000 yuan?
This mission is obviously to deliver a building to him. Lin Qinshu parked the car in the back, got out and walked into the crowd.
Jinmao building is a Class A office building. It just so happened that the MCN company that Yi Mingxi was going to was in the Jinmao building. If he could get that building, the rent collected every year would be enough for him to have food and clothing, right?
The system arranged for him to reach the peak of his life so quickly, and the days of collecting rent were a life that everyone envied. Lin Qinshu squeezed into the crowd and saw a woman in a striped business suit standing in front of a Porsche Taycan. She was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and looked so helpless. She looked like a capable queen, but she seemed a little hesitant and anxious because of what was happening. The right side of the Porsche Taycan hit a stone pillar. Although the damage was not serious, it was unable to continue driving. On the left side of the car, a woman in her 60s was sitting on the ground crying and shouting, and there was a sturdy young man next to her.
Ding!
A beauty with a beauty score of over 90 has been detected.
Name, Chen Jie. Value, 92. Age, 25. Height, 168. Bust, 36C.
Favorability, 0 inch. You bitch, I hit my mom, you can't leave unless you pay me. You have to go back with us and take care of my mom for a few days. The sturdy man next to the old woman said viciously, and there was a wolf-like green light in his eyes. Obviously, seeing that the other woman was so beautiful, he had other thoughts. The old woman who was crying on the ground heard that they were going to take the other person back, which was obviously different from the plan, and she pinched the strong man's calf without saying a word.
I didn't hit her.
I hit the stone pillar to avoid her. She came over and lay in front of my car and said I hit her.
Can you help me call the police?
Let the police handle it.
Chen Jie's face flushed red.
The person in front of her was a scammer who suddenly rushed out from the roadside.
At first, she was lucky that she reacted quickly and didn't hit anyone.
But when she hit the stone pillar, the old woman slowly walked to the front of the car and sat down.
The next second, she started crying.
The sturdy man quickly rushed to the front of the car, holding an iron rod, and smashed the dashcam inside the car from the side. The broken glass blocked the dashcam's video. Then he walked up to Chen Jie and said that she had hit his mother and asked Chen Jie to pay compensation.
Chen Jie was furious. She watched the other person walk to the front of the car and lie down.
Now someone came out and smashed her car. Of course, she didn't want to be blackmailed like this, so she took out her phone and prepared to call the police. The sturdy man stepped forward quickly and slapped Chen Jie's phone away. After the phone fell to the ground, the sturdy man stepped forward and stomped on it twice, making it impossible for Chen Jie to even call the police. She looked helpless. The people around were just there to watch the fun, and the sturdy man was looking around fiercely, so no one dared to take out their phones to call the police. Lin Qinqiu looked up and saw that this place was not monitored, and judging from the way the sturdy man smashed the dashcam as soon as he arrived, he was already a repeat offender. He smashed the dashcam not because he was afraid of being caught on camera, but because he was afraid that his appearance would be captured on camera. After he got the money from the extortion, the old woman with her face exposed could hide, and he could continue to be carefree outside.
Chapter 11. Be careful when you walk on the road at night.
Lin Qinqiu rolled his eyes slightly, retreated first, found a corner to call the police, and then saw a little boy sitting on the steps behind him with a drone in his hand, looking unhappy. It seemed that the child's mother was also crowded in the front to watch the fun.
Little boy, can you sell me this drone?
Lin Qinqiu came up with an idea and planned to buy the drone from the kid first.
This is a toy, do you want to play with it too? I'll lend it to you.
The kid handed him the drone and the remote control without hesitation. Lin Qinqiu couldn't help but sigh that this kid was really sensible, completely different from those naughty kids. Little boy, I might break your toy later, so you should sell it to me.
Then you can buy a new one.
After hesitating for a while, the little boy opened the QR code on his phone watch and scanned 2,000 yuan. Because he didn't know how much the drone cost, 2,000 yuan should be enough to buy one.
Little friend, in 2 minutes, can you help your brother fly this drone over the crowd?
Lin Qinqiu suddenly remembered that he didn't know how to use this thing. If he waited until he learned how to use it, it would be too late.
The little boy nodded.
Although he didn't understand what the big brother in front of him was going to do, he could still help easily since it was just playing with the drone. After making an agreement with the little boy, Lin Qinqiu once again got into the crowd. At this time, Chen Jie also planned to compromise. There were so many people watching around, but no one was willing to help her.
They were just watching the fun.
If she wanted to get out of the current predicament, she could only spend money to avoid disaster. Chen Jie bit her lip and asked, "How much do you want?" When the sturdy man heard Chen Jie ask this, a smile of success appeared on his face. "I have already said that you should pay 300,000 yuan, and then go back with us and take care of my mother for 3 days, and everything will be fine." Chen Jie heard this, and her face was instantly replaced by anger.
You are dreaming.
The other party obviously has bad intentions. If I go back with them, I don't know where I will appear in a few days.
Damn, if you don't accept my toast, you'll have to drink a penalty.
The strong man slapped Chen Jie in the face. Chen Jie saw the hand getting closer and closer, and instinctively closed her eyes.
Snap.
A hand stretched out from Chen Jie's side and grabbed the strong man's wrist.
What? Blackmail failed, so you want to use force? A faint voice sounded beside Chen Jie.
Chen Jie opened her eyes and looked at the man beside her. She felt relieved and excited at the same time.
Finally, someone was willing to come out and help her.
After Lin Qinshu grabbed the sturdy man's wrist, he tried to pull it out, but found that the other party's strength was equal to his.
Where did this yellow-haired boy come from? He has watched too many TV dramas, so he wants to learn how to be a hero and save a beautiful girl?
The strong man slapped Lin Qinshu with his other hand. Lin Qinshu released his wrist and pushed forward, pushing the strong man back 2 steps. If I hadn't added some strength attribute points last night, I really wouldn't be a match for this strong man. Judging from the power confrontation just now, this strong man's strength must be 7, and even 7 or more. The sturdy man also felt that the person in front of him was no simple man. He looked like a yellow-haired boy, but his strength was comparable to his. A flash of hostility in his eyes said viciously, "Boy, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business, otherwise if something happens to you on the road in the future, don't blame me for my nice tone." Lin Qinshu smiled disdainfully.
In broad daylight, they are trying to blackmail and kidnap people. They are really lawless.
I have called the police.
They will be here soon.
The sturdy man's face changed. Suddenly, a drone flew over their heads and landed. Lin Qinshu pointed at the drone.
Did you see it? This is the latest equipment of the police station, a drone.
It has a camera that can record the people and the situation at the scene before the police arrive. You smashed the car just now because you were afraid that the recorder inside would capture you.
There is a record of the fraud, and now there will be a record of the extortion soon.
Lin Qinshu had a half smile on his face. The sturdy man's face changed drastically. The reason he smashed the car window was because he was a fugitive. If he was photographed, he would be quickly locked onto by the police's Sky Eye system. If he did not expose himself, it would not be easy for the police to find him. The sturdy man quickly covered his face with his hands and stared at Lin Qinshu fiercely. "I'll remember you. Be careful when you walk at night in the future." After that, he covered his face with one hand and ran out quickly. Seeing this, the old woman who was in the same group also quickly got up and left. After the strong man and the old woman left, the crowd of onlookers also dispersed. The little boy walked up to Lin Qinshu and handed him the drone. "You keep it, let's keep this as our secret, don't tell anyone." When the little boy wanted to say something, he was pulled away by his mother. His mother was also one of the onlookers. She looked for her son after the crowd dispersed. When she saw her son talking to Lin Qinshu, she ran over and pulled him away. She had heard the harsh words that the burly man had just said and was afraid that she would be implicated.
"Thank you, if it weren't for you, I don't know what would have happened today."
Chen Jia breathed a sigh of relief, and her clenched heart finally relaxed. Lin Qinshu then looked at the 92-point beauty in front of him. He didn't see her clearly from a distance just now, but now that he got closer, he could see that the beauty who could get a score of 92 from the system was indeed worthy of its reputation. No wonder the strong man not only wanted to rob her of money, but also wanted to rob her of her body. It's just a piece of cake. At this time, young people are rushing to work. Otherwise, no one would let such a beautiful girl be blackmailed. And I have indeed called the police. When the police come, you can tell them. Lin Qinshu smiled and turned to leave.
He still had to go to Jinmao building.
Although Chen Jia was indeed very beautiful, there was still 500,000 yuan waiting for him there. He didn't have the time to pick up girls now. When his financial strength improved, he would have all the beauties he wanted.
Chen Jia couldn't help but blush when she heard this.
Although many people praised her for her beauty, few people said she was beautiful so directly. Seeing Lin Qinshu turning around to leave, he quickly shouted, "Let's add each other's contact information. I'll treat you to a meal some other day to express my gratitude."
Lin Qinshu took out his mobile phone.
He didn't ask to add the other party's WeChat because he didn't want to give people the feeling of taking advantage of him.
Now that the other party asked to add WeChat, why the hell was he still pretending? "My name is Chen Jia."
After the two added each other as friends, Chen Jia extended her delicate hand to Lin Qinshu.
Lin Qinshu.
The two hands were clasped together. Before he could feel the soft hand, he heard the sirens not far away. He let go of Chen Jia's hand and walked towards his car. In Chen Jia's slightly surprised eyes, he got on the Pagani Zonda and drove away.
Chapter 12 Jinmao Building. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of saving the beauty.
The reward is the ownership of Jinmao Building.
Lin Qinshu, who was heading to the Jinmao Building, heard a system prompt in his mind. He was very excited to hear the news. He would live the life of a landlord in the future, playing here and there every day, and collecting rent at the beginning of the month.
This kind of life that everyone dreams of is about to come true.
Unconsciously, Lin Chincho had arrived at the gate of Jinmao building.
Although this was the MCN company with many internet celebrities and luxury cars, they were all eclipsed by Lin Chincho's Pagani Zonda. Who is this? Is this the new influencer signed by this influencer company?
No way, even though she looks good, she doesn't look like him in those cheap clothes. Yes, now internet celebrities have to package themselves, dress better than anyone else, and stand out.
Is he just an assistant? Driving for some internet celebrity?
Impossible, the live broadcast company above doesn't have anyone who can afford the car in front of them.
This is the Pagani Zonda, a limited edition model that you may not be able to buy even if you have money.
The people around saw Lin Chincho getting out of the car and were talking about it. Lin Chincho was so shocked that he couldn't speak after getting off the car. He was not a local of Shanghai. He knew that Jinmao building was very impressive, but he didn't expect it to be this building. He was very shocked all the way here, because he had entered the financial center of Shanghai. He had once said to his classmates that if he could find a job in this building in the future, he would have no regrets.
I didn't expect that the entire building has become his now. The rent collected from this Jinmao building can be over 1 billion per year. Lin Chincho tremblingly took out his cell phone from his pocket and carefully searched for information about the Jinmao building.
This is a building that has won an award for architectural structure and is also a landmark building in Shanghai. Not far behind Lin Chincho is Shanghai's Huangpu River.
Jinmao building is a building of a large group.
I don't know how the system transferred the ownership of this building to my name.
It's really a scam. Senior.
A call pulled Lin Chincho out of his thoughts, and Yi Mengshi came to Lin Chincho with a happy face.
Lin Chincho also put away the shock on his face and asked with a smile, "Are you not late for the interview?"
Yi Mengshi shook her head. "There is still half an hour left, so we can make it in time." The two walked into the Jinmao building hand in hand. The front lobby of the Jinmao building occupies 2 floors, making people feel insignificant when standing inside. Lin Chincho and Yi Mengshi came to the 17th floor.
The MCN company Yi Mengshi was going to interview was called Majin Media. It was said to be a medium-sized MCN company.
There were countless internet celebrities with millions of fans in the company, but only one with tens of millions.
The front desk lady took Yi Mengshi to the interview, and Lin Chincho was left at the front desk to wait.
Lin Chincho, who was bored, took out his mobile phone.
When he just got the ownership of Jinmao building, a call appeared in his mobile phone, Sun Ji.
He was the person in charge of the property management of Jinmao building. As for whether the other party knew him or not, the system had already arranged everything clearly, so Lin Chincho didn't have to worry about how to introduce himself.
"Mr. Lin, I'm glad to receive your call."
The moment Lin Chincho dialed the phone, the other party said happily.
"Manager Sun, I am on the 17th floor of Jinmao building. I am free now and would like to know more about it. Where are you? I will come to find you." Yi Mengshi's interview should not be so fast.
"I have seen many people with resumes coming in just now. I will take this opportunity to learn about Jinmao building and check whether it is time to collect the rent this year."
No, I dare not bother you, Mr. Lin. You are on the 17th floor, right? I will bring the information and report to you right away."
"Son," she said in panic. Lin Chincho let him do whatever he wanted. If he wanted to come, then let him come. He originally planned to send a message to Yi Mengshi and ask her to stay where she was and wait. But since Sun Ji was here, he didn't need to send a message to Yi Mengshi. Just as Lin Chincho put his phone in his pocket, Yi Mengshi rushed out with an angry look on her face, as if she had been wronged.
Meng, what happened?"
Lin Chincho was a little curious.
"Isn't the interview just to see if it can match the job? If you are compatible, you can do it. If not, you can't do it. Even if you really want this job, you should be disappointed if you are not selected, not angry."
Yi Mengshi took a few deep breaths, calmed down her anger, and shook her head at Lin Chincho.
"Senior, it's okay, let's go."
Lin Chincho obviously saw something was wrong and grabbed her wrist.
"What's going on?"
Lin Chincho's tone was serious. Yi Mengshi was famous for her good temper. To make her so angry, she must have been wronged.
The purpose of his trip was to prevent Yi Mengshi from being hurt or wronged. Otherwise, what would he do if he couldn't get the reward?
Yi Mengshi's eyes turned red, her mouth flattened, and she leaned her head on Lin Chincho's chest, telling him what happened during the interview.
The interviewer was Shang Xinyuan, the son of Shang Yuan, the boss of Majin Media.
The moment Shang Xinyuan saw Yi Mengxi, he was shocked by her beauty. Although he had seen her in the live broadcast, with the advanced beauty filters nowadays, no one knew whether the appearance on the internet was real or fake. Shang Xinyuan never expected that the woman in front of him was even more beautiful than the one he saw in the live broadcast room.
Shang Xinyuan immediately passed Yi Mengxi's interview.
Yi Mengxi was very happy at first, but she gradually realized that something was wrong. Shang Xinyuan looked at her with eyes that looked like he wanted to kill her. He had already left his seat and walked around her, asking her all sorts of questions. He even asked her if it was her first time, if she had a boyfriend, and if she had kissed before. Yi Mengxi felt a little scared, as she and Shang Xinyuan were the only ones in the interview office. She had already started to back out. Yi Mengxi's whole body tensed up, and she secretly decided that even if she passed the interview, she would not come here. Shang Xinyuan walked behind Yi Mengxi and bowed his head and said obscenely, "You must be tired after coming all the way here.
Let me give you a massage." Shang Xinyuan put his hand on Yi Mengxi's shoulder.
Yi Mengxi screamed like a frightened rabbit, pushed Shang Xinyuan away, and rushed out. After hearing everything, Lin Qinshou's face was filled with anger.
How dare someone bully Yi Mengxi under his nose?
You should know that Yi Mengxi asked him to accompany her just to prevent the situation in front of him from happening. His uncle could tolerate it, but his aunt could not.
Moreover, Lin Qinshou has already decided on Yi Mengxi as his woman. Now that he is suffering such humiliation, if he doesn't do something, is he still a man? Chapter 13. I'm afraid you can't bear it.
Lin Qinshou walked directly in the direction where Yi Mengxi had just run out. The lady at the front desk also heard the conversation between Yi Mengxi and Lin Qinshou. She didn't seem to be surprised at all, as if this was a common scene. She did not choose to stop Lin Qinshou, but directly picked up the phone at the front desk and dialed skillfully.
"Senior, I didn't suffer any loss, let's go.
I'll just not deal with this group of people in the future. After all, this is someone else's territory, and Yi Mengxi is worried that the impulsive Lin Qinshou will suffer a loss."
Meng Meng, if I don't help you out when you encounter something like this, then what's the point of me accompanying you here? With me here, no one can bully you.
Lin Qinshou pushed open the door of the HR department. I saw Shang Xinyuan inside putting his hand into the collar of an interviewee, while the interviewee's face turned red and she dared not say a word. Shang Xinyuan was startled by the person who suddenly pushed the door open.
Damn, didn't I tell you that no one can come in without permission when I'm interviewing? Which department are you from? Get out of here right now.
The person pushed the door so hard that he instantly collapsed. When the interviewee saw someone coming in, she quickly covered her face with her resume and ran out. She was also frightened by Shang Xinyuan, but she didn't have the courage to resist and could only sit there stupidly. Now someone rushed in to rescue her, and she was immediately relieved.
When he saw Yi Mengxi behind Lin Qinshou, Shang Xinyuan's mouth curled up a smile again. Did you figure it out so quickly? I thought you wouldn't come back to me until at least tomorrow. It seems that I overestimated you.
When Yi Mengxi ran out, he didn't chase her, but directly called the next interviewer to come in. Because in his opinion, becoming an internet celebrity or a star is what all women dream of, and Yi Mengxi is no exception. Sooner or later, she will come back to him, and then he will train her well.
Slap.
A loud slapping sound resounded throughout the office.
Shang Xinyuan was stunned, and Yi Mengxi covered her mouth with both hands, unable to believe it. You dare to hit me? I'll beat you to death.
Shang Xinyuan reacted and swung his fists at Lin Qinshou, but both fists were caught by Lin Qinshou at the same time.
You dare to touch my Meng Meng with these two pig's trotters, right? Forget it.
Lin Qinshou grabbed Shang Xinyuan's two fists and turned them outwards. There was a crackling sound of bones, followed by Shang Xinyuan's shrill scream. Although Shang Xinyuan was also a tall man of 1.8 meters, years of drinking and sex had already hollowed out his body.
How could he be a match for Lin Qinshou, who was in his prime?
Just now Lin Qinshou mentioned his Meng Meng, and Yi Mengxi blushed when she heard this, and was happy inside. But the next scene frightened her so much that her face turned pale, and Lin Qinshou directly broke the other person's hand. The receptionist outside the door rushed in with 4 security guards. They were the security guards from the Jinmao building. When they heard the conversation between Lin Qinshou and the other man, they knew something was going to happen, because this kind of thing happened frequently in their company, so they immediately called the security department. Who would have thought that he was still a step too late? The man in front of him didn't say much and beat Shang Xinyuan directly.
Ah, What the hell are you looking at? Beat this guy to death. I'll take responsibility if anything happens.
Shang Xinyuan screamed and cursed when he saw the front desk and the security guards came in and were indifferent. These security guards usually receive a lot of benefits from him, so every time the front desk calls the security department, this group of people come very actively. For security guards rolled up their sleeves and rushed forward.
Humph, I'm afraid you can't bear it, stop it. A middle-aged man snorted coldly and walked in from outside. The four security guards looked at the middle-aged man in front of them and hurriedly greeted Mr. Sun, "Why are you here? Just leave this matter to us. How can we let you make a trip?"
Hearing the security guard say this, Shang Xinyuan also thought that Sun Ji came to support him, and hurriedly said to Sun Ji while enduring the pain,
"Damn, this wild boy came from nowhere and broke my hand as soon as he came in.
Mr. Sun, don't worry about the impact on our Jinmao.
If he is crippled, it's my fault. I will definitely not have anything to do with Jinmao. Didn't you hear what I just said? You can't bear it."
Sun Ji walked up to Lin Qinsho and said respectfully, "Mr. Lin, I'm sorry for keeping you waiting for so long and letting you encounter this kind of thing." Sun Ji didn't care about the right or wrong of such things. In this Jinmao building, as long as Lin Qinsho did something, it was right.
Shock. Petrified.
The whole audience was silent. A person whom they looked up to was actually so respectful to a young boy. Yi Mingxi also looked at Lin Qinsho in surprise. Although he didn't know who Mr. Sun was, he looked higher than the others. And this person with the highest status in the audience was actually so respectful to the senior.
"Manager Sun, anyone can move into this Jinmao building. I am considering whether I should change the property management company next quarter,"
Lin Qinsho said coldly. Sun Ji's face changed drastically when he heard that, and a drop of sweat ran down his forehead.
The Jinmao building could generate tens of millions of profits for their property company every year.
If he was replaced like this, he would lose his job as the general manager and might even be held accountable.
"Mr. Lin is very sorry.
It was Sun Ji who failed to select the merchants to move in.
This matter will be handled by Sun Ji.
I hope Mr. Lin will give our property another chance." Sun Ji bowed at a 90-degree angle, and Lin Qinsho waved his hand impatiently. A middle-aged man also opened the door and walked in.
"What happened? Who hurt my son?"
He was meeting his mistress in the hotel on the 68th floor of Jinmao Tower. There were hotels on dozens of floors above Jinmao Tower. He had just taken the blue pill when the company's front desk called and said his son was beaten. Now he is not only angry in his stomach, but also angry all over his body. Shang Yuan looked around and discovered Sun Ji's presence, so he quickly trotted over to him.
"Hey, Mr. Sun, how come such a small matter alarmed you? They are just children who don't know anything. We will handle this matter well and will not bring shame to Jinmao building."
Shang Yuan thought that Sun Ji was afraid that they would make a big deal, so he came here specially.
"What's going on? Tell me."
Shang Yuan showed his fatherly authority and yelled at Shang Xinyuan.
"Dad, it was this kid who slapped me as soon as he came in and broke my hand. I want him to leave lying down."
Shang Xinyuan pointed his bent finger at Lin Qinsho.
"Humph. Boss Shang hasn't paid the rent for last quarter yet, right?"
Sun Ji suddenly snorted and asked. Shang Yuan was confused and didn't know why Sun Ji asked Mr. Sun this question.
"Didn't we already discuss this? I will pay the rent for last quarter and this quarter together. A big project has tied up my funds." Chapter 14 Yi Mingxi Falls.
Sun Ji smiled coldly.
"Tomorrow this quarter will end.
With the addition of last quarter, you already owe us 2 quarters' rent.
You have until tomorrow to pay the rent in full.
The contract has also expired.
You should move out. Jinmao building can't accommodate a big Buddha like you."
Shang Yuan was confused.
What was going on? Why did they suddenly chase him away?
However, Shang Yuan was also an old fox.
He guessed it immediately. It must be related to this incident. "Mr. Sun, is there any misunderstanding here?" Shang Yuan asked cautiously. "Misunderstanding?"
Sun Ji walked to Lin Qinsho, raised his hand and introduced him as Mr. Lin, the new boss of Jinmao building.
"If you offend Mr. Lin, you will be my enemy. Jinmao building no longer welcomes you. Pack up and get out. Oh, remember to pay the rent before you leave. And the 4 of you, go to the finance department to settle your wages. You don't need to come tomorrow. Mr. Lin, please come this way. Let's go to the office to talk. Shock. The whole audience was shocked. The four security guards didn't expect that they were fired just because they ran upstairs to answer a phone call and hadn't done anything. Shang Xingyuan looked in shock at the man who suddenly rushed in and beat him up. It turned out to be the new boss of Jinmao Building. Mr. Sun. Are you kidding? This young boy is the boss of Jinmao Building? Shang Xingyuan asked in disbelief. Sun Ji's face darkened. Just based on what you said, if you don't pay the rent and move out of here today, I will take compulsory measures. There is an unwritten rule in the lease contract of Jinmao Building. When the merchants infringe upon the interests of Jinmao Building, the property has the right to evict them without breaking the law. Lin Xinqiu ignored Sun Ji's way of handling the matter. He turned around and pulled Yi Mengxi, who was too shocked to speak, towards the door. Sun Ji hurriedly followed behind them. Slap. A slap sounded, causing Lin Xinqiu to turn his head curiously. Shang Yuan grabbed his son and beat him up, making Shang Xingyuan cry for his parents. It was the first time that Lin Xinqiu saw a father beat his son. The beating was so fierce that even a stool was lifted up and smashed on Shang Xingyuan. After beating him, Shang Yuan grabbed Shang Xingyuan and made him kneel down. Mr. Lin, I don't know where my son has offended you, but it must be my son's fault. Since I have already beaten him up, can Mr. Sun give him a few more days? Shang Yuan bent down. He knew that it was impossible for him to stay. He had not made any money from this media business in recent years. The father and son are both more lustful than each other. They have both set their sights on those internet celebrities. They set up this media company just to take advantage of them. Moreover, the money required to create an internet celebrity is a bottomless pit, and he can't come up with any money right now. Lin Xinqiu ignored him, turned around and pulled Yi Mengxi into the elevator. 3 days. The moment the elevator door closed, Lin Xinqiu's voice came out, and Shang Yuan instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Sun Ji took Lin Xinqiu to the 50th floor, which was the office of the former boss of Jinmao Building. Now it also belonged to Lin Xinqiu. However, it was useless for Lin Xinqiu, a student. After arriving at the 50th floor, Sun Ji took out a card and swiped the access control. The door slowly opened. Mr. Lin, this is your office and rest area. Normally, no one can come up. The door here has recorded your face and fingerprint in advance. You only need to use your face to open this door. This entire floor is the office of the boss of Jinmao Building. The boss's office is nearly 3,000 square meters, and Lin Xinqiu feels it is a bit luxurious. He wonders if he should consider vacating this floor and renting it out. After entering the gate, Sun Ji led Lin Xinqiu and the others on a tour. Although this place was called an office, it was actually more like a large private club, with a restaurant, a conference room, an entertainment area, a lounge, and an indoor golf area. The office only took up a small part of it. This place is more prosperous than many of the rich people's manor villas. It is called an office, but in fact it is a private club for receiving important people. There is even a wine cellar in this office, where all kinds of famous wines are placed. This makes Lin Xinqiu amazed. It would be a huge sum of money if these famous wines were sold. There is also a tea cabinet and a cigarette cabinet in the office, which are filled with all kinds of famous teas and famous cigarettes. Even Lin Xinqiu, who doesn't drink tea or smoke much, feels happy when he sees these things. Senior, I didn't expect you to be so amazing. This Jinmao Building is actually yours. Yi Mengxi has finally recovered from the shock she had felt downstairs. Lin Xinqiu smiled and leaned close to her ear and whispered, "You are the only one who knows about this. Let's keep it as a secret between us, okay?" Yi Mengxi blushed as Lin Xinqiu leaned too close to her, and nodded, saying firmly, "I won't tell anyone. This is a secret between us." Lin Xinqiu stood up for her just now, which already moved her deeply. She had always had a filter when she looked at Lin Xinqiu, and now there were a few more points, and her favorability instantly exploded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of accompanying Yi Mengxi to the interview at Jinmao Building. Reward attribute point +1, reward cash 500,000 yuan, which has been transferred to the host's Modu bank card in a reasonable way. Dear customer, your Shanghai Modu bank card with the last number 9527 has received a transfer of 500,000 yuan, and the balance is 599,053 yuan. The system prompt sounded along with the phone prompt sound. Lin Xinqiu, who had only 3 yuan in his bank card 2 hours ago, suddenly had a huge sum of 600,000 yuan. Ding!
Yi Mingxi, whose appearance is over 90 points, has a 90-point favorability towards the host and will never leave her. Since the host has been favored by a beauty with a beauty score of more than 90 points for the first time, I will reward you with 1 point increase in all attributes. After the host allows, you can increase the attribute points. Do you want to increase it now? Don't upgrade yet, I'll talk about it later when I go back. Lin Qinshu shouted in his heart. He didn't expect Yi Mingxi to fall so easily. However, Yi Mingxi had a crush on him. After today's operation, it was not surprising that she was completely in love with him. Sun Shi brought Lin Qinshu to the office and took the initiative to sit at the tea table to make tea. Mr. Lin, I dare to sit in your position and make a pot of good tea for you. Sun Ji showed a flattering smile on his face. Although Sun Ji had been to this place before, he had never touched anything. This was his first time sitting down here. Manager Sun, please feel free to make yourself comfortable. Don't be so formal. I don't know how to make tea, so I can only trouble Manager Sun to make a pot of good tea for me. Lin Qinshu sat down at the guest seat. Chapter 15. Do you also work in this place? Yi Mingxi was very curious about everything in here, so she didn't sit down, and Lin Qinshu allowed her to walk around freely. After all, she is the first person whose favorability rating towards me has exceeded 90. I don't know if the first person who the system refers to as having a favorability rating of over 90 refers to the one with a face value of over 90, or the first one among all girls. If it was the latter, then Lin Qinshu would be in tears. After being with He for so many years, He's favorability towards him had never exceeded 90. Ding! After system scanning, Yi Mingxi is the first woman whose favorability to the host exceeds 90, regardless of her appearance score. Damn, this is a shit system, it's really frustrating. Lin Qinshu came back to his senses and said to Sun Ji, Boss Sun, I just said it in anger. I hope you don't take it to heart. But our Jinmao building should really examine the cultural image of the companies that move in. As a landmark of the Magic City, the Jinmao building is not only an office building in the financial center, it also represents the image of the Magic City. Lin Qinshu first took back his words about changing the property, and then put pressure on Sun Ji again, telling him not to think that he was young and knew nothing and could do whatever he wanted. When Sun Ji heard this, his hands that were pouring tea trembled and cold sweat flowed down his forehead again. He knew that Lin Qinshu was trying to warn him. Even though the man in front of him looked young, his methods were comparable to those of many big bosses. Mr. Lin, it was my negligence. I heard about some of the activities of MOG Media earlier. The father and son set up a media company just to sleep with internet celebrities. But no one came to make trouble, so I can't drive them out just because of these rumors. Mr. Lin, don't worry, I will definitely identify these people in the future. After Sun Ji finished speaking, he quickly handed a stack of documents to Mr. Lin Qinshu. These are all the tenants' information of Jinmao Building. The rent of Jinmao Building is collected quarterly. Tomorrow is the time to collect the rent of the next quarter. Please provide your bank card number and I will transfer the rent to you. Lin Qinshu, who was originally looking through the documents, suddenly flashed a trace of excitement in his eyes and wrote down his card number of Modubank. After the two chatted for a while at the tea table, Lin Qinshu planned to leave because Yi Mingxi had an elective class to attend in the evening. Sun Ji originally planned to ask the chef from the hotel upstairs to come down and cook a meal, but now he has to give up. Lin Qinshu took a few cigarettes from the cigarette cabinet. These are useful things, it would be a waste to leave them here. Mr. Lin, what is your license plate number? I will let the system record it and then get you a dedicated parking space. Sun Ji is worthy of being the property manager of Jinmao Building. He can handle these trivial details clearly. After Sun Ji said this, Lin Qinshu remembered that he had not even checked the license plate. He quickly took out his phone to check the photos he had taken before. The license plate clearly read Magic A10000. When Lin Qinshu saw the license plate, he was stunned. It was such a neat license plate number. The license plate number alone must be worth a lot of money. When Sun Ji saw the license plate number, he respected Lin Qinshu even more. In Shanghai, if you want to have such a good license plate number, you need more than just money. From the license plate, you can tell that the new owner of Jinmao Building is not a simple person. Lin Qinshu and his companions came to the lobby on the first floor accompanied by Sun Ji. Just as they were about to say goodbye, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind. Boss Sun, I called you but you didn't answer. So you are here. When Lin Qinshu saw the person coming, he was stunned for a moment, because the person who called Sun Ji was Chen Jia, whom he met on the way here.
Hey, Mr. Lin, you are here too. Are you also working in this place?
Chen Jia was a little surprised, and his eyes glanced at Yi Mingxi beside him without leaving a trace. Lin Qinshu nodded and smiled, but did not answer.
Mr. Chen, what's the matter?
Originally, Sun Ji wanted Chen Jia to talk later, but now that he saw that Chen Jia knew Lin Qinshu, it was different.
Oh, it's the one I told you before. We plan to expand the office space. Didn't you say before that there is no extra space? Now I heard that Emojin Media on the 17th floor is moving away. I want to ask if you can rent it to me.
Chen Jia also heard about the Emojin Media on the 17th floor. It is said that they offended an important person, so they were driven away. Jinmao Building has never been troubled by the lack of rentals, so when she heard the news, she kept contacting Sun Ji. She also runs a media company, and if Majin Media moved out, it would be a ready-made office space for her, saving even the decoration. However, Sun Ji was entertaining Lin Qinshu and did not answer any calls. Upon hearing this, Sun Ji glanced at Lin Qinshu. Lin Qinshu said, "Manager Sun, don't worry about me, just follow the normal process."
Ms. Chen, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After that, he and Yi Mingxi walked out of the hall. Chen Jie asked Sun Ji in confusion, "Mr. Sun, is this Mr. Lin also a tenant of our Jinmao building? What did he mean by that just now?"
Sun Ji looked at Chen Jie and said with a smile, "It seems that Mr. Chen and Mr. Lin are not very familiar with each other. Otherwise, you don't need to come to me to rent the 17th floor." Chen Jie was even more confused.
Who else should she look for if not you? Aren't you the manager of Jinmao building?
Sun Ji laughed loudly.
Mr. Lin is the new boss of Jinmao building. He has the final say over the entire building. All the rent you pay is for him.
You know Mr. Lin, so you can just go to him directly.
But now you have found me.
Since you know Mr. Lin, I will rent the 17th floor to you first.
I will have someone send the contract to you later.
After saying that, Sun Ji turned around and left. Chen Jie was petrified on the spot.
She originally thought that seeing Lin Qinshu driving a sports car was just a rich second generation.
Unexpectedly, Sun Ji told her that the entire Jinmao building belonged to Lin Qinshu.
Chen Jia couldn't help but feel curious about Lin Qinshu. Jinmao building was originally a building of a large group.
Normally speaking, if that group was going to the point of selling Jinmao building, it would mean that the group was not far from bankruptcy. But I haven't heard any negative news about that big group recently. And the little girl next to Lin Qinshu just now seemed a little familiar. I wonder if she is his girlfriend. Chen Jie walked into the elevator while thinking, completely unaware that she had become extremely curious about Lin Qinshu.
When a woman is curious about a man, that is the beginning of her fall.
Yi Mingxi, who was in the car, looked a little lonely. Not only did Chen Jie see her, she also saw Chen Jie's beautiful appearance.
Now that my favorite senior has become so outstanding, won't there be a lot of people who like him in the future? Meng, what are you thinking about?
Lin Qinshu saw that she was absent-minded, but he couldn't guess why Yi Mingxi was like this.
Chapter 16. Many people will like it, including me.
Yi Mingxi came back to her senses and smiled at Lin Qinshu, Senior. That sister just now was so beautiful.
Is she your friend? Oh, I met her on the road this morning.
She was hit by a scammer and I happened to pass by, so I helped her out. I only knew her name was Chen Jia, and nothing else. Lin Qinshu now roughly guessed the reason why Yi Mingxi was so distracted. It turned out that she was jealous. It was the first time for him to have a woman be jealous of him. He felt very happy. Thinking back to the past, even if he got close to a girl, he would not even ask.
Meng, I have called you Meng for several years. Why are you still so formal in calling me senior? Yi Mingxi's pretty face turned slightly red.
Although the name senior did not sound that friendly, Yi Mingxi only called Lin Qinshu senior. She called other seniors brothers. This was also her little secret. But she didn't plan to let Lin Qinshu know this little secret. So I will call you Brother Qinshu from now on. Lin Qinshu's forehead was filled with black lines, as calling him that turned him into a beastly brother.
No, just call me Brother Qin, or Brother Shou. This way we can be closer. Yi Mingxi chuckled. She did it on purpose just now.
So just call him Brother Qin.
Brother Qin is good. He. Yi Mingxi saw the smirk on Lin Qinshu's face and immediately reacted. Oh, you are so annoying, senior.
Yi Mingxi covered her slightly red cheeks. She was in a daze when she got in the car just now, but now she has come to her senses and seen the luxurious decoration inside the car. "Brother Show, your car is very expensive."
"This is my first time riding in a sports car." Yi Mingxi touched it left and right.
Her family runs a small business and her father has a BMW, but compared with the car in front of her, it seems that there is no comparison. It seems to be more than 20 million.
"I don't know the exact amount. Someone gave it to me."
What Lin Qinshu said was correct. This was a gift from the system after he completed the task.
"Brother Show, I didn't expect you to be a rich second generation. Why were you so low-key in school before?
By the way, your girlfriend will regret breaking up with you after knowing that you were so rich." Last night, she was secretly delighted when she heard that Lin Qinshu was single again. After becoming single, Lin Qinshu also meant that her secret love could turn into an open love. Lin Qinshu showed a bitter smile on his face.
She didn't know. Forget it, it's not meant to be. I can see her clearly.
After the breakup, his mind was clear, and he recalled the past and knew that he had never loved him at all. Yi Mingxi stretched out her little hand and placed it on Lin Qinshu's right hand that was holding the gear lever.
"Brother Show, don't be sad. It's that woman who is unlucky. There will be better ones in the future.
You are such a good person with such good conditions.
There will definitely be many people who like you." "A lot of people? Including you?"
Lin Qinshu looked at her with a smirk on his face. He had already obtained Yi Mingxi's favorability score from the system, just like he had opened his third eye while playing a game.
Yi Mingxi's pretty face suddenly turned red, and the soft hand on Lin Qinshu's right hand was instantly retracted, grabbing the corner of her clothes and saying, "I don't know, senior, you were so bad."
Lin Qinshu smiled and thought it was fine to this extent.
If he was too eager for success, Yi Mingxi might feel that he was a scumbag.
If his favorability dropped, he would lose a lot.
"Meng Meng, you have so many suitors around you, why did you ask me to accompany you for the interview?"
Lin Qinshu asked the question he wanted to ask since he saw Yi Mingxi last night. Logically speaking, apart from being a little tall, he should be very ordinary in other aspects.
Even the system only gave him an attribute score of 6,666.
How could he have the virtue to win the heart of a school belle with a beauty score of over 90 points?
"It's because you didn't pursue me."
Yi Mingxi winked at him playfully. Lin Qinshu chuckled twice. He was not a fickle person. After he got involved with He would not even look at other girls, let alone have any other thoughts. In He's words, he is an honest man. But today, he is no longer an honest man.
Being honest will only lead to being bullied at will.
From today on, Lin Qinshu will become a sea king, no longer stop for a tree, and develop a forest.
"I am from Shanchang. I have never left my parents since I was a child.
Coming to Shanghai to study at university is the first time I have left my parents to live.
After arriving at school, I was confused and at a loss.
At this time, the senior was like a ray of light, leading me to adapt to school life. He was also worried that I would not adapt, so he took me out for a month to get familiar with every corner of the campus." Yi Mingxi looked at Lin Qinshu who was driving, with a hint of affection in his eyes. Lin Qinshu suddenly realized that it was because she met him in a new environment that she became somewhat dependent on him. It was not because of his charm, but because he accidentally took advantage of a girl when she was at her most vulnerable.
But this also answered a question in his mind. At least he knew why Yi Mingxi had a crush on him.
Lin Qinshu drove his car and stopped at the school gate. At this time, the campus security guard Uncle Wang came forward and said that students were not allowed to drive into the campus at will and needed to apply for registration.
"Lin, where did you get this sports car? It's so cool."
After the car window rolled down, Uncle Wang was a little surprised to see the person driving inside. Lin Qinshu was quite familiar with the security uncle and often invited him to drink beer. Lin Qinshu took out the cigarette he had just taken from Jinmao building from the car and handed it to Uncle Wang.
"Uncle Wang, I just bought a new car, can you help me register it?"
Uncle Wang's eyes widened when he saw the two white Hetan bicycles that Lin Qinshu handed to him.
"Ahem. Registration is a small problem. Just drive in and I'll give you the access card tomorrow. Don't buy cigarettes this expensive next time,"
Uncle Wang said as he took the 2 packs of cigarettes Lin Qinshu had in his arms.
After Lin Qinshu left, Uncle Wang looked around to see if anyone had seen him.
There were more than one security guard here, and he was reluctant to share such good cigarettes with others.
"Hey, I was so busy looking at the cigarettes that I didn't even see who the girl in Lin's car was," Uncle Wang murmured. A Pagani Zonda shuttled through Jiaotong University, attracting the attention of countless people. Lin Xinshu parked the car downstairs of the girls' dormitory. Thank you for accompanying me to the interview today. Although the interview failed, I am still very happy.
When Yi Mingxi was about to open the car door, she turned back and said that many people would like a good person like Brother Shou, including me. As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Mingxi leaned over to Lin Xinshu's face and kissed him, then quickly got out of the car and ran back to the dormitory. Lin Xinshu was also stunned by this sudden attack for a few seconds, and then a smile appeared unconsciously on his lips.
He stepped on the accelerator and left the girls' dormitory. Chapter 17 Basic Properties of Skyrocketing.
After parking the car in the dormitory parking area, Lin Xinshu walked back to the dormitory on foot.
There are countless students who drive to Jiaotong University, so the school has specially designated parking areas for students to park.
After all, this is Shanghai, and the last thing it lacks is rich second generations.
Lin Xinshu walked back to the dormitory and found that no one was in the dormitory. Suddenly he remembered that today was Friday.
Xia Lu took his girlfriend Guan Yan out to play, Fan Jianxiang went out to meet his friends, and Li Wuqi went out to work. In this dormitory, only Li Wuqi's family conditions are slightly worse. Xia Lu is a rich second generation, while Lin Xinshu and Fan Jianxiang are relatively better off.
They are not poor, but they are not rich either.
I had made a little money and wanted to take my brothers out to have some fun, but they were all gone. Lying on the bed, Lin Xinshu suddenly remembered that he still had some unused attribute points.
He quickly opened the system character panel. Host, Lin Xinshu. Strength, 7. Constitution, 6. Spirit, 6. Charisma, 6.
The highest attribute of ordinary people is 10, and the host has a normal value among ordinary people.
Car, Pagani Zonda. Luxury house, Yulu Villa unclaimed balance, 599,053 inch.
Except for the 1 point added to strength, the others are still 6 points. The system also has a point added to all attributes, which I have not used.
In addition, accompanying Yi Mingxi to the interview also adds 1 attribute point.
After thinking for a moment, Lin Xinshu decided to add that attribute to his physique.
Only when the physique is strong can the others be strong. System, use all attribute points, and add the extra point to Constitution. Ding! All attributes +1, physical attribute +1, the host has been helped to improve.
The improvement process is somewhat painful, the system will help the host enter a sleeping state. Before Lin Xinshu could react, the system shut down his computer and he fell asleep on the bed. When he opened his eyes again, it was already the next morning. Lin Xinshu raised his hand and found that his body was sticky. After getting off the bed, he found that his whole body became very light. At the moment, Lin Xinshu had no time to check himself, as the dirt all over his body emitted a foul stench. After taking a shower, Lin Xinshu threw away all the bedding and mattress on the bed. All the dirt had seeped in during sleep, and there would be a smell even if they were washed. Fortunately, he had the money to buy new ones. After doing all this, he opened the system panel to check.
Host, Lin Xinshu. Strength, 8. Constitution, 8. Spirit, 7. Charisma, 7.
The highest attribute of ordinary people is 10, and the host has a normal value among ordinary people.
Car, Pagani Zonda. Luxury house, Yulu Villa not claimed. Balance, 599,053.
Physical fitness and strength are both 8, spirit and charm are only 7. Lin Xinshu swung his fist, and there was even a sound of wind. With his current physical fitness, he should have reached the standard of a special forces soldier. If he encounters Li Tianzong's group again, even if he doesn't have Ip Man, he can deal with most of them. Lin Xinshu looked in the mirror and found that his abdominal muscles, which were originally 1 piece, were now divided into 8 pieces. He also seemed to look much better. The increase in charm had a significant effect. Lin Xinshu picked up his phone and found several messages on it.
Yi Mingxi, Brother Shou, actually I only call you senior.
Yi Mingxi, Brother Shou, I will still call you senior from now on.
I think it is more intimate. Yi Mingxi, senior, are you busy? Yi Mingxi, senior, is my love for you causing you trouble?
If so, I can continue to put away my feelings.
Yi Mingxi, senior, I'm sorry.
I shouldn't have kissed you and confessed to you.
Can you please stop ignoring me?
The time span of the messages was from afternoon to early morning. It seemed that I didn't reply to the messages, which made this girl think too much. Lin Qinshu, Meng Meng, I'm sorry, I fell asleep right after I came back yesterday afternoon.
I just woke up, silly, how can your love be a problem? I'm so happy.
As soon as the message was sent and Lin Qinshu was about to exit to check other messages, Yi Mingxi's reply came.
Yi Mingxi, that's great. I thought Senior would ignore me from now on. Woohoo!
I didn't sleep all night just to wait for Senior's news.
So does Senior accept me now?
Lin Qinshu was a little surprised.
Is this the woman whose favorability reaches 90?
She actually stayed up all night just because he didn't reply to her message. This made his vanity explode instantly. Lin Qinshu, go to sleep first.
When you wake up, I will tell you in person.
I don't have the habit of expressing my feelings on WeChat.
Yi Mingxi, okay, I'll go to sleep now.
When I wake up, I'll send a message to my senior. Lin Qinshu exited the chat page with Yi Mingxi and saw that Chen Jie also sent him a message, saying that she was thanking him and that because of him, Sun Ji had priority in renting the 17th floor of Jinma building to her, and asked Lin Qinshu if he had time for dinner in the evening. Lin Qinshu replied that he was busy and said nothing more. Although it was a date with a beautiful woman, he thought that he should have a date with Yi Mingxi at night. No matter how long he slept, Yi Mingxi should wake up at night. He should eat this thing in his mouth first, and then go to develop his downline. Chen Jia, who had just arrived at the company, looked unhappy after seeing Lin Qinshu's message. After all, this was the first time I asked a guy out for dinner. I was rejected so cleanly, without even explaining why I was not free. I typed so many words, but in the end I only replied to her with 2 words. If it were any other man, he would definitely give a lot of explanations about why he is busy.
No.
If it were any other man, he would never reject her.
Lin Qinshu, I will make you regret rejecting me.
Lin Qinshu didn't know that the 2 words he casually replied had already aroused Chen Jia's desire to win. Chen Jia was now not only curious about Lin Qinshu, but her proud desire to win was also aroused. Lin Qinshu, who was staying in the dormitory, didn't know about these things. He transferred the 600,000 yuan yesterday and was planning to transfer some money to his parents. Lin Qinshu thought about it and decided to transfer 100,000 yuan back home first.
If he transferred too much, his family would not dare to accept it.
He would have to explain for a long time just for this 100,000 yuan. He took out his mobile phone and operated it, and a limit interface popped up. The daily limit of his Shanghai bank card was 10,000 yuan.
Damn, what a humiliation this is for a future super rich man like him. It seems that he has to go to the Magic City Bank today to deal with this limit issue. After going to the bank, he still has to go to collect the house and live in the new house on the weekend. Lin Qinshu changed his clothes and found that they were a bit tight. The improvement in his physique had turned his fat into tendon meat, so his clothes could no longer fit him. Chapter 18 Meeting Chen Shanshan again. He had to buy some new clothes.
He took the car keys to the parking lot and found many students standing around his car taking pictures.
Wow! It's actually a Pagani Zonda, a legendary car.
Only 100 of these luxury sports cars were made.
Each one costs 25 million.
Although there is no shortage of rich second generations in our school, there shouldn't be many who can drive a sports car worth more than 20 million yuan.
That's just what you don't know.
What Shanghai lacks the least is rich people.
There are not many Pagani Zondas in China.
If I could drive one for a few laps, I would call the owner my godfather.
You're dreaming. You want to call him dad? He won't even look down on you as such a wretched son. Excuse me.
This group of students surrounded Lin Qinshu's car, and it was difficult for him to squeeze in.
Are you here to admire the car? Didn't you see that we have to queue up?
I got there first, why should I give it to you?
A bystander stood up and stopped him from entering.
Lin Qinshu reluctantly took out his car key and pressed it.
You are blocking my car. Shock. Petrified. I thought the car owner was a handsome, rich second-generation man with his own aura.
It turned out to be an ordinary student with plain appearance. Although he was not ugly, he did not look like a rich person at all.
He was far from the impression they had of a rich second generation.
Lin Qinshu ignored their shock, pulled away the students who were blocking the road, got in the car and drove away. Lin Qin followed the navigation to the nearest Modu Bank. This place made him feel familiar. Suddenly he remembered that this was the place where he sent Chen Shanshan last time. He didn't know if Chen Shanshan had passed the interview. After Lin Qinshu parked the car, he walked into the Magic City Bank. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Chen Shanshan. Wearing the bank's black uniform, in front of her was a middle-aged woman who seemed to be Chen Shanshan's boss and was lecturing her.
Why do you think you were hired by us? Do you know how many students graduate from the University of Finance and Economics every year?
A lot of graduate students came to our bank for interviews, but they were all rejected.
Why were you hired? It's because you are beautiful. Your beauty is an advantage.
I asked you to meet with a client, but you dared to offend the client.
Don't you want to do this job?
The middle-aged woman scolded. Being scolded like that in the bank lobby, Chen Shanshan's face showed both aggrieved and unwillingness. This was Chen Shanshan's second day at work. On her first day, her boss assigned her the task of visiting. The person who came to petition was the son of a group. The moment the rich second generation saw Chen Shanshan, his eyes lit up and he said that he was willing to cooperate with all of Chen Shanshan's work. The inexperienced Chen Shanshan thought she was lucky to have met a client who was easy to talk to. However, when the other party put his dirty hand on her shoulder and said he wanted to take her to a hotel, she realized that he had bad intentions. She quickly stood up, slapped him in the face, and ran away. The boss of that group immediately called the Magic City Bank to complain about Chen Shanshan, and even threatened to withdraw the money and no longer cooperate with the Magic City Bank, which led to this scene. Li Xiao said that as long as you go there today and satisfy him with your attitude, he will designate you as his private bank. Then you can continue to work, and even if you have private banking customers, your salary will increase several times, and you will be able to become a regular employee immediately. Think about it carefully, is your insignificant things more important, or is having a better material life more important?
The middle-aged woman snorted coldly and turned into the office. Ding!
It is detected that the beauties with a beauty score higher than 90 are in trouble. Option 1, ignore it and let the beauty fall into the tiger's mouth, and you will be rewarded with 10 million cash. Option 2, become Chen Shanshan's private bank, help her complete the savings performance, and successfully get promoted and get a raise. Reward 1 billion dubi, and reward the super rich and powerful Lamborghini Poison. Lin Qinshu, who was standing at the door of the bank watching the excitement, was startled by the sudden task reminder sound. Looking carefully at the tasks on the panel, he felt that he wanted both of them very much. What he lacked most at the moment was cash. As long as he did nothing, he could get 10 million. If he helped Chen Shanshan, he could get 1 billion dubi, but dubi was useless to him who didn't watch live broadcasts much, unless he found someone to join forces with him and give him crazy rewards to convert the money. There was also a Lamborghini Veneno, which was a little redundant for him.
His Pagani Zonda hasn't even driven 100 kilometers yet, and he got a new car.
He also heard that Duyo was a luxury car worth 100 million yuan, and he would rather have the 100 million yuan turned into cash, so that he can have real wealth in his pocket. After thinking for a moment, Lin Qinshu decided to choose the second option. The results of both options were beneficial to him, but he couldn't bear to see a beautiful woman fall into the mouth of a tiger. How could he give up such a beautiful girl? Lin Qinshu walked behind Chen Shanshan and said, "Hello, I want to ask, do I need a number to increase my credit card limit?" Lin Qinshu pretended to ask. After all, Chen Shanshan had a low impression of him, and if he didn't meet her by chance, his subsequent plans would not be able to proceed. Chen Shanshan quickly wiped the tears of grievance from the corners of her eyes, turned around with a smile on her face, and when they saw Lin Qinshu, they were both stunned. Chen Shanshan was stunned because she saw Lin Qinshu, while Lin Qinshu was stunned because he saw Chen Shanshan smile. Although they spent a short time together that day, he never saw Chen Shanshan smile throughout the whole process. It turns out that beauties with a beauty score of over 90 can be so stunning and breathtaking when they smile. Chen Shanshan was the first to react and said, "Thank you for that day." Lin Qinshu smiled and joked, "It seems that the interview was successful. Then I have money to compensate me for repairing the car." Chen Shanshan suddenly became a little flustered and said, "I just started working. I will compensate you when I get my salary." Lin Qinshu waved his hand and said jokingly, "How about this? The tears in your eyes haven't dried yet. I'm a gossipy person. Tell me why you're crying, and I won't need you to fix it." Lin Qinshu used the old routine again. Chen Shanshan smiled bitterly and shook her head. She was not in the habit of complaining to strangers. "You just said you wanted to increase your limit, right? Come over here, I'll help you with it. Give me your ID card and bank card." Chen Shanshan walked to the side and picked up a tablet. Seeing that his old routine had no effect, Lin Qinshu decided not to mention it for the time being. After operating the tablet for a while, Chen Shanshan saw the balance in Lin Qinshu's card, which was more than 590,000 yuan. For people who work in a bank, this amount of money is really a common balance. But for Qin Shanshan, this was the largest sum of money she had ever seen. After all, it was only her second day at work.
The limit here is 10,000 yuan a day. How much do you need to adjust it to?
Chen Shanshan entered the working state, making Lin Xinshu beside her a little dazed.
Chapter 19 Low-End Customers. Ahem, can there be no limit?
Lin Xinshu came back to his senses and thought about it.
Having a limit is always troublesome.
Although there are only more than 500,000 in it now, it will increase in the future.
And if he remembered correctly, today should be the day when the Jinmao building collects rent.
He will soon receive a large sum of rent, so it would be too uncomfortable to set a limit.
My authority can only help you open up to 100,000 a day. If there is no limit, you must have a private bank and a dedicated bank financial officer.
Chen Shanshan had participated in training on bank work before she came to work, so she knew a thing or two about these things.
Private banking? Lin Xinshu didn't know much about this and didn't know what it meant.
Chen Shanshan patiently explained that private banking means that in this bank, there is a financial director who is specifically responsible for your account balance, and you must have a very high deposit to apply for private banking. Lin Xinshu suddenly realized that with his current savings, he couldn't get into private banking, so he would have to wait a little longer to reach the limit. Private bank deposits must reach 50 million or more to be processed, or apply for a good quota to persuade a customer to deposit 50 million. Lin Xinshu's eyes lit up when he heard this.
It's just 50 million. Wouldn't it be solved by asking Sun Ji to transfer part of the rent in advance?
Lin Xinshu's eyes rolled slightly, and another plan came to his mind.
Actually, I just heard your boss scolding you. Would it be helpful for you if I became your private banking client?
Lin Xinshu suggested. Chen Shanshan stared at Lin Xinshu blankly, not knowing what he meant.
After coming to his senses, he said, since you heard it, it's okay to tell you.
Originally, Mr. Li had a deposit of 50 million, so my boss asked me to apply to be his private bank. Who knew that Mr. Li had bad intentions and made a move, so I slapped him.
She was still very angry when she talked about this.
Classmate Lin, first of all, I still want to thank you, but I still don't need your help. I don't want to stay in this kind of dirty place for a moment.
At worst, I can go to deliver food. I have hands and feet, and I can't starve to death. Chen Shanshan suddenly figured it out.
It was impossible for her to ask Li Xiao for forgiveness, so she could only say goodbye to this hard-earned job. As for Lin Xinshu's offer to help her, she didn't take it to heart. Maybe she felt that Lin Xinshu couldn't help her, so she just said it casually. Lin Xinshu also admires people with strong self-esteem. If it were him, he would probably bow his head for money countless times.
But if one's self-esteem is too strong, life will be very tiring.
And he has a mission to accomplish. He must help Qin Shanshan solve the current troubles before he can get the reward.
Can you guarantee that you will not be treated like this in other places? You can quit your job once to avoid it, but what about the next time? This is how society works. No matter where you go or what industry you work in, your beautiful appearance is like a flower that attracts bees. If you want to completely solve this problem in you, you have to make yourself excellent.
When Lin Xinshu said this, his expression became serious. Chen Shanshan suddenly found that the man in front of her seemed much more pleasing to the eye than a few days ago. She didn't know whether it was because Lin Xinshu's charm had increased a little or Qin Shanshan had changed her opinion of him. Lin Xinshu didn't wait for Qin Shanshan's reply, took out his cell phone and made a call.
Manager Sun, please transfer the rent you received first to my Modu bank card.
Lin Xinshu didn't know whether the people in Jinmao building would pay the rent on time, because Majin Media owed 2/4 of rent. Who knows if other merchants would also owe rent in this way. Okay, we'll go through the special channel right away and guarantee that the rent will be credited to your card within 2 minutes. Sunji originally wanted to finish the process today, but he didn't expect Lin Xinshu to call him early in the morning. In his opinion, this might be Mr. Lin testing his work ability, so he went to handle the matter without stopping after hanging up the phone.
Not long after he hung up the phone rang with a message alert.
Lin Xinshu looked at the outdated 8th generation Apple phone and thought that he should change to a better one. In the past, it was because he had no money, and this phone could only play games smoothly.
Now it is different. With his current ability, he can easily buy dozens of phones to play games. Dear customer, your Shanghai bank card with the last number 9527 has received a transfer of 300 million yuan, and the balance is 300,599,053 yuan. 300 million.
I didn't expect that there would be 300 million in funds for just one quarter.
Has Sun Ji already collected all the rent so early?
This made Lin Qinshu himself confused. The original bank balance of 590,000 was already very considerable for him, and he hadn't even started spending the money yet, but suddenly he had an extra 300 million. The second message on the phone was from Sun Ji, which meant that the rent had been collected in full, and some of it was left in the building's account, so he transferred an integer to Lin Qinshu. There was a sound of footsteps coming down the stairs beside me. A woman in a bank uniform ran down from downstairs.
Lin Qinshu looked at her and found that she was also a pretty girl, but she walked in a twisting manner, as if she was walking like that on purpose to show off her charm.
The girl rolled her eyes when she saw Chen Shanshan.
You are useless even if I give you a chance.
I was originally the one who went to find Li Xiao.
Sister Wu asked me to give you a chance to perform, but you messed it up. Now there is another big customer in the bank, who just transferred 300 million to our bank account. I will not give it to you again.
If you mess up another customer, our branch may be closed down. The middle-aged woman who had just scolded Chen Shanshan also opened the office door and walked out.
Seeing Chen Shanshan still there, she frowned and scolded, "Why are you still here? Why don't you go find Mr. Li?"
Chen Shanshan bit her lip and frowned slightly.
I am arranging a quota increase for this customer.
As soon as the voice fell, the woman beside him laughed out loud. Ah, it seems that you are only qualified to do these low-class things. It's a pity that Sister Wu still has high hopes for you.
It's really sad.
The woman said with a sarcastic tone and looked at Lin Qinshu with contempt. The middle-aged woman called Sister Wu also shook her head in disappointment.
Is this the way Magic City Bank treats guests?
Lin Qinshu was also a little angry and laughed. This green tea girl didn't avoid him at all and said to him in front of him that he was a low-end person. The woman was even more disdainful after hearing this.
Is the deposit 100,000 or 200,000? Do you know how much the deposit of that customer I'm going to find out later is?
Compared with customers with hundreds of millions of dollars, you are low-end. After saying that, she took out her phone and started making a call. This was the information of a big client she had just obtained from the inside. She had not given out the private banking quota until now, just to wait for a big client.
What I miss is talking about everything, what I miss is dreaming together. Lin Qinshu's cell phone rang at the right time.
From their conversation just now, he could tell that the big client worth 300 million should be him, and the other party even said to his face that he was a low-end client.
Chapter 20 Mr. Lin, please stay.
Lin Qinshu smiled coldly and answered the phone.
Mr. Lin, I am Yang Yan from Shanghai Modu Bank.
I see that you have deposited 300 million yuan in our bank, which has reached our private banking standards.
From today on, Xiao Yang will serve you 24 hours a day.
As soon as the call was connected, Yang Yan's flattering look appeared on her face, and she even emphasized the word 24 hours.
Really? But someone just said I was a low-end customer.
Lin Qinshu looked at Yang Yan, who had her back to him, with a sneer on his face.
How could that be? You are so capable.
Yang Yan suddenly reacted, turned around abruptly, and saw Lin Qinshu holding the phone and looking at her coldly.
Mr. Lin, this is a misunderstanding.
I didn't know it was you just now, so I said some unpleasant words.
Yang Yan is indeed the green tea that Lin Qinshu has identified.
She quickly changed her stunned expression, put on a smiling face, bowed in front of Lin Qinshu and apologized, revealing the deep ravines.
Chen Shanshan was stunned at the moment.
She thought Lin Qinshu was just saying it casually, but she didn't expect that he would easily transfer 300 million into her account.
300 million.
Even if she worked for 2 more lifetimes, she couldn't make that much money.
Sister Wu reacted quickly and walked up to him, saying, "Hello, Mr. Lin.
I am Wu Qian, the financial director of this bank.
I am very sorry.
It is my fault for not disciplining these employees well and causing them to speak without thinking. Why don't you apologize to Mr. Lin right away?"
I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, it's my fault. I am willing to accept any punishment from you.
Yang Yan said as she threw a suggestive wink at Lin Qinshu. Lin Qinshu pretended not to notice that I was so disappointed with the attitude of Modu Bank. I transferred the funds for Shanshan's sake. Now that I see you bullying Shanshan, I don't need to transfer the next 1 billion.
Shanshan, go and hand in your resignation.
You don't have to stay in such a place.
At worst, you can work in finance in my company. With me here, no one dares to bully you.
Wu Qian and Yang Yan's faces suddenly turned horrified when they heard this.
Another 1 billion yuan would be transferred in later?
If such a big customer left the Magic City Bank because of the two of them, their jobs would basically be over.
Shan, why didn't you tell us earlier that you had such a big client like Mr. Lin? Our branch has neglected Mr. Lin.
Now Wu Qian has long forgotten about Mr. Li. The Mr. Lin in front of her is comparable to 6 Mr. Lees.
What's going on? Why are you all stuck here? A middle-aged man walked into the bank and shouted with a frown.
When Wu Qian saw the bank president coming, she hurried forward and explained the reason to him. When the bank president understood the situation, he immediately put on a smiling face and walked towards Lin Qinshou.
Hello, Mr. Lin, I am the president of this branch, Wu Xiugang. Let's go to my office and talk.
Lin Qinshou hummed, took Chen Shanshan's hand, and followed Wu Xiugang. Chen Shanshan's face was slightly red at this moment. This was the first time that a man held her hand, and Lin Qinshou's calling her Shanshan just now made her blush. However, she knew that Lin Qinshou was helping her and was deliberately putting on a show for others to see, so she didn't say anything. In the president's office, Wu Xiugang was handing a cigarette to Lin Qinshou with a flattering smile on his face. As the bank president, he is flexible and can act arrogantly in front of his subordinates, but he can work like a slave in front of his financial backers. Regardless of whether the 1 billion that Lin Qinshou mentioned exists or not, there are indeed 300 million in this bank. Mr. Lin, I failed to discipline the staff properly, which made them rude. I am willing to give you a big gift package and assign you the best financial team to help you control risks. If you have any other requirements, we can discuss everything. Wu Xiugang's servile appearance made Lin Qinshou feel extremely comfortable inside. This was the feeling of being rich.
President Wu, do you think I care about the so-called big gift package and financial team?
I transferred the money to your bank because of Shanshan, but now I feel very disappointed.
Shanshan doesn't plan to do it anymore.
Please approve the resignation letter and I will take Shanshan away. Lin Qinshou retreated to advance. His goal was the mission, to help Qin Shanshan solve the dilemma, and even get a promotion and a raise. It is impossible for a person who has just started working to get promoted immediately, so Lin Qinshou can only use this method to force the other party to let Qin Shanshan get promoted. Wu Xiugang looked at Qin Shanshan meaningfully. Wu Qian had just told him the whole process, but had just glossed over the matter of Qin Shanshan. It seemed that the main reason lay with this girl. Wu Xiugang rolled his eyes slightly, and a bright smile appeared on his face.
Hello, Xiaoqin, you just came to work, this is the first time we meet. Modu Bank is still very good, but some people may do something that makes you unhappy because I am too busy and neglect to discipline them. I will give you a satisfactory answer to this matter. As for resignation, you see. Qin Shanshan looked at Lin Qinshou somewhat at a loss. Wu Xiugang's target was obviously Lin Qinshou, and he kept her just to keep Lin Qinshou as a big client.
But she didn't want to make things difficult for Lin Qinshou because of her own affairs, so she looked at him. Lin Qinshou patted her hand gently and said to Wu Xiugang, President Wu, there are jobs everywhere. Instead of letting Shanshan suffer here, it is better to let her resign. I can support her with my ability. If this is the sincerity of your Magic City Bank, then we will leave. Lin Qinshou pulled Qin Shanshan up from the sofa and walked out the door.
Mr. Lin, please stay. Wu Xiugang stood up quickly.
Losing such a big customer like this would be a huge loss for their bank. In his heart, he kept cursing Wu Qian and Yang Yan, two bitches who were always causing trouble but could not do anything good. Lin Qinshou stopped and turned around.
President Wu, don't say I'm hard to talk to. I'll give you another chance and give me a satisfactory plan. Otherwise, I'll ask other banks to transfer the 300 million yuan to you. Once the money is in the bank, if you want to transfer it out in full, the bank will set various restrictions. However, if Lin Qinshou found another bank to act as his full agent, these things would become much simpler. Mr. Lin, in view of the arrogance of some of our employees that hurt you, Wu Qian is demoted from financial director to financial specialist. Yang Yan's financial specialist is demoted to bank receptionist, and Qin Shanshan is promoted to financial director in Mr. Lin's private bank butler. Do you think this is a satisfactory treatment? Wu Xiugang gritted his teeth and made a personnel transfer. Wu Qian is his cousin, and now in order to retain big customers, his cousin has to betray him. Chapter 21 Yunlu Villa Number 1. Lin Qinshou raised a barely perceptible smile at the corner of his mouth. His goal had basically been achieved. In this case, I am not a difficult person to talk to. If I am not satisfied, it will be too much. Just do as President Wu said. I feel relieved to have Shanshan as my private bank butler.
Shanshan was also overwhelmed by the news at the moment, and for a moment she didn't know what to do. After realizing what was happening, I quickly refused. No, President, I am just a newcomer.
How can I be the financial director? Please take back your decision, President. What a stupid teammate.
Lin Qinshu cursed in his heart.
But Wu Shougang is also a smart person, so he will not let Chen Shanshan refuse. It doesn't matter.
I will let Wu Qian be your assistant so that you can get familiar with the work.
This matter is settled.
I have submitted the personnel appointment letter to the higher-ups. With my status as the branch manager, it can be done in 1 day at most. Wu Shougang was afraid that Lin Qinshu would go back on his word, so he typed on the keyboard while talking.
As soon as he finished speaking, the appointment application was approved for review, and an announcement was also posted on the official website of Modu Bank.
Chen Shanshan didn't even have the chance to refuse and was promoted just like that. Seeing that the mission was completed, Lin Qinshu also planned to leave.
Then I'll have to trouble President Wu to take care of our Shanshan. Shanshan, I have something else to do this afternoon, so I won't have lunch with you. You just became the director and you have a lot of things to do, so I'll leave first.
Lin Qinshu said as he opened his arms and quickly hugged Chen Shanshan, then left the place quickly. After acting for so long, he was almost immersed in the role. He helped Chen Shanshan get a promotion and a raise, so it was not too much to ask for a hug. Chen Shanshan was still in a daze, and Lin Qinshu hugged her, but she didn't react. Her face was only now slightly red. This was the first time in her life that she had such an intimate behavior with the opposite sex. She also knew that Lin Qinshu was taking advantage of her, but at the moment she did not seem to be disgusted. Sitting in the car, Lin Qinshu was still savoring the soft embrace just now. It wouldn't be too much to ask for some interest while Chen Shanshan didn't react. Lin Qinshu took out his cell phone and looked for the phone number of the Yunlu Villa sales office that day. Today he took possession of the house, and in the evening he would take Yi Mingxi out for dinner, to go through a dating ritual, and bid farewell to the life of the fifth lady. Ever since the Cold War with Yi for several months, he had been relying on the fifth lady to relieve the pressure in his heart.
Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Li Qing. Are you coming here today?
As soon as the call was connected, the other party called out Lin Qinshu's name directly. These gold medal salesmen still have some outstanding qualities.
Yes, I'll go there now, it will take about half an hour.
Lin Qinshu clicked on the navigation and saw that the distance was less than 20 kilometers, but the traffic in the city was complicated, so half an hour would be enough.
Okay, Li Qing is waiting for you. Boom!
Lin Qinshu stepped on the accelerator and left the place.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the task of helping Chen Shanshan get promoted and get a raise. You will be rewarded with 1 billion dubi and a Lamborghini poison.
Ding!
The Lamborghini Veneno has been placed in the host's Yunlu Villa garage. When Lin Qinshu heard the prompt sound, a smile appeared on his face.
Lamborghini Venom is worth 100 million.
100 million dubi, a ratio of 110, 100 million dubi is needed to get 100 million dubi. If it is converted, it will be 50 million.
However, for Lin Qinshu's current financial resources, there is no need to convert it, just use it to reward the anchor.
The most important thing is that this mission rescued a girl with a beauty score of 93.
And I believe that I have already left a mark in her heart. There is still a long way to go. As long as I work harder, I will be able to conquer Chen Shanshan.
In the past, Lin Qinshu always wanted to be wholeheartedly devoted to others.
After the He incident, and after getting this super rich system, he felt that he was a fool before. He actually gave up a forest for a tree.
Half an hour later, Lin Qinshu arrived at the sales office of Yunlu Villa. At a glance, besides 2 tall security guards, there was only one person at the door of the sales office wearing a black uniform skirt, with a pair of long legs wrapped in black stockings. On her pretty face, there was a pair of bright big eyes, and a hint of a signature smile at the corner of her mouth. After seeing Lin Qinshu, he walked over slowly and greeted him. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am the salesperson and housekeeper in charge of your Yunlu Villa number 1.
I am dedicated to serving you 24 hours a day. 24-hour service? Is this what I thought?
Lin Qinshu started to daydream because of Li Qing's words. Li Qing in front of him did not trigger the system's notification sound, which meant that her appearance did not reach 90 points, but in Lin Qinshu's opinion, even if it was not 90 points, it was very close.
How could it be more than 85 points?
Such a beautiful woman told you that she was at your service 24 hours a day, who could not have random thoughts. Mr. Lin, this way please.
Li Qing smiled. She was used to the way men looked at her. Everyone wanted to get her.
Although she didn't reject this kind of thing, she had to find someone with potential.
Those old men couldn't move for a few years. It was better to keep her virginity and preserve her value.
When she met a good one, she would devote herself to him. And now Lin Qinshu is her target of investigation, because he is very young, and he can spend 500 million at a time to buy number 1 Yulu Villa.
His financial strength should not be underestimated.
Lin Qinshu withdrew his aggressive gaze and followed Li Qing's footsteps. On the way, Li Qing explained the relevant information about Yunlu Villa number 1.
Mr. Lin, Yunlu Villa number 1 is the best building in Yunlu Villa.
It was originally bought by a mysterious tycoon who spent 8.8 billion. After the purchase, the mysterious tycoon never lived in it.
He sold it urgently some time ago. Now the owner of this best building has become you.
Lin Qinshu was a little surprised. He remembered that the system told him that it was a mansion worth 500 million yuan, but the previous owner bought it for 880 million yuan. It seemed that the price was inflated. The system calculated the real price of Yunlu Villa number 1. The two came to this huge manor, and the scene at the gate made Lin Qinshu stunned. There were 2 rows of maids wearing black maid skirts and black stockings standing at the door.
What is going on?
Lin Qinshu looked at the many beauties, each of whom had a beauty score of no less than 80 points, tall figures, and each pair of long legs wearing black stockings. Li Qing chuckled and explained, these 6 women were originally hired by the previous owner to take care of his daily life and food. As soon as they were hired, the owner sold the house to you.
These maids became unemployed.
It was Li Qing who took the initiative to let them stay for another day to see if you needed these maids.
Chapter 22 I lost all my worries. I need it. I need it so much.
Lin Qinshu shouted in his heart, 6 pairs of black silk legs swing in front of him every day, what a wonderful thing it is. Lin Qinshu remained calm on the surface and did not express his inner desire.
Let us talk about it later. Let us take a look at the house first and introduce the layout to me.
After Lin Qinshu said this lightly, he walked between the 6 maids. This scene surprised Li Qing a little. When she saw Lin Qinshu staring at her legs, she already thought he was a lustful man, and it was very easy to control such a person. As a result, now that more beauties have appeared, the other party has become calm instead.
Was he pretending, or was the feeling he had before just an illusion? Li Qing quickly stepped forward and introduced Yunlu Villa to Lin Qinshu. Li Qing walked to Lin Qinshu and approached him intentionally or unintentionally.
Lin Qinshu also knew what she meant and looked at her calmly. The reason why Yunlu Villa can be called a villa is that first of all, the place is big enough. There is a golf course behind the house, a huge garden, a basketball court, a temperature-controlled swimming pool upstairs, and a wine cellar in the basement with a large number of fine wines, all left by the previous owner.
When we arrived at the parking lot on the side, a black carbon fiber Lamborghini Veneno came into view. Hey, when did this car appear here? It wasn't here before. Li Qing was a little surprised when she saw the Lamborghini Veneno.
She often came here and had never seen this car before.
This is my car, I had it delivered here.
Lin Qinshu didn't know how the system got the car here, so he could only take the responsibility himself. It took more than half an hour to tour the entire villa. The two returned to the living room. Lin Qinshu sat on the sofa worth 7 figures.
6 maids came over with a plate each. Some brought red wine, some brought fruits and snacks.
When they put the plates on the table, they knelt down to see their graceful curves. The anger that had been suppressed with great difficulty rose up again. Li Qing also noticed the fire in Lin Qinshu's eyes, and took the opportunity to say, Mr. Lin, these maids are all top students, but their majors are a little unpopular. Some are from the dance department, some are from the singing department, some are from the food department, and some are from the bartending department.
You can consider keeping them.
Regarding the hygiene of the villa and some garden maintenance issues, our community has special people in charge. They can take care of some of your daily life.
Are these skills unpopular?
There are life skills and entertainment skills, which completely meet the standards of a maid in a wealthy family. Lin Qinshu looked at Li Qing and the other's salary thoughtfully. Li Qing smiled and responded that the annual salary was 500,000. 500,000 is relatively low in this magic city, and these are all beauties, and they are top students. Although their majors are unpopular, they can still get an annual salary of 200,000 or 300,000 if they go out to work. What about yours? Lin Qinshu not only wanted these maids, he also wanted Li Qing. After all, these maids were also responsible for all the affairs of Yunlu Villa No. 1, which were originally managed by Li Qing. Li Qing didn't seem surprised by Lin Qinshu's question. She had been bumping Lin Qinshu's arm with her proudest part just now, just to catch his eye. I am mainly responsible for after-sales butler services, and my annual salary is between 800,000 and 1 million.
Mr. Lin, do you want to recruit me too? Li Qing blinked and asked knowingly.
Unexpectedly, Lin Qinshu did not play by the rules. He smiled and said, "No, I just asked casually."
In that case, let these 6 people stay.
Your annual salary used to be 500,000 yuan, but now I can give you an annual salary of 1 million yuan. Give me your card numbers and I will arrange the transfer now. Lin Qinshu took a sip of red wine.
I feel that this red wine is pretty good.
It doesn't feel bitter at first, but it has a sweet aftertaste after swallowing.
I looked down and saw the words Romane Conti written on it. It turns out to be a world-famous wine. No wonder it tastes so good.
Li Qing on the side was confused.
She thought the person she could easily control actually did not play by the rules.
Lin Qinshu really wanted Li Qing to stay here and be a housekeeper, but Li Qing was too proud. Although she appeared humble on the surface, he could still feel her arrogance. Someone who wanted to control her master had to be curbed. From the time they met until now, Li Qing has been setting the pace, trying to control Lin Qinshu within her rhythm, but Lin Qinshu is not a fool. If it was the love-brained Lin Qinshu before, he might have fallen into the trap of the other party. Now Lin Qinshu has just experienced the pain of breaking up, and his mind is extremely clear.
In addition, the improvement of attribute points has eliminated his love brain.
The other 6 maids heard that Lin Qinshu wanted to give them a raise to stay, and they were all delighted and walked forward to introduce themselves.
Hello Mr. Lin, my name is Li Shui, my major is gastronomy, and I can cook all kinds of food and snacks. Hello Mr. Lin, my name is Young Man, and I majored in dance. If you are bored, I can dance for you. Hello Mr. Lin, my name is Xia Shi, and my major is singing.
When you want to listen to music, I can sing for you, and I can also sing accompaniment when Man dances.
Hello Mr. Lin, my name is Song Yu. I graduated from the Department of Music with a major in musical instruments. I am good at playing many instruments, such as piano and guitar. Hello Mr. Lin, my name is Yu Qian, I am a bartender by profession, I can make all kinds of drinks, even beverages. Hello, Mr. Lin. My name is Han Shuang. I am a medical major. If you feel uncomfortable in the future, I can take good care of you and prescribe medicine for you.
Han Shuang took out a stethoscope from his jacket pocket. The 6 girls introduced themselves and performed slightly sexy movements, which made Lin Qinshu's mouth dry.
Ahem, let me first tell you my requirements. The first one is about the address. From now on, you all should call me Master. If anyone can't accept it, you can leave. I won't force you.
The 6 girls looked at each other, their pretty faces slightly flushed as they called out to Lin Qinshu sweetly, "Master." Lin Qinshu was moved to the core by these calls of master.
It was a wonderful feeling.
The maids each had their own strengths, and he finally felt what the life of rich people was like.
Who said you won't lose things after you become rich? I lost all my worries.
Lin Qinshu shouted in his heart. The second requirement is that Han Shuang must change into clothes that match your major, and now you bring your bank cards over, and I will give you your first year's salary first. Lin Qinshu took out his mobile phone and looked at them.
Chapter 23, Controlling Li Qing.
There was a hint of hesitation in the expressions of the 6 girls, which made Lin Qinshu a little puzzled.
He wanted to pay them their wages first, but they hesitated. Master, you are paying us wages now, aren't you afraid that we will run away? Li Shui asked the questions they wanted to ask.
They were all worried that this was Lin Qinshu testing whether they really dared to take out the card. Lin Qinshu suddenly smiled, so that's why they were indifferent.
Don't worry, this is really to pay you wages. As for whether you will run away after receiving the wages, I can only say it's up to you, because if you run away with this 1 million, we don't know who will suffer the greater loss. Upon hearing this, the 6 girls' eyes were all determined and they quickly returned to the room to get the cards. They decided that if this was a test from Lin Qinshu, then they must pass the test and stay. Lin Qinshu was leaning on the sofa sipping the expensive Romane Conti when he suddenly saw Li Qing beside him. Miss Li, you haven't left yet. I'm already familiar with this house. Besides, I have these maids to show me around. You can go back and get busy first. Li Qing looked a little embarrassed. She thought Lin Qinshu was just joking just now, but now that he had ordered her to leave, he was no longer joking. Moreover, the scene of Lin Qinshu raising the wages of the maids just now really scared her. The original annual salary of 500,000 was directly raised to 1 million, which felt like it was not money. If she could stay here, her annual salary could double. Li Qing was about to say something when Li Shui and the other girls came over with their cards. Lin Qinshu transferred 1.2 million to them one by one. When the girls received the text message reminders, they were all stunned. They actually paid them first, and an extra 200,000 yuan. This 200,000 is the money for your daily clothes and jewelry. You don't have to wear professional clothes. Aren't there many cosplay costumes now? You can buy them as long as they are suitable. Those who perform well will get bonuses. Lin Qinshu thought that with such a good figure, it would be a waste if he didn't try other costumes. Moreover, his purpose of paying the salary first was to stimulate Li Qing. Giving her an extra 200,000 yuan would be like plucking a leg hair for him. Not only Li Shui and the other 6 girls were shocked, but even Li Qing, who was standing beside them, was shocked. Although she just said that her annual salary was 800,000 to 1 million, in fact, she helped the owner deal with various chores, such as recruitment, and the red envelopes she received plus her salary only made 600,000 yuan a year. When the owner of Yunlu Villa No. 1 spent 500,000 to recruit a maid, she was also tempted, but her appetite was not just this 500,000, she hoped to get more, so she held back. Nowadays, those maids earn 1 million a year, and there is an extra 200,000 for them to buy clothes. Li Qing immediately regretted it. Why was she pretending to be so noble? Otherwise, she would have the 1.2 million now. Thinking of this, Li Qing's eyes became firm, and she said to Lin Qinshu, "Mr. Lin, do you need me to be your housekeeper? For example, I can help you with trivial matters such as salary payment. And you only need to tell me, I can arrange everything and serve you 24 hours a day." Li Qing deliberately emphasized the 24 hours. Lin Qinshu raised a barely perceptible smile at the corner of his mouth, but on the surface he looked embarrassed. But this kind of thing, if I ask Li Shui and the others to do it, it will be the same. Hearing this, Li Qing's face changed, and she quickly looked at the 6 women with a pleading expression. The 6 girls originally stayed to be introduced to Lin Qinshu because of Li Qing's help. They were kind-hearted and remembered the favor, but they did not dare to speak up for fear of causing displeasure to their new boss. Han Shuang gritted her teeth and stood up. "Master, we are usually managed by Sister Li Qing. If possible, can you recruit Sister Li Qing as well? I can reduce my salary and give half of my salary to Sister Li Qing." Li Qing looked at Han Shuang gratefully. At the same time, the other 5 women also persuaded Han Shuang at the same time, and their meaning was similar to Han Shuang's. Lin Qinshu's face turned cold. "Are you forcing me to do something?" The faces of the women suddenly changed, and they all stood there, not daring to speak anymore. Li Qing smiled bitterly and said, "Mr. Lin, don't blame them. They are too kind-hearted. They met such a good boss like you. I hope I can be together with you." Li Qing understood what Mr. Lin meant and left. "Mr. Lin, if you need anything later, you can contact me at any time." Li Qing stood up dejectedly and walked towards the door. It seemed that her inner pride was completely shattered at this moment. It seemed that she could only go back to her previous job. Although there was more work, the income was still considerable. She was just unwilling to let such a good opportunity go to waste. "Wait." Lin Qinshu stopped Li Qing, who was about to walk out the door. "Alas, I can't stand women begging me." "Miss Li, please stay, but your treatment will be the same as theirs." "Is this acceptable?" Lin Qinshu shook his head inside. Li Qing was instantly delighted when she heard this. "Thank you, Mr. Lin. I will definitely perform well and do everything Mr. Lin asks me to do. As long as the salary is the same as other women, she will be very satisfied. How can she have any objections? Besides, Lin Qinshu is so generous, and staying will only get more." "Still calling me Mr. Lin? You were here just now, so you should know what it means to work here, right?" Lin Qinshu smiled. He also wanted Li Qing. From the very beginning, he felt that Li Qing was a very capable person. Now that he had curbed her arrogance and then conquered her, it would only make her feel grateful, instead of her appearing submissive on the surface but being arrogant in her heart. "Yes, master."
Li Qing was not so shy and shouted these two words without hesitation.
Thank you, master, for accepting Sister Li Qing.
Han Xuan was the first to lean over and kiss Lin Qinshu on the face.
The other girls followed suit, making Lin Qinshu secretly happy.
Finally, even Li Qing leaned over and kissed Lin Qinshu on the cheek. Lin Qinshu directly transferred 5 million to Li Qing, of which 1.2 million is yours, and the rest of the money is with you first. With such a large manor, there are many places where money is needed. I don't want you to ask me for these small amounts of money from time to time. Li Qing saw the balance in her card and immediately felt that she had made the best decision in her life. He just transferred 5 million to her for convenience.
So how rich is the asset of this owner? Li Qing left the villa.
Unlike the maid, she still had a job, so she had to submit her resignation this time. Although she would have to pay some penalty for resigning so hastily, it was just a drop in the bucket for her who now had millions of dollars.
Chapter 24 Bath and Massage.
Lin Qinshu came to the master bedroom and found a bathtub for bathing. He immediately told the maid to fill it with water. He had never bathed in a bathtub before. He didn't have the conditions before and he thought it was dirty in a hotel. Now it was his own home, so it was different.
Li Shui went to prepare lunch.
She was a food major, and she could make dozens of dishes as long as Lin Qinshu specified a cuisine. Lin Qinshu, who was lying in the bathtub with his eyes closed, suddenly felt someone coming in. Yang Man walked behind Lin Qinshu and massaged his shoulders.
Master, we have all been trained and know a little bit about foot massage and foot washing. Let Man help you.
Lin Qinshu hummed and continued to close his eyes. But his heart was already in turmoil.
A woman walked into the bathroom.
He was a man full of blood.
Have you not seen the previous owner since you came here?
Lin Qinshu suddenly remembered something and asked. Yang Man shook her head and said she had never seen it, but we heard from Sister Li Qing that the other party was a big boss and this place seemed to be used to entertain guests. As a result, something seemed to have happened to the boss and his guests were also implicated, so the house was sold. Suddenly, a blush flashed across Yang Man's cheeks, because Lin Qinshu had stood up and walked out of the bathtub as if no one was around.
Since you have been trained in massage, come and give me a massage. How can I not enjoy it with such skills?
He has never been massaged before. His cousin said he wanted to take him to one before, but he didn't go because he was shy. There is also a sauna room in this house. Yang Man, who was kneeling on the ground, stood up and took Lin Qinshu to the sauna room. The massage beds here all cost 7 figures, and Lin Qinshu was also deeply impressed, thinking that the owner of this house really knew how to enjoy life.
This sauna room is right next to the master bedroom.
Lin Qinshu lay down on the sauna bed, and the whole bed began to change, as if the air cushion structure inside the bed was changing. This bed can sense the various positions of the human body, and then inflate and deflate the internal air cushion to adjust it to the most suitable shape and position.
The air cushion underneath even generates some heat, keeping the human body warm even without clothes.
A pair of tender little hands were placed on Lin Qinshu's back and began to massage him. It must be said that Yang Man's massage technique was very comfortable. Lin Qinshu fell asleep without realizing it. And Yang Man did not stop massaging, even when Lin Qinshu turned over unconsciously in his sleep, she still continued massaging, but her cheeks were a little flushed. After all, when massaging, you can't do it through clothes, otherwise, skin will rub against skin. When Lin Qinshu woke up after dozing for a while, Yang Man was still massaging him and was standing next to his right hand. Lin Qinshu was a little dazed for a moment. This dreamlike life made him wonder whether he was in a dream or in reality. Suddenly, Yang Man's body shook slightly, and her face became even redder. However, the light in here was a little dim, so it was impossible to see her current complexion. You probably like to see what's going to happen next, so I saw it for you. When the girls downstairs heard the noise from above, their cheeks turned red. Li Shui also stopped what she was doing. She prepared the ingredients and when Lin Qinshu wanted to eat, she could prepare them in a few minutes. Now it seemed that Lin Qinshu would not want to eat for a while. An hour later, Lin Qinshu looked at the bright red on the bedsheet and cast a surprised look at Yang Man. In this regard, Lin Qinshu's thinking was a little bad. He mistakenly thought that Yang Man was a person who had experienced things.
Man, I'm sorry.
I, Lin Qinshu, felt a little guilty, but I didn't know what to say. Everything is over now, and it seems like there is no point in saying anything now. This guilt was not only because of his rudeness just now, but also because he felt from the beginning that Yang Man was a casual woman, a woman he looked down upon.
Master, it's okay. Man feels very happy to be treated well by the master. Didn't Sister Li Qing tell you?
Another condition for applying for a maid is that she must be virgin. Yang Man blinked her big eyes and looked at Lin Xinshu curiously. Lin Xinshu had never heard Li Qing say this. After hearing this news, he felt that it was even more worthwhile.
Suddenly he seemed to remember something. Man, were you hired to do these things?
Yang Man quickly shook her head and said, "No, this was already written in the contract at the beginning."
You can't force us to do something we don't want to do. I just did it voluntarily. Yang Man's pretty face blushed slightly.
Lin Xinshu was young and rich, although not particularly handsome, but each of these was a plus in her eyes.
You can rest here, I will ask them to bring you food later.
Lin Xinshu recognized Yang Man from the bottom of his heart and would love her even more in the future.
Master, I'm fine. I'm a dancer, and I used to get injured when I was stretching, but I managed to hold on. Yang Man didn't want to appear too vulnerable in front of Lin Xinshu. Be good and listen to me.
Lin Xinshu touched her head and said distressfully. After Lin Xinshu went downstairs, he asked Li Shui to bring food to Yang Man and take good care of her. Li Shui and other girls looked at Lin Xinshu with somewhat agitated eyes.
The actions just now made them all shy.
Unexpectedly, Lin Xinshu could still walk around and joke in front of them as if nothing had happened. Although these people have never eaten pork, they have seen pigs run. How strong must Lin Xinshu be after such a long time? Lin Xinshu was also surprised at this point. He had been despised by He before, and she even had the Cold War with him for several days after every incident. How bad must his performance be to make He like this? It seems that it is because of the improvement of his physical fitness. At first, his physical fitness was only 6 points, but now it is 8 points. Even though it is only improved by 2 points, it is a world of difference. Lin Xinshu began to look forward to the next mission. He wanted to see what it would be like when his attribute points were maxed out. When Lin Xinshu came to the dining table, Li Shui had already prepared the meal. Since Lin Xinshu said he wanted to eat Sichuan cuisine, she made some more traditional dishes.
Li Shui is indeed a talent in the culinary field. The Sichuan cuisine she cooks is better than what he eats outside.
After finishing his meal, Lin Xinshu remembered that he needed to transfer money home, so he immediately transferred 100,000 yuan to his mother's account. Less than a minute later, Lin Xinshu's mother, Chen Xiuxiang, called him.
Chapter 25 I'm allergic to roses.
Lin Xinshu smiled bitterly and answered the phone.
Xiaoqin, why did you transfer 100,000 yuan to me? Where did you get the money? Did you do something bad? You must not let it get you down.
Chen Xiuxiang asked a series of questions, and Lin Xinshu didn't know how to answer.
Mom, don't worry. My classmates and I developed a software at school and sold it to a big company. We made some money, so you can spend it well. I can make a lot of money from that software.
Lin Xinshu's parents didn't understand much about these new age things, so whatever he said was what they believed.
Mom, you can use this money first. Haven't you wanted to change your refrigerator or air conditioner for a long time? Now you can change it at will.
I have saved some money for myself. You don't have to worry about me, and you don't have to pay for my food in the future. Lin Xinshu continued to persuade, fearing that his mother would transfer the money back to him.
Okay, I'll save this money for you to use when you get married.
Your dad grows tea at home, and now the tea is starting to sell.
The money we have is enough for the two of us, and the family expenses are not too high.
In the future, you can use the money you earn yourself, and don't have to transfer it to the family. Chen Xiuxiang is still very relieved about her son, and they never think that the child has to hand in the money he earns every month. They call it saving for the child, but in fact, no one knows where it has been spent. Chen Xiuxiang chatted with Lin Xinshu for a while about family matters and hung up the phone after giving him some instructions. Lin Xinshu, who was browsing on his phone, suddenly saw a group message.
This group was a group of 4 people in their dormitory. The goddess finally gave up on money.
This was revealed on the campus forum this morning.
A student took a photo and posted it on the forum. Li Wuqi posted a picture.
Lin Xinshu clicked on the picture and saw that it was a sports car.
The girl in the car kissed the man in the driver's seat on the cheek. However, due to the angle of the photo, the face of the man in the driver's seat was reflected by the light, so it was unclear who it was. Shit. Isn't this Yi, the school beauty? I thought I just met Yi, the school beauty, maybe there is a chance. But he was seduced by the rich second generation again.
Fan Jianxiang is quiet on weekdays, but he chatters in the chat window. In Li Wuqi's words, Fan Jianxiang is a shy person, pretending to be innocent in front of others, but dares to say anything behind the screen. Yi is so pretty, it's normal for her to have a boyfriend. It's better for you to lose to a rich second generation than to a poor loser. If a poor loser seduces your goddess, wouldn't you be even more angry? Xia Lu also spoke, although it was not very pleasant to hear, but it made sense. Lin Qinshou looked at the picture with a strange expression on his face, because he was the one in the driver's seat, and this scene was what happened when he sent Yi Mingxi back to school.
Damn, what truth are you talking about?
Beast, I thought that Yi Xiaohua was interested in us beasts, but it turned out to be an illusion.
I don't know if the beasts took it seriously.
If they took it seriously, the beasts would have broken up again. Broken up twice in 3 days, it would also set a record.
Li Wuqi said gloatingly. If I say that the person kissed by your goddess school beauty is me, would you believe it?
Lin Qinshou couldn't help but smile. He thought about how interesting their expressions would be if they knew this fact.
What are you talking about in your sleep? Forget about whether that person is you. Do you know what car that is? That is a Pagani Zonda worth 25 million. Li Wuqi is always very knowledgeable about these things.
As the saying goes, poor people know how to live. Beast, you are no longer in a state of heartbreak, you are insane.
Fan Jianxiang is also continuing to send messages.
Oh, stop talking, go back tomorrow night and go out for a drink with Beast, we are brothers, we must help him get out of the shadow of heartbreak. I won't say anything more, I am going to Disney with Yen Yen, you guys should take care of Beast. Lin Qinshou looked at their messages and laughed.
To be honest, no one always believes him. What can he do? He is also helpless.
At this time, Yi Mingxi's message also came.
She had already gotten up and eaten.
The words between the lines expressed her intention to meet Lin Qinshou. It just so happened that Lin Qinshou also planned to go out for a walk in the afternoon, buy some clothes, and change to a better mobile phone.
Now he is a rich man, he can't let himself down. Lin Qinshou picked up the key to the Lamborghini Veneno.
He didn't know much about cars, so he went online to check the information about the car. He was shocked to find that there were only a few such cars in the world. The one the system gave him was a Lamborghini Veneno worth 100 million yuan.
The entire car is made of carbon fiber.
Lin Qinshou sat in it and stepped on the accelerator.
The roar was full of power. This is a truly amazing car that looks awesome. The Pagani Zonda is no longer so attractive.
Lin Qinshou took a special look at the license plate this time. The license plate number of this poison car was Magic A10001.
The cars given by the system were all automatically licensed and all the formalities were completed.
Lin Qinshou drove the poison car towards Jiaotong University. Yi Mingxi attached great importance to this date with Lin Qinshou, because Lin Qinshou told her in the morning that he had something to say in person. In her opinion, Lin Qinshou was ready to accept her, so she spent a long time dressing herself up and put on a white suspender dress that she had never worn before. She couldn't wait to wait at the school gate. However, before Lin Qinshou arrived, someone else had parked his car next to Yi Mingxi. A white BMW Z4 stopped next to Yi Mingxi, and a young man with a crew cut walked over from the car holding a bouquet of roses.
Mingxi, that's great.
I was going to look for you downstairs, but God let me meet you at the school gate.
This bouquet of roses is for you, representing my feelings. I love you, Mingxi, please be my girlfriend.
Yi Mingxi's eyes flashed with annoyance. Senior brother Lu Jimin, thank you for your words, but I am allergic to roses, so I won't accept your flowers.
Also, I have a boyfriend, please don't harass me anymore. Today is the day she and her senior confirm their relationship.
If he sees her and misunderstands her, then everything she has done before will be in vain. Lu Jimin smiled confidently and said, Mingxi, you don't have to lie to me.
In the past 2 years in college, I have never seen any boy appear next to you. If you have a boyfriend, ask him to come out and prove it.
A loud roar of a car came from afar, and a black sports car drove in front of Yi Mingxi. Lin Qinshou got out of the car, and Yi Mingxi ran over with joy on his face.
Senior, you are here, let's go.
Lin Qinshou also saw Lu Jimin and probably guessed that he was Yi Mingxi's suitor.
Lu Jimin's face was very dark at this moment.
He had never seen Yi Mingxi smile, and the first time he saw her smile at another man.
Chapter 26, Did you open this IFC? When Lu Jimin saw Yi Mingxi holding the other person's hand, he couldn't help it. Mingxi, even if you want to make me angry and reject me, please don't degrade yourself.
Lu Xiaomin thought that this person must be someone Yi Mingxi had hired to act, and she had specially hired a sports car driver to make some losers dare not have any more fantasies about her.
Yi Mingxi looked at him as if he was a fool. Brother Lu Xiaomin, I've already said that I have a boyfriend. Senior is my boyfriend. Thank you for your love, but I won't accept you. You can think whatever you want.
After Yi Mingxi finished speaking, she put her arms around Lin Xinqiu's neck and kissed Lin Xinqiu on the lips. Yi Mingxi decided to give the other party a strong dose of medicine, otherwise Lu Xiaomin would always be self-righteous and think that the senior was an actor he found. Of course, this also included a bit of her own selfish motives, and only at this time did she have the courage to kiss her senior. Lin Xinqiu was stunned by Yi Mingxi's sudden appearance, but he quickly reacted and even stuck out his tongue.
No.
Lu Xiaomin was so upset when he saw this scene. All 99 roses in his hand fell to the ground. The two people who were kissing slowly separated, their lips were still wet. Yi Mingxi's pretty face was slightly red, and she looked at Lin Xinqiu with emotion.
The latter took out a rose from behind him.
Meng Meng originally wanted to fill the trunk with flowers, but who knew that this car had no trunk, so I could only buy one. Yi Mingxi happily took the rose and said cheerfully, "Thank you, senior, how did you know that I like roses the most?"
Poof.
Lu Xiaomin, who was standing by, almost vomited blood. She had just said that she was allergic to roses, and she had ignored his 99 roses. But now she was so happy to accept a rose from someone else, and even said that she liked roses the most. Lin Xinqiu and Yi Mingxi got in the car and drove away, leaving Lu Xiaomin alone in a mess. The students around him were talking about it, and many people took out their phones to take pictures. It seemed that the campus forum was going to be lively again. The male protagonist who was not photographed in the car before was completely photographed this time. Senior, others may not understand romance, but I can see your good side.
What do you think of me? A 180-pound girl came to Lu Xiaomin and said delicately.
Lu Xiaomin was 1.8 meters tall, a sports student, and had a strong body.
With a little money, he was originally a sea king in the school.
However, Yi Mingxi's heart had already settled in Lin Xinqiu too early. Even if Lin Xinqiu had nothing, she would not fall in love with Lu Xiaomin.
Get out of here. Lu Xiaomin pushed the fat girl next to him away. The fat girl was so angry that she started to curse. Who do you think you are?
Your car is not as good as hers, and you are not as handsome as hers.
If it were me, I would choose that one too. You deserve to be rejected. Lu Xiaomin was furious and slapped the fat girl in the face. Ah! Murder! I will fight you to the death. The fat girl rushed forward and started fighting with Lu Xiaomin.
This scene will also become a lively topic in the forum, but Lin Xinqiu and the other person who had already gone far away had no idea that such interesting things happened afterwards.
Meng Meng, let's go shopping at IFC. I just want to buy some clothes recently. Can you go with me?
Yi Mingxi, who was standing by, looked at Lin Xinqiu, who was driving with affection all the way.
After hearing this, she nodded and asked carefully, "Senior, are we boyfriend and girlfriend now?" Lin Xinqiu chuckled and joked, "Can't you kiss someone who is not your boyfriend or girlfriend? The saliva just now was all drawn. Can you do this with someone who is not your boyfriend or girlfriend?"
Yi Mingxi waved her hands quickly. "No, this is my first kiss."
"That was my first kiss. Senior, you have to believe me." Yi Mingxi's state of walking on thin ice also made Lin Xinqiu feel distressed. I was joking too. How could I not know what kind of girl my Meng Meng was?
Lin Xinqiu stretched out his right hand and stroked her head. The two soon arrived at the underground parking lot of the IFC. Just in front of his car was an orange Lamborghini, which was parked side by side in two parking spaces. Lin Xinqiu pulled the rope of the door handle and opened the door. The passenger seat of the orange Lamborghini next to him also opened its door at the same time. The two cars were quite far apart, so they would not collide. However, the person who got out of the passenger seat made Lin Xinqiu's expression suddenly cold. When the other party saw Lin Xinqiu, a hint of ridicule appeared on his lips. "I thought you were so powerful, but you are still following me. I said that there is no hope for the two of us. Can you please leave my life?" The person who got out from the passenger seat of the Lamborghini was Lin Xinqiu's ex-girlfriend, He. The man in the driver's seat also came over. What happened? He quickly held the man's arm. "Lin Xinqiu, this is Senior Zhou Junfeng, he is my boyfriend now, just give up on this idea and stop following me." Lin Xinqiu smiled coldly. "You opened this IFC?
Why can't I come and have a look?
Yi Mingxi also came to Lin Qinshuo's side at this time.
Senior, who is this?
Lin Qinshuo took Yi Mingxi's hand and said, he is just a self-righteous person.
Let's go. It was then that he saw Lin Qinshuo's car. It seemed different from the one a few days ago.
This made her more convinced that all the sports cars were rented by Lin Qinshuo. Moreover, she just saw that this car didn't even have door handles, and one had to pull a rope to open the door. For her, who didn't know much about cars, this was definitely a junk truck.
Stop pretending. Why is the car you drove to me a few days ago different from the one you drove today? Is that car too expensive and you can't afford it, so you changed it to this cheaper one?
Lin Qinshuo ignored her and took the elevator to the mall with Yi Mingxi.
Xiaoyi, is this your ex-boyfriend? He looks quite handsome.
Zhou Junfeng raised his chin slightly and said coldly. After hearing what the other party said, he noticed that Lin Qinshuo seemed to have become a little different. She didn't look closely at what was different, but he was indeed better looking than before.
But now she is Zhou Junfeng's girlfriend, of course she can't say these things.
Oh, he is not as handsome as the senior. He is just a loser. He rented a sports car and deliberately ran in front of me. He must be still delusionally thinking of getting back together with me. Zhou Junfeng kept his eyes fixed on the direction where Lin Qinshuo left.
Yi Mingxi's appearance just now surprised him.
What a beautiful girl. Although he was not bad, she was not in the same league standing next to Yi Mingxi.
Rented?
This Lamborghini must cost a lot of money to rent. If your ex-boyfriend is really poor, the rent for one day would be enough for his living expenses for 2 months. Although they are all Lamborghinis, Zhou Junfeng is not familiar with the one in front of him.
If it weren't for the cow logo, he wouldn't know it was a Lamborghini. Chapter 27, There's no door handle in that broken car. He said with disdain, how can he compare with the senior's car? If he wants to rent it, it must be cheaper. I just saw it. This broken car doesn't even have a door handle. It has to be pulled with a rope. After he finished speaking, he patted the roof of the car. He had no idea that Zhou Junfeng's face behind him had changed drastically. Pull cord door handles, the sixth element. Among Lamborghinis, only the top-of-the-line Lamborghini Veneno has this. Zhou Junfeng walked to the back of Lin Qinshuo's car and saw the English word veneno. Damn! It's really a poison. Zhou Junfeng yelled in his heart.
The price of this poison is enough to buy more than a dozen of his Mavericks.
Who exactly is his ex-boyfriend?
A man who can afford to prescribe poison is definitely not rented. There are only a few cars of this kind in the world.
Who would rent out a car worth hundreds of millions? People who collect this car are reluctant to even drive it.
Zhou Junfeng quickly pulled He, who was about to hit the roof of the car again, away from the car. This was poison. Just driving around with it would cause damage of hundreds of thousands of dollars. If he allowed He to hit it a few more times, his car would not be enough to compensate for the damage. However, Zhou Junfeng did not tell He what kind of car it was. He had his own selfish motives. He had chased this woman for a long time before he finally got her. If she knew that her ex-boyfriend was a super rich man, he would definitely be dumped. It would be better to keep it a secret and get her first.
Senior, is that woman your ex-girlfriend?
Yi Mingxi also heard from those words that the woman was Lin Qinshuo's ex-girlfriend He. Lin Qinshuo nodded, it was her. Yi Mingxi hugged his arm tightly, and Lin Qinshuo patted her hand and smiled, telling her not to mind it.
The two of them came to the mall.
The IFC had all kinds of luxury brands. Lin Qinshuo didn't know much about these, so Yi Mingxi took the initiative to take on the responsibility and took Lin Qinshuo to a Versace store. Although Yi Mingxi rarely came to buy clothes on weekdays, she was familiar with women's nature. She selected 3 sets of casual clothes for Lin Qinshuo, as well as some belts, shoes, and so on. The two of them shopped and tried on clothes, and bought a total of 5 sets of clothes, spending more than 600,000 yuan, which means an average of more than 100,000 yuan per set. Meng Meng, my problem is solved, now it's your turn, let's go, let your boyfriend buy you some clothes. Lin Qinshuo pulled Yi Mingxi to a Chanel store.
Senior, I don't need it. I still have a lot of clothes to wear. I don't need to buy any.
Yi Mingxi just found out that Lin Qinshuo was rich, but she still feels sorry for his money. Moreover, she doesn't want to be considered as materialistic by accepting Lin Qinshuo's gift when they just got together.
Be obedient. If you don't accept it, I will be unhappy. I may go back by then and don't want to go shopping anymore.
Lin Qinshuo's words were quite effective, and Yi Mingxi stopped struggling.
As soon as I entered the store, I saw He, my enemy.
At this moment, she was standing in front of the mirror looking at the clothes she was trying on. She also saw Lin Qinshuo coming in from the mirror, and her face was immediately filled with anger.
Are you done yet? Is it interesting to be haunted? Zhou Junfeng, who was originally sitting on the sofa in the store, raised his head and saw Lin Qinshuo, and his face was suddenly embarrassed. What bad luck, Meng Meng, why don't we go to other stores to have a look? Lin Qinshuo didn't expect that he would meet He by chance in such a big IFC. Yi Mingxi frowned and took Lin Qinshuo's arm. No need, we'll buy it here, why should we leave? If anyone wants to leave, they should leave.
Lin Qinshuo smiled and touched her head. He knew that Yi Mingxi didn't want him to hide from his ex-girlfriend everywhere.
Okay, then he would listen to you. Only then did He notice the woman next to Lin Qinshuo.
She hadn't looked at her carefully in the parking lot just now because she thought from the bottom of her heart that this woman was also an actor rented by Lin Qinshuo from somewhere.
Humph, you even rented a woman to hang around me. Lin Qinshuo, can you be more mature? You have used up all the food money your family gave you. You rented a car and a person. It seems that you went to the internet for loans. Why didn't I realize you were so narcissistic before? You are not qualified enough for me to do this. Meng Meng, let's go pick out some clothes.
Lin Qinshuo sneered, then took Yi Mingxi in his arms and walked towards the women's clothing area. Senior is my boyfriend now, please watch your mouth and stop harassing us so self-righteously.
Yi Mingxi couldn't help but retort.
He felt uncomfortable when she heard this. It was like a toy that a child had played with for many years was suddenly given to someone else, and the other person still regarded it as a treasure. Shopping guide, hurry up and kick these two out, they are poor and can't afford to buy anything here, they just come in to take pictures and show off. The shopping guide looked at Zhou Junwei, because Zhou Junwei was a regular customer here, and he had brought girls to buy clothes more than once, and the girls were different every time.
Zhou Junwei pretended to read a magazine without even raising his head.
He knew that Lin Qinshuo was definitely not an ordinary person.
There are no ordinary people who can afford a Lamborghini Veneno.
But now he is in a dilemma. If he helps he will offend Lin Qinshuo, and he might even be slapped in the face by him. If he helps Lin Qinshuo, he will lose the prey, so he simply keeps silent and pretends to know nothing. The shopping guide mistakenly thought that Zhou Junwei agreed, and immediately felt confident and walked up to Lin Qinshuo and the other man. Sir, miss, you are disturbing our distinguished guests.
We would like to ask you to leave now.
He made a gesture of invitation while speaking. Lin Qinshuo laughed angrily. The shopping guide in this store could actually drive away customers just because of someone else's words.
Why are you doing this? Why did they start the quarrel first and chase us away? Yi Mingxi also got angry. This Chanel shopping guide was too arrogant. This shopping guide had some vision.
Lin Qinshuo's clothes and shoes cost no more than 300 yuan. Yi Mingxi's is better, and together with the small CK bag that cost more than 500 yuan, the maximum cost is only 1,000 yuan. On the other side, Zhou Junwei is a frequent customer in the store, so he knows what is important and what is not. Mr. Zhou is the VLP of our store, and you two are affecting our VLP shopping, so we have to drive you away. Lin Qinshuo smiled coldly and pulled Yi Mingxi to another shopping guide standing in the corner and said, please find your store manager for me, and I will give you a big achievement. Zhou Chunyan is a new shopping guide. In fact, she can't stand what another female shopping guide does. She is often robbed of her sales performance by the other one. She is new here, so in order to work well in this store, she can only swallow her anger.
Chapter 28 I want everything in this store. Zhou Chunyan was struggling internally.
Although she didn't really believe that the other party could bring her any great results, she hoped in her heart that what the other party said was true.
This mentality is like buying a lottery ticket. Before buying, you always feel that you can win the lottery by chance, and that the winner might be her. This is why the lottery industry can continue to thrive.
Zhou Chunyan gritted her teeth and finally called the store manager. It was just a phone call, and she wouldn't lose her job. She would just let him hate her. It happened that the store manager had just parked the car and was walking towards the store. The shopping guide who drove Lin Qinshuo and the other two away had a sneer on her face and looked at them with her hands crossed.
Even if the store manager came, it would be useless. She was an old employee in the store.
Most of the sales in the store were made by her. Even the store manager would not dare to fire her easily. A woman in her 40s walked quickly into the store.
What happened?
When Zhou Chunyan saw the store manager, she quickly stepped forward and explained what had happened. After hearing what happened, the store manager Lin Xiaomei frowned slightly and glanced at the other shopping guide with displeasure. This kind of thing can obviously be solved by appeasement, but you have to force the customer to choose between two options and offend them. Lin Qinshu did not wait for the store manager to respond, and took out a card from his pocket.
I want everything in this store, including the one on that woman.
I will buy them all, and the performance will be counted on this lady. As the store manager, you should have the right to calculate the value of the goods in the store and check the funds in my card, so that you don't think I'm joking.
Shock. Petrified.
Everyone present was stunned when they heard this. Only Zhou Junwei remained calm, because in his opinion, it would not be surprising even if the other party bought the store.
You're crazy.
The shopping guide who drove Lin Qinshu away suddenly laughed out loud. I've seen people who pretend to be cool, but I've never seen someone who pretends to be so cool.
Sir, are you kidding me?
Lin Xiaomei also felt a little bit unbelievable.
Are you kidding? Just check if there is enough money in my card and you will know.
Lin Qinshu was a little impatient. Yi Mengshi quickly pulled his hand and said, forget it. At worst, we can just not buy it or go to another store. Lin Qinshu held her hand tightly and said softly, don't worry, no one can bully you except me.
I will definitely avenge you.
Lin Xiaomei walked to the front desk and inserted the card into a machine, which immediately displayed a 9-digit balance. She stood there, her chest rising and falling, which was caused by being too excited. Lin Xiaomei walked up quickly and returned the card to Mr. Lin Qinshu with both hands.
I will calculate the value of the goods in the store for you. Because there are a lot of goods, where should they be delivered? Do you have any other requirements?
When the shopping guide heard Lin Xiaomei's words, it was like a bolt from the blue, because this meant that what Lin Qinshu said just now was not just pretense, but was true. What was even more surprising was Yi, the instigator. She was not a fool and immediately understood the relationship between the two.
Impossible, impossible.
You are not the store manager here, you are an actor hired by Lin Qinshu.
He pointed at them and shouted. Everyone looked at her as if she was a fool.
If the store manager was fake, the shopping guide would always recognize it. Zhou Junfeng also felt that if he stayed any longer he would be severely slapped in the face. Although he was being slapped in the face now, it was not his face.
Let us go and check out the store next door.
Zhou Junfeng dragged the slightly crazy He out the door.
Zhou Chunyan quickly blocked their way and said, Sir, the clothes you are wearing are from our store. Please change them before leaving. Zhou Junwei was a little impatient. How much is it? I paid and I want to wear this dress. It's just a piece of clothing. I spent a lot of money in this store.
This little hand dared to stop him. Manager Lin, if there is one thing missing from this store, I will take back my promise to buy everything. Lin Qinshu smiled coldly.
Lin Qinshu, don't go too far.
He stared at him viciously. Until now, she was unwilling to believe that Lin Qinshu was rich.
She would rather believe that these people were actors.
Even if Lin Qinshu really became rich, she was not willing to bow her head and try to get back with him, even though she was not sure she could get him. Lin Qinshu ignored her and turned to Lin Xiaomei and said, Manager Lin, I want everything in the store now.
If there is one less, I don't want them all. Go and deal with them.
After that, he pulled Yi Mingxi to the restroom of the store. Lin Qinshu deliberately did not mention the matter of the other shopping guide. He wanted to see whether Lin Xiaomei would handle it. The other shopping guide who was about to drive Lin Qinshu and the other person away also panicked at this moment. He quickly turned around and walked towards the rest area, wanting to apologize to Lin Qinshu, but was blocked by Lin Xiaomei.
You should leave now and don't come to work anymore.
You almost caused us to lose a big customer.
Although the customer didn't say anything, if I don't deal with it, no one will dare to come to this store in the future. No, you can't fire me. I'm the one who made all the sales in this store. If you fire me, the headquarters will suffer a huge loss and will blame you.
The shopping guide said hurriedly, wanting Lin Xiaomei to take back her decision.
After all, even the customers didn't mean to blame her, so why did the store manager fire her?
Lin Xiaomei smiled coldly.
Performance? With your meager performance, you dare to say that the headquarters has lost money? Do you think I don't know what you do in the store?
bullying newcomers, sending newcomers away when seeing customers who are about to close a deal, and writing the performance under your name.
These newcomers dare not speak out. If it weren't for you being an old man, I would have fired you long ago.
And you secretly took things out of the store to smuggle orders.
Do you think I don't know? Hurry up and leave, or I will call the police.
The shopping guide's face changed, he bit his lip, looked unwilling, and finally walked away in shame.
She has taken a lot of private orders here.
If the other party calls the police, she will go to jail, or at least be fined a lot of money.
This is too much, Senior Junfeng, please help me. I will agree to any request you make.
He risked everything, she just didn't want to lose to Lin Qinshu.
Zhou Juanfeng's eyes lit up.
Although he had no shortage of women, he always made him feel moved, so he had a special feeling for He. If he could satisfy He this time, he would be able to get her today. Manager Lin, I am also a frequent customer of the store. Please give me some face and I will buy this dress at 3 times the price. Zhou Junfeng said to Lin Xiaomei. Lin Xiaomei smiled slightly.
I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou.
All the items in the store have been sold to Mr. Lin today. If you need anything, please buy it from Mr. Lin.
I can't make the decision.
Zhou Junfeng looked very unhappy, but in order to get he had no choice but to bow to the other party. Brother, sell this dress to me, I am willing to pay 5 times the price.
Chapter 29 Happiness Index.
Lin Qinshu smiled coldly.
Brother?
Who is your brother? Manager Lin, the dress she is wearing is not for sale.
Take it off and take it to the toilet to clean the floor.
You. Zhou Junfeng pointed at Lin Qinshu angrily.
Let's keep a line today so that we can meet again in the future. Maybe you will need me for help in the future.
Lin Qinshu laughed out loud.
Please? Are you worthy enough?
He's face turned pale. She knew that Zhou Junfeng could no longer help her. She shook off Zhou Junfeng's hand, rushed into the fitting room to change back into her own clothes, and rushed out of the store.
She didn't even pay attention to Zhou Junfeng and left on her own. Showy.
Zhou Junfeng hurriedly chased after her. Lin Qinshu couldn't help but raise a smile at the corner of his mouth. This result made him very comfortable, as if the anger in his chest was finally out.
Zhou Chunyan came to the rest area with 2 cups of coffee.
Sir, the 2 men have already left. You and Miss can go and choose what you need. Lin Xiaomei asked her to come over and confirm again whether she wanted to buy all the goods in the store. After all, it was their clerk who made the mistake first. Even if Lin Qinshu regretted it now, they would not have any complaints. Lin Qinshu frowned.
Didn't I tell you that I want everything in the store? How many times do I have to tell you? Go check the prices. Zhou Chunyan couldn't hide her joy and walked quickly towards Lin Xiaomei. Senior, there are too many things in this store. Do you have so many girls to give as gifts? Why don't we just listen to them and pick a few? Yi Mingxi looked at the dazzling array of clothes, jewelry, perfumes, and lipsticks. The most expensive ones should be the bags.
Lin Qinshu smiled and touched her head.
I've bought them all and am giving them all to you. You can do whatever you want with these things. Yi Mingxi was petrified on the spot.
She originally thought that Lin Qinshu bought these just to vent his anger and then find a way to sell them because these were brand new things after all. She didn't expect that he would give them all to her.
No, these are too expensive, I can't take them. Yi Mingxi quickly refused.
Lin Qinshu pretended to sigh dejectedly and said, since you don't want it, I can only give it to another girl. After all, I can't use these girls' things.
No! Yi Mingxi shouted hurriedly.
Which girl can resist the sugar-coated bullets of this Chanel store?
If she has a few more rivals in love, wouldn't that be asking for trouble?
In the end, Yi Mingxi agreed, because there were some men's clothes in it, and she planned to sort them out for Lin Qinshu, and she had no place to put so many things. Let's buy you a suite to store these things, and occasionally we can spend some time together in a warm world for 2. Lin Qinshu thought about it and realized that although he already had Yunlu Villa, it was not so convenient to take Yi Mingxi there. After all, there are 7 beauties with black stockings there. Now I still have money on hand, so I can buy a house for Yi Mingxi.
Wouldn't it be better to keep her as a beautiful lady in a golden house? Buy a house? Lin Qinshu's shocking words repeatedly refreshed Yi Mingxi's cognition. Are people so willful when they have money?
How much money do you have, senior?
Yes, I don't have a house either. We can't go back to school for our weekend date.
It's not convenient to stay in a hotel, so why not buy a house as our love nest? The reason why Lin Xinsho did this was because a task reminder sounded in his mind just now.
Ding.
It is detected that the host is dating a woman with a beauty score of 90 or above and a favorability score of 90. Option 1, use all your skills to improve the other person's happiness, limited to 24 hours, and reward is martial arts mastery. Option 2, a plain date, showing the host's stingy side, limited to 24 hours, reward for mastering the dirty tricks. These two rewards are actually pretty good. Lin Xinsho wants both. There is nothing wrong with using a despicable method to deal with a despicable person. It seems like a very simple task, but it is actually very difficult. For example, if you are stingy, when you drive a Lamborghini Veneno, you can't complete this task. If you don't even sting on the wear and tear of a luxury car, where else can you sting? Another thing is that it is difficult to improve your sense of happiness, because happiness is something you give yourself. Some people who have a hard life suddenly have a good meal tonight, and they feel very happy. But everyone has a different definition of happiness, so this is very difficult. Since stingy Lin Xinsho can't do it anymore, let's work hard towards happiness. He is proficient in martial arts. When he recalls the scene of fighting 10 people alone at the door of Pagani Bar that day, his blood still boils.
Who doesn't have a martial arts dream? So now Lin Xinsho is doing everything he can to improve Yi Mingxi's happiness. Ding. Yi Mingxi's current happiness index is 65. Ding. Yi Mingxi's happiness index reaches 90, and the host completes the task.
Lin Xinsho was a bit troubled. He gave her the entire Chanel and even said he would take her to buy a house and build a love nest, but the happiness index didn't increase much.
It seems that money is not omnipotent. At least spending tens of millions can't improve Yi Mingxi's happiness index.
Yi Mingxi put her arms around Lin Xinsho's neck and said with watery eyes, "Senior, you were so nice to me.
I am so happy."
After that, her cherry lips came up.
Ding. Yi Mingxi's happiness index increased by 3, and now the happiness index is 68 points. Damn, I was happy to only add 3 points. If I add these points one by one, how long will it take to complete the task?
Fortunately, when the system issued this task, the 24-hour countdown had just begun, so he still had a whole day. While the two were kissing passionately, Lin Xiaomei pushed open the door of the lounge. Yi Mingxi immediately released her hands that were around Lin Xinsho's neck, and her pretty face flushed. Lin Xiaomei seemed not to have seen it and walked forward with a few pieces of paper. "Mr. Lin, this is the statistics of all the items in our store, with a total value of 6.34 million yuan. I have opened a membership for you, and after using the membership discount, I will count it as 6 million yuan. Lin Xinsho took a quick look and found that the clothes, jewelry and cosmetics in the store were not too expensive.
Instead, the bags accounted for most of the price.
However, this price was within Lin Xinsho's expectations. The store itself is not particularly large, so it is reasonable for the goods to be worth over 6 million. This is also the first time that Lin Xinsho has spent money so lavishly. Although he appears calm on the surface, his heart is actually in turmoil. If he didn't have several hundred million in his card to make him swell up, he wouldn't spend money like this.
6 million.
Although Yi Mingxi knew that the things in the store were not cheap, this price was beyond her imagination.
Chapter 30. I still like your rebellious look just now.
Lin Xinsho took out the card and handed it over.
Swipe it.
If you want a membership, ask Meng Meng to get one.
I don't need this membership. Pack your things.
Meng Meng will send you an address in 2 days.
Just send everything there.
There is no place to put these things now, and it's getting late, so it's not practical to go buy a house.
Let us wait until tomorrow, Sunday.
After swiping the card, Yi Mingxi picked out a few sets of clothes to take away, and went to a store selling domestic mobile phones with Lin Xinsho. Lin Xinsho's iPhone was a product of 6 or 7 years ago. Although it was still usable, it was rather old and did not quite match his status as a wealthy man. Lin Xinsho picked out 2 of the most expensive folding screen mobile phones.
Although they were a bit bulky, he liked these novel and pretentious-looking mobile phones. After shopping, the two went to watch a romantic movie, the kind in which the hero and heroine did not end up together.
Yi Mingxi cried her eyes out, while Lin Xinsho fell asleep directly. When we walked out of the cinema, it was time for dinner.
Meng Meng, what do you want to eat?
Yi Mingxi shook her head. She didn't care much about what to eat.
Senior, it's up to you to decide.
Seeing that she had not yet come out of the plot of the movie, Lin Qinsho secretly vowed that he would never take girls to watch these melodramatic love movies again, as affecting their mood would affect the subsequent process. Lin Qinsho thought of Shuiyun Pavilion, the top private restaurant in Shanghai that he had often heard of. It is said that the place only entertains 8 guests every day, and each table costs hundreds of thousands, including expensive red and white wines, as well as some delicacies from land and sea. In the past, he only dared to think about it, but now, he has enough money to have a meal.
Come on, I'll take you to a place to eat. I've only heard of it.
Lin Qinsho sat in the car and turned on the navigation. Shuiyun Pavilion is located near the Magic City Park in the city, surrounded by mountains and water. The rent alone is several million per month, but they have launched a limited hunger marketing campaign, with a daily turnover of over 1 million, and the rent can be earned in a few days. After Lin Qinsho parked the car, he walked towards the gate of Shuiyun Pavilion.
The receptionist at the gate hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Hello, do you have an appointment?"
Lin Qinsho shook his head and said, "I don't have a reservation.
I'm willing to pay double the money and add another seat."
The receptionist was stunned. Double the price, that would mean a net profit of more than 100,000 yuan. She didn't dare to make a decision and called her boss immediately.
Shang Ping, the owner of Shuiyun Pavilion, walked out.
His slightly raised head showed that he was a proud man. However, Lin Qinsho now possesses a deadly weapon to deal with proud people, that is, money. "Sir, I'm sorry, our appointments for today are full."
"Even if you are willing to pay double the price, I can't make an exception. Some things can't be bought with money, just like the rules of my Shuiyun Pavilion, you can't break them no matter how rich you are."
Shang Ping looked arrogant, as if he came out this time just to reject him in person and slap the faces of those who think money can solve everything.
Ding! It is detected that the host is being despised. How can the rich man endure such humiliation?
Option 1, today's dinner must be eaten at Shuiyun Pavilion, and it must be the best set meal, and the reward is 1 billion in cash.
Option 2, beat up the boss of Shuiyun Pavilion in front of you and get a pair of limited edition silver handcuffs as a reward. Damn, who are you mocking?
Anyone would know which one to choose between the silver handcuffs and 1 billion yuan. Originally, seeing that the other party was not affected by the money, Lin Qinsho was ready to leave. Who knew that the system would suddenly pop up and release a task? This was the first time that 2 tasks existed at the same time, and there was also a task about Yi Mingxi's happiness index that had not been completed.
But what exactly is Shang Ping saying to humiliate people? Is this dog system too sensitive?
When Lin Qinsho saw the 1 billion yuan reward, he immediately made up his mind to complete the task at all costs. It was 1 billion yuan at that time, so he couldn't go against the money.
Ahem, Boss Shang, I will pay 100 million to buy your Shuiyun Pavilion. I only have one request, I want one more table tonight. Shang Ping's pupils shrank slightly when he heard this. 100 million.
Although I have invested tens of millions here, the business has not been very good recently. It was fully booked today because it is the weekend. On weekdays, at most 3 tables are booked. Although there are many rich people in Shanghai, the transportation here is not very convenient. There will be traffic jams at mealtimes, and the traffic jams will last for a long time.
The price offered by Lin Qinsho made him struggle internally.
If he transferred 100 million to Lin Qinsho, he could make up for all his efforts and losses during this period, and he could also earn tens of millions. Shang Ping gritted his teeth and said, "Sir, this Shuiyun Pavilion is the result of my hard work.
It cannot be measured by money. You don't have to say anything more. The rules cannot be broken. Please go ahead." 200 million.
Lin Qinsho interrupted him and added another 100 million. This was the final price he could offer. Shuiyun Pavilion is not worth 200 million at all, and there is only more than 200 million left in Lin Qinsho's card. If the other party does not agree, it means that it is no longer a matter of money, and he can only give up this task.
Deal. Shang Ping agreed immediately.
If you hesitated 100 million, it means you still want to fight for your career dream.
If you still hesitate at 200 million, you are a fool. What dream can be worth 200 million?
Lin Qinsho was stunned by how quickly he agreed. The other party was so arrogant that he was ready to give up the task, but he agreed right away.
"Boss, please come in.
I'll go prepare the contract and the private room."
Shang Ping showed a flattering smile on his face.
Lin Qinsho pulled Yi Mingxi, who was already confused, and when he passed by Shang Ping, he reached out and patted his shoulder. "I still like your rebellious look just now. When Shang Ping heard this, he immediately straightened his back, the smile on his face disappeared, and he followed Lin Qinshu into Shuiyun Pavilion.
Senior, am I dreaming? You spent 200 million just to take me to dinner here?
In the private room, Yi Mingxi still couldn't believe what she had just experienced.
She was even wondering whether they were talking about money or happy beans. Since I promised you to come here for dinner, I can't break my promise. It's only 200 million, as long as you are happy.
Lin Qinshu's heart was bleeding, but as long as the meal was over, his 200 million would become 1 billion, so he didn't feel so bad when he thought about it.
Senior, you are so nice to me. Let us not eat anymore and go back. Yi Mingxi pulled Lin Qinshu and was about to leave.
Lin Qinshu pulled her into his arms and whispered, "Listen to me, enjoy the food here. If it's as delicious as the rumors say, it's worth spending 200 million to have a good meal with you. I'll be able to earn it back in no time, don't worry." He didn't know whether he could make money here.
As long as the task was completed, he would make 800 million yuan.
He didn't care whether Shuiyun Pavilion lived or died, so he would not let Yi Mingxi leave no matter what.
Chapter 31, Manchu Han Banquet.
As long as I tell Yi Mingxi that this is just my investment idea and that I am also taking her out for a meal, she probably won't clamor to leave. Sure enough, after hearing these words, Yi Mingxi sat back in her original seat obediently, feeling deeply moved. At this time, Shang Ping also walked in wearing a chef's uniform. It turns out that Boss Shang is also a chef.
Will Boss Shang be the chef for the next meal?
Lin Qinshu was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Shang Ping himself was the chef of Shuiyun Pavilion.
Shang Ping smiled proudly and said, "I am the head chef of Shuiyun Pavilion. I have been awarded the title of Michelin 3-star chef. I am also the only chef in China who can prepare a complete Manchu Han banquet independently."
These words shocked Lin Qinshu. It turned out that Shang Ping was so awesome.
No wonder he was so arrogant.
"Director Lin, please put the contract aside for now.
Shang Ping will prepare dinner for you tonight."
Shang Ping clapped his hands. The waiter outside the door brought an ice bucket with 2 bottles of red wine.
"This is 1982 Lafite, 2 bottles specially prepared for you."
The red wine originally sold for 300,000 yuan in the store, but today the new boss arrived and gave it to you. Lin Qinshu was speechless for a while. He spent 200 million to buy this Shuiyun Pavilion, so everything in it should belong to him. Shang Ping was borrowing flowers to offer to Buddha, but the flowers he borrowed were his own flowers, and he finally gave them to himself. Lin Qinshu waved his hand and said, "Stop talking nonsense and serve the food quickly." Shang Ping smiled awkwardly, he really was using someone else's but as a cover.
"Serve the food."
The door of the private room opened, and dozens of waiters appeared outside the door, each holding a basin in their hands, and the waiter who had just brought the ice bucket also poured out 2 glasses of red wine and brought them to Lin Qinshu and the others.
The first waiter placed the plate on the table and took away the lid.
The dish on the plate was steaming, but Lin Qinshu couldn't tell what it was.
"Chef Shang, please introduce it to me." Shang Ping's whole body suddenly radiated confidence. "This is the first dish, steamed lamb. Shuiyun Pavilion will prepare a full banquet on weekends.
Because it takes a long time, it is only prepared once a week. It was originally reserved for tomorrow's guests, but since you are here today, it will be served to you."
"A full banquet? There are more than 100 dishes. Even if he and Yi Mingxi eat together, they can't taste so many dishes."
"Don't worry, these are all small portions, because the Manchu Han banquet can accommodate many people, and the people who come to Shuiyun Pavilion are not the type to have a large group meal, so I made a small portion of this dish, you can eat slowly." Shang Ping seemed to have guessed Lin Qinshu's thoughts and hurriedly explained.
"Even if you eat these dishes slowly, you can't finish all 108 dishes.
However, Lin Qinshu has only heard of the Manchu Han banquet, so he is happy to try it even if he can't finish it. Lin Qinshu invited Yi Mingxi to join him, drinking red wine and eating the Manchu Han banquet.
The 1982 Lafite tasted good, but not as good as the Romane Conti from Yunlu Villa.
The two of them could not eat any more after the 30th dish, so Lin Qinshu could only ask Shang Ping to pack up the leftovers and send them to number 1 Yunlu Villa, where his 7 maids were. Instead of wasting the food, he might as well pack it up and give it to them. Yi Mingxi was so full that she couldn't stand up. Lin Qinshu followed Shang Ping to his office to sign the contract.
After signing the transfer, Shang Ping smiled flatteringly and said, "Boss, we still have fireworks here. Do you want to set off some fireworks?"
Lin Qinshu's eyes lit up immediately.
Fireworks are girls' favorite. Maybe it can increase the happiness index.
However, the only place to set off fireworks nearby is inside Shuiyun Pavilion, so if you want to watch them, you have to look up, which is very tiring for your neck.
Shang Ping then suggested setting off fireworks here. The best place to watch them is the presidential suite of the Bulgari Hotel across the street.
The huge floor-to-ceiling windows there offer a view of the entire sky.
I have already booked the presidential suite. You can go there to rest.
Lin Qinshu gave him a look that said, "You are very sensible." No wonder Shang Ping had been laughing so meanly since just now. Shang Ping is the chef here, so Shuiyun Pavilion was finally managed by him. In order to keep him, Lin Qinshu also gave him 30% of the shares.
Shang Ping and others then sold 70% of Shuiyun Pavilion's shares for 200 million. Shang Ping invested 30 million in Shuiyun Pavilion.
With the operating expenses and the initial profits, the capital has actually been mostly recovered.
However, if this situation continues, it may result in losses.
Lin Qinshu's takeover has made him a net profit of 200 million. At the same time, in the Magic City Bank, Chen Shanshan was sorting out some information and was called to the office by Wu Xiaogang.
Xiao Chen, the amount of money in your private bank fluctuates a bit.
You just spent 200 million yuan, and now there is only more than 80 million yuan left.
Do you want to talk to Mr. Lin about it?
If it is less than 50 million yuan, then your private bank will not be able to operate.
Wu Xiaogang said earnestly.
In less than a day, Lin Qinshu had spent more than 200 million yuan of the 300 million yuan. I originally thought he was a big customer, but if this continues, Lin Qinshu will no longer be a big customer.
Chen Shanshan didn't know what to do.
It was his money, so how he spent it was his business.
How could she interfere? Xiao Chen, your job hasn't been officially approved yet.
If you only have this amount of deposit, you may not be able to handle this position.
Do you want to talk to Mr. Lin and ask him to think of a way to keep your job? Wu Xiaogang continued to persuade. President Wu, I will communicate with Mr. Lin. I will go out first.
Chen Shanshan bit her lip and went out. After taking out her mobile phone and hesitating for a while, she called Lin Qinshu's number. At this moment, Lin Qinshu was just about to leave Shang Ping's office. When he saw Chen Shanshan's call, he was a little confused.
Why would this woman call him? Good evening, classmate Lin, have you eaten yet? Chen Shanshan didn't know how to start the conversation, wondering whether she should meet up to talk. I've already eaten. Miss Shanshan is not still working overtime.
Lin Qinshu was confused by the awkward greeting from the other side. Chen Shanshan gritted her teeth and said, I noticed that there were big fluctuations in your bank account, so I wanted to ask if something happened. After Chen Shanshan said this, Lin Qinshu immediately understood the meaning of the call. It should be because he transferred too much money, and the bank put pressure on Chen Shanshan. Chen Shanshan was a young girl who had just entered society and did not dare to say anything openly.
I'm sorry, I just happened to have an investment today and I need a lot of money.
Wu Xiaogang must have put pressure on you, don't worry, I will help you solve the problem right away. Lin Qinshu remembered that his mission had been completed and the reward should be coming soon, so Chen Shanshan's problem was solved.
Chapter 32, Capture Yi Mengshi.
No, Lin, I just wanted to ask if you had eaten.
I wanted to treat you to a meal as a token of my gratitude. I have no other intentions, Chen Shanshan explained quickly.
Lin Qinshu did not expose her. He chatted for a few words and then hung up the phone.
After hanging up the phone, Chen Shanshan felt much calmer.
She didn't know why, but Lin Qinshu's casual words could give her a great sense of security.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the Shuiyun Pavilion dining mission.
Reward, 1 billion in cash.
Dear customer, your Shanghai bank card with the last number 9527 has received a transfer of 1 billion yuan, and the balance is 1,082,369,053 yuan. Lin Qinshu had just hung up the phone when the system's moving prompt sounded. Wu Xiaogang of Shanghai Bank was sitting in front of his computer in a daze when he suddenly saw $1 billion flowing into an account. Wu Xiaogang quickly sat up and wiped his eyes. After confirming that he was not mistaken, he quickly printed out the appointment letter and ran to Chen Shanshan's new office. In fact, the appointment order had been approved long ago, otherwise Lin Qinshu would not have received the task reward. He just wanted to use Chen Shanshan to get more funds from the other party. As soon as Chen Shanshan returned to the office and sat down, she saw Wu Xiaogang rushing in with a piece of paper.
President Wu, what are you doing?
Chen Shanshan looked at Wu Xiaogang, who was in a hurry, and asked in confusion. Wu Shougang calmed down his heavy breathing and showed a hypocritical smile on his face.
Xiao Chen, I was just joking just now. Your appointment order has been issued a long time ago. I just wanted to scare you for fun. Here, this is your appointment letter. Sign it and you will be the financial director of the Lujiazui branch of the Magic City Bank. Remember to say hello to Mr. Lin for me. Wu Shougang put down the appointment letter and left the office, leaving Chen Shanshan confused. When Chen Shanshan turned on her computer, the bank's internal website showed that her client had transferred 1 billion yuan a minute ago. Chen Shanshan then understood why Wu Shougang suddenly changed his attitude. A man who could transfer 1 billion yuan at any time was a big client that even the president of the head office would want to win over. Chen Shanshan breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but think of what Lin Qinshu had just said to reassure her. I immediately took out my cell phone and sent a message to Lin Qinshu to thank you. Lin Qinshu took a look at the message and put his phone away. The 1 billion tasks were completed, and there was still one happiness task left. It was the first time that Lin Qinshu felt so powerless about a mission. The full banquet, plus a series of operations, finally increased Yi Mingxi's sense of happiness by 2 points. I barely reached level 70, and I still have 20 happiness points to complete the task. It's too difficult. Yi Mingxi in the private room had a dazed look in his eyes at this time. The aftereffects of the red wine were still quite strong, and Yi Mingxi had never drunk alcohol before. Lin Qinshu helped her out of Shuiyun Pavilion, handed the car keys to Shang Ping, and asked him to drive the car to the Bulgari Hotel opposite. He and Yi Mingxi got into Shuiyun Pavilion's Rolls-Royce shuttle bus. Senior, I'm so happy. In the car, Yi Mingxi put her arms around Lin Qinshu's neck, as if she knew what was going to happen next. She didn't know if the ruddy complexion was due to drinking or something she was thinking about. Lin Qinshu stretched out his finger and scratched her upturned nose. There is a surprise prepared for you later, so don't fall asleep yet. Yi Mingxi perked up, and the car soon arrived at the Bulgari Hotel on the other side of the Shuiyun Pavilion artificial lake. After Lin Qinshu reported his name, someone took them to the presidential suite. This was Lin Qinshu's first time entering the presidential suite. The waiter was about to introduce the room's space layout and facilities, but was directly driven out by Lin Qinshu. Lin Qinshu carried Yi Mingxi in a princess hug and took her directly to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Opposite the floor-to-ceiling window was the Shuiyun Pavilion where they had just had dinner. He turned off the lights in the house first, came to Yi Mingxi and made a phone call to start. Yi Mingxi looked at the busy Lin Qinshu in confusion. This was the idea that Lin Qinshu came up with when Shang Ping mentioned fireworks just now. Since money doesn't work, let us return to sincerity and romance. Sometimes it's like this: when you don't have money, all others ask of you is money. When you have money, it's up to you to decide whether you are romantic enough. After the call ended, a beam of light suddenly appeared from the Shuiyun Pavilion opposite and headed straight for the sky, spreading out at high altitude. The fireworks filled the sky and lit up the entire sky. This was the surprise that Lin Qinshu had prepared for her. How beautiful! Yi Mingxi murmured involuntarily. Lin Qinshu came behind her and hugged her, and the two of them stood there watching the fireworks on the other side of the river. They lasted for more than 10 minutes before they ended. At this time, Lin Qinshu finally heard the system prompt sound that he wanted to hear. Ding! Yi Mingxi's happiness index increased by +18, and now the happiness index is 88 points. It's 88 points now, just 2 points left to complete. It seems that Yi Mingxi is an emotional person. Lin Qinshu spent so much money and the result was just an increase of a few points. With the setting off of some cheap fireworks in the environment, the two of them snuggled up to each other and their points instantly soared by 18 points. Yi Mingxi looked at senior Lin Qinshu with burning eyes. I love you. Two figures hugged each other tightly in the sky full of fireworks. This night, no words. Early in the morning, Lin Qinshu was awakened by an itch on his nose. He opened his eyes and found that it was Yi Mingxi who was holding her long hair and gently brushing it across his face. What came into view was Yi Mingxi's playful smile. Lin Qinshu hugged her lovingly and said, "You got up so early. You were so tired last night. Can't you sleep a little longer?" Yi Mingxi buried her head in Lin Qinshu's arms. I feel like I am dreaming now. I am so happy and blessed. Ding! Yi Mingxi's happiness index increased by 3, and now the happiness index is 91 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have completed the task of improving Yi Mingxi's happiness index and will be rewarded with martial arts proficiency.
A large amount of information about martial arts quickly flooded into Lin Qinshuo's brain, and the muscles all over his body seemed to be filled with memories of those martial arts. I didn't expect that I had completed the task just by waking up in the morning. Lin Qinshuo was still wondering whether he had to wait until he bought the house today to add these 2 points to the happiness index. Maybe for Yi Mingxi, it is a very happy thing to see the person she likes as soon as she opens her eyes in the morning. To use a phrase that I don't know who said it to, happiness is something you give yourself. When you are a contented person, it is easier to feel happy. On the contrary, if you are an unsatisfied person, like a bottomless pit, then no matter how many good things happen, you will not feel happy. The mission was accomplished and they should have celebrated, but Yi Mingxi, who was experiencing this for the first time, couldn't stand it, so Lin Qinshuo had to give up. I called the hotel to send breakfast, then got up and washed up.
Chapter 33 Campus Forum is boiling.
Yi Mingxi was not able to move around easily, so Lin Qinshuo carried her around the whole time. I didn't look closely at the presidential suite last night, but now I see that there is a long distance from the room to the door. It is worthy of being a presidential suite that costs $188,000 a night.
It has everything you need, including an entertainment room. Unfortunately, he only needed a room and a bed. After eating and drinking, the waiter returned the car keys to him. Lin Qinshuo helped Yi Mingxi, who had some difficulty walking, into the car. They were originally going to buy a house today, but Yi Mingxi's condition was not suitable for running around. And because Yi Mingxi was overworked last night, she kept yawning, so Lin Qinshuo had no choice but to send her back to school. Senior, I'm sorry, I'm useless and ruined your fun. Yi Mingxi said self-blamingly.
Originally, Lin Qinshuo said he would take her to buy a house today, but now because of her health problems, he had to cancel the trip.
What nonsense are you talking about? It's my fault that you are like this. Just take a good rest. We can go again after you have rested.
Lin Qinshuo rubbed her drooping head. Lin Qinshuo and the other person chatted in the car for a while before Yi Mingxi reluctantly got out. He also left school and returned to Yunlu Villa. Since Yi Mingxi was not around, he took the trouble to visit the property himself. He just needed to return to Yunlu Villa and let Li Qing take charge. At this time, a huge uproar broke out in the campus forum of Shanghai Jiaotong University. The fact that the new campus beauty Yi Mingxi left school in a luxury car worth 100 million yuan has become a big gossip circulating among the school. Many clickbait headlines also emerged. Shock. The new school beauty goddess was defeated by poison. Horrible. The appearance of poison makes the school beauty fall. The new money-loving campus beauty of Jiaotong University. The super rich man arrives. Recruits the campus belles. One article after another was posted on the campus network with pictures. The pictures were taken when Lin Qinshuo and Yi Mingxi were drawing the silk. Hey, why does this guy look familiar? Now that you mention it, it seems familiar to me. Damn. Isn't this the beast in our class? What? One of the 4 great generals of the best dormitory, the loser Lin Beast? Aren't the beasts from an ordinary family? It is said that he was just dumped by his girlfriend because she was poor, but now he drives a luxury car? Maybe he rented it. Goddess Yi, he is a fake rich man, you must not be fooled by him. Rent? A Lamborghini Veneno worth hundreds of millions, rent it to me and see. The comments on the forum caused a huge uproar, with all kinds of sarcastic remarks frequently appearing. No one believed that a loser like Lin Qinshuo could drive a luxury car worth hundreds of millions. At this time, Yi Mingxi was also surrounded by her 3 good girlfriends in the same dormitory. The 3 of them surrounded her with frowns on their faces. They had sensed something was wrong from the way Yi Mingxi walked in. Meng, you didn't come back last night and you're in this state again today. You shouldn't be a little worried about Yi Mingxi's answer. Yi Mingxi nodded shyly. This scene shocked the other 3 people. Meng, you are so confused. Even if that person is really a rich second generation, if you give yourself to him so quickly, he will dump you in a minute. Yao Jingjing patted her forehead, looking like she was disappointed with her son. Yes, and we haven't heard you talk about this person, why are you with him all of a sudden? Did he drug you? Wang Ying was also puzzled. I have liked the senior for a long time, but I just didn't tell you, and I took the initiative. When I liked him, he was not the senior who drove a luxury car. Yi Mingxi explained to her girlfriends. The 3 of them sighed at the same time when they heard this. Such a beautiful schoolgirl actually fell for such a man. If they had this kind of capital, they would definitely be surrounded by flowers.
Now everyone on the forum is saying that you are materialistic, and it seems that your position as the school beauty will be eliminated soon. Wang Ying looked at the wailing on the forum.
Yes, the 4 campus beauties were voted in by everyone because they were single.
Now that you are not single and you are making a big fuss, you will definitely be eliminated. Yao Jingjing was also looking at her phone. Yi Mingxi curled her lips and said, I don't want to be the school beauty. I don't want to be one anyway. I just want to be the little woman of my senior. Ruan Xingqing and the other two sighed.
At room 1, Yulu Villa, Lin Qinqiu was lying on the massage bed, enjoying the massage from Xiaxi and Yu Qian. Suddenly my phone vibrated with messages. I didn't know who sent me a bunch of messages. Lin Qinqiu picked it up and saw that it was sent by Fan Jianxiang in the group.
Fan Jianxiang, holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Xia Lu, did you take the wrong medicine? Fan Jianxiang, it's obscene.
Go and take a look at the article pinned to the top of the campus forum.
Xia Lu, holy shit. Is that a beast? Fan Jianxiang, I didn't expect that the beast could actually get the school beauty yi. A beautiful flower was stuck in cow dung.
Lin Qinqiu, I don't allow you to say Meng Meng is cow dung.
Fan Jianxiang, I'm talking about you. Fan Jianxiang posted a picture showing his middle finger. Xia Lu, Lamborghini Venom. Beast, what's wrong with that car? You are not really some invisible rich man.
Lin Qinqiu, I originally wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but now I won't pretend anymore.
I am a billionaire and I'm going to reveal my cards. Fan Jianxiang, damn.
Your thighs are so thick, why don't you let me hug you earlier? Lin Qinqiu, I told you yesterday that the person in the car was me, but you didn't believe me.
Xia Lu, where is the shamelessness?
He should be the first one to jump out in this situation, why is he so quiet? Fan Jianxiang, yes, if that shameless guy knew that the beast was a super rich man, he would have jumped out to acknowledge the thief as his father long ago.
How come there is no movement? I'll give him a call.
Lin Qinqiu put down his phone, closed his eyes and enjoyed it. It was amazing that the 2 women had learned how to loosen up their muscles after the training. Although his physical condition had improved, he felt more relaxed and even a little drowsy under the massage techniques of the 2 women. Just when Lin Qinqiu was about to do something, his phone rang again. Lin Qinqiu could only take his hands back and wanted to curse in his heart. He could only pull his hand away to pick up the phone beside him.
Beast, something happened.
Something happened to Wu Shameless.
Fan Jianxiang said anxiously.
Lin Qinqiu quickly sat up.
What happened? What happened? Fan Jianxiang's voice sounded a little anxious, and he seemed to be running as well. I just called and a stranger answered the phone.
Wuji was blocked at his workplace and they told all 3 of us to get over there or they would break his legs.
It seemed like it was Li Tianzong's group from last night.
They somehow found Wuji.
Chapter 34 Strong Opponent. Send me the address and I'll be there right away.
Lin Qinqiu quickly changed his clothes and ran out with the car keys. Li Wuji goes out to work every weekend because his family is relatively poor. His parents are farmers, and the money for him to go to college is raised by everyone in the village. Although his name sounds shameless, he is a sensible and filial person. He can earn money by working on his own, and he will never ask for money from his family. Li Wuji was working in a milk tea shop today, and someone from Li Tianzong happened to come here and saw him.
He immediately called Li Tianzong.
However, because of Wen Ruxue from Piuxue Bar, Li Tianzong was unable to find out the origins of these people. When it came to Wen Ruxue, the situation was stuck.
Now that I've finally found the person, I have to vent my anger no matter what.
Li Tianzong brought his father's bodyguards and a dozen people from that night to the milk tea shop and beat Li Wuji up immediately. Let him call Lin Qinqiu and others over. Li Wuji would rather die than harm his brothers. Who would have thought that Fan Jianxiang called at this time and found out about Li Wuji's situation? Lin Qinqiu was relatively close and soon arrived at the pedestrian street. Xia Lu and Fan Jianxiang also arrived at the place just as he got off the car. Li Tianzong stared at Lin Qinqiu with hatred. He saw that the car Lin Qinqiu was driving was a Lamborghini Veneno, and guessed that Lin Qinqiu's identity was not simple. But now he has been blinded by hatred. From childhood to adulthood, he has never been beaten by anyone, nor has he suffered that kind of humiliation.
He must avenge this hatred.
Li Wuji was stepped on by Li Tianzong, and said to Lin Qinqiu and the other 2 viciously, if you want me to let him go, you 3 should not move, let my men beat you up, and then I will let you go. This was of course impossible. Li Tianzong was a lawless man, and if they did not resist, the four of them might be beaten to death or disabled by him.
Fan Jianxiang raised his middle finger at Li Tianzong and said disdainfully, "What are you dreaming about?" This scene instantly angered Li Tianzong. Li Tianzong said angrily to the people around him, "Beat them to death. I will be responsible if they die."
Lin Qinshu quickly told Xia Lu and Fan Jianxiang that they should find the right opportunity to rescue Wuqi, and I will take responsibility for the fight. Having just mastered martial arts, it was a good time to try out his skills. Xia Lu and Fan Jianxiang had seen how tough Lin Qinshu was at the door of Pagani Bar that night, so they naturally took 2 steps back. The group of people obviously slowed down their pace when approaching Lin Qinshu. They were all present that night and were still aching all over. If they rushed up and got beaten up, they would not be able to get out of bed for half a month. Li Tianzong also noticed this and shouted loudly that anyone who made a move would receive 100,000 yuan and that he would cover all the medical expenses. When they heard that there was 100,000 yuan, they rushed forward without hesitation. Lin Qinshu adopted the starting posture of Wing Chun, and with a crackling sound of hammering, more than a dozen people lay on the ground again. Although he is as powerful today as he was that night, he is indeed much weaker in strength. It took 2 punches to knock someone down with 1 punch. From this, we can infer that Yuan's strength that night should be 9 or 10. After defeating the group of minions in front of him, Lin Qinshu looked at the man in sunglasses next to Li Tianzong. Li Tianzong did not expect this group of small fry to be of any use. His confidence came from the person next to him, his father's bodyguard. He hired a bodyguard with an annual salary of 5 million. His father, Li Jianfu, had encountered many dangers over the years, but all were solved by this bodyguard. "Brother Tian, help me kill this guy, and I will arrange some women for you tonight." Zhang Tian shook his head and said, "I don't want a woman. Give me 1 million. Ding. It's detected that the host has encountered a strong opponent. Option 1, use all your strength to defeat the opponent and be rewarded with +1 constitution point. Option 2, run away without fighting, and deduct the previous reward. What's going on? Why is there a deduction of rewards? In the past, the rewards given were relatively worse. Do you want me to fight? The last reward was martial arts mastery, so he was reluctant to let it be deducted. Wing Chun, a boxing technique that uses clever strength, is useless in the face of absolute power. Zhang Tian ripped off his clothes, revealing his strong muscles. Before Lin Qinshu could speak, Zhang Tian's fist had already reached him. Lin Qinshu dodged it with his head turned sideways and punched Zhang Tian in the chest, which made him feel like he had hit a stone. Humph! Zhang Tian thrust out his chest and pushed Lin Qinshu away. After a brief confrontation, Lin Qinshu probably guessed that the opponent's level should be similar to his own, both in strength and physique, should be 8 points. Since Wing Chun doesn't work, let's try another one. Lin Qinshu raised his hands horizontally, facing Zhang Tian from the front and back. Seeing this, Zhang Tian's eyes showed a trace of solemnity. He realized that this move was no longer Wing Chun. Judging from the starting posture with both fists raised up and down in a balanced manner, it should be Bejiquan. While Lin Qinshu and Zhang Tian were fighting, Xia Lu and Fan Jianxiang had quietly come to Li Tianzong's side. At this moment, Li Tianzong had not yet realized the danger. Suddenly, a fist as big as a sandbag appeared in front of him and knocked him down with 1 punch. Xia Lu quickly helped Li Wuqi up, while Fan Jianxiang beat Li Tianzong on the side. "When that guy dies, it will be your turn to die." Li Tianzong held his head and said to them viciously. At this time, Li Wuqi, whose face was bruised and swollen, also recovered. He rushed forward and stepped between his thighs. Ah! A heart-wrenching sound rang out. Zhang Tian turned around to look in the direction of Li Tianzong, only to see that Li Tianzong's thigh was bleeding continuously. The moment Zhang Tian turned his head, Lin Qinshu quickly used Bejiquan to punch him in the chest, knocking him out. When two people of equal strength compete, what they rely on is experience and condition. If one of them loses focus even for a moment, he will surely lose. Zhang Tian got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and rushed towards Li Tianzong. Seeing this, Xia Lu and the other two hurriedly ran away. Zhang Tian carried Li Tianzong on his shoulder. Li Tianzong roared, "Kill them, kill them! The opponent's strength is equal to mine, and his martial arts are even more exquisite. I am no match for him." Zhang Tian looked at Lin Qinshu deeply and left. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the confrontation mission. Reward, +1 physical attribute point. Lin Qinshu, who was originally a little out of breath, suddenly felt a surge of energy in his body, sweeping away his fatigue.
Host, Lin Qinshu. Strength, 8. Constitution, 9. Spirit, 7. Charisma, 7.
The highest attribute of ordinary people is 10, and the host has a normal value among ordinary people.
Vehicles, Pagani Zonda, Lamborghini Veneno. Luxury home, Yunlu Villa No. 1. Skills, martial arts mastery. Balance, 108-236-9053.
Opening the system's character panel, the physical fitness column has risen to 9 points.
Chapter 35. Is it true?
There is also an additional skill bar, and the skills acquired in the future will also be displayed on this panel. Li Wuqi was beaten badly, so Xia Lu called a taxi and took him to the hospital. After examination at the hospital, it was found that his ribs were broken and his hand was fractured. He had to wear a plaster cast and a chest brace. I can't do heavy work anymore, so I have to give up those jobs for now.
Jiaotong University Male Dormitory. Damn, these beasts. Luckily the beast is a martial artist, otherwise we would all be useless. Fan Jianxiang cursed. Xia Lu's expression was a little solemn.
This kind of thing will never end. After injuring Li Tianzong this time, he will come back for revenge soon.
We have to be careful in the future.
Shameless, don't go out to work for the time being.
Li Wuqi sighed and said, I can't work in this state. I guess I have to live frugally during this period of time.
After Lin Qinshu parked the car, he returned to the dormitory and saw the 3 people looking worried. He guessed the reason for their worry. Don't worry, I will take care of this matter. Shameless, I have already charged money into your meal card.
You can't go to work recently, you have to eat.
If you feel embarrassed, then pay me back when you make money in the future.
9 out of 13 return. Lin Qinshu joked.
Although Li Wuqi was poor, he had a strong sense of self-esteem and was never willing to accept help from others. In the past, when Xia Lu saw that he had no food to eat, he offered to give him his meal card to use as he pleased, but Li Wuqi refused to accept it. Li Wuqi was deeply moved, and secretly decided to return the money to Lin Qinshu in the future, because Lin Qinshu's family was not much better off than his. At this time, he didn't know what had happened on the forum, and was still insisting, saying, if you act on your own, I will not return the money. Fan Jianxiang took out his meal card and walked towards Lin Qinshu, the rich man, and asked, please help me recharge mine as well.
Go to hell.
Lin Qinshu cursed with a smile. It was then that Xia Lu told Li Wuqi about what happened on the forum, Lin Qinshu's sports car and the identity of the rich man. Just now, the 3 of them took a taxi and left. At first, I thought Lin Qinshu had something to do, so he didn't go with them.
Lamborghini Venom. Li Wuqi looked at the information on the forum with his mouth wide open.
He was not so surprised that Yi Mingxi kissed Lin Qinshu, but was surprised by the sports car.
Adoptive father.
I am your long-lost adopted son. Li Wuqi grabbed Lin Qinshu with his uncasted hand. Right, I am shameless enough to recognize a thief as my father. Xia Lu shrugged his shoulders with an expression that showed he had seen through everything.
Godfather, can you give the poison to your adopted son and let him experience what it feels like to drive a luxury car worth hundreds of millions of dollars? Fan Jianxiang pulled Li Wuqi away and called out in a flattering manner.
Shit. Xia Lu thought Fan Jianxiang would complain with him, but he turned out to be the next one to recognize the thief as his father. Lin Qinshu was no longer surprised by their behavior.
I'll play tricks on you next time. Now I'm going to go out for a while and see if there is any way to resolve this matter. Really? Godfather.
They both said in unison.
Godfather, take care. Please remember what I said today. Li Wuqi and Fan Jianxiang watched Lin Qinshu leave the dormitory. Li Tianzong's vindictiveness would only become a trouble.
Although he had fought him off twice, the enemy was in the dark, always like a fishbone choking his throat. Wen Ruxue said at the beginning that she would be responsible for solving this matter, but now it seems that it has not been solved at all. I have to rely on myself for everything. After Lin Qinshu left the school, Xia Lu and Fan Jianxiang did not plan to go out. They stayed in the dormitory with Li Wuqi. After all, one of his hands was broken and he even had difficulty eating. Lin Qinshu came to Pexue Bar. He had to get news about Li Tianzong from Wen Ruxue. It turned out that Wen Ruxue was not in the bar, and her phone was not turned off when she called. He had no choice but to go home. Lin Qinshu, who was about to return to Yunlu Villa, saw the message sent by Qin Shanshan, which expressed her gratitude for his help and wanted to treat him to lunch. Since the beautiful girl had made an appointment with him, Lin Qinshu of course had to keep the appointment, and he drove directly to the gate of the University of Finance and Economics. Chen Shanshan did not go to work today, and since she is still a senior student, she still lives in school. The car stopped at the school gate, immediately causing a sensation among the surrounding students. A woman in a red stepmother's skirt and heavy makeup came to the car window.
Handsome guy, my name is Qian Yameng, can you add me on WeChat?
Lin Qinshu looked at the woman lying on his car window. Although she only had an 80-point appearance, she had an impressive figure. A pair of huge headlights dazzled his eyes, and the deep ravine seemed to suck Lin Qinshu in.
Sorry, I'm waiting for someone, so it's not convenient. If you can meet me next time, I will give you my WeChat. Such an active girl must not be a good person.
Lin Qinshu, who wanted to refuse, remembered a saying of a master of picking up girls on the internet: good girls, don't miss them.
Bad girls, don't waste them.
So Lin Qinshu said that he would add her WeChat next time he met her.
Qian Yameng was also very sensible.
Since the other party had said this, if she continued to pester him, it would only make the other party feel disgusted.
Okay, handsome guy, remember what you said, I feel like we will meet again soon.
Qian Yameng winked and blew him a kiss before leaving the car. But Lin Qinshu's car was too eye-catching. There were more than one woman, Qian Yameng, who came up to chat with him.
There were many other girls as well. Some even directly opened the car door.
Fortunately, Lin Qinshu locked the car door, otherwise he would have been eaten alive by this group of female jackals. Chen Shanshan was wearing a white dress and carrying a white canvas bag on her shoulder. As soon as she ran out of the school gate, she saw Lin Qinshu being surrounded. When Lin Qinshu finally drove away the group of people, he finally saw the smiling Chen Shanshan behind him. He immediately got out of the car, walked to the passenger seat and opened the door for her.
If you don't come, I'll be torn to pieces by the female students in your school.
Lin Qinshu breathed a sigh of relief.
This was too scary.
It turns out that luxury cars cannot be parked casually at the school gate, as they will attract too much attention. You don't know that the University of Finance and Economics originally has a large number of female students. Many girls come to the University of Finance and Economics for the money, because most of the people working in finance are rich.
And the second generation of rich people also value people from such professional schools.
Chen Shanshan said with a chuckle while sitting in the car. Lin Qinshu looked at her in surprise. This should be the first time he and Chen Shanshan had a conversation as friends.
What about you? Do you think so too?
Lin Qinshu said jokingly with a smile.
Chen Shanshan rolled her eyes at him. I am an exception.
My dream since childhood has been to work in a bank, and now my dream has come true.
Let's not talk about this, what do you want to eat?
Lin Qinshu shrugged and said, whatever you treat me to, I'll eat it.
He really didn't have any requirements for food.
He was not a spoiled person, and he had just eaten a full banquet last night, so he had no desire to eat.
Chapter 36. Is it possible that the door handle was originally stretched?
Then let's go to the old town. There is a noodle shop there that is not bad. Although the environment is a bit bad, the taste is still good. After all, I just started working, I haven't received my salary yet, and my funds are limited.
Chen Shanshan stuck out her tongue.
Lin Qinshu felt that Chen Shanshan became much more natural in front of him. It seemed that he had used his money power several times and had raised her favorability.
He just didn't know how much her favorability was. Ding! Chen Shanshan's favorability towards the host is currently 80.
The system heard Lin Qinshu's question and immediately replied to him in its mind, telling him how much Chen Shanshan liked him.
It's 80 points now.
It was a negative number before. TSK, it seems that if I work harder, I can win this campus beauty of the University of Finance and Economics.
Alright, it's your treat, you have the final say.
Lin Qinshu stepped on the accelerator, and the roar echoed throughout the school gate. The Lamborghini roared away, but it had caused a huge sensation at the gate of the University of Finance and Economics.
Holy shit! Did I see it right? Our school beauty Chen Shanshan actually got on a Lamborghini. Didn't Chen Xiaohua say that she disliked the second generation of rich people? How come she is sitting in a rich man's car now? Is there a possibility that the school belle just doesn't like ordinary rich second generations? Anyone who can drive a Lamborghini Veneno is definitely not an ordinary rich second generation. Alas, the world has lost another innocent school beauty. There was suddenly a strong sense of resentment at the entrance of the University of Finance and Economics. The men were resentful, the women were jealous, and some even secretly cursed Chen Shanshan as a bitch. She usually pretended to be noble, but now she saw the rich man and pounced on him faster than anyone else. Xian Yumeng, who was the first to approach Lin Qinshu, also looked at the direction where the Lamborghini disappeared with resentment in her eyes. Yumeng, what's wrong with these people? Why are they so negative? He came to Qian Yumeng and asked curiously. A super rich man came just now. I heard from these people that the sports car he drove was a Lamborghini worth hundreds of millions. What a pity. I approached him but he ignored me and told me to add him on WeChat only when I saw him next time. Xian Yumeng felt a little sorry. He suddenly remembered what happened yesterday, which made her want to vomit when she heard the word Lamborghini. Zhou Junfeng had also been blocked by her. She thought he was a rich second generation, but was slapped in the face by Lin Qinshu so hard that he dared not say a word. By the way, didn't you go on a date with Senior Junfeng? Why did you walk out of the school? I thought you would come back from outside. Xian Yumeng suddenly remembered that this best friend in front of her seemed to be dating a rich second-generation man who drove a Lamborghini. Today, the two of them agreed to go out together. Originally, both of them should have come back from outside the school, but why did he come out from inside the school? He waved her hand with an unhappy look on her face and said, "Don't mention it." What a coward, he met my ex-boyfriend, that loser, and he slapped him in the face and I didn't dare to talk back, which made me lose all my face. No way, wasn't your ex a poor loser? How could he slap Mr. Zhou in the face? Xian Yumeng was a little surprised, because she had also heard that he had a loser boyfriend, and she had advised her to dump the loser more than once. I don't know where that loser got the connections to rent a shabby Lamborghini that didn't even have door handles inside, but had to pull a rope to open the door. He even teamed up with the manager of the Chanel store to slap me in the face. He still doesn't want to believe that Lin Qinshu is really rich, but thinks he must have found other connections to play her, but she can't guess where Lin Qinshu got his connections. Door handle with a pull rope? Xian Yumeng suddenly remembered that when she was lying on the Lamborghini just now, she saw that the door handle inside also seemed to have a pull rope. Shoei, is it possible that there is a Lamborghini with a pull cord door handle? Xian Yumeng heard people around her discussing that the Lamborghini just now was a luxury car worth hundreds of millions. What if the design of the car itself was a pull cord? Impossible, I told Zhou Junfeng at the time, but he didn't say anything. If there was such a style, he should have told me, so as not to embarrass me. He shook her head. Xian Yumeng seemed to understand something. It should be that Zhou Junfeng knew that the other party's car was more advanced and his was not as good as the other party's, so he didn't want He to know. However, she didn't say it out loud. She just hugged He and walked out of the school gate. How about you? I went to a cocktail party with a top second-generation rich guy last night. How was the result? He also asked this good girlfriend. Xian Yumeng curled his lips and said, "Don't mention it." He was just a little brother at the party, flattering people everywhere. I left and went home to sleep. But he also added several other rich second-generation WeChat accounts, so I had to carefully screen them. The two of them left the school gate talking to each other. Lin Qinshu drove to the old town. Because the road was narrow and crowded, they could only park the car in the parking lot outside and walk in. This seems to be an old street in Shanghai. There are a lot of pedestrians and vehicles cannot enter. Chen Shanshan led him straight to a place called Yujian Noodle House, which was a store of about 20 square meters with tables at the door. There is a noodle shop owned by a couple in their 50s. There are many pedestrians outside at the moment, but the noodle shop's business is really bleak and there is no one here. The couple, who were frowning, immediately smiled when they saw Chen Shanshan. Xiao Chen is here. How is it, have you found a job? This person can't be your boyfriend. The boss's wife Chen Wanqing enthusiastically took Chen Shanshan's hand and looked Lin Qinshu up and down. Chen Shanshan blushed and quickly explained, "No, this is my friend, Lin Qinshu. I have found a job, working at the Magic City Bank." At this time, the boss Wang Ding also came forward and said with a smile, "Congratulations on finding a good job. Banking benefits are good. What do you want to eat today? I will make it for you." As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves. "I came here to patronize your business today, how can I let you treat me? 2 bowls of signature noodles." Chen Shanshan found a table near the door and sat down. Lin Qinshu was a little surprised at the behavior of the girl in front of him,
because this was a table that had not been cleaned yet, and there were many clean seats around, and Chen Shanshan chose to sit here.
Because this location is facing the main door, it can be seen from outside.
This is a small way to do business in the store, letting people outside know that this store is open for business, which can slightly boost popularity. Chinese people still prefer lively places.
The more people queue up in a place, the more likely they are to squeeze in and queue up to take a look, even if they don't know why.
When you see that there is no customer in a restaurant, most people will not choose to go in no matter how delicious the food is.
Xiao Chun, you and your friends, please sit down for a while. I will go get you some cold dishes.
The proprietress went to the kitchen.
I worked here most of the time during my 4 years in college. Uncle Wang and Aunt Chen were very kind to me. Because they didn't have children, I could feel that they treated me like their daughter.
Our family was not well off, and we basically had to work to earn our own food. Chen Shanshan looked at the couple busy in the kitchen, with gratitude in her eyes. Although Lin Xinshu had just met the couple, he could tell from the brief contact that they were warm and kind people.
Chapter 37 Evidence of the Scandal of Jinlong Real Estate.
Chen Shanshan took out a silver gray bag from her bag and took out the things in the bag.
This is a gift from our bank to private banking customers. There are 10 gold bars in total.
1 gold bar is given for every 100 million yuan deposit.
And this is a replacement card for you.
Your ordinary card can be invalidated and you can use this black gold Supreme card. Lin Xinshu took the heavy gold bar.
No wonder she looked so heavy when she was carrying the bag just now.
There is a word 100 million engraved on the gold bar.
It seems that as long as you have a deposit of more than 100 million in the Magic City Bank, you will get this gift.
Although the value of this gold bar is not enough for Lin Xinshu now, who doesn't like this kind of glittering gift? The other black and gold card has the last digit of the original bank card printed on it. The black and gold rimmed card looks very high-end. Originally, your gift was to be issued after signing the deposit date agreement, but the president arranged it for you in advance.
Please give me the old card and I will take it back and destroy it.
Chen Shanshan was also a fool. If it were any other financial specialist, she would have exaggerated how much effort she had put in to get this gift for him. But Chen Shanshan just brushed it off lightly. Lin Xinshu handed her the old card, and the noodles were just brought out from the kitchen. When Chen Shanshan saw the noodles, her eyes lit up. She quickly picked up the chopsticks and started to eat with relish, completely disregarding her image. Wang Ding looked at her kindly and said, "Eat slowly, no one is going to snatch it from you." Chen Wanqing also brought out a plate of cold dishes. "You like the noodles made by your Uncle Wang so much, I will ask your Uncle Wang to teach you how to make it later. Otherwise, you may have to come to our hometown to eat it in the future." Chen Wanqing looked a little lonely after she finished speaking. Chen Shanshan also noticed the sad expressions on their faces.
"Why? Uncle Wang, Aunt Chen, aren't you going to open the store?" Chen Wanqing sighed. "The landlord here needs money urgently and wants to sell this place. Today is our last day of business. We will move tomorrow.
The prices in Shanghai have risen.
We can't afford to rent. We can only go back to our hometown to find something to do."
After saying this, Chen Shanshan's expression changed.
"How could this landlord be like this? I'm sorry, Uncle Wang, I'm not able to help you right now."
Chen Shanshan was very disappointed, and a sense of powerlessness rose in her heart. This kind of thing that can be solved with money is the most powerless for her.
"Lao Wang, have you started packing?"
A middle-aged woman walked in from outside. Wang Ding hurriedly went up to the landlord and said, "I have guests here, let me finish my work for today." The landlord sighed and said, "I know it's not easy for you, so I didn't bring any customers to visit the store during your opening.
But it's been too long, and I'm really anxious." Judging from these conversations, it seems that the landlord is not a difficult person to talk to, and he must have been forced to do so. "We understand that you haven't raised our rent for so many years, and everyone understands this kindness." Chen Wanqing stepped forward to express her gratitude. Chen Shanshan's expression flickered, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Auntie landlord, can you give us a few days? I'll go to the bank to apply for a loan to buy your store." The landlord looked at Chen Shanshan. She had seen her in the store before. "Hey, this is Xiao Chen. I haven't seen you for a long time. Of course I can get a loan. I will sell it as long as I have money. This is a 3-story building.
I plan to sell it for 6 million.
The landlord looked at her suspiciously.
In the old city of Shanghai, a 3-story building sold for 6 million is actually very cheap. However, as a girl who was working in this noodle shop at the time, she didn't think the other party would have the money to buy it. Even if it was a loan, they would have to have something in hand to borrow. Xiao Chun, this is our business, and we just don't have a store. We have other ways to survive, so you don't have to worry about it. Wang Ding said quickly. That's 6 million. Even if a young girl who has just entered society can get the loan, she will spend the rest of her life in the loan. How can she live a good life? Chen Shanshan took out her cell phone and called President Wu Xiugang. Can you lend me 6 million in my name? The person on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned for a moment, and then said earnestly, Xiao Chun, you have just started working, and the system cannot approve your loan. At most, you can apply for a credit card. 6 million is a bit too much for you personally. Why don't you ask Mr. Lin to help you? For him, 6 million is just a matter of a few days' interest, right? Wu Xiugang kept complaining in his heart. If Qin Shanshan didn't have a big client named Lin Qinqiu behind her, he would have cursed her out. Want a loan of 6 million just after starting work? Is this a daydream? Chen Shanshan hung up the phone in disappointment and looked at Lin Qinqiu with a strange look in her eyes, but she didn't say anything. Lin Qinqiu was about to speak when the system prompt in his mind suddenly made him shut up. Ding! It was detected that the beauty with a beauty score of 90 encountered difficulties. Option 1, help the other party solve the problem, buy the building, and receive a cash reward of 8888888888. Option 2, ignore it, keep silent, and you will be rewarded with a copy of the dirty evidence of Jianlong real estate and 300 million in cash. Option 1, help Qin Shanshan buy it, and make a net profit of 800 million. The 6 million is just a drizzle to you, and maybe you can even improve Qin Shanshan's favorability. The second option also has money, although only 300 million, but there is also some dirty evidence about Jianlong real estate. He wants to settle the feud with Li Tianzong, so he must get this thing. After much deliberation, Lin Qinqiu chose the second option this time. Lin Qinqiu didn't say anything. A trace of disappointment flashed in Chen Shanshan's eyes. She really wanted to ask Lin Qinqiu for help, but she couldn't think of any reason why Lin Qinqiu would help her, so she didn't say anything in the end. I'm sorry, Uncle Wang, Aunt Chen, I couldn't help. Chen Wanqing quickly hugged Chen Shanshan and comforted her, saying that it was okay, and that even if you wanted to help, our husband and wife would not accept it. Chen Shanshan and Lin Qinqiu walked out of the noodle shop together. On the way out, Chen Shanshan could not hide her loss. She still had a lot of affection for Wang Ding and his wife. In this big city where she had no relatives, she felt the love of her family from them. Classmate Lin, I can take the bus back by myself, so you don't need to send me off. After saying goodbye to Lin Qinqiu, he walked into the subway station. Just when Chen Shanshan disappeared from Lin Qinqiu's sight, the task prompt finally came. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of ignore. You are rewarded with a copy of Jianlong Real Estate's dirty evidence. The dirty evidence of the Li family of Jianlong Real Estate has been stored in the host's car. Cash of 300 million has been deposited into the host's Shanghai bank card with the last number 9527. Dear customer, your Shanghai bank card with the last number 9527 has received a transfer of 300 million yuan, and the balance is 1386,599,053 yuan. Lin Qinqiu breathed a sigh of relief, finally completing the task. It was the first time that he chose the option of ignoring it, and the process was really painful. Now that the mission is completed, he can make some compensation. Chapter 38, Buying a Building for Chen Shanshan. Lin Qinqiu turned and walked towards the noodle shop. At this time, the landlord was still talking about his difficulties with Wang Ding and his wife. When he saw Lin Qinqiu coming in, Wang Ding asked in surprise, "Young man, did you forget something?" Lin Qinqiu smiled and said, "Auntie, I bought this building. Please prepare the contract and I will pay you a lump sum. Uncle Wang, Shanshan worked for you before, so she should have her ID card. Please give it to the landlord as well." The building was transferred to Shanshan's name. Petrified. Silence. Little brother, is this what Shanshan meant? We don't need Shanshan to pay for this. It's not easy for her to be alone in Shanghai. How can we let her bear such a heavy debt? Chen Wanqing quickly refused. Young man, don't joke around. Don't let your wife run around, or you won't have the money to pay her. The landlord didn't quite believe that Lin Qinqiu could come up with 6 million. Open your payment code. Lin Qinqiu scanned a deposit of 1 million yuan to the landlord.
This is your deposit. If I can't afford it, you can just eat up the deposit and don't have to pay me back. After receiving the 1 million, the landlord smiled and ran out quickly. Little brother, we really don't need your help. We have hands and feet, so we won't starve to death even if we don't open this noodle shop, Wang Ding continued to persuade.
Uncle Wang, you guys take such good care of Shanshan, as long as it can help you, this little money is nothing. But I did this secretly, you must not tell Shanshan, she doesn't like to owe others.
So she didn't ask me to help her just now.
Lin Qinshu warned. Chen Shanshan would soon know about such a big thing as the transfer of ownership, so Lin Qinshu said this deliberately to give Wang Ding and his wife a good impression. As expected, Chen Wanqing's expression softened.
Brother Xiaolin, are you pursuing Shanshan?
It is a blessing for Shanshan to know you. But we will still tell her, after all, this building has become hers, she is our new landlord, and we have to pay her rent.
The landlord quickly ran back and handed over the contract.
Lin Qinshu signed Chen Shanshan's name. Wang Ding took out the copy of Chen Shanshan's ID card that she had kept earlier and went to handle the transfer with the landlord. Lin Qinshu also transferred the remaining 5 million to the landlord and then left the noodle shop. On the other side, Chen Shanshan, who had just returned to the school dormitory, suddenly received a message from Chen Wanqing. Shanshan, Xiaolin is a good person, you can consider it. Chen Shanshan was confused when she saw this message, and then she saw a PDF file sent by Chen Wanqing, which clearly stated the real estate rights and the owner was Chen Shanshan.
Aunt Chen, what's going on? Why am I the landlord?
Chen Shanshan saw that the place was the building of the noodle shop. It was your friend who bought the whole building and transferred it to you. He also asked me not to tell you, fearing that you would be burdened, and asked us to continue to run the noodle shop there.
Chen Shanshan was so shocked that she couldn't speak.
Lin Qinshu hadn't said a word just now, not even when she left.
Was it just to give herself a surprise? Why did he transfer the property to her name?
Chen Shanshan thought about it and finally came to a conclusion. Lin Qinshu was interested in her and wanted to pursue her, but he didn't want to burden herself in this regard, so he secretly went back to buy the house.
Aunt Chen, then you can continue to run the noodle shop. As long as you and Uncle Wang can stay, that's better than anything else. Chen Shanshan originally wanted to help Wang Ding and his wife.
Now her goal has been achieved in another way, which is of course good, but she also decided to make Lin Qinshu transfer the house back, which is too expensive for her.
Then you will be our landlord from now on, and we will transfer the rent to you on time. You can raise the rent if necessary, without worrying about anything.
Chen Wanqing felt that she couldn't take advantage of Chen Shanshan for nothing.
No need, Aunt Chen, I've started working now and have an income. Just keep working hard. Chen Shanshan quickly refused.
After all, she was still inexperienced and she was a little resistant to this kind of money that came out of nowhere. Chen Wanqing didn't say anything more and just transferred the money directly to Chen Shanshan when the time comes.
Although they run a noodle shop on the first floor, they also use the second and third floors. The rent for the building is there, so how can they take advantage of it like this?
After hanging up the phone, Chen Shanshan was still thinking about what Lin Qinshu had done. Lin Qinshu's way of pursuing her was not very direct, nor did it cause her any burden or pressure. This made her feel that the other person was also a very caring person, and her affection for Lin Qinshu increased.
If I really became his girlfriend, would he still be so nice to her? Bah, Chen Shanshan, what are you thinking about? You have no idea.
Chen Shanshan covered her blushing face and spat.
Ding.
Chen Shanshan's favorability towards the host increased by 5 points and is now 85 points. Lin Qinshu, who had just returned to Yunlu Villa, suddenly heard a system prompt.
This prompt sound puzzled Lin Qinshu.
Why did Chen Shanshan have this favorability prompt sound when no one else had it?
Was there a hidden task?
After thinking about it, Lin Qinshu seemed to have only this explanation. Lin Qinshu came to the study and took out the file bag containing the dirty laundry of Jianlong real estate, which contained various paper documents, most of which were some signed improper agreements. Looking at these contents, many of them were signed by the victim's family, which is not considered as evidence.
There is also a USB flash drive in it.
The contents of the USB flash drive are the most explosive.
The USB flash drive is divided into 2 folders, one for Li Jianfu and the other for Li Tianzong. Both the father and the son are evil people. There are several gigabytes of video in it. I clicked on Li Jianfu's folder and opened a video.
In the video, Li Jianfu and a man were in a private room of a restaurant, each holding a girl and discussing something. Then Li Jianfu took out a cardboard box and pushed it to the man. The video shows that the box is full of cash, which should be several million. Lin Qinshu doesn't know the man, but the person who can make Li Jianfu bribe must be someone in the officialdom. Lin Qinshu randomly flipped through some of the videos inside. Li Jianfu's videos were either about bribery or murder, and most of the people he bribed were high-ranking officials in Shanghai. If this information got leaked, it would cause a huge uproar.
Li Tianzong's crimes were not as good as others.
Most of them involved raping girls, and some girls were even killed. Lin Qinshu turned off the computer and closed his eyes.
The power of the Li father and son in the Magic City should not be underestimated.
Even if he handed in this information, it would be lost and would bring disaster to his life. It seems that we need to find someone who has great power and has no connection with the Li father and son in order for this information to be effective.
Chapter 39. I want you to support me.
Lin Qinshu closed his eyes and thought about what to do, when suddenly a pair of delicate hands reached out from behind and gently pressed on his head. Lin Qinshu had already noticed someone coming, but he didn't know who it was, and he didn't go to see. He just closed his eyes and let her press on him.
You can't enter the master's study quietly. Don't you know this rule?
Lin Qinshu closed his eyes and wanted to scare the maid behind him. The pair of jade hands trembled slightly, and then continued to press. "Sorry, master," Li Qing said, "I am willing to accept the punishment." It turned out to be Li Qing. No wonder she dared to enter her study.
The other maids were not so bold.
Lin Qinshu turned around and pulled, and Li Qing exclaimed and sat in his arms. Li Qing was wearing a black business suit and black stockings but no shoes. No wonder he didn't notice it until she was behind him. Looking at the face so close to him, Lin Qinshu suddenly kissed her. Li Qing's body stiffened instantly, then slowly relaxed and responded awkwardly. Lin Qinshu's hands also started to become dishonest, and Li Qing couldn't help but let out a few slight nasal sounds.
What I miss is talking about everything, what I miss is dreaming together. A phone rang, waking them both up.
Li Qing quickly broke away from Lin Qinshu's arms and ran out in a panic, pulling at her skirt as she walked. Lin Qinshu felt depressed for a while, and cursed in his heart, "The person who called better be in trouble, otherwise you're dead." I picked up the phone and saw that it was Wen Ruxue calling. I went to the bar to look for her today but couldn't find her, and I couldn't get through on the phone.
But she came back at this time.
She really knows how to pick the time.
"Boss Lin, I heard you were looking for me. I just happened to be looking for you for something. Would you like to come to Piaoxue to meet up?"
Wen Ruxue's lazy voice sounded from the other end of the phone.
"Sure, I have something to talk to you about."
Lin Qinshu told Li Qing something and drove towards the Piaoxue bar. Li Qing's face was still a little red at this time. She was almost executed on the spot by Lin Qinshu just now, and she even forgot about reporting. At this time, in the office of Piaoxue bar, Wen Ruxue, wearing a long robe and coat that covered her graceful figure, was holding her forehead with a worried look on her face, waiting for Lin Qinshu's arrival. It was already evening, and the music in the bar had already started. Lin Qinshu pushed the door open and saw Wen Ruxue, who looked exhausted.
"What happened to shopkeeper 1?
It looked like he hadn't rested for several days. Wen Ruxue shook her head and made a cup of tea for Lin Qinshu.
"Tell me first, what do you want to talk to me about?"
"I beat up Li Tianzong at the door a few days ago, and he came to my house and hurt my friend."
"I was going to find you to get information about the other party, but now it's not necessary.
I learned about the power of Jianlong real estate from other places.
You, a weak woman, can't handle it."
Lin Qinshu saw the strength of Jianlong real estate from the pile of black materials. Although it is not the top one in Shanghai, it is not an enemy that an ordinary person can fight. Although I don't know what kind of background Wen Ruxue has, no matter how strong she is not her own. Don't drag others down with such things, just find a way to solve it yourself.
"I'm sorry about this.
I originally planned to let my third uncle come forward and let Li Jianfu restrain his son. But now something happened to my third uncle and he has no time to take care of these things.
That's why I asked Li Tianzong to come to you to seek revenge.
I will find a chance to tell my third uncle," Wen Ruxue said with some shame. Lin Qinshu waved his hand and said, "It's okay. It's not my style to seek your help. I will handle this matter myself."
"What about you? Do you have something to ask me? Is the bar short of money?"
Although it has only been a day or two since he last came to the bar, he is no longer the same person as before. 2 days ago, he was looking forward to having money in the bar for him to withdraw, but now the balance in his card has made him no longer worry about money. Wen Rushue stared at him with sharp eyes, and there was even a hint of determination in her eyes. I want you to support me. Poof. Lin Qinshu, who had just taken a sip of tea, was so frightened that he vomited it out. What kind of vicious words are these? Although he didn't know what kind of family the so-called Wen family was, but from what Wen Rushue said, her uncle could order Li Jianfu's family around with just one word, so they should be strong, not weak. Although Wen Rushue was an illegitimate daughter, she was also a member of the Wen family. Why was she begging for support here? Lin Qinshu wiped the tea he spit out and continued indifferently, the fact that you can raise this shows that you must have a request. I would like to know your request. Wen Rushue poured another cup of tea for Lin Qinshu and continued, my request is very simple. Give me 20 million a year. During this year, I can do anything for you. I can be your lover, secretary, employee, and nanny. You can do anything for me for 10 years, a total of 200 million. You have to pay me 5 years of maintenance fee first, which is 100 million yuan. Lin Qinshu looked at Wen Rushue as if she was a fool. Do you know how many nannies, secretaries, and lovers I can find with 200 million? One a day is fine. Where do you get the confidence that I will agree to your condition? I am rich, but I am not stupid. This woman's request is extremely unreasonable. Even if you are inlaid with gold, you are not worth 200 million. His maids only make 1 million a year. Instead of having you, the eldest daughter of the Wen family, he might as well hire a few more maids with special skills. Wen Rushue lowered her head and bit her lip. She knew how outrageous the request she had just made was, but she had no other choice. As long as she can help her third uncle, it doesn't matter even if she has to sacrifice herself. But now, in her opinion, only Lin Qinshu in front of her had a glimmer of hope that he could help her. Wen Rushue also knew that she was not worth that price at all, but she still wanted to try. Ding! A beauty with a beauty score higher than 90 has been detected asking for help from the host. Option 1, agree to the other party's request, help Wen Rushue solve her difficulties, and be rewarded with 800 million in cash and a copy of the Wen family secrets. Option 2, reject Wen Rushue's request, stay out of it, and get rewarded with 2 billion in cash. This is another mission with two attractive options, the Wen family secret plus 800 million, and the other one is 2 billion. Obviously the second option is better. The secrets of the Wen family are of no use to him. However, Lin Qinshu didn't seem to be short of money now, and he couldn't stand seeing beautiful women cry, so after much thought, he decided to choose the 800 million. Can you tell me why you made this decision? Maybe after I know the reason, I will be willing to accept your request. Wen Rushue made such an unreasonable request for support, and she must have encountered something. Wen Rushue sighed and said quietly, I am from the Wen family in the Magic City. Although I am just an illegitimate daughter, I have to admit that I have the blood of the Wen family flowing in my body. Lin Qinshu interrupted her when he heard this. The Wen family in Magic City? Is it very powerful? How is it better than the old Wang in Yida Plaza? Chapter 40, Wen Rushue under the coat. Wen Rushue looked at him in surprise, you don't know the Wen family in Magic City? Lin Qinshu shook his head. He was not from Shanghai, and with his previous status as an ordinary student, it was impossible for him to know about the affairs of those high-end families. Wen Rushue saw that he really didn't know the Wen family in Magic City, so she started talking about the four major families in Magic City, the Wen family, the Shen family, the Zhao family, and the Wang family. 80% of the GDP of the entire Magic City is created by these four major families. The old Wang in Yida Plaza you mentioned is just a member of the Wang family who was pushed to the surface. You don't even know the four major families in Magic City. Lin Qinshu curled his lips. Isn't it normal to not know? I'm not from Shanghai, and the GDP they created was not given to me. Why should I know about the four major families? Wen Rushue was speechless. The four major families were well known to everyone in the Magic City, but with his status and strength, it was unexpected that he didn't know them. Wen Rushue continued, the Wen family is now run by my grandfather, but he has been critically ill recently. My father is the eldest brother of the Wen family, Wen Jiashan, my second uncle Wen Jiashu, and my third uncle Wen Jiaming are now compiling performance statistics and competing for the position of head of the family. Hearing this, Lin Qinshu probably guessed Wen Rushue's intention. What she was doing now was probably for the battle for the position of the head of the family. When Rushue recalled the previous meeting, Lin Qinshu directly called her Miss One. Although I don't know how you know me, my story should be unknown to anyone except my father and my third uncle. Back then, my mother's family were all servants of the Wen family. Although my mother grew up in the Wen family, she automatically became a servant of the Wen family when she grew up.
Her life trajectory was no different from that of my grandmother and master.
My mother met the drunk young master of the Wen family one night and was forcibly possessed by him, and then I was born.
So I was not welcomed by the Wen family since I was born.
My mother was also forced to death by the original wife of the Wen family.
My grandma and grandpa were also soon forced to death for various reasons.
When Rushua hugged herself, and her whole body was trembling slightly. Lin Qinshu wanted to reach out and pat her on the back to comfort her, but then he thought that it might not be appropriate at this time.
When Rushua did not notice Lin Qinshu's actions and continued to say to herself, "The Wen family is a nightmare to me. My biological father has never looked at me straight in the eye.
Only my third uncle Wen Jiaming has been helping me secretly. He secretly sent me out of the Wen family when I just turned 18. Over the years, if it were not for the help of my third uncle, I would have been living on the streets long ago.
Now Uncle San is in danger in the battle for the position of the head of the family.
The company he runs has a funding gap of 1 billion. The whereabouts of the money cannot be traced, and the people involved have long disappeared. If he cannot make up the difference tomorrow, he will not only lose the qualification to compete for the position of head of the family, but even spend the rest of his life in prison." When Rushua said this, suddenly stood up, untied the bow tied around her waist, and unbuttoned her coat. Lin Qinshu's eyes suddenly widened. "I am willing to hand over my virgin body first, as long as you are willing to help me, let alone the next 10 years, as long as I am alive, I will always be yours." When Rushua raised the stakes, it seemed that his third uncle occupied a very high position in his mind. Lin Qinshu stood up and turned around, covering his nose which was almost burning, and pretended to be calm and asked, "How much more is left?"
When Rushua's slightly trembling hands stopped the next movement and looked at him in confusion. "How much of your uncle's funding is still missing?" "Still need another 500 million. Wen Rushua said quickly.
Lin Qinshu turned around, and the shocking scene was still there. He walked forward slowly, looked at Wen Rushua with burning eyes, and stretched out his hands to cover her coat back on.
"I agree to your request. I will give you the 500 million. You will be mine from now on."
"Your heart is not here now, and I am not that hungry."
"Wait until you finish these things and adjust your state to welcome me."
Lin Qinshu took out his mobile phone and transferred 500 million to Wen Rushua. Then he suddenly hugged her waist and kissed her fiercely.
Wen
Rushua was about to push him away, but when her hand touched Lin Qinshu, she did not push him away with force, because this was her own request. After a long moment of parting lips, Lin Qinshu turned around and left the office.
"The money has been transferred. Come back to me after you have dealt with the matter."
Lin Qinshu licked his lips after leaving Piaoxue Bar. He spent 500 million yuan, so he had to collect some interest. The image that Wen Rushua gave him just now was so stimulating that he almost couldn't help but rush forward. "Fortunately, I have eaten meat twice recently, so I was able to control myself. Now that Wen Rushua is wanted, she must be unwilling in her heart." With Lin Qinshu's current system, he no longer pursues physical comfort blindly.
Spiritual satisfaction is what he needs to improve more.
He not only wants to get Wen Rushua, but also her heart.
She is his now and he can eat her anytime he wants.
After a while, he will find the right time and make Wen Rushua willingly become his woman. After returning to Yunlu Villa, as soon as he entered the door, the maids came forward to change his shoes. Because he did not ask to come back for dinner, no food had been prepared yet.
"Schwer, you don't have to cook. Let's order takeout today."
Lin Qinshu took out his cell phone and called Sun Ji.
"Manager Sun, do you have the phone number of Manhen Pavilion? I want to order some takeout."
Lin Qinshu had heard of Manhen Pavilion when he came to Shanghai. It is said that all the Chinese vegetable markets there can cook Manhen banquets, but they are not as good as Shuiyun Pavilion.
Their Manhen banquets need to be booked 1 month in advance. Moreover, there are always a lot of people queuing up for meals every day. Even if you go to queue up to get a number today, you might get a number for next month.
Sun Ji was speechless.
He did have the phone number for Manhen Pavilion, but the company didn't do takeout. "Mr. Lin, Manhen Pavilion doesn't do takeout. How about I buy you a number in front and you can go over there to eat?" Sun Ji has a high EQ.
If the boss's method doesn't work, he will suggest another method.
"It's okay, give me the phone number and I'll go talk to them."
Then Lin Qinshu got the phone number of the duty manager of Manhen Pavilion.
"Hello, this is Manhen Pavilion, how can I help you?"
A deep male voice came from the other end of the line. I want to order some takeaway, please deliver it to me. Lin Qinsho said casually.
I'm sorry, sir. We don't accept takeout at Manhen Pavilion. I can get you a number. Now the number is scheduled until the 15th of next month. You can come to Manhen Pavilion to eat then.
The duty manager's tone was very calm. It seemed that he had received many such calls.
Chapter 41 Red Envelope Grabbing Game. The numbers that Manhen Pavilion gets today will not be available until a month later. This popularity is enough for their employees to arrogantly reject these rude requests.
I was planning to spend 3 million to have a meal at Manhen Pavilion at home. Since you don't think highly of my money, forget it.
I'll find another place that can take out food.
Lin Qinsho said with some regret.
Wait a minute.
Sir, please give me an address right away. I have a team of chefs who are free here.
I will ask them to bring the ingredients over.
The manager on duty was stunned for a moment, but then he reacted quickly.
3 million.
He can make 3 million in sales in one meal.
As the manager on duty, he can instantly remove the word on duty.
Although I don't know whether what the other party said is true or not, I will ask the chef to come to my house and collect a deposit first. There is no shortage of rich people in Shanghai, so it is likely to be true.
Oh, okay then. Number 1 Yunlu Villa, come quickly, I'm hungry.
Bring me all the top quality ingredients from your Manhen Pavilion. 3 million is enough for all your dishes. A Manhen banquet doesn't even cost 3 million, Lin Qinsho asked Manhen Pavilion to make takeout for him purely out of his own bad taste after he became rich. I just want to see if these unruly people will eventually give up their pride for money. As it turns out, it does. If he were poor, he would probably give up his so-called dignity for money.
Yunlu Villa. The manager on duty was overjoyed. This order was secured.
Yunlu Villa was a place where houses priced over 100 million yuan gathered. The people there were no longer rich, but super rich. 15 minutes later, the people from Manhen Pavilion arrived, a bus followed by a large truck, a team of 20 chefs, and a team of cleaning staff. The truck was loaded with some top-quality ingredients and kitchen utensils, and the chefs began to set up in Lin Qinsho's yard. Judging from their methods, this was probably not the first time that Manhen Pavilion had done this kind of export, and they were just pretending to be noble in front of him. A chef came to Lin Qinsho with a gift box.
Mr. Lin, this is the Gujing tribute wine we sent you from Manhen Pavilion.
Although it is not the most expensive one, this bottle is also priced at 300,000. As the saying goes, Chinese food goes well with white wine, and Western food goes well with red wine. Lin Qinsho took it and put it down casually. He had a normal alcohol tolerance and was not very interested in wine.
Moreover, there were many expensive liquors in his wine cellar.
This bottle of wine worth 300,000 was really not to his liking. After paying the 3 million promised to Manhen Pavilion, the chefs worked even faster. In less than half an hour, the 5-meter-long dining table was already filled with dishes. Lin Qinsho called the maids to come out and eat together. Each of them held a small bowl and walked around to eat. Lin Qinsho also opened the 300,000 yuan bottle of wine and poured a glass for each person. When they were drunk, he asked Li Qing to go to the underground wine cellar and get a few more bottles of mitai so that the chefs could have a few drinks together.
Lin Qinsho drank until he was dizzy, and the people from the Manhen Pavilion had already packed up and left.
The girls were all drunk and looked at Lin Qinsho with confused eyes. Everyone, take out your mobile phones and play a game of grabbing red envelopes. The person who grabs the least will be punished. The person who grabs the most will get a reward. I don't know if it was because everyone drank too much and didn't hear clearly, or because they didn't have time to react. The scene became very quiet. Li Qing was the first to react. She smiled and said to everyone, "Why don't you take out your phones?" The girls took out their mobile phones. Li Qing took the lead in creating a group, and Lin Qinsho sent out a red envelope.
Yang Man got the best luck, while Xiaxi got the least.
The person who grabs the most can ask the least number of people to do one thing and get a reward. Lin Qinsho first gave the reward to Yang Man and transferred 100,000 yuan. Because Lin Qinsho transferred the money in the group, everyone saw it. Originally everyone thought it was a reward from Lin Qinsho for his bad taste, so they cooperated but were not very interested. Who would have thought that it was actually a cash reward of 100,000 yuan at that? Their monthly salary was only 100,000 yuan. The girls perked up instantly. After receiving the reward, Yang Man immediately threw herself into Lin Qinsho's arms and gave him a kiss. She had been conquered by Lin Qinshu from the bottom of her heart, so she naturally would not be shy about these things.
Master, can she do whatever I tell her to do? Others must also cooperate, right?
Yang Man blinked her big eyes.
Of course, everyone must cooperate with the winner's punishment, including me.
Lin Qinshu patted his chest and promised. Yang Man looked at Xiaoxi with a sly smile on her face.
Xiaoxi wanted to be affectionate with her master for 3 minutes without a break. Remember, it had to be affectionate.
When Xiaoxi heard this, her face, which was already slightly red from drinking, instantly became even redder.
Lin Qinshu's eyes lit up.
Originally, he just planned to give red envelopes to the maids to liven up the atmosphere, but he didn't expect there would be such a benefit.
Yang Man was indeed sensible.
He silently gave Yang Man a thumbs up in his heart. If you don't accept the punishment, you can give everyone a red envelope of 10,000 yuan, so you don't have to punish them. Lin Qinshu added fuel to the fire.
Xiaoxi is a shy girl.
If he didn't add fuel to the fire, she might be shy all night. Hearing this, Xiaoxi quickly moved closer to Lin Qinshu and kissed him. Regardless of whether she was willing to give out the 10,000 yuan red envelope, it would be a loss if she made her master unhappy just because of a game. 3 minutes later, Xiaoxi's eyes had become very blurred, and at this moment, even Lin Qinshu seemed to be able to do whatever he wanted.
Lin Qinshu couldn't hold back any longer.
If the girls weren't there, he would really have carried Xiaoxi to the room. The second round of the red envelope game began. This time, Yang Man became the one who was punished for grabbing the least, and Li Shui became the one with the best luck. The one being punished this time was Yang Man, and as for the content, it was just to clean Lin Qinshu's face. In the third round of the red envelope game, the two people who got the least were actually two people. Yu Qian and Han Shuang both grabbed a red envelope of 1,888 yuan at the same time, so the punishment was naturally shared by both of them. The one with the best luck was Yang Man again, with an evil smile on her face. Yu Qian and Han Shuang, one standing in front and the other standing in the back, you can imagine it later. Lin Qinshu silently gave Yang Man a thumbs up in his heart again. Yang Man is so sensible, and he must reward her more in the future. Yu Qian and Han Shuang had already drunk some wine, and at this point in the game, although they were shy, they did not hesitate and directly completed Yang Man's punishment.
After completing the punishment, Yang Man laughed at me and said, "You are too much. You can send out a red envelope to cancel the punishment. Anyway, you have grabbed so much." The two girls immediately started playing with Yang Man. After the whole game, Lin Qinshu was quite satisfied, but the girls all had blushing faces. During the 2-hour game, none of the girls were spared. They all got the best, the least, and all were punished. I thought Yang Man would get the most rewards, but it turned out to be Songyu. Chapter 42. I'll help you.
Songyu was punished for a passionate kiss only once, and the rest of the time it was either the best or in the middle.
You don't have to stay at home every day in the future. Go out and play if you want.
Although this job is relatively easy, you can't be locked up every day. After Lin Qinshu finished speaking, he asked everyone to go back to take a shower and rest, and he also returned to his room. His body couldn't bear to continue playing, so he hurried back to take a cold shower to cool down, and then called Yang Man over later to play some adult games. Lin Qinshu lay on the bed after taking a shower.
We drank a lot tonight, and I don't know if the maids have finished their baths. He was just sober at the moment and not sleepy at all.
He took out his cell phone and planned to call Yang Man over, but suddenly he remembered that he had received Dubi before. He had been so busy these days that he didn't even have time to open Douyin.
Now I can finally watch the live broadcast quietly.
I have to spend all these Dubi coins. I will watch the live broadcast for a while and then call Yang Man over. He opened Douyin and scrolled through it for a long time but didn't see anything interesting. It might be because he didn't watch live broadcasts often, so big data recommended everything to him, which dazzled him. Suddenly, Lin Qinshu saw a familiar person. This familiarity did not mean acquaintance, but it was a girl he had known before.
This girl's name is Xiaoyu.
She is a game commentator and seems to be the official host of the game. She has been out for many years. When she first came out, she was very popular because of her outstanding looks and strong professional level. Later, as more and more new generation commentators emerged, her popularity gradually declined. Xiaoyu was not very good at putting on a show, but relying solely on her good looks and solid professional abilities, she can barely make a name for herself in the hosting and commentary world. One thing that attracts her fans is that she has never had any scandals, and there has been no news of her being close to any man.
Unlike other female hosts and commentators, although she rose quickly, she had too many gossips and lost fans quickly.
Today is Xiao Yu's first time live streaming on Douyin, and there are only about 30 people in the live streaming room. Xiao Yu has had less and less business recently, and all the hosting jobs have been snatched away by other newcomers who are good at making things happen. There isn't much work for a veteran host and commentator like her. She can only post on Weibo every day to make her presence known. Because of the contract, she cannot do live broadcast casually. Today her contract happened to expire and she did not want to renew it, so she came to Douyin to do some live broadcast to see how it goes. Facts have proved that her popularity has plummeted. Although it was also because she did not promote the live broadcast, her natural recommendations and retention rates can also show whether she should continue to make a living in this field. Thank you, brothers who still support me.
My contract with the game company has expired.
I may not plan to do this business in the future.
In order to thank the brothers for their support, I will send a lucky bag for everyone to grab.
Xiao Yu looked a little lonely.
Why?
A whiteboard account named Shuangmu Qinchai typed out a line of words. Because there are not many people in the live broadcast room, the text scrolls slowly. Xiao Yu also happened to see this message and pretended to be relaxed and said, "There is nothing I can do. My business ability is not good enough, and there are fewer and fewer jobs. I might as well go out and try my luck instead of sitting on the bench every day. I originally wanted to see if the live broadcast effect could allow me to transform, but now there are only more than 30 people watching, so it seems that transformation is not feasible."
Is Xiao Yu going to retire from the entertainment industry?
No, my goddess has retired, and I can only watch those female hosts who are just making trouble in the future.
Is Xiao Yu retiring from the entertainment industry in preparation for getting married? Could it be that he is no longer single and is preparing to get married and have children?
Xiao Yu looked at the scrolling words and couldn't help laughing out loud. She hasn't married yet and doesn't know what to do for the time being. Maybe she wants to go out and travel, see the outside world, and then make plans after she comes back.
Did you want to quit the entertainment industry, or were you forced to do so? Shuangmu asked again.
Xiao Yu saw it and patiently replied, "Of course I was forced to do it. Even if I don't have any lofty ambitions, I still have to eat. And I love this job, but the opportunities for work are getting fewer and fewer. Apart from other things, there are still 30 seconds to grab the lucky bag." Just now, she distributed 30 lucky bags and charged 2,000 yuan into them. There are more than 30 people in it, and each person can grab an average of 666 Do coins, which is 66 yuan when converted back.
And there are no limits on the lucky bags.
For some live broadcast rooms, you have to follow them or even join their fan groups to receive them.
I'll help you.
Shuangmu Imperial Envoy said something again, and suddenly the entire screen was occupied by a huge carnival gift.
Damn it! Who the hell sent this gift to me and blocked me from grabbing the lucky bag? You can click even if it's blocked. Click hard and you can open the lucky bag. My carnival has blocked my entry and all my lucky bags are gone. Wait, was that a carnival? Is there finally a big brother coming to Xiao Yu's live broadcast room? It's the blank account that I just mentioned to help Xiao Yu.
Everyone in the live broadcast room who had just reacted checked who the person who had just sent the carnival was. After delivering a carnival, Shuangmu Imperial Envoy instantly reached level 3 and was no longer a blank slate. Xiao Yu was also confused.
That was a carnival just now.
30,000 dubi was a carnival, which was equivalent to 3,000 yuan in cash. After deducting the money from the platform, she still had more than 2,000 yuan in her pocket, and the money she had just spent on the lucky bags was returned.
Brother Shuangmu, there is no need to give gifts. I'm not going to do this anymore. Let us just chat together. Xiao Yu advised. She really doesn't want others to give her gifts.
Since she is ready to quit the circle, she should stop taking advantage of her fans and be decent enough to leave a good story for herself.
The Imperial Envoy Shuangmu said nothing, and another carnival was launched.
Before the live broadcast room could react, carnivals appeared one after another. The popularity of the live broadcast room was also detected by the system, and it began to recommend this live broadcast room to people who watched the live broadcast. Many people used to play that game, so many of them knew Xiao Yu. When they saw that it was Xiao Yu's live broadcast room, they all stopped.
Damn! My phone screen is frozen because of the way the carnival is played. Bro, is it possible that your phone is just too crappy and you should change it? Isn't this Xiao Yu?
Xiao Yu is also on Douyin live broadcast. This was my favorite goddess at the time, but I have been busy with life in recent years and haven't watched game commentary for a long time. More and more people entered the live broadcast room, and the gifts from Shuangmu Qinshi continued to flow in. Xiaoyu was completely confused and sent a private message to Shuangmu Qinshi in the background, asking him to stop brushing. However, Shuangmu Imperial Envoy ignored her and continued to browse the carnival.
After attending so many carnivals, has Xiaoyu met a big brother? Not necessarily. Maybe Xiaoyu signed with the company and they are here to create momentum for her.
There are companies that spend hundreds of thousands on publicity, but this one must have spent several million.
Yes, Xiaoyu's status is not worth those companies' huge investment. That means you have met your big brother, Xiaoyu, you must seize the opportunity. Chapter 43, was it the Imperial Palace that was demolished?
Xiaoyu gave up struggling as she looked at the carnival that filled the entire screen. She sent a thank you message in the private chat window and then returned to the live broadcast interface. After Shuangmu Qinshi's gift-giving method, Xiaoyu's live broadcast room instantly topped the Douyin live broadcast gift list. After playing 6,666 carnivals, Shuangmu Envoy's level also broke through to level 60. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room reached over 100,000, which instantly made this unpopular live broadcast room popular. While people in the live broadcast room were still discussing whether it was the arrival of a wealthy person or the support of the guild, Shuangmu Imperial Envoy stopped giving gifts and exited the live broadcast room. This action made Xiaoyu stunned for a moment. The Imperial Envoy Shuangmu came in and said only 3 sentences in total, and then started to give gifts like crazy. In one night, he gave Xiaoyu gifts worth 200 million Do coins. Even with the most demanding algorithm of the platform, Xiaoyu could still get 10 million from these gifts. However, the other party said nothing and left the live broadcast room without doing anything. Shuangmu Qinshi really did help her as he promised, because Xiaoyu's fans increased by nearly 1 million overnight. With this fan base, whenever she starts a live broadcast, a large number of people will come to watch, and she can even start live streaming to sell goods. Xiaoyu quickly left a message to Shuangmu Qinshi in the private chat window and sent her personal WeChat account to the other party. After all, I helped her, so I should at least get to know her to show my gratitude. At this time, at number 1 Yunlu Villa, Lin Qinshu was looking for a mobile phone charger. The Shuangmu Imperial Envoy in Xiaoyu's live broadcast room just now was him. He originally wanted to swipe 100 million Dubi coins into the account, but ended up swiping only 20 million before his phone ran out of battery. It was his first time to give gifts, and he didn't know that he could keep sending gifts by long pressing. When he realized it later, his phone was almost out of battery. Now that his phone was charged, he didn't plan to go in again. He would go in and brush the coins when he had time another day. Anyway, he had a lot of Do coins. After brushing the coins all night, he still had 800 million Do coins in it. The most important thing was that he used to like the commentator Xiaoyu very much. Now that he had the conditions, he would just brush the coins at will. Lin Qinshu looked at the time.
It was already 2 o'clock in the morning. Yang Man should be asleep, so he simply didn't call her over. Tomorrow is Monday and I still have to go to class.
This weekend has been really fulfilling. Just in the middle of the night, a small incident happened in Lin Qinshu's room. He seemed to have done something in a half-asleep state, but he didn't know who the other person was.
In the early morning, sunlight shone into the room through the window.
Lin Qinshu forgot to draw the curtains last night. I was awakened by this ray of sunlight. Thinking of what happened last night when I was half asleep and half awake, I quickly looked to the side. Li Qing turned her head towards him, her closed eyes trembling uncontrollably.
It's obvious that he's awake and just pretending to be asleep.
Lin Qinshu raised a wicked smile and started to do evil.
Ah!
Li Qing exclaimed, frowning slightly. When Lin Qinshu saw Li Qing's condition, he immediately knew the reason. The 6 maids were understandable because they were hired without any prior experience. But he didn't expect that Li Qing, who had been active in society for many years, was actually the same type as those 6 maids.
Li Qing is a smart woman.
She knows what is important for women. It is not only important to herself, but more importantly to men. A woman's important things can satisfy a man's vanity and even make him feel like he is her trophy. So when she didn't meet a man worthy of her investment, she always kept herself chaste. Now that she met Lin Qinshu, she made up her mind to give herself over. Lin Qinshu lowered his head and kissed Li Qing's forehead, and whispered, "Have a good rest today. Put aside other things and take care of your body first." Li Qing nodded happily. Seeing Lin Qinshuo's attitude, she knew that she had made the right bet this time. Lin Qinshuo packed up and drove to the school. When he passed the school gate, he handed 2 packs of cigarettes to the security guard and asked him to help him get a license plate. The security guard patted his chest excitedly and promised that everyone just needed to tell him in the future and he would ensure unimpeded access to the campus. On campus, students who were heading to the teaching building saw Lin Qinshuo's car and started talking about it.
Is this the person who took away school bully from the top dormitory the day before yesterday? Lamborghini Venom, who else could it be other than the beast in that top-notch dormitory? I don't know why this person suddenly became so high profile. Could it be the residents who were being relocated? It's hard to say. Becoming rich overnight means either winning the lottery or your house being demolished. Is it the Imperial Palace that was demolished?
That is a luxury car worth hundreds of millions.
How can the compensation for demolition be so high? Damn, why can't a handsome guy like me get rich overnight? Who has pee? Wake him up. My pee is yellow, here I come. Senior. As soon as Lin Qinshuo got off the car, Yi Mingxi trotted towards him.
It seemed that a day's rest had made her recover. Lin Qinshuo touched her head lovingly.
Are you feeling better?
Yi Mingxi's pretty face turned red and she felt much better.
3 girls behind Yi Mingxi came up to him and looked at him with hostility. This is the senior you have been talking about. Lin Qinshuo didn't understand why these 3 girls were so hostile.
He didn't seem to have provoked them, and he didn't even know them. Senior, let me introduce you to my 3 roommates, who are also my good sisters.
Yao Jingjing, Wan Xingqing, and Wang Ying. Yi Mingxi pulled Yao Jingjing who was speaking.
Lin Qinshuo's face showed a look of sudden enlightenment.
No wonder he was so hostile. He was probably afraid that Yi Mingxi had met a scumbag. Good morning, ladies.
I am Meng Meng's boyfriend, Lin Qinshuo. Meng Meng is lucky to have sisters like you who care about her so much. Lin Qinshuo said with a smile, with a double meaning. On the surface he meant that they cared about Yi Mingxi, but in fact he meant that they were meddling in other people's business. However, the girls in Meng Meng's dormitory are not bad looking either.
Although they don't have Yi Mingxi's 90-point appearance, their looks are also above 85 points.
Humph, I warn you, you have to treat our Meng Meng well, otherwise, you will be in trouble. Wang Ying raised her small fist and waved it. Lin Qinshuo smiled.
Of course, if I don't treat Meng Meng well, who can I treat well? I'm going to class first. Wait for me to have lunch together at noon. After kissing Yi Mingxi's forehead, Lin Qinshuo walked towards the teaching building.
When Lin Qinshuo entered the classroom, he immediately felt the gazes of the people around him, which were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. There were so many people in the classroom today that Lin Qinshuo thought he had walked into the wrong classroom.
Beast, this way. Li Wuqi waved and shouted from the back row. Chapter 44, 6 School Bell Su Weiwei. What's going on? Why are there so many people in the law class today? Lin Qinshuo sat down next to the 3 people in the dormitory. Today's class is with the medical class, Li Wuqi said excitedly. Lin Qinshuo looked at his bruised face and couldn't help but complain, do you need the medical class to help you heal the bruises on your face? What's so exciting about that? And why do medical students have to take law classes? Are they afraid of medical troubles? Li Wuqi rolled his eyes and rubbed the bruises on his face. You know nothing, don't you know that Su Weiwei is in the medical class?
We can go to the same class with the school beauty Su Weiwei today.
Do you know how many people outside envy us?
Lin Qinshuo curled his lips and said disdainfully, look at your worthless appearance.
You are just a school beauty. Can anyone be as beautiful as Meng Meng? Fan Jianxiang also said that Su Weiwei was different from Yi Xiaohua.
Yi Xiaohua was a lively and playful type, while Su Weiwei was an elegant and holy image.
Li Wuqi gave Fan Jianxiang a look that said, you understand me.
I already have Yin Yan, so the so-called school belle is just another woman in my eyes. Xia Lu said without even raising his eyes as he flipped through the book. He is a romantic man, and he and Guan Yan are childhood sweethearts. Xia Lu's current state is just like Lin Qinshuo back then, with only his partner in his eyes and no room for any other girls. Li Wuqi raised his middle finger to him with disdain. The last person who said this had already broken up, and that was Lin Qinshuo. Suddenly, the eyes of the whole class shifted to the classroom door, and a white figure slowly walked in from outside the door. With her long hair hanging down and a book in her arms, her bright eyes blinked, touching everyone's heart. She had a light and graceful aura, and her steps and movements really made people feel that she was a gentle person. It seemed that all the boys in the class were attracted by her at this moment.
Ding.
A beauty with a beauty score of over 90 has been detected.
Name, Su Weiwei. Value, 94. Age, 20. Height, 171 centimeters. Bust, 36D. Favorability, 50. Ding.
It is detected that the host has met a beauty with a beauty score of more than 90 points again, triggering a rescue mission.
Option 1, do everything you can to cure Su Weiwei's brain disease, reward +1 spirit point, master medical skills. Option 2, do everything you can to cure Su Weiwei's brain disease and make her fall in love with you, reward +1 spirit point, mastery of medical skills, and diamond kidney. Ha!
Lin Qinshu didn't find it strange that the system issued a task when a beautiful woman appeared. What was strange was that the rewards for this task were roughly the same.
Both options asked him to cure Su Weiwei. How could I cure her if I'm not a doctor? You have to give me medical proficiency after curing her.
You have to give me medical proficiency first before I can cure her. Lin Qinshu was speechless for a while, but Su Weiwei was the second most beautiful girl he had ever met, with a score of 94. Even though this score is only slightly higher, it has already greatly improved one's appearance.
And why does the system insist that I treat this woman? The only difference between the two options is that during the mission, Su Weiwei must fall in love with him, and the reward is a King Kong kidney, which sounds like something that people are eager for. After all, there are more women now, and the amount of exercise in the past 2 days has exceeded the limit. Even if their physical fitness has improved, their kidneys still cannot bear it to some extent. However, I never realized that this delicate and gentle Su Weiwei actually has such strong capital. For the sake of that diamond kidney, she must give it a try. No matter how bad the situation is, I must try my best to complete the first task and master medical skills. With proficiency in medical skills, I can use this skill to help my family and people around me. Even if I don't get the Vajra kidney, I can still use medical skills to get medicine to regulate my own physique. Weiwei, come sit here with me. In the classroom, a handsome man was waving his hands frantically. Li Wuqi leaned close to everyone's ear and said that was Xinli, the second-generation rich man in Shanghai, who had been pursuing Su Weiwei for a long time. But Su Weiwei didn't pay much attention to him. The most important thing was that Xinli's sister was Xinyu, another campus beauty of our Jiaotong University. Lin Qinshu took a look at Xinli and found that he was still very handsome. To have a campus beauty sister, their family genes must be good. Moreover, Xinyu and Shenli are from the Xin family of Magic City, one of the 4 major families in Magic City.
Li Wuqi added. Lin Qinshu looked at Li Wuqi with a little surprise.
How do you know everything? So gossipy.
A grown man, paying attention to these gossip news all day long. Everyone in the classroom was watching to see whether Su Weiwei would fall in love with the top rich second generation in Shanghai.
The entire classroom was already full.
Except for the seat next to Xinli, which he had reserved for Su Weiwei, the only remaining seat was next to the 4 people in the best dormitory. Shenli's seat was for Su Weiwei.
Anyone who wanted to sit there was chased away. The top-notch dormitory had an aura of its own and no one wanted to get too close to them.
Lin Qinshu was the last of the 4 to arrive, and he sat at the outermost seat, with the remaining seat right next to him.
Everyone in the class also knew about the news on the campus forum.
One was Xinli, the son of the Xin family in Shanghai, and the other was Lin Qinshu, a representative of overnight wealth who drove a luxury car worth hundreds of millions. In their opinion, Lin Qinshu must have been rich to begin with, but he was low-key before. Recently, for some reason, he suddenly became high-profile.
These 2 top-rich second generations were secretly competing with each other. Whoever Su Weiwei chose would represent the winner of the first confrontation.
Su Weiwei glanced at the only 2 seats left in the classroom, then walked towards Lin Qinshu. The whole school knew that Xinli was pursuing her, so she would definitely not sit next to Xinli. She didn't want people to think that there was something going on between her and Xinli. But Lin Qinshu was different. She didn't know the other person, but she had heard in the past 2 days that Yi Mingxi and the man in front of her were in love. Men with a partner would always behave themselves in public and not cause gossip. The position next to Lin Qinshu was obviously a better choice.
Classmate, can I sit here? Su Weiwei walked to Lin Qinshu's side and asked softly.
Lin Qinshu frowned slightly. He suddenly felt that the woman in front of him was not as pure and innocent as she seemed. He suddenly felt that he was being used.
Xinli invited Su Weiwei to sit over in front of the whole class.
Su Weiwei ignored him and walked straight to Lin Qinshu.
This was completely provoking a conflict between Lin Qinshu and Xinli.
Although Lin Qinshu didn't care about Xinli, he was still very unhappy to be used like this. The beauty in front of him immediately made him feel disgusted, and even if there was a reward of a diamond kidney, he was no longer interested.
Chapter 45 Su Xia with a terrifying background. It doesn't matter, the classroom is not mine. If it was mine, I wouldn't let you sit down,
Lin Qinshu said lightly. As soon as these words came out, the whole classroom fell silent.
School beauty Su was rejected? And got scolded? Are rich people so ignorant of being gentle and considerate to women?
Su Weiwei was stunned for a moment, then smiled slightly, as if she didn't care about what had just been said, and chose to sit down next to Lin Qinshu.
Bang!
Xinli slammed the table.
You are so ungrateful. It is an honor for you that Weiwei is willing to sit next to you.
Apologize to Weiwei immediately, or I will let you see why the flowers are so red. Lin Qinshu sneered and looked at the other party with disdain, saying, another dead bootlicker. When everyone in the classroom heard this, they felt that something good was about to happen. Two rich second generations were competing against each other, and they loved watching this kind of excitement the most. Xinli was furious and immediately stood up and was about to rush over. What he hated most was being called a bootlicker.
What do you want to do?
A female teacher wearing a white professional dress and a high ponytail walked into the classroom and shouted. She heard noisy noises before she entered the classroom just now. As soon as she came in, she saw Xinli climbing up from the table, looking like he was about to fight.
Ding!
A beauty with a beauty score of over 90 has been detected.
Name, Su Xia. Appearance, 93. Age, 26. Height, 169. Bust, 34D. Favorability, 0. Su Xia walked to the podium, picked up the microphone on the table and told everyone to sit down. If you don't want to attend the class, get out.
Xinli originally wanted to say something, but in the end, for some reason, he didn't open his mouth and sat down angrily. Lin Qinshu's eyes lit up when he saw this teacher. She was another beauty with a score of 90. However, the system did not issue any tasks this time. Logically speaking, every beauty with a score of more than 90 should be accompanied by a task. The classroom is large enough that one person's voice cannot reach every corner of the classroom, so such a large classroom will have a microphone. Seeing that the students had quieted down, Su Xia began to speak.
I am your law teacher in the future. My name is Su Xia. From now on, both of your classes will take my class together. If any students don't want to, they don't have to come.
When you fail a course and take makeup classes next year, maybe I won't be the one teaching you. Also, because of the lack of teaching resources in the school, most of the courses for both of your classes will be taken together, so what you need to do is get along well with each other.
Do you understand?
The last sentence, which sounded a little majestic, made the students involuntarily answer, I understand. Lin Qinshu looked at Su Xia on the stage and marveled at how a 26-year-old beautiful teacher could be so dignified. Her domineering look seemed to be born with her. This group of students were not much younger than Su Xia, but they were so frightened by his words that no one dared to utter a word in rebuttal.
What surprised Lin Qinshu the most were his two roommates, Li Wuqi and Fan Jianxiang. The two jackals, whose eyes sparkled and drooled at any beauties with a score of more than 80, did not dare to say a word after seeing Su Xia. He even suppressed the green light in his eyes, for fear of attracting Su Xia's attention. Did you two take the wrong medicine? Is this new teacher an elder in your family?
You are so scared. Lin Qinshu looked at the two of them in confusion.
Li Wuqi quickly raised a finger to his mouth and said, huh.
This scene made Lin Qinshu even more confused.
What on earth were these two guys afraid of? Fan Jianxiang explained that although this beautiful teacher is pretty, her identity is even more frightening.
She is the daughter of Su Banning, the secretary of the Magic City Municipal Party Committee.
Didn't you see that Xinli, one of the 4 young masters of Magic City, dared not say a word?
Li Wuqi also added that the father of the municipal party secretary was just a small matter. She also had a brother who was the god of war in the southern military region, and her grandfather was one of the founding generals. It is said that when Su Xia was in junior high school, a boy blocked her on her way home because he wanted to pursue her. Although nothing happened at the time, a fighter jet flew away from the southern military region that night.
Since then, the boy has never been seen again, and his family has disappeared without a trace. Holy shit! Is this an official background or a gangster background?
Su Xia's identity: his father is the secretary of the Mo City Committee, his brother is the god of war of the military region, and his grandfather is a red generation. No wonder Su Xia has such a strong aura. With just one sentence, Xinli, one of the 4 young masters of the Magic City, dared not move.
Hey, how do you know these things?
Li Wuqi and Fan Jianxiang know these things, which is beyond the scope of gossip.
Ordinary people should not know these things. After all, the descendants of the first generation of Reds are known for being low-key.
Forum, I mentioned it a few days ago, our school has a new beautiful teacher, named Su Xia. When Lao Fan and I heard that she was a beauty, we quickly went to the forum to look at her photos and participated in the discussion. As a result, someone who knew about it broke the news. Lin Qinshu glanced at Xia Lu, as if asking him if he knew about it too. Xia Lu shrugged and said, I don't read the forum. I would video chat with Yen Yen if I had that time.
Su Weiwei, who was sitting next to Lin Qinshu, also heard their conversation.
She seemed to be staring at the podium, but she was actually shocked. Unexpectedly, the new teacher had such a powerful background.
Su Weiwei couldn't help but wonder if she could get along well with the teacher, Xinli and other boys would stop harassing her.
She has no mood for romance now, as she has been ill again recently. Su Weiwei enrolled in a medical major in order to cure her rare disease, which is rare in the world.
Ding!
A beauty with a beauty score higher than 90 has been detected. Option 1, skip class, tease Su Xia in front of everyone in the classroom, and be rewarded with chess proficiency. Option 2, skip class, tease Su Xia in front of everyone in the classroom, involve physical contact, and be rewarded with proficiency in chess and shooting.
Here he comes, there is a mission. Damn, but is this mission to let him die?
Skipping classes is nothing, at most he will fail the course, but teasing Su Xia, the other party has a military district god of war as his brother.
After the teasing, will you not even know how you died?
Especially the second item, there must be physical contact during the teasing.
System, can I not do this task? Ding!
There will be no penalty for not completing the task, but if the host cannot complete such a simple task, the chance of triggering subsequent tasks will become smaller.
The host shall make his own decision.
Lin Qinshu's face was uncertain, but he finally gritted his teeth and decided to do it. Otherwise, if the system didn't give him any tasks in the future, he would be in tears. This time, Lin Qinshu planned to choose the first option and just tease it for a while. If he got too good at it, he might even lose his life. He had just obtained the system not long ago and had not yet enjoyed it properly.
At this moment, Su Xia saw the group of people whispering. Chapter 46. You are molesting me now.
The boy in white clothes in the third row from the bottom, please stand up. Su Xia said sternly. It just so happened that in the entire back row, only Lin Qinshu and Su Weiwei were wearing white clothes, while most of the others were wearing black or royal blue. The 4 of them were talking, but because they were wearing the same clothes, Su Xia couldn't call them, so he could only call them based on the color of their clothes.
As a result, he chose Lin Qinshu by coincidence.
Lin Qinshu stood up slowly and stared at Su Xia. He was just thinking about how to complete the task when he was suddenly called.
Which class is she from? What's her name? Su Xia is a new teacher.
She doesn't know any of the students in the classroom, let alone which class they are from. Lin Qinshu, Sociology Class 1. Lin Qinshu said casually. Su Xia frowned when she saw his attitude.
Did you hear what I just said? Repeat it.
Lin Qinshu smiled slightly and said sorry. The teacher's voice was so pleasant that it made me think of other things, so I didn't hear anything clearly.
The whole audience was silent.
They even looked at Lin Qinshu with horror.
Xinli even gave him a gloating look.
Most people in the classroom would go to the campus forum, and even those who didn't had just learned about Su Xia's identity from the people around them. Knowing that Su Xia's identity is so powerful, he still dares to tease her.
Is he tired of living?
Su Xia was immediately furious. Over the years, ever since the incident with the missing male classmate who blocked her way, no one dared to speak to her like that.
Okay, if you can't hear me, come up.
I just happen to need a teaching assistant for today's class, so you can come. Su Xia thought of a way to discipline Lin Qinshu. Su Xia had learned some self-defense skills from her brother, and she could use this to punish the student who dared to tease her.
Her self-defense skills were certified by her brother, and even ordinary soldiers couldn't do anything to her.
Lin Qinshu walked to the front of the podium, and the 2 of them stood together, forming the cutest height difference. Su Xia turned around and said to the other students, "Today I will tell you what laws apply to girls when they are harassed to what extent."
You think you are a hooligan and you are molesting me now.
Lin Qinshu was stunned, and all the students in the classroom were also confused.
What kind of lewd words are these?
They actually allow someone to molest her directly. Lin Qinshu reacted quickly. It seemed like there was a conspiracy, but how could he refuse the physical contact that was offered to him? He was worried that he would not be able to complete the task. Lin Qinshu stretched out his hand and touched Su Xia's waist. Su Xia grabbed his hands with both hands and quickly turned around, wanting to give Lin Qinshu a shoulder throw. However, Lin Qinshu did not move at all. At the same time, he quickly stretched out his other hand and patted the part of her back facing Lin Qinshu.
Ah!
Su Xia exclaimed and let go of Lin Qinshu's arm, looking at him angrily. Lin Qinshu said with a smirk, "Teacher, didn't you want to throw me over your shoulder just now? I don't have any special features, but my lower body is relatively strong." Su Xia's face was full of anger and her complexion was a little red. She had never been touched by a stranger of the opposite sex in her entire life, but just now, Lin Qinshu hit her in that place. The situation just now was considered a low-level indecent assault on women, and the minimum penalty was 15 days of criminal detention.
Although the fall was not successful, the lesson still had to be continued. Now put your hands on my shoulders,
Su Xia said through gritted teeth. Lin Qinshu cooperated and put his hand on her shoulder. Su Xia raised his hands, intending to push Lin Qinshu's hands away and then hit his face with his head. As a result, his hand was not pushed away, but was pulled into Lin Qinshu's arms.
"Let me go."
Su Xia was held in Lin Qinshu's arms, her face flushed and she shouted angrily.
"Teacher, didn't you ask me to play the role of a gangster? Do you think the gangsters outside will listen to you?"
Lin Qinshu said with a sly smile.
"Let me go immediately." Su Xia's anger was about to reach its peak.
He wanted to teach Lin Qinshu a lesson, but he ended up being taken advantage of. Seeing this, Lin Qinshu loosened his hand and stopped teasing Su Xia. The task had been completed in excess, and the next step was to skip classes.
"You don't have to attend class today, get out."
Su Xia pointed at the classroom door.
"Teacher, I did this to cooperate with you. You are being a little unreasonable now."
Lin Qinshu looked innocent.
"Humph, what are you thinking? Everyone can see it. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you know a little martial arts. Get out of here and stand there. Come to my office after class."
Lin Qinshu deliberately took advantage of her, but she was the one who asked him to come up, and now she is furious when she sees him. Lin Qinshu shrugged and left the classroom. However, he did not listen to Su Xia, but left the teaching building directly.
On the way, I sent a message to Yi Mengxi. "Meng, have you finished class? What do you want to eat for lunch?" Yi Mengxi did not reply, so he could only go back to the dormitory.
He would not stay at the classroom door. This was different from skipping class as part of his mission. As soon as I returned to the dormitory, the system task completion prompt sounded in my mind.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Agree to the other party's request and help Wen Rushu solve the problem. Reward, 800 million in cash and a copy of the Wen family secrets.
Ding! The Wen family secrets have been transferred to the host's WeChat favorites in the form of a document. Dear customer, your Shanghai bank card with the last number 9527 has received a transfer of 800 million yuan, and the balance is 1362,369,053 yuan. Ha! Why is it this reward? I thought it was the task that Su Xia just gave me. This is the task that cost Wen Rushu 500 million last night.
It seems that the crisis has been resolved.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the task of teasing Su Xia, and you will be rewarded with chess proficiency and gun proficiency.
Host, Lin Qinshu. Strength, 8. Constitution, 9. Spirit, 7. Charisma, 7.
The highest attribute of ordinary people is 10, and the host has a normal value among ordinary people.
Vehicles, Pagani Zonda, Lamborghini Veneno. Luxury home, Yunlu Villa No. 1. Skills, martial arts proficiency, chess proficiency, gun proficiency. Balance, 136,236,9053.
The reward for Su Xia's mission also arrived, and Lin Qinshu suddenly felt that he had more knowledge about chess and marksmanship in his mind. These two skills are really useless to him. He doesn't like playing chess, and he doesn't want to be a soldier.
But more skills are better than none.
Lin Qinshu took out his cell phone and opened his favorites, intending to take this opportunity to see what the secrets of the Wen family were.
Chapter 47, The Secret of the Wen Family.
Lin Qinshu clicked on the 1 GB large file, which contained some secret outlines.
There are also some accompanying pictures. Are there so many melodramatic events in these big families?
The eldest wife of the Wen family, is from the Yang family in Kyoto. She is reckless and not delicate. She is often used without knowing it.
She is conceited, arrogant, and stupid.
She is not liked by the old master of the Wen family, but she has no choice but to be the eldest wife. The Wen family has a son, Wen Wenfeng, but this son is not the son of the Wen family, but Wen Jiaxu's. Wen Wenfeng still doesn't know the truth of this matter. One night more than 20 years ago, a drunken Mr. Wen passed by the servant's room and saw a maid who had just taken a bath. He lost his mind and executed her on the spot.
That night, the maid became pregnant and gave birth to Wen Rushui. In fact, Wen Rushui is not the daughter of Wen Jiaxiong, because Wen Jiaxiong has a hidden disease and cannot have children.
His wife Yang Xinghua concealed this fact because of Wen Wenfeng, and did not let Wen Jiaxiong know that he had a hidden disease. 2 years ago, Wen Jiaxiong killed a young lady in a club after taking illegal drugs. No one knew about this, so he buried the body under a big tree in front of the Wen family ancestral hall. The young lady who was tortured to death was an orphan, had a strange personality and few friends, so no one looked for her even if she disappeared, and the matter was kept secret.
WTF.
Lin Qinshu couldn't help but exclaimed, "This is so exciting," after just watching the beginning.
Wen Rushui's father is not her father, and her father doesn't even know that his son and daughter are not his own.
This is really a good show. These rich families really know how to have fun. Just the appearance of Ling has created such a messy relationship.
What will happen if we continue to watch?
Lin Qinshu continued reading. In addition to introducing the family relationships of the Wen family, there were also some things he had done. He loved gambling and was trapped by his second brother Wen Jiaxu. Now he owed 80 million in high-interest loans. He didn't dare say it out loud, for fear of being kicked out of the competition for the position of patriarch. As long as he could become the patriarch and take charge of the Wen group, he would be able to pay back the money. However, this also became a handle in Wen Jiaxu's hand. If nothing unexpected happened, Wen Jiaxu would reveal it on the day of the competition for the head of the family, and he would be kicked out of the competition for the head of the family. Seeing this, the secrets of the Wen family have come to an end. At the end, there are a few photos left, all of which are related to these secrets. They are so disgusting that people cannot look at them directly, but Lin Qinshu still watched them with relish. There are also several photos of Wen Jiaxu drinking and discussing the incident with those who set up gambling traps in the Wen family. The simplest photo is a photo of a big tree, which should be the big tree under which the bodies were buried in the Wen family. Seeing this, Lin Qinshu couldn't help but marvel at the power of the system.
This kind of photo was obviously not taken by human.
It felt like the entire scene was captured at a specific time. Lin Qinshu looked at the secrets of the second son of the Wen family.
Compared with the cowardice of the previous Wen Jiaxu's was much more exciting.
Wen Jiaxu is a man of great cunning.
His wife is the director of the secretary office of Mo City.
She is a strong person and has not given birth to a child yet. On the wedding night of my eldest brother Wen Jiaxiong, I took advantage of Wen Jiaxiong being drunk and did some things that should have been struck by lightning. Wen Jiaxu is an ambitious man. Unlike his stupid eldest brother and cowardly third brother, he will do anything to achieve his goals. His wife Yu Qing is the Secretary General of the Municipal Secretary's office and is an important helper to him, so even if Yu Qing doesn't let him touch her on weekdays, he can swallow his anger. Even when rumors spread that he was impotent and unable to have children, he did not refute it because he knew that he already had children. He even secretly joined forces with the Wang family of Demon City, vowing to seize the position of head of the Wen family. His wife Yu Qing is a person who doesn't like men. Since she married into the Wen family, she has never let Wen Jiaxu touch her. The two of them originally got together with their own ulterior motives, and they had already made 3 rules from the beginning. The photos following Wen Jiaxu are all photos of him meeting with various people, as well as photos of Yu Qing and some women in the hotel. Lin Qinshu looked at the photos of Yu Qing playing with some women and couldn't help but marvel at them. It turned out that the TV dramas were not lying, and there really were couples who played with each other. Although Yu Qing is almost 40 years old, she still looks charming and full of charm. As expected, women don't age so quickly if they haven't given birth to a baby. And based on this information, Yu Qing might not have had sex yet. Wen Jiaxiu has a lot of conspiracies and tricks, and even the funding gap of Wen Jiaming this time was caused by him. Lin Qinshu didn't read it carefully and turned to the back to find Wen Jiaming, Wen Rushue's third uncle. The person who can make Wen Rushue sign a contract to sell herself and help her should be the best among the three. Wen Jiaming, his wife Zhao Yaping, have a son, Wen Jianfeng, who is Wen Rushue's biological father. When Lin Qinshu saw this sentence, he was stunned for a moment.
Shit, the Wen family is infertile.
He was still wondering whose child Wen Rushue was, and in the blink of an eye he got the result.
It was really shocking. This is big news.
Lin Qinshu continued reading. More than 20 years ago, it was already late at night when Wen Jiaming just returned from school. On the way back to the room, I heard a sobbing sound coming from the servants' room. Wen Jiaming looked inside and saw a ray of moonlight shining into the dark room. In that dim light, Wen Jiaming saw a scene that he would never forget.
How could a boy in puberty have such self-control?
At that moment, he was overwhelmed by desire, closed the door with his backhand, and pounced on the figure. The woman lying on the ground sobbing was Wen Rushue's mother. She had just been abused by the Wen family and was knocked down again by a dark shadow. After a long time, the black shadow fled out of the room. The next day, Wen Jiaming knew who he had knocked down the night before. Because of this incident, he didn't even dare to go home and lived in school.
He didn't dare to come back until Wen Rushue was born and her mother died.
Later, the Wen family and the Zhao family formed an alliance, and Wen Jiaming became the spouse of the alliance. After marrying Zhao Yaping, he gave birth to a son. By chance, he learned about his eldest brother Wen's hidden illness. It was also at this time that he learned that Wen Rushue was actually his daughter.
From then on, he secretly took care of Wen Rushue in every possible way.
However, due to what he had done in the past, he had never dared to recognize Wen Rushue.
This is the only secret of Wen Jiaming. The rest are pretty standard.
He has the least information, but there are still photos. As moonlight shines into the room, the scene inside looks as if it was taken recently, and it is totally different from a photo taken more than 20 years ago. Lin Qinshu put down his phone and let out a long sigh.
None of the Wen family members are good people.
Although Wen Rushue's mother was only mentioned in a few words, these events ruined Wen Rushue's mother's life, and she died of depression in the best years of her life.
Chapter 48. How much money does your senior have?
The tragedy of Wen Rushue's mother also extended to Wen Rushue herself. If Wen Jiaming had not discovered later that Wen Rushue was his daughter, Wen Rushue might be living a more miserable life now, and it is not even known whether she could still be alive. Lin Qinshu looked through the books to see if there were any other stories at the end, and the only ones at the end were about the third generation, Wen Wenfeng and Wen Rushue. Wen Rushue's main secret is that she is now Lin Qinshu's lover, which is not a secret for him as the person involved.
Wen Wenfeng's character is more interesting.
His personality is very similar to his biological father Wen Jiaxiu, cunning and treacherous. What made Lin Qinshu almost vomit was that Wen Wenfeng was actually a gay.
Those scenes made Lin Qinshu vomit.
This document is said to be the secret of the Wen family, but in fact it contains all the shameful things in the Wen family. With this information, he can control everyone in the Wen family. Moreover, the degree of Wen Wenfeng's perversion was far beyond imagination, and even his younger brother Wen Jianfeng almost suffered.
The story of the Wen family is so melodramatic. Why should we stay in such a family? We must let Wen Rushue leave that filthy place. He didn't expect to get the 500 million back. He just thought of it as spending 500 million to buy Wen Rushue's freedom. He got it back as a reward anyway, and made a net profit of 300 million. Ding! Detected that the host is unwilling to give up the 500 million. Option 1. Use the secrets of the Wen family to help Wen Jiaming take the position of the head of the Wen family, and be rewarded with 10 billion. Option 2. Use the secrets of the Wen family to send Wen Rushue to the position of the head of the Wen family, reward 8.8 billion, spirit +1. I'm not unwilling. Damn system, I don't want to wade into the muddy water of the Wen family. Ding!
The competition for the head of the Wen family will be held in the Wen family ancestral hall tomorrow morning.
I wish the host good luck. This system is really forcing me to do something. I was assigned a task just because I had a casual thought about it. It seems I have to go tomorrow.
The system gave him the task so casually. In fact, Lin Qinshu knew how difficult this task was. It was extremely difficult to make Wen Rushue the head of the family. Even with the secrets of the Wen family, it was impossible to make it happen. Even if he could make the three brothers of the Wen family agree, there would still be others who disagreed.
How could a person who was originally an illegitimate daughter become the head of the family? He had to think of a way.
Lin Qinshu put away his phone and thought. After an unknown amount of time, his phone rang.
Senior, I'm done with get out of class, where are you?
Yi Mingxi called Lin Qinshu as soon as she left the classroom.
Meng, I'm sorry, I have something to do suddenly and can't have dinner with you. How about waiting until tonight?
I'll book a room in Shuweiyun Pavilion. Lin Qinshu was not in the mood to eat now. He has to think about tomorrow's affairs and plans to talk to Wenru Xue.
Yi Mingxi said somewhat disappointedly, well then.
Senior, please be careful when you go out to do things.
After hanging up the phone, Wan Qingqing beside Yi Mingxi said indignantly, I said he was a scumbag.
He just got our Meng and he stood her up. Yi Mingxi quickly explained that it was not the case, the senior just had something to do.
He said he would invite you to Shuweiyun Pavilion for dinner in the evening. Shuweiyun Pavilion? Really? Meng, is it the Shuweiyun Pavilion that only serves 8 banquets a day and where you can enjoy a small Manchu Han banquet? Wang Ying's eyes suddenly lit up.
Yao Jingjing and Wan Qingqing were also a little surprised when they heard Wang Ying say this. Yi Mingxi nodded, of course it was true, Shuweiyun Pavilion had been bought by the senior, and he could go there to eat anytime he wanted. Yi Mingxi recalled the scene of watching fireworks at the hotel opposite after dinner at Shuweiyun Pavilion that night, and her pretty face turned slightly red.
Ah? Shuweiyun Pavilion was actually bought by that scumbag? How much would it cost to buy such a high-end place? Ruan Qingqing was surprised. Yi Mingxi pursed his lips and looked at Ruan Qingqing resentfully. Okay, I was wrong.
It was your senior, not a scumbag.
Ruan Qingqing couldn't stand being stared at, and quickly begged for mercy.
Shuweiyun Pavilion is very famous, and it would cost tens of millions to buy it.
Yao Jingjing was also surprised at Lin Qinshu's financial resources.
A restaurant that was a legend to them was actually bought by her bestie's boyfriend.
I spent 200 million to buy it.
At that time, my senior promised to take me to Shuweiyun Pavilion for dinner, but there were no reservations, so we simply bought the entire Shuweiyun Pavilion. When Yi Mingxi talked about this, her face was full of pride, and she was completely unaware of the shock on the faces of the 3 women around her.
Just to treat Yi Mingxi to a meal at Shuweiyun Pavilion, he spent 200 million to buy the entire Shuweiyun Pavilion in anger. Is this kind of man still called a scumbag? Even if he is the scumbag, he is willing. Meng, how much money does your senior have? Yao Jingjing felt a little dry in the mouth.
He dared to spend 200 million to buy a restaurant just for a meal.
This person is no longer an ordinary rich person. Their feelings of indignation suddenly turned into envy. Yi Mingxi shook her head and said she didn't know.
I didn't ask my senior either. I wasn't with him for money. When I liked him, he had nothing. The 3 girls fell silent. They originally had a very bad impression of Lin Qinshu, the scumbag, but when they suddenly found out that he was a super rich man, this reversal of impression made them feel at a loss. If they were in his shoes, they would definitely fall for him.
Unfortunately, they are not, and can only envy Yi Mingxi.
Lin Qinshu, who was sitting in the car, was just about to call Wenru Xue when Li Wuqi called.
Beast, where have you been?
Teacher Su made you stand at the door of the classroom as punishment, and I didn't see you after class.
Now everyone is about to explode. I think you are going to be in trouble. Li Wuqi's tone was somewhat gloating. I left early because of something. I told Lao Fan and Xia Lu that we would have dinner together in the evening and cancel all other appointments.
Lin Qinshu said indifferently.
Great. I can finally eat your meal. No date is more important than a meal. Li Wuqi said excitedly. He didn't have a date in the first place.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Qinshu called Wenru Xue again, but no one answered. I could only go to Piaoxue bar to see if she was there.
It was broad daylight and the bar wasn't open yet. When I met the cleaning staff, they told me that Wenru Xue was not there.
Lin Qinshu was speechless for a while. He had looked for Wenru Xue twice, but couldn't find her both times. Just when Lin Qinshu was considering whether to go to Wenru Xue's house to look for someone, Wenru Xue called.
Where are you? I have something to talk to you about. Do you want to have lunch together?
Lin Qinshu answered the phone and said directly.
Chapter 49. You can call me Senior Wang. The other party was silent for a moment and then said, I am dealing with something right now. How about having dinner together tonight?
Wen Rushue was lying on the bed in her room at this time, with a complicated look on her face. She thought Lin Qinshu wanted to find her to fulfill his promise, but it was so sudden in broad daylight that Wen Rushue couldn't accept it for a moment and could only make excuses saying that she was busy.
But you can't avoid the 15th day if you can't avoid it.
Giving her half a day to prepare herself mentally, she felt that she should be prepared mentally in the evening. Lin Qinshu had no idea that her thoughts were so complicated, and he had no such plan. He remembered that he had already promised Yi Mingxi and the others to have dinner in the evening, and it would not be a good idea to stand up again. I have something to do in the evening, how about this? I will come to you after I finish my work. It may be late.
After thinking it over, I can only find time after dinner.
Okay, I'll wait for you in Piaoxue at night. Wen Rushue wanted to find a crowded place to escape from this matter.
No, let's go to your house. Piaoxue is too noisy, not suitable for talking about things.
After saying that, he hung up the phone without caring whether Wen Rushue agreed or not.
Wen Rushue's face turned a little red.
Thinking about what was going to happen tonight, she bit her lips and struggled. After a moment, his eyes became firm.
Once you promise something, you must do it.
It is not Wen Rushue's style to go back on her word.
Wen Rushue took a look at the environment inside the house and decided to decorate it.
Since you have to give yourself up, instead of being shy and reluctant, you might as well be open and honest, decorate the environment, and add some sense of ceremony. Thinking of this, she took out her cell phone and bought some decorations and flower petals on the local website.
She even took out her normal 1982 Lafite red wine.
After Lin Qinshu hung up the phone, he suddenly felt confused. If he had known that Wen Rushue was not free, he would have gone to dinner with Yi Mingxi. After thinking about it in the car, he called Chen Shanshan. After all, Chen Shanshan's favorability is about to break through 90. If he succeeds in winning her over, he doesn't know if the system will give him any special rewards. Moreover, Chen Shanshan has sent a lot of messages in the past 2 days saying that she wants to transfer the building back to him, but he has not responded.
At this time, Chen Shanshan was reading some finance-related books in the office. Now that she holds a high position, she needs to study more. She can't always be unworthy of her position. After answering Lin Qinshu's call, he quickly put down his books, took out a mirror and tidied his appearance. Now she is not sure how she feels about Lin Qinshu. As soon as she sees his message, she will feel very happy and even think of him often. She didn't know if this was the feeling of being in love. After all, being in love was a luxury for her before. In her efforts to improve the lives of her whole family, she couldn't have any other thoughts. The branch of Shanghai Bank where Chen Shanshan is located is in the financial center of Shanghai. After Lin Qinshu picked her up, he didn't plan to go somewhere far to eat. After he parked the car, the two of them walked to a Western restaurant in a nearby alley. Chen Shanshan took the lead and said, "Let me treat you to this meal. You have helped me so much, I should treat you to a meal. Also, please fill out this information and I will transfer the building back to you. Of course, it's okay for you to treat me, but forget about the transfer. If you transfer the building to me, Uncle Wang and his friends might not feel comfortable taking advantage of me because I'm not familiar with them. And the 6 million in assets is dispensable to me. If you feel burdened, you can save money and return the 6 million to me." Lin Qinshu smiled and said, "Girls with strong self-esteem should be respected." Who pays for dinner is a trivial matter for Lin Qinshu now, but it is very important to Chen Shanshan. If Lin Qinshu is chauvinistic and insists on paying for dinner himself, Chen Shanshan's favorability towards him will drop sharply. Lin Qinshu had heard a story from a cousin before. Because he was too patriarchal and always felt that men should pay when they go out, a girl who had a crush on him said she wanted to treat him to a meal. In the end, the cousin secretly paid the bill himself. The girl was very angry when she found out and never contacted her cousin again since then. For the cousin, it was just a few hundred yuan for food, but for the girl, it was a proof of equality and mutual respect. Just as the two were looking at the menu, a voice suddenly came from the side, "Shanshan, you are here too." A man with a slicked back hair and a casual suit appeared at the table. "Senior Wang Kun." Chen Shanshan looked at the person who came. He was her senior in school and had graduated from school a year ago. He pursued Chen Shanshan madly during his time at school, but Chen Shanshan ignored him. Wang Kun's fiery gaze made Chen Shanshan feel very uncomfortable. "Shanshan, it is fate that we can meet in such a vast crowd. Can I sit down?" Wang Kun showed a smile that he thought was very handsome. "No." Lin Qinshu said coldly.
If he didn't know the relationship between Chen Shanshan and Wang Kun, he would have been ready to chase them away.
Wang Kun then noticed Lin Qinshu sitting opposite Chen Shanshan. Is this person from our school? He looks a little unfamiliar. Hello, Junior. I am Wang Kun, who is a few years older than you. You can call me Senior Wang.
Lin Qinshu coldly spat out a word, get out.
Wang Kun's face suddenly turned as ugly as if he had eaten a fly.
Chen Shanshan, who was standing by, didn't want her meal to be disturbed, so she said, Senior Wang Kun, this is Lin Qinshu, not from our school, but my friend.
We are having dinner together today, so it may not be appropriate for you to be here.
Although Wang Kun had been rejected countless times by Chen Shanshan, he still felt a little embarrassed when he heard the other party's direct words.
I smiled awkwardly and said, okay, Shanshan, let's make an appointment another day. Chen Shanshan's face turned cold and said, Senior Wang Kun, please call me Chen Shanshan. I won't make an appointment with you in the future. Please be careful with your wording.
There was a hint of viciousness in Wang Kun's eyes. Without saying anything more, he left the place directly.
Wang Kun walked out of the restaurant with a gloomy face.
In fact, he followed Chen Shanshan all the way to this restaurant and wanted to create an encounter with Chen Shanshan so that he could have dinner with her. After finding out where Chen Shanshan worked from school, he came over without stopping, and happened to see Chen Shanshan and Lin Qinshu walking to eat. He also deliberately didn't look at Lin Qinshu just now, wanting to see if the other party was a soft persimmon, but Lin Qinshu didn't give him any face at all.
Brother Bao, do me a favor, I will treat my brothers to a drink tonight.
Wang Kun made a phone call, explained some things, turned around and saw Chen Shanshan and her friend talking and laughing through the glass. A scornful smile appeared on his lips, and then he left.
Chapter 50 Crouching Dragon and Phoenix.
Lin Qinshu and his friend finished the meal chatting and laughing, and got to know each other better in the process. Chen Shanshan was born in a poor family. Her mother died soon after giving birth to her, and her father never remarried.
The father and daughter depended on each other for survival.
Her father was a loyal and honest man, but he attached great importance to education. He taught Chen Shanshan not to accept charity from her father since she was a child.
That's why Chen Shanshan has such a strong self-esteem. Chen Shanshan is also quite sensible and has always been the top student in the class since she was young.
Until now, she can finally give her father a better life.
This exchange changed Chen Shanshan's impression of Lin Qinshu.
She mentioned many of the things she liked to play when she was a child, and found that Lin Qinshu knew them all and had also played them. In her impression, rich people would not play with the things that poor children played with, and the two of them had a lot more common topics.
Do you have to go to work in the afternoon? Do you want to go out for a walk?
Lin Qinshu remembered that he didn't have classes in the afternoon, so he didn't have to go back to school. Shuiyun Pavilion was nearby, and he was too lazy to run around. Chen Shanshan thought about it and it seemed that there was really nothing to do. Wu Shugang didn't assign her too many things to do because she hadn't yet fully adapted to the intensity of the work.
Sure, I also need to find a house. I will graduate soon and now I have a job. I can't live in the dormitory forever.
When Lin Qinshu heard this, a black line floated across his forehead. He originally wanted to go to a movie theater with Chen Shanshan to watch a movie to kill time, but she ended up wanting to find a house.
That's fine, but didn't your company assign you a dormitory? Lin Qinshu asked curiously. Bank employees are usually assigned accommodation, right?
Chen Shanshan shook her head and said, this is a financial center and the houses nearby are too expensive.
The company only gives everyone housing subsidies, but does not provide dormitories.
The two found a milk tea shop, ordered 2 cups of milk tea, and sat down to check the rental prices nearby. The single rooms around here cost more than 6,000 yuan. Chen Shanshan sighed as she looked around.
It's too expensive.
I have to look for a place farther away, otherwise most of my salary will go to the landlord.
Chen Shanshan sighed.
These small and poor quality places cost 6 or 7,000 yuan. Her salary plus various subsidies can bring her to 20,000 or 30,000 yuan, but it's still too expensive for her.
It's not worth it. She would rather go farther away. Let's go. Instead of looking at the phone here, why not go and see the real environment?
Lin Qinshu pulled Chen Shanshan to some closer places, intending to take a look at the environment outside first, and if it's not bad, then consider the inside. With Lin Qinshu's current financial situation, there is no pressure in buying an apartment for her to live in. But Lin Qinshu knew clearly that even if he was willing to buy it, the other party might not be willing to live in it. The two walked to a residential area and saw that the nearby buildings were very old and looked like they would collapse at any time. This area should be too crowded with locals, so it has not been rectified. How could the Magic City be so rich, so how could it allow such an old place next to the financial center? When turning into an alley, 4 or 5 strong men appeared in front of them, staring at Lin Qinshu and the others fiercely. Lin Qinshu frowned slightly. He felt as if this group of people were waiting for them specially.
Chen Shanshan also felt something was wrong.
Regardless of the difference between men and women, she nervously pulled Lin Qinshu and was about to turn around and walk out.
As a result, 3 people came from behind and attacked them from the front and back.
Lin Qinshu noticed that Chen Shanshan's hands were sweating, so he patted her gently with his other hand and said, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Lin Qinshu turned around and looked at the people opposite him.
He wondered what they wanted from us.
The 2 gangs in front and behind surrounded them both.
Who else could they be looking for if not them?
A scarred man in front of him sneered, "We brothers are jealous of you because you are dressed so beautifully and have a beautiful woman by your side.
Give us some money to spend, and leave this woman for me to play with, and then you can leave."
Lin Qinshu's eyes focused and he was about to take action when he suddenly saw a figure in the corner behind them. From the fleeting figure, Lin Qinshu recognized who it was, and suddenly understood why this group of people suddenly appeared here and stopped them. Lin Qinshu smiled coldly.
"Do you want to let the person hiding behind come out and perform first? Otherwise, I'm afraid he won't have a chance."
As soon as Lin Qinshu finished speaking, the figure rushed out, shouting, "Let go of my schoolmate, come to me if you have anything to do with me." This figure was none other than Wang Kun, whom he had met in the restaurant before. Wang Kun squeezed through the crowd, came to Chen Shanshan and said righteously, "Shanshan, don't worry, I'm here, no one can touch you." After saying that, he turned around and took a stance, ready to fight to the death with the other party. Everyone looked at him strangely. If he had come out before Lin Qinshu spoke, the show would have been able to continue. Your conspiracy has been exposed directly, and you are still acting.
Isn't it embarrassing?
Scarface coughed twice and said, "Brother Wang, the other party has seen through it, so stop acting."
Wang Kun was stunned for a moment. He was seen through as soon as he ran out?
Chen Shanshan walked forward and looked at Wang Kun with disgust.
"Senior Wang Kun, I originally thought you were a normal person, a good person. I thought you were a friend, but I didn't expect you to find someone to play the hero and save the beauty. Take your friend away from my sight, or I will call the police."
Wang Kun also learned from Scarface and the others how he was discovered. When he heard that it was Lin Qinshu who said it, he almost vomited blood on the spot. People just said it casually, so just don't admit it. This group of stupid teammates is really a hodgepodge of all the best talents.
If we just tell him to stop acting, wouldn't that be a case of being on the wrong side of the law? But since it's already been exposed, then we can stop acting. Wang Kun reached out and knocked Chen Shanshan's phone away. The phone fell to the ground and the screen went black instantly. Wang Kun simply stopped pretending and sneered, "Call the police? Can you still do that now?
I've been chasing you for 4 years, but you never even looked at me straight in the eye, and you didn't even give me a chance to have dinner together.
Now I've come to my senses. I don't want your heart, I just want you."
Brother Bao, beat up the man and take the woman back to enjoy with the brothers. The scarred man called Brother Leopard smiled slightly, and his smile was uglier than crying.
"Remember what you said, and the money for my brother's drinks tonight. You can be the first one to have sex with this woman." Chen Shanshan's body trembled slightly, she was angry and afraid.
Lin Qinshu pulled her behind him and whispered, "Stay behind me. If you are afraid, just close your eyes." He could have stopped Wang Kun from taking Chen Shanshan's phone, but the phone was a bit broken and didn't seem worth saving.
"What are you trying to do, you little brat? If it weren't for you, my plan would have succeeded. Hit me!" Wang Kun shouted angrily.
Brother Bao's men rushed forward one after another. Chen Shanshan closed her eyes in fear, only to hear a few muffled groans, followed by miserable cries of pain.
Chapter 51 Chen Shanshan's favorability soars.
Chen Shanshan quickly opened her eyes that had been closed due to fear, and the scene before her shocked her so much that she was speechless. She saw Lin Qinshu's figure moving among the crowd of opponents with his smooth movements and simple attacks. In less than a minute, of the 9 opponents, only Wang Kun was still standing, while Brother Bao and the little brothers he brought with him were all lying on the ground. Lin Qinshu came to Wang Kun and said in a voice that could just be heard by Leopard Brother, "I'll transfer the money to you later."
"Good job."
After patting him on the shoulder, he turned around and took Chen Shanshan away. After Lin Qinshu dragged Qin Shanshan away, Wang Kun was still standing there in confusion. He didn't know what Lin Qinshu had just said. Bao Gu got up from the ground with a livid face. His right hand had just been dislocated by Lin Qinshu. Good boy, you are in the same group as that boy. So you are using us and are in the same group with that boy. Brothers who can still move, beat them up. Brother Bao kicked Wang Kun in the stomach. The group of people didn't know what was going on. Anyway, they were beaten because of Wang Kun. The boss has already taken action, so what are they waiting for? Just now, Lin Qinshu deliberately didn't hit Wang Kun, and he also deliberately said those words to Scarface before leaving. Then, once he left, they would fight like dogs. Even though Scarface and the others knew that what Lin Qinshu said was false, they had just been beaten up and were worried about not finding a place to vent their anger, so they took it seriously even if it was false. Wang Kun's voice of crying for his parents could be heard in the alley. Lin Qinshu and Qin Shanshan didn't realize until they walked outside that they were still holding hands. Sorry, the situation is urgent, I don't mean to take advantage of you. Lin Qinshu smiled and let go of his hand. Qin Shanshan also recovered from her shock. The originally hopeless situation was turned around by the man in front of her. Qin Shanshan would probably never forget the heroic scene of him fighting 9 people alone. Ding! Qin Shanshan's favorability towards the host increased by 3, now 88 points. Student Lin, I didn't expect you to know martial arts. I was so scared just now that I was ready to bite my tongue to commit suicide. Qin Shanshan patted the chest that was constantly rising and falling, and the ripples caused by the shaking made Lin Qinshu swallow his saliva. Ahem. I know a lot of things. You will know them when you get to know me more. Lin Qinshu used dry cough to cover up his embarrassment. Ding. It was detected that the beauty with a beauty score of 90 encountered difficulties. Option 1, help Qin Shanshan solve her housing problem and reward her with language proficiency, 3.3 billion. Option 2, ignore it and let Qin Shanshan find it herself, deducting 30 points from Qin Shanshan's favorability. Damn, why bother with this dog system? Even if you give me more money. I also choose to help Qin Shanshan. Why bother threatening me with deducting my favorability? The two of them walked like this. The environment here was obviously not habitable as it was too messy. Halfway through, Lin Qinshu said he wanted to go to the bathroom, and when he came back he was holding a black bag in his hand. Shanshan, I happen to have a suite near where you work, why don't you live there first? I'm still a student and I spend most of my time in the dormitory, so the house is empty anyway. Lin Qinshu just came up with a plan that can solve Qin Shanshan's housing problem and complete the task at the same time. Qin Shanshan remained silent. She didn't know what to say or how to say it. Deep down, she really wanted to follow Lin Qinshu's method, but she always felt that she had troubled Lin Qinshu too much recently. Moreover, the relationship between them is still unclear. Wouldn't it be inappropriate for me to live in his house like this? Although Lin Qinshu said that he didn't live there. What if he wants to stay here occasionally? It's not good for a man and a woman to stay in the same room. Lin Qinshu saw her concerns and said, if it's a burden for you, just pay me the rent, 800 yuan a month. I like the number 8. I won't go there without your permission. You are the tenant and I am the landlord. The landlord cannot enter the tenant's house casually, so you don't have to worry about me staying at your place. Lin Qinshu said with a smile. And look at the surrounding environment, it's dirty and messy, too unsafe for a girl like you. Listen to me, just live with me. Lin Qinshu continued. Qin Shanshan looked at Lin Qinshu with watery eyes. She could see that he was trying to save her self-esteem, and she didn't want to disappoint him because she really needed a place to live. If she continued looking, she might end up somewhere very far away, and her daily commute might take up most of the day. Thank you, why are you so nice to me? Qin Shanshan said with emotion. Lin Qinshu's series of actions in the past few days really hit her heart. Getting along with him made her, a woman with strong self-esteem and weak sense of security, feel much more comfortable. Because you're worth it. Lin Qinshu stared at her and answered. Their eyes collided, and their heads moved closer and closer. Just as they were about to kiss, the horn of an electric bicycle sounded behind them, pulling them back from their love. Can you kiss to the side? This is a fucking intersection. Do you think you're filming an idol drama? An old lady cursed. Lin Qinshu and the other person happened to be at an intersection, blocking the passing electric bicycles. Qin Shanshan's face turned red and she left the place quickly. Seeing this, Lin Qinshu hurriedly chased after her.
Shanshan, it's a little late today. I have an appointment with my roommate to have dinner in the evening, so I can only take you to see the house another day. Do you want to have dinner with me? It's getting dark.
Now, even if Qin Shanshan wanted to look at houses, he couldn't afford one. He could only change the excuse and tell her to buy a house in the next 2 days. As for asking Qin Shanshan to go to dinner together, it was just a casual remark and Lin Qinshu regretted it right after he said it. If Qin Shanshan said she wanted to go, he would be in trouble because he had a dinner appointment with Yi Mengxi.
In Lin Qinshu's uneasy mood, Qin Shanshan shook her head and said, I won't go. I have to go back to the company. After finishing my work, I will go back to school to pack up my things. Do you have time on the weekend? If possible, take me to see it on the weekend and move directly there. Lin Qinshu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, I have time whenever you need me. He was really afraid that Qin Shanshan would agree. Men's words are lies. Now I don't have time to take her to see the house, and you dare to say you have time anytime. Complaint from the system. By the way, this is the gift I just bought for you. Your phone was broken just now. I happened to pass by a mobile phone store when I went to the bathroom, so I bought it for you first. You can't refuse me. If you really want to thank me, let me taste the taste of your cooking next time. During the chat just now, Qin Shanshan said that she is very good at cooking. Qin Shanshan smiled and said, okay, I will cook for you myself on the day of moving. Ding. Qin Shanshan's favorability towards the host increased by 1, and the current favorability is 89. Just 1 point away from success. Lin Qinshu was extremely happy. After sending Qin Shanshan back to the company, Lin Qinshu drove towards Shuiyun Pavilion. Chapter 52 led us by some helicopters. This time happened to be the evening rush hour. Although Shuiyun Pavilion was not far away, it still took more than an hour to get there. Lin Qinshu, who was stuck in traffic, was thinking whether he should just buy a helicopter, at least he would not be stuck in traffic. When Lin Qinshu arrived at the door, he saw Shang Ping standing there waiting. Yi Mingxi and the others were also picked up by a car sent by Shang Ping. Shuiyun Pavilion originally had a Rolls-Royce as a shuttle bus. After Lin Qinshu bought Shuiyun Pavilion, Shang Ping provided 2 more buses overnight for pickup and drop-off. Director Lin, the private room is ready and the guests are all here. Are we going to have the full banquet again this time? Shang Ping stepped forward and asked respectfully. Another full banquet? Lin Qinshu was actually a little tired of it, after all, he had just finished it the day before. Don't eat it, try something else. Oh, by the way, when you have time, go learn about helicopters. Shuiyun Pavilion should buy a helicopter to pick up guests, and the business will be much better. He was thinking about this question when he was stuck in traffic just now. The main reason why Shuiyun Pavilion's business is getting worse is that its location is too congested, and the reason why its business is good is also because of its location. This position is like a double-edged sword, which can bring both gains and losses. As long as the traffic problem is solved, the reason for poor business will be solved. Shang Ping's mouth twitched. Lin Qinshu said it was simple, but any plane would cost more than 10 million yuan, and the expensive part of the plane was the daily maintenance, and a helipad had to be built. The most important thing is to cooperate with other buildings to build helipads on their rooftops. If you calculate the expenses, even if more people come to eat, it will still be a loss. After all, how much money can you make from a meal? After much deliberation, Shang Ping told Lin Qinshu about the interests involved, hoping that Lin Qinshu would see the reality. Lin Qinshu didn't know how to do business, and he didn't understand these losses, but he had a system, and he was rich and willful, so the losses were nothing to him. What he wanted was to keep Shuiyun Pavilion. If he continues to lose money like this, his chef Shang Ping will run away. Who will prepare a small Manchu Han banquet for him in the future? Lin Qinshu patted Shang Ping on the shoulder and said, you don't have to worry about the losses. You are responsible for running this project, buying aircraft, renting the apron, and I will pay for the daily maintenance. It will not be counted as an investment in Shuiyun Pavilion. Shuiyun Pavilion only needs to be responsible for making money, and I will take care of the losses. Lin Qinshu immediately transferred 100 million to Shang Ping to buy 3 helicopters. Shuiyun Pavilion had plenty of space, plus the rented helipad in the building, and the daily maintenance of those helicopters. 100 million would be enough for a long time. He told Shang Ping to ask him for more when he had used them up. After the money was transferred, Lin Qinshu walked into Shuiyun Pavilion on his own, leaving Shang Ping alone in the wind. A restaurant that invests 100 million yuan at any time, is this person rich and willful or has other plans?
Sheng Ping stood at the door and thought for a long time but couldn't figure it out. Lin Qinshu came to the box and Yi Mingxi greeted him happily. This is when he saw that the three best friends who had been arguing with him in the morning had become a little quiet. Beast, this is my first time riding in a Rolls Royce, it's too luxurious, too extravagant.
Li Wuqi also sighed.
He and Fan Jianxiang came together, and Xiaolu brought his girlfriend Guan Yan with him. They also brought them to the dormitory and other girls' dormitories for socializing. It seems that they are truly in love. After everyone was seated, Sheng Ping began to serve the dishes. There is no specified dish for today, we will eat whatever is served, but the food in Shuiyun Pavilion is not simple.
Sheng Ping even asked the waiter to carry 2 boxes of 1982 Lafite red wine.
Because Li Wuqi and Fan Jianxiang said that red wine would not make one drunk, and only 1 or 2 bottles of wine would definitely not be enough, so they simply took out all the stock in the store.
I want a toast to Meng Ming's girlfriends. Thank you for your concern for her. If it weren't for you good sisters, I wouldn't have met Meng Meng now.
Lin Qinshu raised his glass and toasted Ruan Xingqing and the other 2 girls. Ruan Xingqing stood up and said with an embarrassed look, "We were a little arrogant.
We apologize to you here. We shouldn't have concluded that you were a scumbag when we didn't know you well." Yao Jingjing and Wang Ying also raised their glasses and stood up.
After all, the 3 of them thought that Lin Qinshu was just playing around at first, but when they heard that he was spending money like water for Yi Mingxi, they felt that he must be serious. Although it is superficial to use spending money like water to judge whether a person is sincere, it is also very direct.
How do you know I'm not a scumbag?
Lin Qinshu looked at them with a half smile.
Yao Jingjing was the first to speak. He's handsome and rich, so I'm willing to be a scumbag. Ruan Qingqing and Wang Ying quickly pulled her clothes, signaling her to stop talking.
I promise here that as long as Meng Meng still wants me, I will stay by her side until she gets tired of me.
Lin Qinshu finished the wine in his glass in one gulp.
Li Wuqi also came over with a cup in hand. Although he was still wearing a plaster cast, after hearing that there was a dinner party tonight, he didn't even take his anti-inflammatory medicine, just to have 2 drinks.
Hello, ladies.
My name is Li Wuqi, I am the best friend of Qinshu, and I am currently single.
Puff.
Wang Ying suddenly laughed out loud. Everyone turned their eyes to her. Although Li Wuqi's name was very strange, it was something everyone had known for a long time.
Why was there such a big reaction? Sorry, I'm from Hong Kong. This senior's name means shameless in my language, so I couldn't help laughing. Wang Ying explained with a smile.
Lin Qinshu was a little surprised that he was from Hong Kong, because very few people from Hong Kong would come to the mainland to study.
They either went to university locally or chose to study abroad.
This was because Hong Kong's local universities had score advantages for locals, and they were relatively top-notch schools. Apart from the top universities in the mainland, the only comparable ones were those abroad, and the threshold for Hong Kong people to study abroad was also much lower.
Fan Jianxiang pushed Li Wuqi away and said loudly, "My name is Fan Jianxiang, which is much more normal than the shameless name. I am also single." Phew. This time all 3 girls laughed together. Yao Jingjing smiled and said, "People in the best dormitory should stop introducing their names all the time. Everyone in Jiaotong University knows about this."
Fan Jianxiang and Li Wuqi smiled awkwardly at the same time.
Chapter 53. Do you want to be the head of the Wen family?
Amidst laughter and joy, time quickly came to pass 9 o'clock. The school was going to close at 10:30, and it would take some time to get back, so there would be no second half. Lin Qinshu asked Sheng Ping to arrange a shuttle to take them all back, and under Yi Mingxi's resentful gaze, he sent her into the car. Lin Qinshu also wanted Yi Mingxi to stay, but he had more important things to do.
The time given to him by the system to complete the task was too tight.
He had to find Wen Ruxue to see how to carry out tomorrow's plan, or learn about the Wen family to see if there were any weaknesses other than secrets. After sending everyone away, Lin Qinshu also asked Sheng Ping to drive him to Wen Ruxue's residence. He had also drunk some wine, but he needed the car the next day, so he had to let Sheng Ping work harder and take a taxi back after dropping him off. Lin Qinshu relied on his memory to find Wen Ruxue's residence and knocked on the door.
Who?
Wen Ruxue's voice came from inside the house.
It's me. Didn't we agree to meet tonight?
Lin Qinshu looked at the petals scattered at the door.
Could this woman be hiding a man inside?
These petals looked like they were picked from a bouquet of flowers.
Could it be that a suitor sent flowers and hid them inside?
Lin Xinqiu put his ear to the door to listen to the movement inside. Wen Ruxue opened the door and welcomed Lin Xinqiu in. Lin Xinqiu looked at the dim environment inside, with the faint light provided by a few candles and flower petals scattered all over the ground.
Are you unable to pay the electricity bill? Or are you beginning to like the primitive energy-saving life?
Lin Xinqiu said in a nonchalant manner.
Wen Ruxue lowered her head and said, "Why are you here so early? Wait for me a moment." Then she ran into the room.
Lin Xinqiu smelled a different scent in the air. There were 2 plates on the dining table, covered with lids. There was also red wine, candles, and flower petals scattered in every corner. If he still doesn't understand given the circumstances, then he's truly a straight man. At this moment, Lin Xinqiu also realized that Wen Ruxue must have misunderstood his meaning. She thought she was going to find a way to fulfill her promise, so she arranged the environment. At this time, the door opened, and Wen Ruxue was wearing a black lace nightgown, walking barefoot on the floor, with her hair scattered like a waterfall.
Because of the candlelight, Wen Ruxue's slightly red face was not easy to see.
She slowly walked to Lin Xinqiu and said softly, "I have prepared some wine and food.
Let's drink."
Lin Xinqiu didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise.
Wen Ruxue had spent a whole day preparing things.
Even if he didn't have that intention originally, he had to cooperate with her first so as not to hurt the woman's feelings. After Lin Xinqiu sat down, Wen Ruxue came to him and poured him some wine. A faint fragrance emanated from Wen Ruxue and flowed into Lin Xinqiu's nostrils.
Lin Xinqiu couldn't help but pull Wen Ruxue into his arms.
Wen Ruxue screamed and almost spilled the wine in her hand. The two looked at each other, gradually getting closer and closer, and finally the 2 figures overlapped. Lin Xinqiu placed his dishonest hand under the hem of her nightgown and began to move it dishonestly.
Wen Ruxue was startled and quickly stood up to wait a moment and eat something first.
Lin Xinqiu smacked his lips and looked at Wen Ruxue, who had hurriedly returned to her seat. The warmth of the French kiss still remained on his lips, even leaving a trace of crystal. Wen Ruxue's face was rosy, and the flickering candlelight flickered on her face. Lin Xinqiu took a deep breath and calmed himself down.
"Well, actually I didn't come to you for this matter, but for something else." Wen Ruxue looked at him in confusion. "I want to know about your Wen family."
Lin Xinqiu already knew a lot about the Wen family from the Wen family secrets, and now he wanted to see what Wen Ruxue thought of their family.
Wen Ruxue looked even more confused. He left a beautiful woman like her alone and actually wanted to get to know the people of the Wen family? Was she not charming enough, or was there really something wrong?
Although Wen Ruxue didn't understand, she still cooperated and said that although I was a member of the Wen family, I didn't know much about the Wen family. I was no different from a servant since I was a child. My father, the Wen family, never looked at me straight in the eye.
Yang Xinghua hated me even more. My half-brother Wen Wenfeng never paid any attention to me. Yang Xinghua is from the Yang family in Kyoto.
Although it is not a top family in Kyoto, it is much stronger than our Wen family. So no matter how useless the Wen family is, he is still a popular candidate for the head of the family. Because we still have to consider the issue of the next head of the family. At present, there are only me, an older brother and a younger brother in our generation.
Our Wen family has always been sparsely populated. My second uncle Wen Jiaxu, I have very little contact with him.
I met him a few times when I was a child, and it seems that he has never been at home.
Second aunt is even rarer.
Except for coming back during the New Year and other festivals, I rarely see her on weekdays.
Second aunt is the Secretary General of the Municipal Secretary's office.
Although she has no real power, she stays by the side of people with real power every day. Many times, her power is greater than that of many people. And they have no children, so they are the most mysterious family in the Wen family.
My third uncle, Wen Zheming, may be the only normal person in the Wen family.
My third aunt is Zhao Yaping, who is not from a big family or a high-ranking official.
She is just the daughter of an ordinary wealthy family.
She gave birth to a son, Wen Jianfeng, who is now 10 years old. Speaking of this third uncle, Wen Rushue's expression became softer. It seems that Wen Zheming was a light in her dark childhood, shining on her and preventing her from falling into darkness. Lin Xinqiu pondered for a moment and asked, "In your opinion, who will win the battle for the head of the family tomorrow?
And are there any voters in your battle for the head of the family?" Wen Ruxue looked at him in surprise. "How did you know that the meeting for selecting the head of the family will be held tomorrow?"
There is no one else, just the 3 families. They persuade each other.
Although this is a stupid way, the Wen family is small and there are not many people. There is no need to find too many people to participate. The most confident one should be the Wen family.
After all, he is the eldest son, and Yang Xinghua is backing him up. Although my third uncle made up the amount of money because of the disappearance of those funds, he must have been framed by someone, and the handle must be in the hands of others.
He must be unable to compete.
The fight for the head of the Wen family is actually a fight for power in the Wen family. One person will be in power and in charge of the shares of the Wen group. The loser will have to leave the country, live somewhere else, and never come back.
The Wen family's election method is really stupid.
The three brothers tried to convince each other, but no one was convinced after talking for 7 days and 7 nights.
Chapter 54. I really don't want to see the faces of you people.
At that time, it will be either coercion or bribery, or fighting and killing.
Besides, this can't really be considered a fight for the head of the family.
There are only a few people in the Wen family, and at most it can be considered a fight for the Wen family's assets.
When Joshua has prepared so many things, it seems like everything is almost certain to succeed. Do you want to be the head of this family?
Lin Qinshu looked at Wen Ruxue with sharp eyes. Wen Ruxue was stunned for a moment, then shook her head.
The only thing I like about the Wen family is my third uncle's family. What happens to the Wen family is none of my business. Besides, I'm a woman, and an illegitimate daughter at that.
No matter from which aspect, it's not my turn to be the head of the family.
When Ruxue is so against the Wen family, even if this family head is given to her, she won't want it, right?
This is difficult.
Otherwise, I will help your uncle.
Lin Qinshu thought about it, since Wen Ruxue didn't want to be the head of the family, then choose the first one and push Wen Jiaming up. After all, there is a reward of 10 billion, it's just a little less exciting than the second one.
You? What are you going to do? Wen Ruxue had been puzzled by Lin Qinshu's purpose since the beginning. Why are you suddenly interested in this matter? It seems that you didn't even know what the Wen family was like before?
Wen Ruxue stared at him, as if trying to find the answer from his face.
It's nothing. You are mine now.
I just want to redeem you for the injustice you suffered in the past. Lin Qinshu pretended to be casual. Wen Ruxue's eyes suddenly sparkled with tears when she heard this. From childhood to adulthood, except for her third uncle Wen Jiaming, no one had ever been so selflessly kind to her. Lin Qinshu bought the bar and gave her 500 million. Although nominally she would be Lin Qinshu's from now on, and this was the reward, Lin Qinshu gave her 500 million. In fact, she knew her own worth very well, and Lin Qinshu had never asked her for any compensation. Even tonight was due to her misunderstanding, which led to the current situation. In fact, Lin Qinshu just wanted to help her get justice and interfere in the election of the head of the Wen family. Such unrequited help, responding to her every request, not to mention that she was a woman who had lacked love since childhood, she would not be able to bear it. Any woman would not be able to resist such an offensive.
When Ruxue came behind Lin Qinshu and hugged him from behind. Why are you so nice to me? I'm actually not worth it at all.
Lin Qinshu grabbed the little hand that was stretched out in front of him.
Who said you are not worth it? To me, you are always worth it.
Let alone 500 million, even if it takes 5 billion to buy your happiness, I am willing to do so.
The atmosphere is so heated that if I don't respond to the temptation, I will be a fool.
Lin Qinshu stood up from the stool, slowly turned around and looked at the other person. This time, Wen Ruxue did not shyly avoid his gaze, but instead took the initiative to move closer. Lin Qin carried Princess Wen Ruxue into the room and said with a sly smile that since everything is ready, don't waste your time. Wen Ruxue's pretty face turned slightly red, and she hummed softly, burying her head in Lin Qinshu's chest.
The candlelight flickered, as if blessing them. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for successfully taking down Wen Ruxue, who has a beauty score of 95, as the first kill.
Reward, Charm +1, 10-fold tonic pill 1.
Shirquan Dabu pills, after taking it, it replenishes what is lacking in the body until it reaches full value.
Host, Lin Qinshu. Strength, 8. Constitution, 9. Spirit, 7. Charisma, 8.
The highest attribute of ordinary people is 10, and the host has a normal value among ordinary people.
Vehicles, Pagani Zonda, Lamborghini Veneno. Luxury home, Yunlu Villa No. 1. Skills, martial arts proficiency, chess proficiency, gun proficiency. Balance, 126-206-9053.
In the middle of the night, Lin Qinshu heard the system prompt sound but didn't think about it too much. He fell asleep after finishing his work. The next morning, Lin Qinshu carried Wen Ruxue into the car. Although he had been very gentle last night, it was still Wen Ruxue's first time after all. It was still a little inconvenient to move around, so Lin Qinshu went to buy breakfast early in the morning. Now is the time to go to the Wen family ancestral hall to help Wen Ruxue's third uncle take the position of head of the family. Lin Qinshu did not tell Wen Zheming that he was her biological father. If Wen Ruxue knew this, she would be even more sad. The elder she had always respected actually attacked her mother in the past, and he was her biological father. After thinking about it, she decided not to talk about such a ridiculous thing and just keep the current relationship.
Lin Qinshu first drove to the Jinmao building.
He asked Sun Ji to secretly print out some photos early in the morning and put them in 3 envelopes.
The names of the 3 Wen brothers were written on each envelope.
This was Lin Qinshu's plan for today, to make them give up after seeing the photos.
Qinshu, why don't you just forget it? I think I'm already very happy now. It might be better if third uncle doesn't become the head of the family. He has a simple and honest character and is not suitable to be the head of the family. If we go this way, we can't even enter the ancestral hall. Wen Ruxue persuaded. She didn't want to be the head of the Wen family, nor did she want third uncle to be the head of the family. Being an ordinary person and having an ordinary family might be the most suitable thing. The most important thing is that she doesn't want Lin Qinshu to encounter any trouble. After all, the other party can't even handle Jianlong real estate, let alone the more powerful Wen family. Don't worry, I am sure that I can make Wen Jiashang and Wen Jiashu step down.
If my plan doesn't work, then Wen Jiashang and Wen Jiashu will be in big trouble. Lin Qinshu didn't print out all the secrets of the Wen family, but only let Sun Ji print out those pictures.
They soon arrived at the Wen family ancestral hall.
Owning a small ancestral hall in the city meant that the Wen family must have been even more powerful in the past. But now, the family has dwindled to the point where only 3 people are fighting for the position of head of the family. In the Wen family ancestral hall, tables and chairs have been set up in front of the memorial tablet. The Wen family of 3, Wen Jiashu and his wife, and Wen Zheming's family of 3 are all sitting here.
Now that everyone is here, let's get started.
Wen Jiashang, who was sitting in the middle, closed his eyes and said calmly. He thought that he had his wife Yang Xinghua, so what could the other 2 have to fight for?
What contribution could they make to the family after they won the fight?
Shuer hasn't arrived yet, she's also a member of the Wen family. Wen Zheming said that he called Wen Ruxue last night to ask her to participate in the clan leader election, but the call was always unreachable. Later, he sent a message, but he didn't know if she had seen it.
Humph, a servant, what kind of Wen family member is he? Let's get started quickly. I've also made an appointment with my sisters to do SPA.
Yang Xinghua snorted coldly and said impatiently.
Wen Jiashang continued to close his eyes and said nothing. Zheming, everyone's time is precious. Ruxue doesn't have deep feelings for us, so she might not come. Let's get started. Wen Jiashu said calmly.
Wen Zheming looked outside the door, then sighed and stopped talking.
He wanted Wen Ruxue to participate more in family affairs to see if he could gain some benefits for her. To be honest, I really don't want to see the faces of you people. Wen Ruxue walked in with Lin Qinshu. Chapter 55, Wen Family Farce. How dare you? How dare you talk to your elders? Who told you to bring outsiders to my Wen family ancestral hall?
You are not even qualified to come to this ancestral hall, and you dare to bring people here. Wen Jiashan opened his eyes and glared at Wen Ruxue, yelling at her. Lin Qinshu stepped forward and stood in front of Wen Ruxue.
Old man, don't yell at my wife. My wife is willing to come here to give face to Wen Zheming.
Otherwise, your Wen family can be destroyed quietly. Lin Qinshu said disdainfully.
If this Wen Jiashan was really Wen Ruxue's father, he could have just not said a word to him. After all, he was still his father-in-law.
He's just a wimp with a vague relationship, yet he dares to yell at his woman.
This is my fiancé, Lin Qinshu. There is no meaning in coming here this time.
I just came here as a member of the Wen family to see your ugly faces fighting for the position of the head of the family. After Wen Ruxue introduced Lin Qinshu, she pulled him to sit next to Wen Zheming.
Wen's angry fiancé? When did I allow you to get married?
You are a member of the Wen family, and marriage is decided by me as a father.
Take him and get out of here immediately.
Lin Qinshu smiled coldly.
Father? What kind of father is that? He doesn't even know if the child is yours.
As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of Yang Xinghua, Wen Jiaxu, and Wen Jiaming all changed. Lin Qinshou's words had the effect of hitting 3 targets at once.
Brother, forget it. Ru Xue is a member of the Wen family after all. She brought her fiancé with her, so let them sit in on the class. Business is more important.
Wen Jiaxu looked at Lin Qinshou, and the coldness in his eyes flashed away. Wen Jiashan wanted to say something, but Yang Xinghua on the side said, "Hurry up and start, my sisters are urging me." After hearing what Yang Xinghua said, Wen Jiashan closed his mouth and snorted coldly. Brothers Yang Xinghua and Wen Jiaxu glanced at Lin Qinshou at the same time. They didn't know what the man meant by what he just said, or whether he knew something.
Let's start. I don't think anyone is willing to withdraw from the battle for the position of family head. Let's talk about our own value. Jiaming, you are the youngest, so go first. Wen Jiashan waved his hand and said impatiently. Wen Jiaming took out a financial statement.
This is the financial report of the companies under the Wenjia Group that I have run over the years. Wen Jiaming has worked diligently and created nearly 10 billion yuan of wealth for the family. I believe that I still have some brains in making money, and this is my value. What the Wen family meant was that if I am not allowed to be the head of the family, you should go and make money on your own to see if you have the ability to do so. There was a hint of surprise in Lin Qinshou's eyes. He didn't expect that Wen Jiaming, who seemed honest and simple on the surface, could say such sharp words when fighting for the position of the patriarch. It seemed that he was not a simple person. Oh? As far as I know, your company has a huge funding gap. It seems that you have a lot of personal money hidden away, and you actually made up for it all.
Wen Jiaxu flipped through the financial statements and began to fight back.
Wen Jiaming's face changed. Apart from him and Zhao Yaping, only Wen Ruxue knew about this matter.
How did Wen Jiaxu know about his funding gap? There are only 2 possibilities for Wen Jiaxu to know about this. Either someone close to him betrayed him and told him about this. However, based on Wen Jiaming's understanding of Zhao Yaping and Wen Ruxue, this is impossible. Then there is only the second possibility: this kind of thing was done by Wen Jiaxu and it was a conspiracy against him from the beginning, just for today. How can that be? What's the point of making so much money? It's all in your own pocket. It's good enough that they didn't kick you out of the family. You still want to be the head of the family. Wen Jiashang said angrily when he heard it. At the same time, he thought to himself, his third brother is so rich, it shouldn't be a problem for him to lend him tens of millions to pay off his gambling debts, right? Second brother is very cunning, humph. Wen Jiaming snorted coldly and sat down without saying anything else. He knew that he could not compete for the position of the head of the family. Wen Jiaxu threw the financial statement aside. It was a joke to him. Wen Jiaming is not the only one in the Wen family who can make money. As long as there is money, they can hire more talents to work for their family. I am in charge of public relations in the Wen family. I have basically all the connections. The family is not just about money. My wife Yu Qing is also the Secretary General of the Municipal Secretary's office and has been dealing with various high-ranking officials for many years. As long as I become the head of the Wen family, I can lead the Wen family to a higher level and no longer be limited to the business world. As soon as Wen Jiaxu said this, the scene became quiet. What he said did make some sense. A family cannot just have money. As long as it has connections, money will flow into the Wen family more continuously. No one refuted him, and the Wen family also made his campaign speech. I am the eldest son of the Wen family, my wife Yang Xinghua is from the Yang family in Kyoto, and my son Wen Wenfeng has also brought billions of profits to the family in recent years. In terms of connections and making money, I have it all. Wen Jiaxu raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. The so-called making money and connections are not the personal abilities of the Wen family. A coward is a coward. He relied on his wife and children to run for the position of head of the family, but he never thought that his wife and children were all his, Wen Jiaxu's. I received a call some time ago, and it seemed that the eldest brother owed them a gambling debt, and the amount was not small. I wonder if this is true. Wen Jiaxu asked. Wen Jiashang's face darkened. He thought no one knew about this kind of thing. Why would the debt collectors go to Wen Jiaxu? That's not true. My second brother might have received a scam call. Wen Jiashang said stubbornly. Wen Jiaxu seemed to have been prepared for this, and took out a piece of paper from his pocket with the words "I owe you" written on it. I also thought it was a scammer, so I asked someone to investigate to see who dared to defraud me, Wen Jiaxu, but the other party gave me an IOU.
When Wen Jiaxiang saw the IOU, his face turned purple. This was indeed the IOU he signed, and the amount was 80 million. It's not that he didn't have that much money, but because he lost much more than that and had already emptied his pockets. Wen Jiaxu smiled slightly and said, "Brother, don't fight for the position of the head of the family.
I will help you solve this problem and give you another 200 million.
I have already bought a good place for you abroad, and you can live abroad in your old age in the future."
Wen Jiaxiang didn't say anything.
He turned to look at Yang Xinghua beside him, but Yang Xinghua was playing with her cell phone and ignored him.
Wen Jiaxiang was so angry that he slapped the phone out of her hand and said, "I'm being forced into this state, and you don't come out and say something?" Yang Xinghua's face was full of anger. What can I say about my own waste? If my second brother wants to be the head of the family, let him do it. If you want to go abroad, go. I will take Wenfeng back to Kyoto, and I will divorce you. Bitch, how dare you?
Wen Jiaxiang raised his hand and was about to slap Yang Xinghua in the face, but when Wenfeng grabbed his hand.
Chapter 56, Self-Humiliation.
When Wen Jiaxiang saw that the son whom he had loved so much since childhood actually stood against him, he was so angry that he rebelled. At this time, Zhao Yaping suddenly stood up and said, "Brother, please be patient.
Here are some photos. You can take a look."
Lin Qinshou glanced at the photos and found that they were almost identical to the ones she had in her hands.
Could it be that the system had stolen them from her?
These are photos of Wen Jiaxu discussing something with a few people. These people were probably the ones who set up the trap for the Wen family. When Wen Jiaxiang saw the photo, his face turned pale and he said with gritted teeth, "Second brother, you are really good at setting a trap for me." Seeing that the truth had been revealed, Wen Jiaxu simply stopped pretending to be the big brother.
The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. If you fall into this trap, it proves that I have one. Humph, you want to be the head of the family? You are dreaming. I will not agree to you being the head of the family.
Wen Jiaxiang snorted coldly.
Wen Jiaxu smiled slightly and said, "If you disagree, just pay back the money on the IOU." How would it look like for a family head to owe gambling debts?
Wen Jiaxiang looked at his third brother Jiaming and said, "You lend 80 million to your eldest brother first. I will pay you back after I become the head of the family."
Wen Jiaming sighed and shook his head.
He didn't have 80 million, and he couldn't even come up with 8 million.
If Wen Rushua hadn't given him 500 million yuan before, he might have been thrown into jail by Wen Jiaxu.
Although he was surprised as to why Zhao Yaping had these photos, it seemed that the situation today was already under the control of Wen Jiaxu.
The position of the head of the family can only belong to Wen Jiaxu.
Lin Qinshou on the side also looked at Zhao Yaping thoughtfully. There was not much information about her in the Wen family secrets, and her current performance did not seem to be consistent with the public's judgment of her.
Could there be another hidden story?
Wen Jiaxu stood up and laughed, saying, "You two both have flaws and you don't have the same mind.
Don't worry, I have already made arrangements for you abroad. You will live the rest of your life abroad."
Everyone present was silent, and Wen Jiaxu seemed to have anticipated this result. At this time Lin Qinshou stood up and said, "Let me say a few words."
Everyone turned their eyes to him.
Wen Jiaxu and Yang Xinghua suddenly frowned. They were still very nervous about what Lin Qinshou said when he appeared just now.
"This is our Wen family's business. What right do you, an outsider, have to say anything?"
Wen Jiaxu glanced at Lin Qinshou indifferently. Lin Qinshou took out a thick envelope from his pocket and threw it to Wen Jiaxu. "I suggest you find a deserted corner to watch it, so that no one else can see it," Lin Qinshou said with a smile. Wen Jiaxu ignored him and directly took out the photos in the envelope. It turned out that the first photo was a photo of him and Yang Xinghua. He suddenly broke out in sweat on his forehead and stuffed the photo back. Then he walked to a corner and took out the photo. The more he looked at the content of the photo, the more frightened he became.
He couldn't even remember when the photo was taken.
If he handed in the contents, it would be enough to kill him several times.
A few minutes passed and Yu Qing wanted to go over to see what the photos were, but Wen Jiaxu blocked her way with his hand. Wen Jiaxu walked up to Lin Qinshou with heavy steps and asked in a deep voice, "What do you want?"
Lin Qinshou smiled and gave up the position of the head of the family to Wen Jiaming. All the shares of the Wen family enterprises were transferred to Wen Jiaming's name, and then you can take your small treasury to live abroad in retirement.
I don't believe that you don't have some private money hidden, and haven't you already settled everything abroad?
Wen Jiaxu stared at Lin Qinshu for a long time and sighed, "Third brother, I didn't expect you to have this skill."
It seems that my second brother has underestimated you over the years.
Wen Jiaming was sitting in the back with a confused look on his face. When he heard Lin Qinshu's request to Wen Jiaxu, he immediately turned around and looked at Wen Ruxue.
Wen Ruxue just smiled and shook her head, indicating that she didn't know the reason either.
Lin Qinshu curled his lips and said, "Don't flatter him.
He doesn't even know me and doesn't know about these things. If it weren't for Shuer, I wouldn't want to come today." In fact, Lin Qinshu didn't have any good feelings towards Wen Jiaming.
After all, he was one of the perpetrators of violence back then.
Don't use excuses like being young and impulsive. Who hasn't he been young before?
Wen Jiaxu looked at Yang Xinghua and Wen Wenfeng with complicated eyes, then he sighed deeply, and he looked much older in an instant. "I promise you, as long as these things are not exposed, I can stay abroad forever."
When these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked. Wen Jiaxu, what nonsense are you talking about? Yu Qing slammed the table and stood up. Yang Xinghua also looked at him in shock.
When Jiaxu came to her last night and told her that as long as she took the position of head of the family, he would divorce Yu Qing and give Yang Xinghua a legitimate status, and the Wen family would be driven out of the country by him.
Now that Wen Jiaxu has given up being the head of the family and chosen to go abroad, does that mean his previous promise is no longer valid? Humph, even if Wen Jiaxu doesn't want to be the head of the family, there's still me. I didn't agree to let Jiaming be the head of the family. The troublemaker in the Wen family jumped out again.
Lin Qinshu took out the photo of the big tree from an envelope and threw it over.
You two, transfer all the shares of Wen's enterprises under your name to Wen Jiaming, and then get out.
The moment when Jia Shang received the photo, with a look of disdain on his face, cold sweat instantly flowed down his forehead.
This big tree is the big tree in the courtyard of the ancestral hall. There is a corpse hidden underneath, and the person who buried the corpse is him. Why would the other party know this thing that no one in his opinion knew? When Jiashang looked confused and uncertain.
He crumpled the photo in his hand, stared at Lin Qinshu fiercely, and finally slumped down in the chair weakly. Lin Qinshu took out several share transfer contracts and asked them to sign them.
What on earth did you use to threaten my father and my second uncle?
Wen Wenfeng stood up and shouted. When Lin Qinshu saw him stand up, he quickly took 2 steps back in fear.
He didn't want to get too close to this gay man. You have one too.
Lin Qinshu felt in his pocket, took out the envelope with Wen Wenfeng's name on it, and threw it over. Unexpectedly, Wen Wenfeng slapped the envelope that was flying towards him to the ground, and the photos in the envelope scattered all over the floor.
Humph, don't try to threaten me with these broken things. They are useful for my father and second uncle, but useless for me. Wen Wenfeng didn't even lower his head to look at the photos.
Lin Qinshu looked at him strangely.
Are you sure? Wen Wenfeng's photos are all explosive. Everyone present was curious about the small envelopes and looked at the photos scattered on the floor. One of them fell at Yang Xinghua's feet.
When she picked it up and looked at it, her face suddenly turned dark.
Chapter 57, Expelling You from School. Bastard.
After seeing the photo, Wen Jiashan kicked Wen Wenfeng from behind. Wen Wenfeng, who was kicked to the ground, was still confused. The moment he looked down and saw the photo, he realized how wrong he was. In the photo, he was with 2 men. This was his deepest secret, but now it was exposed in front of his closest family members. Now he finally understood why his father and second uncle were so easily controlled because of an envelope. Yang Xinghua and Wen Jiaxu were so angry when they saw these photos that they trembled all over. Their only child turned out to be abnormal.
When Wenfeng stared at Lin Qinshu fiercely and gritted his teeth and asked, "Why do you have these photos? Who are you?"
At this moment, Lin Qinshu seemed like a devil in front of everyone, able to see through the darkest secrets in everyone's heart. Lin Qinshu took out the remaining envelopes from his pocket, including those from Yang Xinghua, Yu Qing, and Wen Jiaming. Lin Qinshu collected Wen Jiaming's and threw Yang Xinghua and Yu Qing's over. Since he had given them all, he might as well give them a complete set so that they could understand together why Wen Jiashang and Wen Jiaxu bowed their heads. The moment Yang Xinghua saw the photo, she stuffed it back into the envelope and looked at Lin Qinshu with a pale face. Yu Qing was the same, with a look of shock on her face.
Now that everyone's curiosity has been satisfied, let's do what needs to be done.
Lin Qinshu sat back in his seat. Wen Jiashang and Wen Jiaxu both signed their names on the equity transfer document.
I hope you can keep your promise.
After Wen Jiaxu looked at Lin Qinshu deeply, he turned around and left. However, the moment he turned around, the cold light in his eyes became more and more sharp.
Wen Jiashang also snorted coldly and left quickly. When Rushui asked curiously, "How did you make these people give in? What's in those envelopes?"
Lin Qinshu pulled up her hand. "It was just some shameful handle. Okay, the matter is settled, let's go." When the two were about to leave, Wen Jiaming stood up and said, "Wait."
Wen Jiaming felt like he was dreaming.
When he came in the morning, he knew that there was no chance for him to become the head of the Wen family. The speech just now was just a last-ditch effort, trying to make one more effort.
In the end, I failed. I thought my family would have to leave China and live abroad. As a result, Lin Qinshu stood up and quickly drove away Wen Jiashang and Wen Jiaxu.
He sat there and did nothing, but he had already become the head of the Wen family. Even the share transfer contract had been signed. "Although I know you are helping me for Shuer's sake, I still want to thank you.
Shuer is lucky to meet you. Shuer, you can move back home in the future. From now on, we are a real family,"
Wen Jiaming said excitedly. "Yes, Shuer, although you always call us third uncle and third aunt, we all treat you as our own daughter."
Zhao Yaping also smiled.
The photo she just provided was given to her by her cousin, who happened to be one of the people who tricked the Wen family. She originally wanted to use that photo to make her elder and second brothers fight to the death, and then her family would reap the benefits.
However, she was too naive. Wen Jiashang is too cowardly.
Just a few words or a few things can make him speechless and make him lose the courage to argue. When Lin Qinshu heard this, he sneered.
Does Wen Jiaming want to recognize Wen Rushui in this way?
He didn't want Wen Rushui to know his true background, otherwise he would have handed the Wen family's hidden disease records to her. Wen Rushui is living a happy life now, so there is no need to create such bloody troubles. Lin Qinshu took out the envelope belonging to Wen Jiaming from his arms and threw it over.
Shuer will not return to the Wen family to live.
She will have nothing to do with the Wen family in the future.
You can do whatever you want to her.
Lin Qinshu's words made Wen Rushui confused. She didn't know why Lin Qinshu was so hostile to his third uncle. Secretly tugging at his sleeve, Lin Qinshu grabbed her hand, turned around and pulled Wen Rushui out of the Wen family ancestral hall. Wen Jiaming held the envelope in his hand and looked at the two people leaving, confused. He also couldn't understand why Lin Qinshu was so malicious towards him. He didn't disagree with the two of them being together.
He was already disliked before he even said anything.
When Jiaming opened the envelope and Zhao Yaping came over. He was about to take out the photos inside, but suddenly stopped, thinking of the reactions of the group of people after they saw the contents of the envelope, plus the photos of Wen Wenfeng. When Jiaming felt that these photos could only be seen by himself and not by Zhao Yaping.
"Why don't you take it out and have a look?" Zhao Yaping looked at him in confusion. "There's nothing to see. You take Jianfeng home first.
I'll go to the company to take care of the remaining things. From now on, the Wen family will be ours."
Wen Jiaming couldn't hide his excitement.
Zhao Yaping was also very happy and did not pursue the contents of the envelope any further. Although she is not particularly smart, she knows that everyone has their own secrets, and once some secrets are known, there may be no way back. After returning to the company, Wen Jiaming went to the office, locked the door, and took out the envelope that Lin Qinshu gave him. He took out a photo from it, which showed the scene that happened more than 20 years ago when he came back from school late at night.
Wen Jiaming trembled all over after seeing it. He couldn't imagine where this photo came from. It was late at night and the house was pitch black with only a faint moonlight shining in. The clarity of this photo was impossible to take in that era. When Jiaming slumped in the chair, his eyes moving around with fear and complexity in them. No one knew what he was thinking at the moment.
After a long time, he called his secretary. "Summon all executives and shareholders of Wen's Group to attend the shareholders' meeting in 2 hours." On the other side, Lin Qinshu had just got into the car when he received a call from Li Wuqi. "Beast, you skipped Su Xia's class again today. Su Xia's bitch asked us to tell you in the class that if she doesn't see you again before sunset this afternoon, she will apply to the school to expel you." Although Lin Qinshu didn't care much about his academic status, he didn't want to disappoint his parents. Besides, campus life is so wonderful. I have just started to live a luxurious and worry-free campus life. I can't take what this bitch says lightly. After all, with that terrifying background, expelling Lin Qinshu might just be a matter of a word.
Chapter 58 Invisibility Card.
Shuer, I'll take you home first, you should have a good rest. I have to go back to school, there's a new teacher in school, I'll be expelled for skipping classes. Lin Qinshu took Wen Ruxue to her home. Wen Ruxue rolled her eyes. It doesn't matter to you whether you go to school or not. Thank you today. If it weren't for you, third uncle wouldn't have become the head of the family. I'll reward you when you're free. After saying that, she leaned over and kissed Lin Qinshu. After Wen Ruxue got off the car, he drove directly to school. On the way, he was still wondering why he didn't receive any notification that the task was completed. Logically, he should have completed the task of option 1, so how could he have received a reward of 10 billion? However, this task was the one that Lin Qinshu was most unhappy about completing, because he really looked down on Wen Jiaming. As a father, even if he is his biological father who is unknown to outsiders, he still does not feel the care he has for his daughter. When he found out that his daughter had a fiancé, his expression didn't change at all. He didn't even ask about Lin Qinshu's background. Wasn't he worried that his daughter would meet the wrong person? This was the first reason why Lin Qinshu didn't like Wen Jiaming. The second point is that although he clearly saw the photo of Wen Wenfang, which included the figure of his youngest son Wen Jianfang, he did not say anything. He even stepped on the photo to prevent Zhao Yaping from seeing it. It seemed that he was afraid that Zhao Yaping would rush up and make a scene, thus interrupting his plan of waiting and watching. Judging from these 2 points of view, Wen Jiaming is a selfish person, but there is no way. The mission requires that either he or Wen Ruxue be the head of the family. Wen Ruxue herself didn't want to do it, and he didn't want Wen Ruxue to get involved in that mess, so it was just Wen Jiaming who had to take advantage of it. Although Wen Ruxue has deep feelings for her third uncle and is grateful to him, judging from her overall feelings towards the Wen family, she will rarely go back to the Wen family in the future. Lin Qinshu's car drove into the school and headed straight for the teacher's office building. The roar of the Lamborghini Veneno echoed throughout the office building. Su Xia happened to be downstairs making a phone call and preparing to go upstairs. Teacher Su, I heard you were looking for me. Lin Qinshu said with a smile after getting out of the car. Su Xia, who was talking on the phone, glared at him and raised his finger to make a gesture of silence. Lin Qinshu stood silently by the side, waiting for Su Xia to finish the call. Mom, I told you I'm not in a hurry to get married. I'm not interested in Mr. Zhou or Mr. Guan. I just started working. Can you please stop acting like your daughter is eager to get married? Su Xia said impatiently on the phone. Don't be so willful. Zhou Feng is a promising young man introduced by Grandpa's friend, and he has already booked a flight tomorrow from Kyoto. You must go home for dinner tomorrow night and meet Zhou Feng, Su Xia's motherly Lingyu said on the other end of the phone. Su Xia, who was talking on the phone, accidentally glanced at Lin Qinshu and immediately came up with an idea. Mom, I already have a boyfriend, so you can ask Zhou Feng to go back. I will bring my boyfriend to you guys later. Li Lingyu immediately spat and said, Are you an idiot as a mother? You just said you didn't want to have a relationship, and now you say you have a boyfriend. Your excuse is too bad. It's true. I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to know for the time being. Now that you found someone for me to go on a blind date, I might as well not hide it from you. Su Xia glanced at Lin Qinshu inconspicuously and turned his back. That's great. Bring your boyfriend here tomorrow night. If the situation is true, I will never find a blind date for you again. That's it. I'm going to play mahjong. Li Lingyu hung up the phone without giving Su Xia a chance to speak. After Su Xia hung up the phone, he stomped his feet twice and turned to look at Lin Qinshu. Lin Qinshu was still immersed in the girlish feeling that emerged from Su Xia at the moment she stomped her feet just now, and the next second he felt that there was something wrong with the other person's eyes. Teacher Su, although I skipped classes, I'm not expelled yet. Don't try to use this trick to threaten me to do something bad. Lin Qinshu crossed his arms over his chest. Bah! Come up with me. Su Xia was both angry and amused when she saw his expression, but when she thought of the tofu she had taken advantage of yesterday, the smile on her face disappeared immediately. Originally Su Xia wanted to take Lin Qinshu to the office, but then he changed his mind and turned back to the classroom apartment. Lin Qinshu followed behind, thinking to himself, could this woman have taken a fancy to me? Could it be that even I, who have the system, cannot escape the unspoken rules today? When I arrived at Su Xia's apartment, I smelled a faint fragrance as soon as I entered the door, which seemed to be the same smell as Su Xia's body. The teacher's apartment has one bedroom and one living room, and each teacher has one, with all the necessary facilities. Lin Qinshu was quite curious about why the daughter of a municipal party secretary chose to live in school.
Logically, your home should not be far away. Is there no daily life if you are squeezed into such a teacher's apartment?
You skipped my class twice, and I'll deduct 5 credits from you each time, and you 1T graduate.
Su Xia said directly after sitting down. Lin Qinshu also found a stool and sat down, and said nonchalantly, Teacher Su asked me to come here. He didn't just want to scare me, did he? Su Xia originally planned to call the man to the office and scold him in front of all the teachers to vent her anger, but now she has other plans. I was originally going to talk to the academic affairs office about your problem, but since this is your first offense, I'll give you a chance. It just so happens that I need your help with something tomorrow. If you perform well, this matter will be written off. What Su Xia was talking about was to let Lin Qinshu pretend to be her boyfriend and go home with her tomorrow night to deal with it. There was no way, she didn't have any friends of the opposite sex. Because of her brother who was the god of war in the military district, no one dared to hit on her. Those men would stay away from her, fearing that they would disappear in this world for no reason, but this was also what she wanted. Now she finally found a man who was not afraid of her and dared to take advantage of her in front of the whole class. This man had to be the person in front of her. Can I say no? How can I, a student, help you? Teacher Su is too kind to me. Lin Qinshu roughly understood what kind of help Su Xia wanted from the phone call just now. He didn't want to get involved in the muddy water of this family with a strong background. Besides, if her brother, the god of war in the military zone, knew about it, his legs would be broken. It was too dangerous. Ding! A beauty with a beauty score of over 90 points has been detected asking for help from the host. Option 1, become Su Xia's fake boyfriend and accompany her home to solve her blind date troubles, reward strength +1. Option 2, become Su Xia's fake boyfriend, accompany her home to solve her blind date troubles, get the approval of at least 2 members of Su's family, strength +1, invisible card 1. Invisibility card, after use, you can turn yourself into a transparent state through light refraction, which lasts for 1 hour. Chapter 59, Buying a House with Yi Mengxi. Invisibility card? Damn, this kind of sci-fi stuff is popping up now? This mission is something I have to do. Damn, I just said no, and the next second I was given a mission. The damn system must have done this on purpose. Lin Qinshu cursed in his heart. He would have agreed to any task the system released earlier. In this situation, if Su Xia just agreed to his refusal, how could he pretend to be Su Xia's boyfriend? Wouldn't this mission be ruined? I can promise you one thing within my ability, and I will not pursue your skipping class. Please think about it carefully. Su Xia saw that coercion didn't work, so he can only bribe. As long as she can solve the problem at hand, she is willing to make some sacrifices. Lin Qinshu was silent for a moment. The other party had given him a way out, and he could just take advantage of it. However, he would not be willing to give up if it was too easy. How about this, if you help me do something, I will agree to be your fake boyfriend for a day and help you with that blind date. Lin Qinshu rolled his eyes slightly, and there happened to be something he could ask the other party to do, and Su Xia's identity and background just met his requirements. Okay, tell me, what do you want me to do? Su Xia agreed readily. Lin Qinshu first added her WeChat, then opened the document containing the Wen family's secrets and selected a few photos to send to her. These are some criminal cases that I learned about by chance. The other party's family is very powerful. Calling the police would not only be ineffective, but would also pose a threat to my personal safety. If your identity is really as the rumors say, then they should all be brought to justice. Lin Qinshu sent some evidence of Wen Jiashang and Wen Jiashu's crimes. Among the Wen family members, Wen Jiashu was responsible for even more murders and burials. He had done many things for the Wen family over the years, which meant that he was the dark side of the Wen family. These were all evidences that could keep them in jail for life. Lin Qinshu had no intention of letting them go. He was not a saint, and human hearts were unpredictable. He did not intend to leave the 2-time bombs outside. The only way to be safe was to let them eat public food. At the beginning, he had no channels to deal with them because Wen Jiashu's connections were more powerful than the so-called Li family. Even with the evidence of the Li family in hand, he was helpless, let alone the Wen family. It just so happens that Su Xia's identity and background are strong enough, so we can give it a try. As for why he didn't give the information of the Li father and son to Su Xia, it was because he now had another plan. It would be too easy for the Li father and son to just eat public food. Moreover, although the power of the Li father and son is not as strong as the Wen family, Li Jianfu's network of contacts covers both the black and white worlds, unlike Wen Jiashu's network, which is only in the white world.
What's more, if Su Xia can deal with the two Wenjiashu brothers, it also proves that their family has the ability to deal with the Li father and son. Then the criminal information of the Li father and son can be handed over to him. Su Xia clicked on the first photo, which was a photo of a big tree. What is this? A tree is so important? This is a burial site. The body is under that tree. When Jiashang buried it. You may have to hurry up. He may move the body soon. After seeing this photo, Wen Jiashan will definitely find a way to move the body away. Then he will have no worries and come back to make trouble again. Originally, Lin Qinshu didn't intend to pay attention to it. It was Wen Jiaming who made the trouble. What does it have to do with him? Hearing this, Su Xia sat up suddenly and looked at Lin Qin guarding the Wen family in shock. The eldest son of the Wen family, one of the 4 major families in Magic City? Lin Qinshu nodded, pointed at her phone and flipped it back. There was also Wen Jiashu's at the back. These evidences should be enough for you to arrest the 2 brothers. Su Xia quickly flipped through the photos again, and there were also some agreements and contracts. After looking for a while, Su Xia's face was full of solemnity. Then he quickly stood up, picked up the bag beside him and said, "I'll come to you tomorrow afternoon. I'll help you deal with this matter now." She is a person who hates evil, and due to the education she received from her original family, she has zero tolerance for these criminal things. Su Xia hurried out of the door with her bag, leaving Lin Qinshu in her room, looking confused. This woman is also very resolute. Lin Qinshu murmured. Now that this matter was settled, he was free again. He got up and prepared to go back to Yunlu Villa. He had no plans to attend the afternoon class. Suddenly his cell phone vibrated. Lin Qinshu took it out and saw that it was Li Qing calling. "Master, the house you requested has been found. It is not far from your school. There is a residential area surrounded by mountains and water, in Hu Villa. I have sent you the salesperson's phone number. You can come and see the house at any time." Lin Qinshu then remembered that he had promised Yi Mingxi to buy a house, and immediately called Yi Mingxi. "Meng Meng, do you have classes this afternoon? I have an appointment with a real estate salesperson, let's go look at houses." "Senior, I have an exam in the last 2 classes this afternoon. This exam is very important. Is the first half of the class enough time?" "That's enough. I'll pick you up now. Wait for me downstairs of the dormitory." Lin Qinshu dialed the number sent by Li Qing in the car. The salesperson was a woman. The charming voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hello, this is Zhang Chun from Gold Medal Real Estate. How can I help you?" This kind of clip voice with a hint of coquettishness almost crushed Lin Qinshu's bones. "Li Qing asked me to find you. Is there a house for sale in Inhu Villa? It will take about 20 minutes for me to go there now. It only takes 10 minutes to get from Jiatong University to Inhu Villa. Leave 10 more minutes for Yi Mengxi. After all, women don't go out that fast." "Oh, it's Mr. Lin. Sister Qing told me, I'm here now, you can come over and call me, I'll go out and wait for you." Zhang Chun's voice suddenly became enthusiastic. "Okay, I'll call you when I get there." After hanging up the phone, Yi Mingxi walked out of the dormitory building. "Senior, I heard that you were called to the office by the new teacher. Are you okay?" Yi Mingxi asked with concern as soon as she got in the car. "It's okay, the teacher told me not to skip classes, otherwise my diploma will be withheld." Lin Qinshu smiled and touched her head. "Then you better stop skipping classes, otherwise you will become my grade, and I won't be able to call you senior anymore." Yi Mingxi smiled while covering her mouth. The 2 of them soon arrived at the gate of Inhu Villa. There was already a girl wearing a white business suit. She had a pair of black stockings that set off her 1-meter-long legs. Her big yellow waves were casually tied up, and her smiling face was filled with a hint of charm. After Lin Qinshu got off the car, Zhang Chun came up to him and said, "Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm Zhang Chun. I just talked to you on the phone." Lin Qinshu looked at the woman in front of him. The system did not indicate that her appearance did not reach 90 points, but it should be at least 80 points. But that mature and charming taste is still a plus, and Lin Qinshu can score 85 points. "Well, come on, take us to see the house." Chapter 60, a house worth 40 million yuan, just given away. Zhang Chun brought the 2 of them to villa number 33 in Inhu Villa. All the villas here are detached. Although it is not as big as Yunlu Villa, it is more than 500 square meters, and it has a front yard and a backyard. This kind of small villa is exactly what Lin Qinshu wants to find.
The rest depends on whether Yi Mingxi likes it. Yi Mingxi visited every corner thoroughly, occasionally raising her hands to indicate what should be placed there. Senior, isn't this place expensive? And it's too big, it's inconvenient to clean. Yi Mingxi suddenly remembered that she should consider saving money for Lin Qinshu.
Although it was a love nest for the two of them, it didn't seem necessary to buy such a good one. Zhang Chun quickly said that the property here has a cleaning lady who can clean the house for a few hundred yuan each time. Of course, they have to hire a cleaning lady to clean such a big house.
Meng, if you like, it's right here. You watch first, Miss Zhang and I will go to handle the subsequent procedures.
Lin Qinshu and Zhang Chun came to the hall.
Miss Zhang, how much is this apartment?
After looking at it for a long time, she didn't even ask the price, but it also made Zhang Chun more confident about this order. Mr. Lin, this apartment has just been renovated and no one has lived here yet. It also has all the appliances. So the price will be higher, around 42 million.
More than 40 million? It feels expensive.
After all, this is near the campus, not the city. Converted back, 1 square meter is almost 100,000. Miss Shang, I hope to buy it for 40 million. Please go and discuss it with the original owner.
If possible, we can settle it today.
After saying this, Lin Qinshu took out his mobile phone and started playing. He ignored the other parties flirting and leaned over from time to time to reveal a deep ravine in front of him. It's not that Lin Qinshu doesn't want to watch it, it's just that he gets angry after watching it too much. Okay, I'll go discuss it with the original owner and give you a reply later. Zhang Chun walked outside with his phone in hand. Lin Qinshu was thinking that if Zhang Chun was capable, he could let him handle the purchase of Tomsonipine. After all, he had promised Chen Shanshan that he had a house there and would rent it to her. There have been a lot of tasks triggered recently, all squeezed together, and most of them have not been completed yet.
Speaking of tasks, why hasn't the reward from the Wen family ancestral hall been credited to my account yet? Could it be that it hasn't been completed yet?
I'll have to go find Wen Ruxue later to check on the situation.
Don't let anything go wrong halfway through that would delay the completion of the task. After a while, Zhang Chun walked in from the door.
Lin Qinshu looked over and suddenly the cell phone in her hand fell to the ground.
She quickly bent down to pick it up.
The moment he bent over, the two big white rabbits on his chest were squeezed together. Lin Qinshu knew that Zhang Chun did it on purpose, but he didn't expose her.
Why not watch it if you want to? Even if you are angry, you have to watch it.
It was only after Zhang Chun heard Yi Mingxi call him senior that she began to have doubts.
She thought that they were just an ordinary couple, and that Lin Qinshu, the rich second generation, might be just a toy for her. Since it's a plaything, why can't she?
Being a plaything for such a rich second generation guy is better than wasting time on those losers. Mr. Lin, the original owner, agreed, on the condition that everything must be handled today and he must receive the down payment. Zhang Chun twisted her hips in a hip skirt and sat down next to Lin Qinshu.
Down payment? No need for that. Bring me the contract and I will pay him the full amount after signing it. Who are you looking down on by paying the down payment? Zhang Chun's pupils shrank slightly.
To pay 40 million in one go, it seemed that he was a wealthy second generation with considerable financial resources. By the way, Miss Zhang, I plan to buy a house in Tomsonipine.
Do you have any houses available?
Seeing the other party's quick work style, Lin Qinshu planned to get Chen Shanshan's house as well.
Yes, what are Mr. Lin's specific requirements?
Zhang Chun asked happily. This is the rhythm of getting rich. The houses in Tomsonipine are all worth hundreds of millions. If one can be sold, it will be equal to the total amount of orders she has opened in the past few years. It should be well decorated, preferably one that has never been lived in. It doesn't matter if there are appliances or not, just buy them when the time comes. The houses in Tomsonipine are not small, so it's useless to have a requirement for the area. This is the place closest to Chen Shanshan's workplace, and expensive things always have their advantages.
Anyway, after completing the task, the money will be returned. He is not spending money indiscriminately, but making money. Zhang Chun quickly looked through his phone. There was indeed a house that met Lin Qinshu's requirements.
Mr. Lin, there is a renovated house here, but it has no furniture.
What do you think?
Zhang Chun came to Lin Qinshu, pressed his arm with the pair of big white rabbits on his body, and handed the phone to him. Lin Qinshu felt the softness on his arm, coughed twice and pretended to be calm. Are you free?
I want to go and see.
Of course, you don't need to bring a key there, they are all password locked, so I don't need to go back to get the key, I can go directly after completing the procedures here.
Zhang Chun said excitedly, today is the rhythm of opening 2 orders. Lin Qinshu nodded.
Okay, I'll call Meng Meng down, put the apartment in her name, and let her sign the contract with you.
After signing, I'll transfer the money to the seller.
Lin Qinshu pulled his arm away, got up and went out to find Yi Mengxi. Although the soft feeling was very comfortable, Meng Meng was still here, and it would not be good to be seen. After I send Meng Meng back to school, I'll let her have as much fun as she wants. At this time, Yi Mengxi had also finished looking at the house. She came to Lin Qinshu and exclaimed, this house is so beautiful.
Can I really live here in the future?
Lin Qinshu patted her head.
Silly girl, of course you can stay here as long as you want. Let's go and sign the contract. You will be the owner of this house.
Yi Mengxi was pulled to the table by Lin Qinshu.
Zhang Chun, who was sitting beside the table, was still in shock. A house worth 40 million was just given away casually, and without his own name on it?
You know, even if many rich second generations have money, they buy houses under their own names. Although they say they buy them for women, in fact, they only provide them for women to live in.
But this rich second generation is different. He doesn't even write his own name, only the girls.
Zhang Chun came back to his senses and looked at Lin Qinshu with sparkling eyes. After Yi Mengxi signed, she realized that the house was only in her name. Chapter 61 Eloquence and Sincerity in House Sales.
Senior, don't you need to sign?
Lin Qinshu shook his head.
I bought this for you. I have too many assets under my name. It would be troublesome to add my name to it. Besides, isn't yours mine?
Our relationship should not be bound by this so-called name. Zhang Chun, who was standing by, was stunned.
Why did these words sound so familiar? Many men say that when they buy a house for a woman, in the end only the man's name will be on it. Is this what men say to women at that time? Although the words are the same now, the situation is reversed. The former is to let the woman not worry about having her name on the house, while Lin Qinshu is not to put his own name on it, but only the woman's name. Having too many assets will cause trouble. Brother, you have paid in full, what's the trouble? Well, then, everything I have is yours anyway. Yi Mengxi nodded, not quite understanding.
She had also heard that it might be difficult to buy a house if you have too many assets under your name. However, what they don't know is that the assets under your name will only be checked when you are taking out a loan to buy a house. After signing, Lin Qinshu transferred the money to the seller. After Yi Mengxi changed the password of the gate, Lin Qinshu drove Yi Mengxi back to school.
Senior, if you are not free on the weekend, can I take Qingqing and the others to the villa to play?
Yi Mengxi asked before getting out of the car.
Of course, I have something else to do this weekend, so you can take your roommates to play.
It's your house, don't worry about me, you have the right to control the house. Lin Qinshu touched her head lovingly. For some reason, he liked to touch Yi Mengxi's head very much.
Thank you, Senior. With a smack, Yi Mengxi happily kissed him.
Lin Qinshu left the campus and drove to Thompson first floor, and solved Chen Shanshan's housing problem today. When they arrived at the gate, Zhang Chun was already standing there waiting. Because she was a salesperson, she could take people in to see the house. If it was just Lin Qinshu, he would not be able to get in even if he drove a luxury car worth hundreds of millions, unless he became the owner here. Lin Qinshu opened the car window and shouted to Zhang Chun, "Get in the car and take me to park."
Why didn't Miss Yi come?
Zhang Chun saw that Lin Qinshu was the only one in the car and asked in confusion. She has classes in the afternoon, and this house is not bought for her.
Which building is it in?
Lin Qinshu drove into the underground parking lot. Zhang Chun's eyes sparkled when he heard that. This was a good opportunity.
He then said with a smile, "It's in building A."
I didn't expect Missy is still a student. I am also a student, but I look older, so you can't tell. Lin Qinshu said with a smile. No, of course I know that Mr. Lin is also a student, but Mr. Lin is really young and promising. Zhang Chun's eyes were like water, staring straight at Lin Qinshu, as if he was going to eat him up the next moment. Young, rich, and somewhat handsome, such a high-quality man is hard to find even with a lantern.
Unexpectedly, she met him today.
Zhang Chun brought Lin Qinshu to the 33rd floor. Lin Qinshu looked at the elevator button for the 33rd floor with a strange look on his face. The villa bought for Yi Mengxi is building 33, and the residence for Qin Shanshan is also on the 33rd floor.
After the elevator door opened, a large door appeared. The buildings in Thompson 1 are all large flats, with one household per floor. Mr. Lin, this is a relatively large room, and it best suits your requirements, Zhang Chun said as he pressed the password on the door.
As soon as the door is opened, you can see the river view under the huge balcony, and even the smell of a newly renovated house. Lin Qinshu opened the balcony door and a breeze from the river blew in.
More than 500 square meters seems a bit big. Chen Shanshan lives alone, so there seems no need to live in such a big house.
Lin Qinshu was deep in thought when he suddenly realized that he could see the Jinmao building from the balcony. Zhang Chun watched Lin Qinshu's pensive expression and thought that he was dissatisfied with the house. He quickly introduced that the property had complete security facilities and was only 50 meters away from the Huangpu River, with a 270-degree view of the river and beautiful scenery. This property is also one of the top 10 luxury homes in Asia, and owning a house here is sometimes a symbol of status. Lin Qinshu did not respond to what Zhang Chun said. It was not that he was dissatisfied with the house here, but he felt it was too big, even bigger than the villa he had just bought. Such a big house would be too empty if only one person lived in it. But apart from this place, there seems to be no decent real estate around. While thinking, he turned around and wanted to look somewhere else, but he didn't realize that Zhang Chun was right behind him. When she turned around, she bumped into Zhang Chun's plump body. Zhang Chun was wearing high heels and was about to fall down after being hit. Lin Qinshu quickly stretched out his hands to pull her. He originally wanted to pull her arm, but Zhang Chun instinctively raised both hands because she was about to fall. Lin Qinshu failed to catch her arm and slipped away. The brief contact between the two made Lin Qinshu's heart beat fast. After all, he was still a young man full of vigor and vitality. Lin Qinshu quickly let go of his hand and said, "Sorry, I wanted to grab your arm, but I made a mistake." It's okay for Zhang Chun to pretend to be shy. What does Mr. Lin think of this house? Lin Qinshu looked around and thought that the house was a good one, but it was too big. It would be a bit empty if one person lived in it. Besides, I didn't buy it for myself, but for someone else. Maybe the other person doesn't like such a big house. Hearing Lin Qinshu say this, she guessed that it was not because of the price, so there was still hope. There was a gleam in Zhang Chun's eyes. At this point, she certainly knew that she should give something. She understood this aspect very well. In the middle, I'll insert half an hour of content that you're not interested in. Lin Qinshu stood on the balcony, enjoying the breeze and looking at the river view outside. This house is famous throughout the country. He never thought that one day he would live here, and even buy it for someone else. Feeling the wind blowing from the balcony, Lin Qinshu's soul gradually flew back. What happened just now made him feel good, but it was just a recollection of this time. If the target is Zhang Chun, he will definitely refuse. Zhang Chun put on lipstick and touched up her makeup, and came to Lin Qinshu. Just as she was about to ask something, Lin Qinshu spoke first and said, "Go get the contract. I've bought it here." Zhang Chun was so sincere, and the issues that I was concerned about, such as size, were also solved. The smallest Tangchen Ipin was more than 400 square meters, and there was no difference between more than 400 and more than 500. At most, I could come to Qin Shanshan more often in the future to have some fun. I just didn't know if Qin Shanshan was willing to do that. Zhang Chun looked ecstatic. It seemed that his initiative had brought him huge wealth. Chapter 62 Assets reach 9.9 billion. Mr. Lin, the current price of this house is 120 million yuan. Do you want to pay by mortgage or in full this time? Zhang Chun took out a contract and gave it to him. Full payment. I am a student, I don't have the qualifications to mortgage anything. Lin Qinshu picked up the contract, glanced at it, and signed his name. After signing the contract, Zhang Chun took the contract to go through other transfer procedures, and Lin Qinshu also transferred the money. Thank you, Mr. Qin. If you need anything in the future, you can contact me at any time. I am at your service 24 hours a day. Zhang Chun threw him a wink after saying this. The commission from these two orders is higher than all the houses she sold in previous years combined. Lin Qinshu chuckled and shook his head. He would never touch such a woman. He didn't know how many people had eaten her. Although she was good at speaking, it was limited to her eloquence. If he went any further, Lin Qinshu would refuse. After all, the women around him now are all top beauties with a beauty score of over 90. Lin Qinshu left Thompson Ipin and returned to Yunlu Villa. He had been busy all night and had to get up early in the morning to deal with the Wen family's mess. Now he just wanted to go back, take a shower and have a sleep. He told Li Qing the building number and password of Thompson 1, transferred 10 million yuan to her and asked her to buy home appliances.
There are still several days left until the weekend.
I can finish the decoration in these few days and then I can take Qin Shanshan to move in. Lin Qinshu slowly fell asleep under the maid's massage, and when he opened his eyes again it was already night. After getting up, Lin Qinshu found that Li Shui had already prepared the meal. He took a bite, packed up a portion, and drove out in his Pagani Zonda. The mission for the Wen family has not been completed yet, so he has to find Wen Rushue to find out what's going on. As for driving the son of Wen this time, he intends to give the car to Wen Rushue, as it has been left in Yunlu Villa and has been gathering dust. As for why he didn't give the car to other women, it was because Yi Mingxi was still a student and didn't need the car that often. Chen Shanshan hadn't completely become his woman yet, so he gave the car to Wen Rushue, who needed it the most. Lin Qinshu drove to Wen Rushue's building. He had just called her on the way, and this time she finally answered the phone.
Wen Rushue didn't go to the bar today and stayed at home to rest.
Lin Qinshu brought food to Wen Rushue's house, and as soon as he entered, he found that the house had been cleaned. All the candles and petals from last night have been cleaned up, and the whole house is clean and tidy. Wen Rushue hooked her arms around Lin Qinshu's neck and hung on him.
When you heard that you were going to be rewarded, could you not even wait for a day?
Lin Qinshu put his arm around her waist and said with a smile, "If I hadn't had something to do today, I wouldn't have been able to wait even for a moment."
After saying that, he picked up Wen Rushue and walked into the room.
An hour later, Wen Rushue was lying on his chest and drawing circles with her fingers. She really had no mercy on women.
"I haven't recovered yet."
Lin Qinshu kissed her forehead.
"Who made you so charming that I forgot you hadn't recovered yet? By the way, how is your third uncle doing? Has he completely taken over the Wen family?"
"There has been no progress on the mission and I don't know if something unexpected has happened." Wen Rushue thought for a moment and said, "I heard that a shareholders' meeting was held this afternoon, and a lawyer was called in to notarize it, so the issue should have been resolved."
Ding!
Congratulations to the host, you have completed the process of sending Wen Rushue to the position of the head of the Wen family.
Reward, 8.8 billion, Spirit +1. Dear customer, your Shanghai bank card with the last number 9527 has received a transfer of 8,800,000,000 yuan, and the balance is 10,362,369,053 yuan.
Host, Lin Qinshu.
Strength, 8. Constitution, 9. Spirit, 8. Charisma, 8.
The highest attribute of ordinary people is 10, and the host has a normal value among ordinary people.
Vehicles, Pagani Zonda, Lamborghini Veneno. Luxury homes, Yulu Villa No. 1, Thompson 1 Building A, 33rd floor. Skills, martial arts proficiency, chess proficiency, gun proficiency. Balance, 991-206-9053.
A feeling of coolness suddenly surged into Lin Qinshu's mind, making him instantly more energetic and sweeping away the fatigue from just exercising.
Why did I choose option 2 to complete the task? Wen Rushue was right next to him. Could it be that even Wen Rushue didn't know about it? With a ding, Wen Rushue also received a message alert.
She took it from the bedside table and looked at it. Her face suddenly became stunned.
What happened?
Lin Qinshu saw her face suddenly change.
Wen Rushue put down her phone and sighed. My third uncle sent me a message.
After he integrated the shares, he transferred 48% of the shares of Wen's group to me, and he kept 10%. From now on, I am the real head of the Wen family and the chairman of Wen's group. Lin Qinshu was stunned when he heard this. According to his understanding of Wen Jiaming, the other party was a selfish person.
Why did he make such a move?
Lin Qinshu was not wrong about Wen Jiaming. In fact, he did this for selfish reasons. The methods Lin Qinshu used were too horrifying, and Wen Jiaming also felt that the other party did not seem to like him very much. He transferred so many shares to Wen Rushue, and even gave the position of head of the family to Wen Rushue. Although one reason was to compensate his daughter, the main reason was because he was afraid of Lin Qinshu. He had to have the power but also the life.
Since it's your uncle who gave it to you, just take it. The Wen family owes you enough, and it's not too much to take more.
Lin Qinshu hugged her tightly, and the two chatted until late, and finally fell asleep. Chen Shanshan was also reminded that a large sum of money had entered Lin Qinshu's bank card. When she saw the balance of 9.9 billion, for a moment she wondered if Lin Qinshu was laundering money.
After checking the source of the funds, nothing unusual was found.
Nearly 10 billion yuan of funds appeared in a private bank account, and the entire Magic City Bank was shaken. You have to know that if 10 billion appears in a company account, it is quite common in Shanghai, but if it appears in a private account, there will not be more than one person in the entire Shanghai who has such financial resources. Wu Shougang was planning to shine at his lover's place late at night when he suddenly received a phone call that almost scared him to death.
Damn, if I find out who you are, I'll kill you. Wu Shougang cursed and picked up the phone.
After seeing the phone call, he immediately put on a flattering smile. It was so late, and he could still be called by the president.
Xiao Wu was really flattered. Shut up your rainbow fart mouth. I found out that the person in charge of a large fund account is a young girl who just started working and you promoted her a few days ago, is that true?
A dull voice came from the other end of the phone.
Wu Shougang was shocked. Could it be that Lin Qinshu had done something weird again and transferred the money away? Chapter 63, The Magic City Bank is shocked. Oh, I am innocent.
It was a guy who said he had several 100 million yuan to deposit in our bank, but the condition was to promote his girlfriend. I have reported to the headquarters, and Shen Shanshan's position was approved by the headquarters.
Now that there is a problem, you can't blame me. Wu Shougang didn't know what happened, and he had to remove himself first. The head of the bank said impatiently, "Why are you in such a hurry? I'm not here to blame you."
Shen Shanshan's private bank account has now received another 8.8 billion yuan, and the balance has reached 9.9 billion yuan.
This is a big customer of our bank. No matter what method you use, you must keep this customer for me.
If necessary, you can apply for assistance from the headquarters.
Wu Shougang was confused.
He originally thought that he was here to call for punishment, but it turned out not to be the case. Moreover, Lin Qinshu's financial resources are so terrifying that he has a deposit balance of 9.9 billion. Yes, Xiao Wu will definitely keep this big money bag in our bank. I think a big reason why he is willing to stay in our bank is because of his girlfriend.
Does the president have any plans? If we place a big bet on that girlfriend, we will definitely be able to keep that big money bag.
Wu Shougang's eyes turned slightly, and he instantly thought of the exact reason. After a moment of silence, the person on the other end of the phone said that it would be unfair to other employees if they were promoted too quickly, but the performance of all other employees combined was not as good as hers. So, you arrange training for her first, and then give her the position that our company wants to take the MBA exam abroad, and she will take your position after she comes back.
Then you.
As expected of a person who can hold the position of head office, he has come up with a plan in such a short time.
Following this process, other employees would not dare to say anything even if they had any opinions.
After all, he has the ability to bring in 10 billion yuan.
If other employees have this ability, they can certainly get the same treatment. If she takes my seat, what should I do? I still have 6 or 7 years before retirement.
Wu Shougang said aggrievedly that he asked the president to come up with a plan, but he never thought that the president's plan would kick him out.
Why are you so anxious? Can't you just listen to me?
The president of the bank was swearing, but Wu Shougang kept interrupting him and not letting him finish his words. You go back to the headquarters and take the position of vice president of the headquarters. After saying that, he hung up the phone.
Vice president? Or from the headquarters? That's different.
Wu Shougang put down the phone excitedly and rushed towards the mistress again. At this moment, the two parties were unaware of these things and were sleeping soundly in their different beds. Lin Qinshu slept until noon and was awakened by a hurried phone call.
You don't have to go to class this afternoon. I've already asked for leave for you. I've also sent the clothes to your roommate. Put on the clothes and come to see me.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Qinshu realized who had called. Lin Qinshu touched the cold spot next to him.
Wen Ruxue had already gotten up.
This was the first time he slept so late.
Ding. The host's sleepiness is due to the spiritual enhancement, which needs to be adjusted with the host's body.
It has been completed in the host's sleep.
So that's why. No wonder I slept all afternoon yesterday and until noon last night.
I thought it was because my kidney energy was insufficient.
The sun is shining on your butt. Why don't you get up? Wen Ruxue came in wearing an apron.
When Lin Qinshu saw her wearing an apron, his blood immediately boiled. The sight of her wearing an apron without anything underneath was so tempting that Lin Qinshu didn't even bother brushing his teeth. He pulled Wen Ruxue into his arms and did some morning exercises. More than an hour later, the two walked out of the room.
Lin Qinshu couldn't help but sigh. Wen Ruxue's 95-point appearance was too terrifying. Now she had become a real woman. That kind of subtle charm was emanating all the time. He didn't know if his kidneys could withstand it. It seemed that Su Weiwei's task had to be completed. With that Vidra kidney, it wouldn't be a problem to have more people come.
Wen Ruxue had just prepared lunch, but because of Lin Qinshu's delay, it became cold again.
After she reheated the food, they sat at the dining table and ate.
I may have to go to Wen's group today.
My third uncle called me and asked me to take over some affairs.
He will stay in Wen's group to help me.
Now there is no one else in Wen's group, so I can go back to work. Wen Ruxue looked at him and said.
Wen Ruxue knew that Lin Qinshu didn't seem to like her third uncle very much, and didn't want her to return to the Wen family, so she looked at Lin Qinshu with some nervousness.
If you want to go, go ahead. The Pagani Zonda downstairs will be opened for you. It will be more convenient for your daily commute.
Lin Qinshu also knew Wen Ruxue's concerns. She was originally a capable person.
It can be said that she inherited Wen Jiaming's business acumen.
Otherwise, Piao Xue's name would not be known by just a bar, and even highly praised.
Moreover, Wen Ruxue is not the kind of woman who is suitable to be hidden in a golden house.
She is more suitable to shine outside. Wen Ruxue happily smacked Lin Qinshu's lips, leaving his mouth full of oil. After the two of them finished their meal and cleaned up, Wen Ruxue drove to Wen's group, while he took a taxi back to Yunlu Villa to drive. Originally, Wen Ruxue said she wanted to give it to him, but he refused.
Yunlu Villa has a group of maids.
If Wen Ruxue saw them, things would become troublesome. Now is not the right time. After returning to Yunlu Villa, I drove directly to school without staying for too long. In the car, he was thinking that he had skipped too many classes recently.
Should he consider donating money to the school or getting some privileges?
The more Lin Qinshu thought about it, the more he felt that it was feasible. He would have to skip many classes in the future, and he couldn't let the classes restrict his happy life. After entering the school, the car drove directly to the building where the principal's office was.
Lin Qinshu walked straight into the principal's office and sat down opposite him while the principal looked confused. Is there anything this classmate can do for you?
Lin Qinshu took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took out a cigarette and handed it over.
Principal, I want to ask if there are any projects in our school that need funding. I happen to have some spare money and would like to sponsor it.
Upon hearing this, the principal's eyes lit up and he quickly stood up from his seat.
What is this student's name?
The principal led Lin Qinshu to the sofa and prepared to make a pot of tea for this enthusiastic student.
Junior, Sociology, Lin Qinshu.
Lin Qinshu introduced himself.
The principal heard this name and it sounded familiar.
It seemed that this name often appeared in the past few days. Suddenly, he remembered that this was the new super rich man who was making a lot of noise on campus these days. He drove a luxury car worth hundreds of millions of yuan and was reported to the principal's office. It turned out to be classmate Lin.
Your high-profile deeds these days have all been reported to me,
the principal said with a smile.
Chapter 64 Hidden Selection Task.
Lin Qinshu waved his hand to the principal and said, "Let's talk about business.
I really want to make some contributions to the school. The school has nurtured me and raised me. Now it's time for me to give back to the school."
The principal nodded with satisfaction and turned to get out a stack of documents. These are research projects submitted by various departments and majors of the school.
Please pick and choose which ones you would like to donate to.
Holy shit!
That's so many.
This pile of documents looked like there were at least dozens of projects waiting for funding. Lin Qinshu looked through them and found that many of them were research projects initiated by teachers, professors, and even students. These were feasibility studies that had already passed.
There are even more projects that failed.
The president sighed and said that there are too many schools in Shanghai, and our Jiaotong University is just a drop in the ocean. Although there are many rich people in Shanghai, many of them give priority to donating to other schools. These projects that have passed can only wait in line and wait for the funds to come in before they can carry out research.
Ding! Trigger the hidden task, Jiaotong University's research funds.
Option 1, sponsor all funds for the project, reward +1 physical fitness, 30 billion cash. Option 2, sponsor all projects that passed and failed, reward physique +1, sports skill mastery, cash 50 billion.
Hidden mission.
This was the first time that Lin Xinsho encountered a hidden mission, and he was rewarded with so much money.
He hadn't even figured out how to use the 9.9 billion yet, and now he was being given tens of billions? However, who would complain about having too much money?
Principal, I will sponsor all of those who failed, including those who failed. Lin Xinsho patted his chest and said,
I just took a look at the amounts. With his current financial resources, sponsoring these projects is no big deal.
This kind of hidden project is most likely a welfare task, which is not difficult and has a very high reward. However, it may have a relatively secret triggering condition.
What?
The principal was stunned. He didn't know if he had just heard something.
Those that didn't pass should be feasible, right?
If they were outrageous, they should have been torn up by you guys long ago. I, Lin Xinsho, sponsored all these projects, but I have one condition. Lin Xinsho's eyes rolled slightly. He originally just wanted to get the right to attend classes by himself, but he didn't expect to trigger a hidden task.
This time the principal heard it clearly, but he still couldn't believe it, and asked unconsciously, what are the conditions?
The funds required for these projects are huge, and he doesn't believe that a rich second generation can come up with so much money. The condition is that I have a lot of things to do on a daily basis, and I hope the principal can give me a privilege and not deduct my credits even if I miss classes, so that I can graduate smoothly.
Student Lin, there is nothing wrong with this condition, but do you have that much funding?
These research projects cost tens of millions, and some cost millions or hundreds of thousands.
I think you should do what you can and just pick a few projects.
The principal did not believe Lin Xinsho's words, thinking that the other party was just trying to be rich. Although he was not a teacher, he was also a staff member of the school. His qualities as a teacher made him persuade the other party tactfully. Lin Xinsho smiled and saw the principal's doubts about him.
Why should the principal persuade me?
The total amount of these projects added up, 100 million yuan should be enough for me to sponsor.
The car outside my door is worth 100 million yuan.
Hearing Lin Xinsho's words, the principal's face was immediately filled with joy. Yes, Lin Xinsho's car was worth 100 million yuan. It was because of this car worth hundreds of millions that he heard about the student in front of him these 2 days.
Is what Lin said true?
The research projects that passed and failed cost more than 100 million yuan. Principal, you just need to agree to my conditions. I have decided to donate 500 million yuan for the research of academic projects in our school. After solving this batch of research projects, I will also take care of the subsequent ones.
Please give me the school account number and I will transfer the money.
When you receive the money, you will know whether I lied or not.
You are kidding. The expenditure is only 500 million yuan.
For Lin Xinsho, the balance will not be touched.
This principal is still short-sighted.
The principal excitedly ran to the desk and rummaged around, then gave the school account to Lin Xinsho.
After a while, a middle-aged woman wearing glasses rushed into the principal's office.
Principal, our school account has an extra 500 million, and the note says it is to sponsor our academic research. When the principal heard what the finance department said, he was sure that Lin Xinsho was not bragging. While he was excited inside, he pretended to be calm on the surface.
Okay, I understand. I'm following up on this matter. You can go out first.
After kicking the finance officer out, the principal excitedly shook Lin Xinsho's hand and said, Student Lin, the school will definitely remember your donation and may even erect a monument to commemorate your sponsorship. Lin Xinsho quickly pulled his hand away and said to the principal, remember to remain anonymous.
I don't want to be so high profile. If all the journalists come to me, I will be even more annoyed.
Remember to deal with the conditions I proposed, and I will not disturb the principal's work. After saying that, he fled from the principal's office. Lin Xinsho escaped from the principal's office and cursed.
Damn, this principal is still a glass.
Just now, the principal kept holding his hand excitedly, and the other hand kept stroking the back of his hand, which gave him goosebumps.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, Jiaodong University Research Project Funds, reward of physical fitness point +1, sports skill mastery, and 50 billion cash.
Dear customer, your Shanghai bank card with the last number 9527 received a transfer of 50 billion yuan, and the balance is 51,362,369,053 yuan.
A surge of energy suddenly flowed into Lin Xinsho's body, instantly making him feel more solid all over.
Host, Lin Qinshu. Strength, 8. Constitution, 10. Spirit, 8. Charisma, 8.
The highest attribute of ordinary people is 10, and the host has a normal value among ordinary people.
Vehicles, Pagani Zonda, Lamborghini Veneno. Luxury homes, Yulu Villa No. 1, Thompson 1 Building A, 33rd floor. Skills, martial arts proficiency, chess proficiency, marksmanship proficiency, sports skills proficiency. Balance, 5941-206-9053.
Lin Qinshu looked at the balance, which had increased to more than 50 billion.
It felt like a dream.
This amount of money, if spent normally, would be enough to last for several lifetimes. He hadn't recovered from the loss of the 9.9 billion yet, and now he had another 50 billion.
He instantly felt numb. Moreover, his personal attribute points and physical fitness have reached the peak of ordinary people. This hidden task rewards a lot of things and a lot of money. Chapter 65 Xiaorunan.
When Lin Qinshu was on his way back to the dormitory and passed by the basketball court, a basketball rolled to his feet. Lin Qinshu picked up the ball and threw it casually, and the basketball went right into the basket. This scene shocked everyone in the basketball court so much that they stood still.
Oh shit, am I dreaming?
The distance just now was about 2 basketball courts away from the basket, but it went into the basket so easily. Looking at his relaxed look, he seemed to know he could definitely get in.
Is he a basketball genius?
Remember, he doesn't look like one. Ask the teacher to get him into the school team. I didn't remember him, but he looks quite handsome, so I'll be able to recognize him next time we meet. Lin Qinshu had no idea that the ball he casually threw caused a stir in the basketball community of Jiaotong University. As soon as he got the basketball, relevant knowledge emerged in his mind, such as which angle and how much force to use, all of which were due to his mastery of sports skills.
Lin Qinshu returned to the dormitory. His roommates had all gone to class.
There was a suit hanging on his bed frame, and there was a box on the table containing a pair of shoes, a belt, a watch, and other things. Lin Qinshu flipped over the tag and found that it was not a brand he knew, but the price was written on the tag.
The price of this suit was 3,000 yuan.
Including watches, shoes and the like, it should be around 10,000 yuan.
Su Xia is really extravagant. He asked me to act in a play and even provided me with costumes.
Although Lin Qinshu was reluctant to wear them, he still cooperated and put on the clothes for the sake of completing the task.
He did not bring the tie.
He was still a student, and wearing that tie made him feel no different from a real estate salesperson. Lin Qinshu unbuttoned the 2 buttons on his shirt, revealing his strong chest muscles, and said to himself, "This is what a student like me should look like." After changing into his equipment, Lin Qinshu drove to the teacher's apartment and called Su Xia. "Teacher Su, I'm downstairs at your building.
Do you want to come down or should I go up?" "Come up, I have someone here who wants to see you." "Want to see me? Who?"
Lin Qinshu walked up the stairs and came into the house. A heroic girl in police uniform appeared in front of him.
Ding!
A beauty with a beauty score of over 90 has been detected.
Name, Xiaorunan. Appearance, 95. Age, 26. Height, 171 centimeters. Bust, 36E. Favorability, 0. Here comes another beauty with a 95-point appearance.
Lin Qinshu looked at Xiaorunan in front of him.
She was wearing a police uniform, a police hat, and no makeup on her face.
Even with this outfit, Lin Qinshu was already amazed. She had a pair of bright big eyes, a straight nose, and a chest that seemed to burst under the police uniform. Even the black police pants and big leather shoes couldn't hide her pair of long beautiful legs. This is the girl with the best figure Lin Qinshu has met in recent times. Such a beautiful woman with a good figure is called Runan.
I don't know if her family wants a boy. This is the student who gave me the information, Lin Qinshu. This is my friend, Officer Xiaorunan. Su Xia introduced the two to each other. Xiaorunan looked Lin Qinshu up and down. Is this the student who pretended to be your boyfriend tonight? What does he look like? Are you sure you can handle it?
Xiaorunan reached out and pulled Lin Qinshu's shirt on his chest. Lin Qinshu said to Officer Xiao with some dissatisfaction, "Although you are a policeman, I can sue you for molesting a boy if you touch me like this."
Xiaorunan glared at him fiercely and asked, "Tell me, where did these things come from?"
Xiaorunan pointed at the photos and information on the table. It seemed that Su Xia had printed out all the information. Lin Qinshu frowned.
Teacher Sue, you are not being kind.
Not only did you make the evidence I gave you public, you also exposed me and even brought a police officer to question me.
You can't even do such a small thing. You can act in the play tonight by yourself.
Lin Qinshu turned around and was about to leave.
Wait. Su Xia trotted over to Lin Qinshu.
I was wrong this time, I apologize to you. But if you want to bring down the Wen family, you must have the help of the police station, and the only one I trust is Runan, and she is the only one who can resist the infiltration of the Wen family. Runan, you are really, this tone, she is the person who provides evidence, not the criminal. Su Xia rolled her eyes at Xiao Runan.
Xiao Runan grumbled and snorted. A man is so petty.
Okay, I apologize to you.
I am so anxious because the current situation is somewhat unexpected.
The Wen family has been arrested. That idiot went to the Wen family ancestral hall to dig trees in the middle of the night and was caught on the spot. There is indeed a skeleton at the place where he dug.
We have already started to investigate. But Wen Jiaxu is much smarter than his elder brother.
According to the investigation, he disappeared after returning home, and even the surveillance around his home could not find any clues about him.
What Xiao Runan said was within Lin Qinshu's expectations. The Wen family would definitely go back to dig up the body.
He originally thought that he would hire someone else to do it, but he didn't expect that he would go by himself.
How stupid. A man as cunning as Wen Jiaxu would definitely hide.
Lin Qinshu had so much evidence against him, and anyone with a bit of brains would not believe that the other party would let him go just because of some verbal promises. But he did not expect that even the police could not find him. Lin Qinshu walked back into the house, found a chair and sat down. Don't worry about where the things came from. I provided you with evidence, but you still asked me about the origins.
Then don't cooperate. Moreover, I gave you the things, but you still couldn't catch the person. Instead, you came to question a student like me. The police are not very capable nowadays.
Xiao Runan was speechless and could only snort and said, "We want to know the origin because of your own safety."
Does Wen Jiaxu know that the source of the evidence comes from you? If he knows, he might attack you.
You can apply for police protection. A cold light flashed in Lin Qinshu's eyes. He had also thought of this, so he exchanged conditions with Su Xia on the same day, for fear that things would get more complicated. He himself is not afraid, but it is different for Wen Ruxue. It will be troublesome if Wen Jiaxu is so cruel as to attack Wen Ruxue. You don't need to worry about my personal safety, but there is one person who may need you to send someone to protect him.
That won't work. Our police force will not randomly send out to protect people who are not related to the case.
Xiao Runan shook her head.
Wen Ruxue from the Wen family, she and I have been exposing the crimes of Wen Jiaxu, so this will always protect him.
Lin Qinshu is considering whether to buy a security company and train some people himself. Avoid asking others to do everything for you, as they may not do it well.
Chapter 66. How much does it cost to rent this car for a day? Fine, I'll go find her right away. Xia, I'll leave first. If your student has anything else to say, please tell me.
Xiao Runan heard that there was another person who could provide clues, so he left the room in a hurry. Lin Qinshu rolled his eyes. This woman refused to even add her contact information and asked Su Xia to convey the message. Forget it, this kind of tigress is not suitable for him, let us meet again if we are lucky.
Teacher Su, let's go, finish it quickly and go home to sleep early.
Lin Qinshu stretched, and his mermaid line was exposed because of his raised hands. Su Xia glanced at him inadvertently, and a slight blush flashed across her face. She didn't expect that the student in front of her had such a good figure.
Come and pick up some things. I bought some things. You can give them to my family in your name.
Su Xia picked up some nutritional supplements and some packaging boxes on the ground. Lin Qinshu took a quick look and found that most of them were cheap items. I was in charge of pretending to be the boyfriend, so naturally I had no intention of buying him a gift. Carrying the things to the car, Su Xia looked at Lin Qinshu's Lamborghini. Your car is so small, where can you put the things?
Or you can take a taxi.
Lin Qinshu looked at these large and small packages, as if his poison really couldn't fit so many things.
No need to take a taxi, I'll have someone come and take us there.
Lin Qinshu took out his phone and called Shang Ping, asking him to send a driver to take them there.
Shang Ping immediately arranged for the driver to drive the car to the direction of Jiaotong University.
The two went back upstairs and played with their phones. After waiting for more than half an hour, the driver finally arrived. When Su Xia saw a Rolls-Royce Phantom parked in front of him, his eyes widened.
She didn't recognize Lin Xinsho's sports car.
In Shanghai, sports cars were everywhere. Even many domestic electric cars worth hundreds of thousands of yuan were made into sports cars, so she didn't know how much Lin Xinsho's car cost. In addition, she had just arrived at the school, and it was difficult for her to make friends with her identity. She didn't like to read forums, and she didn't know any recent news about Lin Xinsho. But she still knew Rolls-Royce, and she didn't expect Lin Xinsho to order a luxury car with just one phone call.
Student Lin, you didn't rent a car, did you? You don't have to rent such a good one.
Su Xia was a little surprised, but secretly decided to return the rental money to Lin Xinsho later.
Why bother so much, just get in the car.
Lin Xinsho opened the door and got in. The driver got out and took all the things to the trunk, then handed Lin Xinsho a card.
Mr. Lin, this is what Mr. Shang asked me to give to you.
This is what Lin Xinsho asked Shang Ping to deliver after he finished his phone call. Although he is pretending to be her boyfriend, he has a mission to accomplish. He had to prepare some gifts himself. He also brought the 10-ingredient tonic pill with him.
This was the only thing he could give away. The Su family had an official background, so he couldn't bring any money with him. How much does it cost to rent this car for a day? I'll transfer the money to you. You're still a student, and I can't let you spend money. Su Xia took out her phone and looked at him. The driver in the front seat glanced at the mirror with a strange look on his face. 300 yuan.
Lin Xinsho was too lazy to say more to her.
How could this woman be a teacher with such intelligence?
Su Xia opened Lin Xinsho's WeChat and transferred 300 yuan to him. Lin Xinsho, who was playing with his mobile phone, clicked the payment button without hesitation. Lin Xinsho was holding his mobile phone and looking at some information about security companies. Xiao Runan's words just now made him alert. He still thought too simply about this society. If something unexpected happened, it would be too late for him to regret.
However, he was not very satisfied with these security companies.
Most of them were people who had served in the army for 2 years and then returned to work. These people who had not experienced any bloody wars were okay as ordinary security guards, but if they really encountered something, they would run faster than anyone else. This was not what he had imagined. Just when Lin Xinsho was on her way to pretend to be the boyfriend, a huge shock had already occurred in the school.
All research projects submitted, as long as they are not unreasonable, will be approved and enter the funding process.
Holy shit!
The school is rich now.
Have all these projects been approved?
If the research is successful, our school will be able to move up several levels.
Our school still has a lot of talented people, it just lacks money.
Now that we suddenly have money, Jiaotong University will soon become famous. Have you heard that a wealthy man donated 500 million yuan? 500 million, although it sounds like a lot, all these research projects are expensive. What's the big deal?
The rich man said that if you need money, just ask him for it.
Who is this super rich man?
I asked my friend to ask him if he needs a son or a grandson. I'm keeping it anonymous, probably because I'm afraid you guys who claim to be his fathers will harass him.
According to inside information, it is a student of our school.
Student? There is only one rich student like this in our school, Shunli.
It can't be Shunli.
The Shin family has a very good cooperation with Shanghai University, and Shanghai University has also created many excellent project results for the Shin family. Except for Xinyu and Xinli, our Jiaotong University has no other connection with the Shin family.
Then why did Xinyu and the others choose to study at Jiaotong University instead of Shanghai University?
It is said that it was because Xinyu was avoiding some suitors. Those people thought that Xinyu would definitely go to Magic City University, but Xinyu took them by surprise. Shen Li's case was even simpler. He didn't want to be bound by his family, and it was the school beauty Su who attracted him to come to Jiaotong University. Back to this donor, there are many hidden talents in our school, including many invisible rich second generations, but they just don't like to be high profile.
Anyone who can easily come up with 500 million in donations doesn't look like an ordinary rich second generation. Hey, didn't T1 pop up recently?
Yes,
that Lin Xinsho from the best dormitory. Do you think it could be him? Because of Lin Xinsho's donation project, the campus forum became active again. In the girls' dormitory, Su Weiwei was reading at the table when suddenly a girl rushed into her dormitory.
Weiwei, have you heard about it?
Zhou Yumeng grabbed Su Weiwei's arm excitedly. Su Weiwei looked confused.
What did she hear?
Zhou Yumeng picked up the glass of water on Su Weiwei's table and drank it all. She happily explained that our brain research project with Professor Wu has been approved and is now entering the funding stage. We will receive the research funds tomorrow. Really? Su Weiwei stood up from the stool. Tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. This news was too important to her. The brain research project was a project that she persuaded a medical professor to collaborate on. Chapter 67 Su Family. She worked hard and demonstrated her talent in medicine before finally convincing the professor to join her, and she also applied for research funding from the school. Although the project was approved, the research funds were delayed. The initial funding for their project was over 10 million yuan, which was already difficult to raise. In addition, no one had donated money to the school recently, so the project was shelved. It's true. Project approval notices are everywhere on the forum, and some projects have already received money. Our project may be delayed because it requires more funds. Zhou Yumeng opened the forum and showed it to Su Weiwei. Su Weiwei looked at the discussion in front of her and a smile appeared on her face. I don't know who donated the money, I must thank that person in the future. Although the project has not started yet, at least this project has given Su Weiwei hope. Zhou Yumeng raised a mysterious smile on her face. I knew who donated the money. The other party requested to remain anonymous, but my aunt was in charge of the finance. She just told me the name and asked me to get along well with that person. Maybe she could help me get into a wealthy family. Su Weiwei covered her mouth and chuckled. Then you have to work hard. It's rare to find such a loving and low-key rich second generation. Judging from the fact that the other party donated anonymously and donated so much, he must be a low-key and well-educated rich second generation. Weiwei, do you want to know who the other party is? I can tell you, but you can't tell anyone else. I don't want to have more competitors, but I wouldn't mind if the competitor is you. Zhou Yumeng smiled and touched her face. Su Weiwei rolled her eyes and said, Of course I want to know who it is, but I don't want to be your competitor. I just plan to thank him when I have the chance in the future. After all, his donation is very important to me. This person is a student of our school, and he is in the same class as us. I have never heard of this person before. He suddenly appeared as a rich second generation. If my aunt was not the school finance and saw the name of the transferor, maybe only the principal would know about this. Now, besides the principal and my aunt, I am the only one who knows the name of the donor. Of course, you will know it soon. Zhou Yumeng laid a lot of groundwork in the beginning, which made Su Weiwei roll her eyes. The name of this donor is Lin Qinshu. Strangely enough, I always feel that this name is very familiar, but I know that I definitely don't know him. Weiwei, have you heard of this person? Zhou Yumeng looked at Su Weiwei. When Su Weiwei heard Lin Qinshu's name, her body trembled slightly. She didn't expect that the money was donated by him. Su Weiwei nodded slowly. I know him. You didn't come to class the day before yesterday. There was no seat in the class at that time. I sat with him. He was in the sociology class. If he is the donor, then your dream of marrying into a wealthy family is over. He already has a girlfriend, who is Yi Mingxi's junior. After hearing what Su Weiwei said, Zhou Yumeng immediately remembered this person. It turned out to be him, Lin Qinshu from the top dormitory, the one who drove a luxury car worth hundreds of millions of yuan around the campus recently and chased Yi Mingxi away. But he just started to be so flamboyant a few days ago, why did he suddenly become low-key now? He donated 500 million yuan and remained anonymous. Zhou Yumeng covered her mouth in surprise. Su Weiwei shook her head. She didn't want to guess what other people were thinking. She just needed to remember the other party's kindness. However, Lin Qinshu didn't seem to like her very much. Su Weiwei shook her head. Now was not the time to think about those things. The research funds were in place, and she should focus all her attention on it and try to cure her difficult and complicated disease as soon as possible. As for repaying the favor, I will wait until I am completely cured. Su Weiwei took Zhou Yumeng's hand and said, Let's go out of the dormitory and find Professor Wu. On the other side, Lin Qinshu had arrived at a small town on the border of Magic City. After getting off the car and looking at the self-built house in front of him, Lin Qinshu was unable to react for a moment. Su Xia has such a terrifying background, but the whole family actually lives in this 3-story self-built house? And looking at the exterior wall, it's quite old. Su Xia saw his surprise. I have lived here since I was born. My whole family lives here, including my grandfather. My grandfather is from Shanghai. After the war, he chose to return to his hometown.
He did not choose to settle down in the urban area of Shanghai, but chose this remote place in Shanghai.
My parents have dormitories assigned by their work unit in the urban area, and I also live in the dormitory.
Usually, only my grandfather and a nanny, Aunt Wang, live here.
Sorry, I am superficial. Maybe I have watched too many TV dramas and have preconceived ideas about everything.
Lin Qinshu smiled. Before, he thought that someone with such a powerful family background as Su Xia must have grown up with a silver spoon in her mouth. Who would have thought that her family was so honest and the self-built house they lived in was not even bigger than the house in his hometown? The driver took the things down, and Lin Qinshu and Su Xia each picked up half. There was also a Ferrari sports car parked at the gate. The two looked at each other, and Su Xia shrugged, indicating that the car was not hers. It seemed that the blind date, Zhou Xiao from Kyoto, had arrived here one step ahead of time. You find a place nearby to wait for me, and I will call you when I leave. And tell Shang Ping that you will follow me today. After Lin Qinshu told the driver, he walked in with Su Xia.
Mom, I'm back, Su Xia shouted as she entered the room.
Lin Qinshu followed behind and saw two middle-aged women walking out of the kitchen. They should be Su Xia's mother and the nanny she had just mentioned. At the tea table nearby sat a middle-aged man wearing glasses, looking at a document in his hand. On the other side of the tea table, an old man was playing chess with a young man in a suit. When they heard Su Xia's voice, everyone looked over. Uncle, aunt, grandpa, hello, I am Su Xia's boyfriend, my name is Lin Qinshu. Lin Qinshu greeted. Li Lingyu's smiling face suddenly froze, and then she put on an embarrassed expression and said, Xiaolin, come and sit down first.
Dinner won't be ready so soon.
She didn't expect her daughter to actually bring a boyfriend back home, and she thought it was just a casual remark.
Auntie, these are some small gifts for you.
They are not very expensive, but just a token of my appreciation. Lin Qinshu handed over the things Su Xia bought. You're here, what else did you bring?
Thank you. Xia, this is Zhou Feng from Kyoto. This time he came to visit our house.
Li Lingyu originally wanted to say that the other party came to see Su Xia, but after seeing Lin Qinshu, she took back the words.
Su Xia nodded and greeted him, then came to his grandfather Su Dang and asked, Grandpa, how are you doing recently?
Su Dang laughed and said, That's great, we can still kill a few Japs.
Chapter 68 Playing Chess. Where did Xiaolin get a job?
Su Banning put down the documents in his hand and looked at Lin Qinshu. This family seems to be very friendly and not as difficult to talk to as Lin Qinshu imagined.
Uncle Su, I don't have a job yet.
I originally wanted to say that I was a student, but fortunately I reacted in time. If I said that I was a student, they would have seen through that I was a fake boyfriend on the spot.
Moreover, Su Xia is a teacher, and any teacher-student relationship would definitely be opposed by their entire family. Oh? What kind of job does Xiaolin plan to do? Do you plan to take the civil service exam?
Except for Su Xia, all members of Su Banning's family are employed by the government, so they naturally asked this question.
For them, serving the country is more important than doing business. I haven't made any plans yet, and I haven't figured out what to do.
Lin Qinshu was telling the truth. He had thought about starting a business before, but he gave up the idea. He is not an entrepreneurial talent, and starting a business is too tiring.
He has a system and just needs to enjoy life.
It is better to leave the entrepreneurial work to others.
No job? This brother can come to our company. Our Zhou Group also has a branch in Shanghai, in the Jinmao building.
Although we have only rented one floor for the time being, we plan to rent the Jinmao building as a branch of our Zhou Group in the future. Zhou Feng also interrupted when he heard the conversation, as if he was afraid that others would not know his true identity. Lin Qinshu looked at him strangely. This face was right in front of him.
Should he fight? Jinmao building was his asset.
It would only take him a word to drive away the branch of Zhou Group.
Checkmate.
As soon as he finished speaking, Su Dang locked Zhou Feng's chess game with one move. Zhou Feng smiled and said that Mr. Su was still as skilled as ever and Zhou Feng was far from being his match. A hint of disappointment flashed across Su Dang's eyes. His favorite thing to do was to play chess, but he had never had an opponent. Now if we catch someone who knows how to play, he will kill him in just 2 or 3 steps.
It's really boring.
I'm old, but young people nowadays don't play this kind of old people stuff.
That boy, do you know how to play chess? Come over and play a game.
Su Dang sighed and then looked at Lin Qinshu who was standing aside.
Zhou Feng felt a little embarrassed by this remark.
Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was old man Su Daing's disappointment in his chess skills.
I know a little bit, so I can walk with the old man for a few steps.
After Lin Qinshu nodded to Su Banning and left his seat, he walked towards the chess table.
Zhou Feng left his seat reluctantly.
Su Xia looked at Lin Qinshu in surprise.
You can also play chess. There are really not many young people who can play chess in this era. I know a little bit, so I should be able to play with the old man for a while.
Lin Qinshu smiled. He was an expert in chess. Not to mention Chinese chess, he was also very good at flying chess.
Okay, as long as you beat the old man will give you a set of chess. Su Daing laughed. The two set up the chessboard and started playing chess.
But Su Xia was not interested in the chess game, so he went to the kitchen to help. Su Daing initially thought that Lin Qinshu's level was about the same as Zhou Feng's. After playing a few moves, his expression became serious. The moves made by Lin Qinshu were leading him to one place, and it seemed that Lin Qinshu had the final say on how the opponent played the entire game. Su Daing would think for a long time before making each move, while Lin Qinshu made his moves without hesitation, seemingly without considering any subsequent developments.
After a while, the chess game entered a deadlock.
Su Daing laughed and said, Lin Xiaoyu is a great chess player.
I am willing to admit defeat. But I have another request.
I hope you don't let me win on purpose.
Show your true level and let me see how many steps I can take under your hand.
Su Daing saw that Lin Qinshu was giving in while playing in order to let him have fun. He could also see that Lin Qinshu's chess skills were far more than that, and he was the best chess player he had ever seen.
Zhou Feng on the side had an ugly look on his face.
He thought that Lin Qinshu would be disliked by Su Daing like him, but he didn't expect that he actually defeated Su Daing and got the other party's praise.
Once this kind of contrast appeared, how could he leave a good impression on the Su family? Old man, you flatter me. I was lucky to defeat you just now.
Lin Qinshu said modestly.
Su Daing waved his hand.
You can fool others with this, but you can't fool an old man like me.
Come on, let's play another game.
The two of them set up the chessboard again and started playing. In the second game, Lin Qinshu did not give him any chance, and trapped Su Daing in a dead end in just a few moves. He saw that Su Daing did not mind if others were stronger than him, but he would mind if others were stronger than him but still gave him a break, which was tantamount to teasing him.
It's really amazing.
Lin Xiaoyu is the best chess player the old man has ever met. The old man keeps his word.
This is a chess set made of agarwood. An old friend gave me 2 sets before. Now I'm giving you 1 set. Su Daing looked at him with admiration.
It's hard to find young people who can play chess nowadays, let alone people who are so good at playing chess. Su Daing took out a box of chess from under the table and gave it to Lin Qinshu. Lin Qinshu was not polite. There was no need to be too shy with the older generation.
Perhaps it would be better to be more genuine. It's time to eat. Su Xia came out of the kitchen and shouted.
Lin Qinshu quickly stood up and supported Su Daing, as Su Daing seemed to have some difficulty with his legs.
Old man, what are you doing?
Lin Qinshu looked at him in confusion.
Su Daing shook his head and laughed at himself. I'm old. The physical examination showed that I have some signs of kidney failure.
I need to nourish my kidneys.
I'm an old man and I need to nourish my kidneys.
At this time, Zhou Feng on the side suddenly interrupted and said, Mr. Su, there are many medical professors in our Zhou's hospital.
Can I arrange a time to examine you? I'm old, so I won't bother with it anymore.
I'll just enjoy my old age.
Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Zhou.
Su Daing shook his head and came to the dining table with the help of Lin Qinshu. It was a plain round table, not even made of mahogany. Lin Qinshu, on the contrary, prefers this kind of atmosphere. There are no luxurious items of wealth and luxury, only the simplest furnishings and home-cooked meals.
Su Banning sat next to Su Daing. Su Xia was sandwiched between Lin Qinshu and Zhou Feng.
This position was arranged by Li Lingyu, and she didn't want to embarrass Zhou Feng. Some home-cooked meals, Xiaolin and Xiaozhou, please don't be disgusted.
Li Lingyu greeted with a smile. I don't mind. I'm used to eating delicacies from land and sea.
It's also a good experience to eat some simple home-cooked meals occasionally.
Zhou Feng also replied with a smile. Chapter 69, You are the boss of Shuiyun Pavilion, why didn't you tell me earlier? The scene instantly fell into awkwardness.
Lin Qinshu tried hard to hold back his laughter and didn't say anything. The eldest son of the Zhou family must have lost his brain when he left the house and came here to show off his wealth. Apart from anything else, he really has no emotional intelligence. The other person just said politely that he didn't have much food, but Zhou Feng went straight to confirm that the other person really didn't have much food. If you don't know how to talk, you can talk less. If you don't like the food, you can go out to eat. No one will stop you. Su Xia will not spoil him. Zhou Feng also found that he seemed to have said something wrong and smiled awkwardly. Li Lingyu also came out to smooth things over. Xiao Zhou was just a little more honest. I was originally thinking about going to Shuiyun Pavilion for dinner tonight, but after asking around, I found out that it was too expensive. A meal cost more than 100,000 yuan, and you have to make a reservation in advance. I have heard of Shuiyun Pavilion many times and have always wanted to try it, but I was discouraged by the price. It's just a Shuiyun Pavilion, no problem, I'll call and order tomorrow's meal. Zhou Feng's embarrassing performance just now made him want to quickly regain everyone's impression points. Although Su Xia brought her boyfriend back, she was still unmarried, wasn't she? As a member of the Zhou family, the only requirement for marriage was the other party's family background. Su Xia's family background already exceeds the standard, not to mention that she is such a beautiful person. Even if he has to use all means, he will win Su Xia. Zhou Feng put down his chopsticks, asked someone from the Shanghai branch for the phone number of Shuiyun Pavilion, and called them directly. Lin Qinshu stood by with his head down and ate his meal. What Li Lingyu called home-cooked meals were of very high standards in his previous life, with plenty of fish and meat, including his favorite pan-fried redwood fish and braised pork trotters with squid. Li Lingyu was also very satisfied with Lin Qinshu's eating manners. This was a recognition of her cooking skills, and Lin Qinshu seemed to be more in line with the atmosphere of their family. Eat slowly, no one is going to snatch the food from you. Su Xia said as she picked up some food for Lin Qinshu, putting on a complete show, acting as if she was very intimate with Lin Qinshu. Sorry, Auntie's cooking is so delicious that it's a bit hard to eat. Lin Qinshu smiled. Hello, is this Shuiyun Pavilion? I want to order lunch for tomorrow, please reserve a seat for me. Zhou Feng said arrogantly. Shang Ping on the other end of the phone was stunned when he heard this. Why did the call for ordering food come to him? I'm sorry sir, our Shuiyun Pavilion requires a number quota. You need to pay a deposit of 10,000 yuan to get a number. The current numbers are scheduled until the 1st of next month. Would you like me to help you get a number? Although I don't know how the other party knew my phone number, I would be a bastard if I didn't make money. What? There's a spot on the 1st of next month, and today is only the 8th. What a joke. I am Zhou Feng from Zhou Group. Please make arrangements. I will go there for lunch tomorrow. Zhou Feng gave his name. He was making a phone call in front of everyone. If he was rejected by the other party like this, he would have no face at all. Shang Ping sneered, even if you are Zhou from Zhou Group, it's useless. Shuiyun Pavilion has its own rules. If you want to get a number, pay the deposit and customer service will contact you. This is not the number call. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Zhou Feng's face turned blue and purple. They actually rejected him and even dared to mock his Zhou Group. He picked up the phone and called back immediately, but the other party blocked him. Xiao Zhou, forget it. We don't have to go there to eat. Auntie just said it casually. Li Lingyu quickly gave Zhou Feng a way out. Zhou Feng forced a smile on his face. Auntie, it's okay. Maybe this customer service representative is not sensible. I'll talk to his boss. Zhou Feng made another call and asked someone to find out the phone number of Shuiyun Pavilion's boss. When the call came, Zhou Feng dialed it directly. Suddenly Lin Qinshu's cell phone rang. Zhou Feng glanced at him. At this time, he could never have imagined that the owner of Shuiyun Pavilion was sitting next to him. Lin Qinshu answered the phone, but before he could say anything, Zhou Feng said, I am Zhou Feng from Kyoto Zhou Group. I would like to book a table at your Shuiyun Pavilion tomorrow at noon. Before he finished speaking, Zhou Feng heard his own voice coming from the phone next to him. He turned around in surprise and saw Lin Qinshu's half-smile. Zhou Feng put down the phone. Are you the boss of Shuiyun Pavilion? Lin Qinshu took back the phone. It seems so. Zhou Feng's face was full of anger. Since you are the boss of Shuiyun Pavilion, why didn't you tell me earlier? Why tease me like this? He felt like a clown. You didn't ask. And Aunt Lee has advised you several times, but you insist on showing off. Lin Qinshu said with a smile, and then took out a card from his pocket and handed it to Aunt Li Lingyu. This is the Supreme Membership Card of Shuweiyun Pavilion. With this card, you can go to eat at any time without queuing or taking a number. I originally wanted to give it to you after dinner. After all, the food you cook is so delicious. It's a bit impolite to mention food from other places now. Lin Qinshu made a veiled criticism, implying that the eldest son of the Zhou family was impolite. Except for Su Dang, everyone at the dinner table looked at Lin Qinshu in shock, including Su Xia. They had all heard of Shuweiyun Pavilion more or less. It was a top restaurant in Shanghai with a daily limit of 8 seats. Although it was heard that fewer and fewer seats were booked at Shuweiyun Pavilion later on, Shuweiyun Pavilion was still a symbol of top restaurants. Li Lingyu took the card in a daze, and Su Banning beside her quickly stopped her. He is the secretary of the municipal party committee and cannot accept these financial gifts. It would be very troublesome if he was found out. Uncle Su, don't worry. This is just a card. It has nothing to do with money. Besides, Su Xia's family is also my family. It's not against the rules to invite my family to my restaurant for dinner. Lin Qinshu knew Su Banning's concerns and comforted him. Xiao Lin just said he was unemployed, but he turned around and gave us a big surprise. Looking at Xia Xia's expression, even she didn't know that you were the boss of Shuweiyun Pavilion. Su Banning looked at Lin Qinshu with a meaningful look. Uncle Su misunderstood. Although I am the boss of Shuweiyun Pavilion, I am not involved in the management. So I am not deliberately deceiving you by saying that I am unemployed. As for Su Xia, she likes to have a love affair without burden. If two people talk about background and family background when they are in love, then this relationship is no longer pure. When Lin Qinshu said this, he took Su Xia's hand and looked at her affectionately. A hint of approval flashed across Su Banning's eyes, as if he approved of Lin Qinshu's words. Then I won't be polite about this card. Li Lingyu put away the VLP card at Shuweiyun Pavilion. She was very fond of food, so she took it and would go there to eat once in the future. It shouldn't be a problem to eat only once. Su Xia reacted quickly and pulled her hand away. Even she was almost fooled by Lin Qinshu's acting skills. If she didn't know that he was pretending to be her boyfriend, she would have really thought that he was in love with her. Chapter 70 God of War Su Feng. Zhou Feng's face looked very ugly. He originally wanted to restore some impression of the other party, but he was slapped in the face again. Why don't you wait for me to eat? A rough voice sounded, and a mighty and domineering man walked in from outside. Brother! Su Xia saw the person coming and greeted him happily. This person is Su Xia's brother, Su Feng, the god of war of the southern military region. Hearing that a young man from Kyoto would come to his sister's house for a blind date today, he rushed back from the military area especially. That was his most beloved sister, how could she marry those playboys? As soon as he entered the door, he saw two young men at the dining table. Both were wearing suits and ties, which was his least favorite attire. The nanny quickly took out a set of tableware for Su Feng. Su Feng glanced at Lin Qinshu and Zhou Feng with his hawk-like eyes. Lin Qinshu was eating calmly, while Zhou Feng's back was wet. The man in front of him was Su Feng, the god of war known as a madman from the southern military region. He gave off a strong sense of oppression as soon as he entered the room. Zhou Feng forced a smile. I have heard of the name of the god of war for a long time. Today, I saw that he is indeed worthy of his reputation. I am Zhou Feng from the Zhou Group in Kyoto. I came to visit you today. Oh? Are you the guy who came to Kyoto to meet my sister for a blind date? Su Feng's indifferent tone made Zhou Feng's forehead sweat. There is no such thing. I just came to visit the Su family. However, if Su Xia has such intention, it is naturally not impossible. Humph, what about you? Where did you come from? Su Feng turned and looked at Lin Qinshu. Brother, this is my boyfriend, Lin Qinshu. Su Xia introduced him quickly. Su Feng was stunned for a moment. Boyfriend? Suddenly, a strong feeling of oppression came towards Lin Qinshu. Lin Qinshu nodded and greeted Su Feng. This scene made Su Feng's eyes flash with surprise. He was full of murderous aura, and ordinary people would definitely sweat profusely under this momentum, but the other party was so calm and composed. Why did you come back suddenly? Didn't the military district assign you a mission? Su Banning looked at Su Feng. There is a mission, and this time the mission is to go out for a walk.
Su Feng wolfed down his meal and stood up. If you want to marry my sister, you have to have my approval. You too, follow me.
Su Feng came to the back door of the house and walked out. Lin Qinshu was also full, so he wiped his mouth and walked towards Su Feng. He wanted to do the whole show, as he also wanted to see what kind of person this legendary god of war was. Su Xia hurriedly followed him. She brought Lin Qinshu with her as her boyfriend. If anything happened to him, she would regret it. They all knew Su Feng's character. Although he wouldn't use heavy hands, he would definitely not be a good person.
Zhou Feng's face turned blue and purple, but he finally followed.
His goal was to form an alliance with the Su family. If he backed down now, all his efforts would fail. There was an open space outside the back door, and a stone table beside it.
Su Feng was seen placing his hands on the table. Don't accuse me of bullying you.
In arm wrestling, as long as you can make my hand tilt a little, you win. Lin Qinshu was speechless for a while. He thought he was going to do something, but he actually asked them to arm wrestle with him.
Zhou Feng walked forward confidently and started to play with the god of war. Zhou also learned some self-defense skills and was relatively stronger.
Brother, you are too childish. Su Xia pouted when he heard this. Well, then use some manly methods, both of you attack me together, as long as you can make me retreat a step, I won't say another word.
Su Feng also felt that arm wrestling was too simple and could not intimidate these two guys.
The smile on Zhou Feng's face froze immediately. They had agreed to just arm wrestling, how did it turn into a fight? Lin Qinshu turned to look at Su Xia, telling her with his eyes that he would never agree to such a thing. Lin Qinshu didn't want to play such a boring game. His mission was basically completed, and it was the mission of option 2. It seems that he has already been recognized by Su Daing and Li Lingyu. Besides, no one has questioned his pretending to be a boyfriend, so there is no need for him to play fighting games with the military district's god of war.
Fomer, these are all guests, how can you behave like this? Su Banning still looked calm and composed.
Su Feng ignored what his father said and directly reached out to grab Zhou Feng, who was close to him.
Zhou Feng felt pain and quickly broke free.
He said with a forced smile that it was worth the trip to the Magic City to have a fight with the god of war.
Zhou also practiced karate and was a black belt.
As he said that, he took a karate stance. But when Su Feng grabbed him just now, he also felt the gap. He took a stance and attacked Su Feng.
Su Feng's eyes flashed with disdain, and he punched him away. He can't do it, you come too.
Su Feng looked at Lin Qinshu behind him. Lin Qinshu walked to the stone bench and sat down.
It's not fair to win.
Just play by yourselves. Zhou Feng was annoyed when he saw Lin Qinshu's pretentious look. He was close to Lin Qinshu and kicked at Lin Qinshu's head. Lin Qinshu slightly tilted his head to avoid the attack, then reached out and grabbed the leg and lifted it up, and Zhou Feng fell flat on his face. If you don't learn the profound Chinese martial arts, and instead learn the Japanese karate, you won't even be able to stand steadily.
Lin Qinshu sneered. His attack just now made Su Feng's eyes focus.
Although it was only for a moment, he realized that the opponent's skills seemed to be not simple.
I didn't expect that I was wrong. Lin Qinshu, right? Come and fight with me.
Su Feng said excitedly. Lin Qinshu smiled slightly.
Brother-in-law, you really made a mistake.
He lost his footing.
It's none of my business. I've always been polite, but I didn't get respect. So what if I'm a god of war?
Su Feng rushed towards Lin Qinshu quickly and said, whether you can call me brother-in-law depends on whether you have some power under your command. He knew that Lin Qinshu didn't want to fight with him, but he was a martial arts fanatic, and as long as he took action, the other party would have no choice but to obey. Su Feng instantly appeared in front of Lin Qinshu and punched him. Lin Qinshu turned his hands into palms, blocked his fist, and took 2 steps back. And Su Feng also took a step back. After a brief confrontation, Lin Qinshu realized that Su Feng's strength was even greater than his. He was worthy of being called the god of war. Su Feng became even more excited and shouted, "Okay. Come again." Lin Qinshu looked at the powerful fist coming towards him, dodged sideways, and knocked Su Feng back with a shoulder collision. He drew a circle with his hands and performed the starting posture of Tai Chi.
Chapter 71 Opening a Security Company.
Su Feng's strength is superior to Lin Qinshu's, and he would definitely not be able to win in a head-on fight. However, Lin Qinshu has all the knowledge of martial arts in his mind. If the opponent is strong, then he will use Tai Chi to overcome the hard with the soft. Although he may not be able to win, he will definitely be invincible. Just when the two were about to fight again, Su Xia stood between them. Brother! How long are you going to make trouble? Su Xia shouted angrily, with his hands on his hips. Although she was also surprised that Lin Qinshu could actually fight with her brother, after all, the other party was also her student and came here at her request. If the other party was hurt because of her brother, she would feel too guilty. When Su Feng saw Su Xia's expression, he knew that his sister was really angry, so he had to give up. He didn't even listen to his father, and now he stopped making trouble when he saw his sister was angry. Brother Lin, let's have another chance to learn from each other. Su Feng laughed and walked over to Lin Qinshu and walked into the house. Zhou Feng, who had gotten up from nowhere, had a grim face. He walked into the house and found an excuse to leave. Looking at Zhou Feng's departing back, Su Feng said with disdain, "You're a black belt in karate, but you can't even take one of my moves. When you attacked others, you ended up falling flat on your face." Zhou Feng, who was almost in front of the car, staggered and almost fell when he heard this, and quickly got into the car and left. After Zhou Feng left, Lin Qinshu breathed a sigh of relief. Judging from the current situation, the mission should have been completed. Fenger, you said you came back with a mission? What mission? Su Banning looked at Su Feng and asked. Su Feng sighed quietly. The military asked me to come back and find a solution. Some of the veterans in the army retired voluntarily, while others retired due to injuries. This problem has existed for a long time and has never been completely solved. Su Banning and Su Daing both sighed. China has always made proper arrangements for veterans, but with the increase in friction with the outside world, more and more veterans have retired due to injuries. And it is basically difficult for those veterans to find a good job. Su Feng continued to say that there are many entrepreneurs in the Magic City. The army hopes that I can come to the Magic City to find an entrepreneur who is willing to invest in help. How can I know such a person? Lin Qinshu, who was standing by, brightened up when he heard this. Veteran, doesn't this coincide with his idea of opening a security company? Well, actually I want to open a security company, but I don't have enough manpower. I wonder if these retired soldiers can come to my place. Lin Qinshu suddenly spoke up. The three people who were sighing turned their heads and looked at him at the same time. Su Feng didn't know that Lin Qinshu was the boss of Shuiyun Pavilion, and looked at his sister Su Xia in confusion, while Su Xia was also confused. Originally, she just asked Lin Qinshu to pretend to be a boyfriend, but now she feels more and more involved. Brother Lin, the number of veterans in our southern theater alone is enough to fill up a security company in an entire city. We appreciate your kindness. Su Feng thought that the other party just wanted to show off in front of them and said such words. Lin Qinshu smiled slightly, knowing that Su Feng was questioning his financial resources. Don't worry, Brother Su. I'm not just saying this. I can open a security company across the country, or even around the world. This is our bank balance. You don't have to worry about the money. Lin Qinshu showed Su Feng the balance on his phone. Tens, hundreds, millions, 50 billion. Su Feng looked at Lin Qinshu in shock. More than 50 billion. Everyone present was shocked. They had heard of more than 5 million before, and they would not be surprised even if it was more than 50 million, but more than 50 billion. How big a company would have to have such a pool of funds? Lin Qinshu was really not shy, showing off his wealth in front of so many people, and he dared to show it like this, which also proved that the source of his money was clean. Su Xia looked at this fake boyfriend who was brought here temporarily in disbelief. Why would such a rich man be threatened by a graduation certificate? Could it be that he was playing tricks on her and his ultimate goal was actually her? Su Feng's shock turned into excitement. His mission was to find a rich person to invest in a company that could provide jobs for veterans. He didn't even know how to start it, but the problem would be solved immediately. Brother Lin, are you serious? Are you really willing to help me? Su Feng excitedly shook his hand. Lin Qinshu pulled his hand out with difficulty and said, I'm not helping you. I'm helping the country take in those brothers in need. Su Daing also laughed and said, You are worthy of being the one who can defeat me in chess. On behalf of China, thank you. On behalf of China, only Su Daing dared to say this. Even Su Feng, the current god of war, was not qualified to say this. Su Feng suddenly remembered something and frowned. He said, There are many disabled people among the veterans. Is this not suitable for your security company? If it weren't for the disability, those people would not have retired. Besides, security guards must at least have all 4 limbs intact, some of them even have missing limbs.
It doesn't matter. If the company is bigger, those who are not physically fit can work as clerks or coaches. There must be no problem with training.
Lin Xinshu had already thought about these aspects. When the security company is opened, he will need a lot of people, and he can also use these people.
Veterans are much better than recruiting and retraining.
Hearing Lin Xinshu's words, Su Feng's frown instantly relaxed, and he happily put his arm around Lin Xinshu's shoulders, and even took out the Wulianya liquor that his father Su Banning had treasured and started drinking it. After drinking half a round, Lin Xinshu saw that it was getting late, so he planned to leave.
This is Li Lingyu running out.
Xiaolin, it's so late, just stay here. You and Xia Xia have been together for so long, and we are also very open-minded parents. Since learning that Lin Xinshu had 50 billion in savings, Li Lingyu has become much more enthusiastic. It's not that she worships money. When she first met Lin Xinshu and didn't know he was rich, she was also very enthusiastic. Now that he is rich, she is even more enthusiastic.
Who doesn't want their daughter to marry well?
A son-in-law like this who can satisfy the whole family must be grabbed well.
Mom, what are you talking about?
Su Xia pushed Li Lingyu back to the room with a blushing face, and then came to Lin Xinshu and said, "Go back. I don't have classes tomorrow morning, so I'll stay at home for one night before going back.
Be careful."
After that, she pushed Lin Xinshu out, fearing that Li Lingyu would let Lin Xinshu stay again. According to her guess, Lin Xinshu might have fallen in love with her as a teacher, and she couldn't give a student a chance, not even after graduation.
Chapter 72 Attack.
If Lin Xinshu knew that the other party was so self-indulgent, he would be speechless.
If it wasn't for the mission, he wouldn't have come to such a place to be someone's fake boyfriend.
It would be better to go back and play games with his little maids with this time. But he also got an unexpected gain. If he could establish a relationship with the military district, his security company's plan could be realized quickly. I was worried before that I didn't have bodyguards to protect the people around me, but now as long as I execute faster, these problems will be solved. He handed the box containing the 10-ingredient pills to Su Daying, telling him to take it when necessary, which would have a significant therapeutic effect. Su Daying accepted the box with a smile and said goodbye to Lin Xinshu. Lin Xinshu called a car and asked the driver to take him back to Jiaotong University. His car was still in the school. Although it was already time to not enter the school, he was able to enter the school easily thanks to his relationship with the security guard.
Near the traffic light near Jiaotong University, a Rolls-Royce was parked waiting for the green light.
Lin Xinshu, who was sitting in the car and looking out the window, was thinking about who to assign this matter to. Suddenly, he saw a large truck rushing towards him, and there was no intention of braking. Lin Xinshu noticed something was wrong and quickly shouted, "Get out of the car, quickly!" Then he quickly opened the car door and jumped out. At the moment when Lin Xinshu jumped out of the car, the truck had already hit him. The truck had no intention of braking and kept sliding the car until it hit a tree trunk and stopped. Fortunately, Lin Xinshu jumped backwards and rolled out of the car immediately after jumping out of the car. Otherwise, he would have been crushed to death even if he jumped out of the car.
The driver was not so lucky.
After Lin Xinshu shouted, before he could even react, the truck had already hit him and the whole car turned into a discus. On the truck, a man wearing a hat got down from the driver's seat, pulled his hat down a little, and prepared to leave the accident scene. Suddenly, a huge force hit him against the truck's big tire, and he suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. Looking closely, he saw a man in a tattered suit, covered in dust, looking at him with cold eyes.
"Who asked you to come?"
The man in the ragged suit was Lin Xinshu, who had escaped the disaster. His clothes were torn in the tumble just now. If he hadn't been staring out the window, he might have been hit to death by this man. Moreover, the other party's skillful movements showed that he was committing murder intentionally. The man wearing the hat was a man in his 30s. When he saw that Lin Xinshu was not in the car, a flash of surprise flashed across his eyes.
The man pulled out a knife from behind and stabbed Lin Xinshu.
Lin Xinshu seemed to have noticed it. He slapped the knife out of the other's hand, grabbed his head with his other hand and slammed it against the container. When the other's eyes were full of stars, he continued to ask, "I'll ask you again, who sent you?" The man's head was covered in blood, and he smiled coldly, "No one sent me. I just hate the rich and can't stand people driving Rolls-Royces." Lin Xinshu loosened his grip on the man's head and instead grabbed his arms, flipping them outwards and breaking both of them. He raised his foot and kicked the opponent's 2 knees. With a shrill scream, the man fell to the ground in an instant.
Lin Chincho squatted down and looked at the other party, and asked again, "Who sent you?"
At this moment, Lin Chincho was like a demon king, exuding a strong murderous aura. Seeing that the other party was still refusing to reveal who ordered him to do so, a hint of murderous intent flashed in Lin Chincho's eyes.
Suddenly, a siren sounded not far away. This was a traffic light on a main road. It was normal for the police to come so quickly after noticing such a serious car accident. However, the siren also made Lin Chincho's murderous intent disappear. He was almost killed, and he was extremely angry, so he had the intention to kill just now. If it weren't for the sudden sound of the police sirens, he might have really killed the other person. The police car arrived at the scene quickly. When they saw the half-disabled man next to the truck tire and the ragged man sitting on the ground nearby, they thought Lin Chincho was the perpetrator and walked over to control him. "Are all your police officers so careless?" The truck driver was that guy. "He tried to hit and run, so I beat him up." Lin Chincho's eyes flashed. These policemen were a bit unreasonable. Something was wrong. The two policemen seemed not to have heard Lin Chincho's words. One of them drew out his baton and the other took out handcuffs. Lin Chincho clenched his fists. He realized that the two policemen seemed to be coming for him as well, and was about to resist. "Stop!" A female police officer quickly appeared in a police car. The other two male police officers immediately put away their weapons and stepped back. This policewoman was Xiao Runin, who had met Lin Chincho once before. "What are you two doing?" Xiao Runin looked at the two policemen with sharp eyes. The two policemen avoided looking at each other and said to Officer Xiao, "Director Liu asked us to come and take a look at the casualties. It might be a terrorist attack, so he asked us to control the suspect." "What about him? Isn't he a suspect? Why did you go straight to this man?" Xiao Runin pointed at the truck driver lying on the ground on the other side and asked. She didn't mention Lin Chincho's name because she was afraid that the other party would know that they knew each other. "That person is lying on the ground. We must first catch the intact one and take him back to assist in the investigation," one of the male police officers said hesitantly. Xiao Runin also noticed that something was wrong with the two men, but she did not choose to alert them. These two people were just following orders, the real people are still hiding behind. Beep beep, the ambulance and fire truck also arrived at the scene. Xiao Runin didn't ask any more questions and grabbed Lin Chincho's arm. "I'll take this person back first, and you guys bring the rest back to me." Xiao Runin pulled Lin Chincho directly into her police car. Lin Chincho looked at the Rolls Royce that had turned into a piece of paper. The driver would probably not survive. He could only ask Shang Ping to pay the driver more pension. Xiao Runin's face in the car suddenly darkened. She didn't expect the other party to be so powerful. Now she seemed to be fighting alone. "Officer Xiao, we meet again, but your police department doesn't seem to be very united." Lin Chincho looked at Xiao Runin jokingly. The person who made such a solemn promise in front of him today now doesn't even have a teammate. "Humph, if I hadn't arrived quickly, you might have been taken to a place where you could have your body destroyed." After investigation, Xiao Runin discovered that Wen Jiaxu seemed to be hiring someone to kill someone. Chapter 73, Continuous Assassinations. And at this moment, the person who can be killed by Wen Jiaxu is most likely Lin Chincho. So she ran to Su Xiao's house without stopping, but when she heard that Lin Chincho had just left, she didn't even have time to say anything to the Su family, and quickly ran towards Jiaotong University. After Lin Chincho saw Xiao Runin, he guessed who had hired the murderer today. It seemed that he had underestimated Wen Jiaxu. The fact that he sent someone to kill him so quickly meant that he was in a very safe place now, otherwise he would not have the mind to deal with him. "Don't worry, I'll be fine even if you don't come. By the way, if you leave, what about Shuer?" Lin Chincho suddenly remembered that Xiao Runin went to protect Wen Ruxue. If she left, wouldn't Wen Ruxue be in danger? There are naturally people protecting them over there. I may not be so thick-skinned that I will be lured away by the tiger away from the mountain. Besides, protecting girls is more important to me than protecting you boys. Xiao Runin's words made Lin Chincho's mouth twitch. Lin Chincho gradually realized that this did not seem to be the way back to his school, and hurriedly asked Officer Xiao where he was taking him. "You are now the person Wen Jiaxu wants to kill, number one. I must protect you 24 hours a day, but it is not convenient to protect you since you live in school, so you can only go to my house first and let me protect you." "Will you protect me?" Lin Chincho looked at her speechlessly. With his proficiency in martial arts, he didn't need a woman to protect him.
Besides, if he was protected by this woman, he would have no freedom at all.
Officer Xiao, I don't need protection. Why don't you go protect Wen Rushiwei? I personally have some skills.
Speaking of this, Xiao Runan suddenly remembered how you escaped from the car just now. The car had turned into paper, and you only had some minor injuries. I was just staring out the window and noticed something was wrong with the truck, so I jumped out of the car. I asked the driver to jump with me, but he didn't react. Lin Qinshu sighed, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. The driver lost his life because of my involvement, and this revenge must be avenged. I don't know where Wen Jiaxu is hiding, and there is no one in the police station that I can trust, so you have to stay with me until I find Wen Jiaxu.
Xiao Runan frowned.
Lin Qinshu slapped his forehead and said, I really don't need your protection.
If you catch Wen Jiaxu earlier, I will be safe.
As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Qinshu suddenly felt a dangerous breath.
Break, get down.
Lin Qinshu grabbed Xiao Runan's neck, pressed it down, and then he also got down.
There was a sound of breaking glass and a bullet passed over my head.
Lin Qinshu opened the car door and got out quickly. He looked towards a tall building not far away and saw a man pointing a sniper rifle at him. When he found out that Lin Qinshu had seen him, he quickly put away his gun and was about to leave. Lin Qinshu was filled with rage and quickly used his qinggong to run towards the rooftop. The sniper was calmly packing up his things. In his opinion, after he packed up and left, Lin Qinshu would not be able to catch up with him. After all, there was still some distance between them.
Experts never panic when doing things.
Just as the killer was about to leave with his gun on his back, a figure kicked him in the stomach at an extremely fast speed, causing him to fly backwards and hit the stone slab beside the balcony hard. The person who came was Lin Qinshu, who was proficient in martial arts including light skills.
Impossible. How can you be so fast?
The killer was in disbelief. Lin Qinshu, whose physique was at full capacity, was a little out of breath at this moment. He had just used all his life's strength to run here, and even with his physique at full capacity, he was still a little out of breath. Lin Qinshu didn't say a word. The man in front of him had a gun. He flashed and quickly broke the man's hands and feet. A shrill scream resounded throughout the sky. The killer was just about to pull out his pistol, but who would have thought that the other party would come up and break his hands and feet without saying a word? At this time, he also hated himself for not speeding up when he was packing up the gun just now.
Where is Wen Jiaxu?
This is obviously a killer sent by Wen Jiaxu, so there is no need to ask who sent him.
The killer said coldly, I don't know any Wen Jiaxu. I'm just a person who takes money and helps people get rid of disasters. Well, another stubborn person.
The two groups of people Wen Jiaxu found were of such high quality.
Lin Qinshu didn't want to waste any more words.
He stretched out his hand and grabbed the other person's neck, trying to break his neck.
Wait.
Xiao Runan came to the rooftop panting. She had already run as hard as she could, but she didn't expect Lin Qinshu to be so much faster than her. Lin Qinshu turned his head and looked at her sharply, as if waiting for her to finish speaking before killing her. If you kill him, Wen Jiaxu will have more ways to deal with you. Hand him over to me and let me investigate his background and interrogate him. Xiao Runan came to Lin Qinshu and said. Lin Qinshu loosened his hand that was pinching the opponent's neck. A weird smile appeared on the killer's face, and after a muffled groan, he fell to the ground. Xiao Runan hurried forward and pinched his mouth open, and found that he had gradually become stiff.
He actually committed suicide.
This is not an ordinary killer. It seems that he is a professional killer. Once caught, he must commit suicide. Xiao Runan said with a serious expression. In less than an hour, Wen Jiaxu arranged 3 groups of people to kill Lin Qinshu, 1 group of trucks, 1 group of illegal police, and now he also arranged a sniper to shoot him in the police car. Wen Jiaxu's meticulousness and unscrupulousness made Lin Qinshu feel that he was careless and too naive in his estimation of these people. Xiao Runan saw a scorpion tattoo on the killer's arm, and his expression became more solemn. This was a killer from the Poison Scorpion organization, one of the top 10 killer organizations in the world.
Poison Scorpion?
Lin Qinshu was still a student, so he didn't know what these code names meant.
Xiao Runan nodded heavily.
The Poison Scorpion killer organization will not stop after receiving a mission.
If this person fails to kill you, another person will come until you are completely killed. Damn, this is going to never end.
Xiao Runan picked up the gun on the ground, pulled Lin Qinshu away from the rooftop.
Don't worry about this for now. I've asked the people above me to handle it.
I don't know which police officers in Shanghai can be trusted, so I've transferred people from Kyoto overnight. Lin Qinshu glanced at Xiao Runan meaningfully. The identity of the beautiful policewoman in front of him seemed to be unusual. He was able to transfer people from Kyoto and he knows so much about these killer organizations. But I didn't expect you to be able to pin a killer to the ground and rub him, and you were not hurt at all. Who are you? Xiao Runan remembered the scene he had just seen, where a killer from a killer organization was almost killed by the student in front of him. Chapter 74 Dark Web Bounty. Lin Qinshu looked at her with a smile. Your identity is not simple. You can find out who I am by investigating. In the end, I am definitely a good citizen and a good student who abides by the law. I just have a little brute force, so you don't have to protect me. I can protect myself. Thinking of the scene just now, Lin Qinshu still felt a little scared. If he hadn't suddenly felt a sense of danger, he might have been shot in the head. Xiao Runan shook her head. I have a feeling that Wen Jiaxu's main target is you. As long as you follow me, you will find Wen Jiaxu sooner or later. Don't worry about Wen Ruxue. A small team has come from Kyoto to surround her, and Wen Jiaming has also hired bodyguards. I just need to protect you. Lin Qinshu took out the broken phone, but he couldn't make a call. He originally wanted to call to ask Wen Ruxue. The vehicle drove into a residential area, which was some distance from the city center. It was unknown whether Xiao Runan bought or rented the house. Xiao Runan seemed to have guessed his question and said, "This is a safe house, not my home. I usually live in the dormitory. Now it's an emergency, so I activated a safe house in Kyoto in the Magic City. The police in the Magic City don't even know about this place, so you can stay here without worry." Lin Qinshu looked around the small house of 80 square meters. He had no plan to stay here, but Xiao Runan was doing it for his own good, so he couldn't refuse directly. He would just slip away after she fell asleep. But was it really safe to live here? Lin Qinshu took a shower and took off his rotten clothes. There were some simple casual clothes in this safe house, otherwise he would have nothing to wear. Lin Qinshu, who had just finished taking a shower, finally received the reminder that the task was completed. Congratulations to the host for completing the second task, becoming Su Xiao's fake boyfriend, and successfully dealing with the blind date. Get the approval of at least 2 people in the Su family, and be rewarded with Strength +1, Stealth card +1. The Stealth card has been issued to the host's pocket. Invisibility card, the host can use it by reciting it silently in his mind. It is limited to 1 hour. During this period, nothing and no one can detect the host's existence. Lin Qinshu felt in his pocket and pulled out a card with the word invisibility card written on it. This is too careless. Lin Qinshu was speechless for a while. Why didn't the system produce a shiny card? He stuffed the card back into his pocket. Host, Lin Qinshu. Strength, 9. Constitution, 10. Spirit, 8. Charisma, 8. The highest attribute of ordinary people is 10, and the host has a normal value among ordinary people. Vehicles, Pagani Zonda, Lamborghini Veneno. Luxury homes, Yulu Villa No. 1, Thompson 1 Building A, 33rd floor. Skills, martial arts proficiency, chess proficiency, marksmanship proficiency, sports skills proficiency. Balance, 5941-206-9053. Lin Qinshu suddenly felt that his whole body was full of strength. Now he would not be at a disadvantage when competing with Su Feng, and he could even defeat him. Late at night, Lin Qinshu quietly went out of the door, and as soon as he came downstairs, he realized something was wrong. There seemed to be several people around, and judging from their clothes, they were not security guards but outsiders. It seemed that this so-called Kyoto safe house was not particularly safe after all, as it was exposed so quickly. Lin Qinshu soon realized why he was exposed so quickly: that police car. The police car driven by Xiao Runan was exposed by those corrupt policemen, so based on the trajectory of the police car, they were able to find Lin Qinshu who she had taken away. Damn, she couldn't figure out such a simple thing. How did that woman become a police officer? Lin Qinshu cursed inwardly, turned around and went upstairs to wake up Xiao Runan, but when he opened the door, Xiao Runan was already sitting on the sofa waiting for him. I thought you were gone. Xiao Runan looked at Lin Qinshu with a half smile. As a police officer, she naturally knew that the police car would expose her, and she exposed herself on purpose, luring the enemy over and catching them in the trap. Seeing her like this, Lin Qinshu knew that she did it on purpose, so he simply stopped talking, lay down on the sofa, and waited for the show to begin. Soon there was a noise downstairs and some lights in the entire community were lit up, probably because some people were woken up by the noise. Soon after, several people were brought in by a group of plainclothes police officers. Sorry, I lied to you. This is not a safe house. It is just an ordinary residence used to catch these people, Xiao Runan explained to Lin Qinshu. Lin Qinshu shrugged and said, it doesn't matter. You have your plans. The rest is up to you. I'll go out for some fresh air. This time, Xiao Runan did not stop Lin Qinshu from going out. After all, she had never seen Lin Qinshu's strength, but he was probably stronger than her. And the protection she mentioned was just using Lin Qinshu to capture Wen Jiaxu. It just so happens that she also needs to interrogate these people now, so it would be better if Lin Qinshu could get out. Lin Qinshu left the community. It was difficult to get a taxi in the middle of the night, and his cell phone was broken, so he couldn't call a taxi. He could only see if there was a taxi and let Li Qing pay for it when he returned to Yunlu Villa. Lin Qinshu, who was walking on the road, suddenly stopped because a person appeared in front of him, and this person was someone he knew. Is the Li family also seeking revenge on me? Lin Qinshu said calmly. The man on the other side was Zhang Tian, the bodyguard that Li Tianzong brought that day. Lin Qinshu narrowly won the battle that day, but he did not suffer any serious damage. Zhang Tian didn't waste any time and rushed towards Lin Qinshu, punching him in the face. Lin Qinshu turned his right hand into a palm, blocked his arm, and then turned his palm into a fist. He punched Zhang Tian in the chest with great force, and Zhang Tian retreated repeatedly. Zhang Tian had a blank expression on his face, but his eyes were filled with shock. After just a few days of not seeing each other, Lin Qinshu's strength had become so powerful that one punch from him made his blood boil. The Li family is about to fall, would you consider coming to me? Lin Qinshu still admired Zhang Tian very much. In the previous battle with him, he noticed that the opponent's punches and kicks had no killing intentions, but simply wanted to defeat him. Moreover, Lin Qinshu also heard the conversation between Zhang Tian and Li Tianzong. It seemed that Zhang Tian only wanted money and nothing else. As long as the problem could be solved with money, it was not a big deal in Lin Qinshu's eyes. Zhang Tian put away his fists and feet. I am not your opponent. I can't do this task. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. After walking a few steps, he turned back and said, I didn't come here because of the Li family this time. Someone has issued a bounty on the dark web, offering a reward of 50 million to kill you. Your every move will be reported by someone on the dark web. 50 million, what a generous gift from Wen Jiaxu. If he wasn't rich now, he would have wanted to take the 50 million. Chapter 75 Veterans. After Zhang Tian left, Lin Qinshu's face was solemn. He didn't expect that the Wen family was so muddy. At first, he was puzzled why a family of this size could be called one of the 4 major families in the Magic City. Now he deeply felt the power of the Wen family. No, it should be the power of Wen Jiaxu. Lin Qinshu did not choose to go back to Yunlu Villa. He went straight back to school. Now there might be countless eyes staring at him in the dark. If he went back to Yunlu Villa, he might implicate those maids. Going back to school would be the best thing for him. After all, there are some barriers to entry. When he arrived at the school gate, Lin Qinshu asked the security guard Uncle Wang to pay for his fare, and then went straight back to the dormitory. His cell phone was broken and he had no cash on him, so he could only return the money to Uncle Wang tomorrow. It was now late at night and the other 3 people in the dormitory had already gone to bed. Lin Qinshu took out his old cell phone and inserted the SIM card into it. Fortunately, I didn't lose it before, otherwise where would I buy a mobile phone in the middle of the night? Lin Qinshu dialed Su Feng's number. His mental strength had now reached 8 points, and he had the ability to remember these numbers at a photographic level. Brother Lin, it's so late, is there something wrong? Su Feng's puzzled voice came from the other end of the phone. Brother Su, I encountered some problems tonight. I want to ask if there are any retired personnel from your army in Modu? I am in urgent need of manpower now. Don't worry, it won't be anything against social morality. I just hope they can help me protect a few people. Lin Qinshu felt that the situation was serious. Wen Jiaxu dared to spend a lot of money to reward him. Who knows if he would be so cruel as to attack the people around him? Did something happen? Do you want me to transfer some people from the army? Su Feng also recognized Lin Qinshu's slightly heavy voice. No, it's just a small matter. Since we have agreed to set up a security company tonight and need help, just treat it as taking office in advance. Lin Qinshu rejected Su Feng's kindness. The country advocates the recruitment of veterans, but if Su Feng privately calls up military personnel, he may be punished for it.
It is unnecessary.
There are no demons in the capital, but there are in other cities. There is a team in Su province. Those people have a wide range of abilities and are pretty good.
I will ask them to find you tomorrow morning,
Su Feng said after hesitating for a moment.
Okay, let them come to Jiaotong University to find me. Thank you, Brother Su.
Lin Qinshu thanked excitedly.
We are a family and we don't have to talk behind each other's backs. You have helped me complete the task, and they are also one of my tasks. I can relax after arranging the work for them. After chatting for a few more words, the two hung up the phone.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Qinshu also climbed onto the bed, but he did not sleep. He was worth 50 million now, and who knew if someone would come to assassinate him in his sleep.
Life is too frustrating now.
When the manpower arrives tomorrow, he will have to go all out to find Wen Jiaxu's hiding place. He will also have to set up the security company and let all the retired soldiers join in.
In a daze, it was dawn.
Lin Qinshu saw that the other people in the dormitory had not gotten up yet, so he did not call them. There were no classes in the morning, so they would all sleep until noon. Lin Qinshu came to the school cafeteria to have breakfast. He originally wanted to ask Yimingshi to join him, but then he thought about his current situation and decided to give up and solve the problem first. At this time, Su Feng's phone also called Lin. Brother, the team has arrived at the gate of Jiaotong University, when will you go there? Lin Qinshu just finished breakfast and walked towards the school gate. I'm almost there. Arriving at the school gate, he saw the 7 people Su Feng mentioned. There were 2 girls and 5 boys, and the fact that there was a girl surprised Lin Qinshu.
Hello, I am Lin Qinshu.
Brother Su must have introduced you all here. Lin Qinshu walked over and greeted them. The 7 people all looked at Lin Qinshu. They didn't expect that the nobleman Su Feng mentioned was such a young man.
Hello, Brother Lin. My name is Yang Yun. This is Li Qing, Mo Fong, Huang Chang, He Yun, Zhou Lu, and Li Lan.
We were comrades in the same military camp as Su Zhanshan.
Yang Yun introduced everyone to Lin Qinshu one by one.
Lin Qinshu greeted everyone one by one. At this time, the car from Shuiyun Pavilion had arrived at the school gate. Lin Qinshu called Sheng Ping early in the morning and asked him to arrange several cars to come over. He also explained that another driver had died last night. Lin Qinshu always blamed himself for this and felt resentful about it, and he also wanted to kill Wen Jiaxu.
Everyone, please get in the car. I'm sure you haven't eaten anything since you came here. Let's talk over there.
Lin Qinshu led everyone to Shuiyun Pavilion. He had not yet decided where to gather, so he would take them to have a meal first. When they arrived at Shuiyun Pavilion, Sheng Ping and Li Qing were already standing at the door waiting for them. He was the one who called Li Qing over. Lin Qinshu planned to let Li Qing be responsible for the preliminary work of the security company. Lin Qinshu handed the phone in his pocket to Li Qing and asked her to replace it with a new one. Li Qing had gone to buy new mobile phones early in the morning and bought dozens more. These were all instructed by Lin Qinshu. He gave each of the 7 people a new mobile phone, and kept the others as spare parts or for other people to use in the future. After leading everyone into the private room, Sheng Ping began to serve the dishes. The 7 people were all surprised to see such a place, which made Lin Qinshu feel a little ironic. These were the people who defended their country abroad back then. They have never had such a luxurious meal in their entire lives, while some social parasites eat delicacies from land and sea every day. After eating and drinking, Lin Qinshu began to talk about his predicament.
Currently, someone has issued a bounty on him on the dark web.
He himself is not in much danger, but he is mainly worried about the safety of the people around him. I hope that Yang Yun and others can provide some protection for the people around them. At the same time, I also want to catch the person behind the scenes. As long as the person who posted the reward is dead, the reward order should be lifted. No problem, we have all heard from Su Zhanshan that you are going to set up a security company to take in veterans who have nowhere to go, and you are also a benefactor to us. People like us who retired for various other reasons are relatively good.
There are other brothers who are missing limbs and can't find a job in this society. Even living has become a problem. I hope Brother Lin can give them a good place to go. Yang Yun sighed.
Lin Qinshu nodded and called Li Qing over. Qinger, you contact Sun Ji and let these brothers use the office in the Jinmao building first.
Also, go and register a larger security company.
By the way, keep an eye out for where there is a more suitable base. It should be a larger one, preferably a few hundred acres of mountain land, and buy it directly for the brothers' daily training."
Li Qing nodded and walked out quickly.
Lin Qinshu turned back and continued, "Brother Yang, there is a boy named Yi Mingxi in the school now. I may need the two sisters to protect him. I am fine as for myself. And I need you to help me find someone, Wen Jiaxu from the Wen family.
I wonder if you have any ideas." Chapter 76, Wen Jiaxu's secret base. Yang Yun nodded. "Our group of people are good at investigation, tracking, and even hacking."
"Brother Lin, give us Wen Jiaxu's information first, and tell us some detailed information you know, and we will be able to get results soon. Let's find a place to stay first, and we will arrange our things." Yang Yun's words were well organized, which made Lin Qinshu feel relieved, and he quickly asked Sheng Ping to send a car to take them to Jinmao Building.
A group of people came to Jinmao Building, Lin Qinshu's original office on the entire floor.
Looking at the luxurious decoration inside, Yang Yun couldn't help but sigh, "Brother Lin, your environment is too challenging.
It's really hard to calm down and do things in a place with all kinds of food, drink, and entertainment. The interior of the Jinmao Building is almost like a club. It has everything you need and can be used as a vacation environment."
Lin Qinshu smiled awkwardly. "There is no other place for the time being, so let's use it here first. Oh, and my parents are far away in my hometown. Brother Yang, see if there are any brothers nearby and ask them to go over and protect them." For Lin Qinshu, the only person he could be connected to, besides his parents, was Yi Mingxi, who was the talk of the town and school.
The others are fine and should not be implicated.
When Rushue has Xiao Runan's people on her side, and seeing how confident Xiao Runan is, he doesn't need to worry about anything.
"Yes, we have comrades all over the country. Where are your parents?" Yang Yun nodded and said.
Lin Qinshu quickly told Yang Yun the address, and then Yang Yun went to make a phone call to arrange it. Others also started to get busy. Mo Fong took out his laptop, connected it to the port and started operating.
"Brother Lin, we have arranged for someone to go there.
They will not disturb your parents and will protect them in secret.
We will start to check Wen Jiaxu's information and whereabouts,"
Yang Yun said after he came back from the phone call. Lin Qinshu gave Yang Yun a thumbs up. As expected of a military man, he was very efficient. Lin Qinshu also gave the secret information about Wen Jiaxu to Mo Fong, but did not give it to other people as it was of no use to them. Everyone started to get busy, and Lin Qin had nothing to do here, so he just went out for a walk. There was a place in his mind where he suspected Wen Jiaxu might be hiding.
"Now that I have time, I can go and take a look."
Lin Qinshu took the elevator downstairs and suddenly stopped on the 17th floor. The elevator door opened, and the two people inside and outside the door were stunned when they saw each other.
"Mr. Lin, what a coincidence. I haven't seen you here in the past few days."
The woman outside the elevator walked in while smiling. This woman is none other than Chen Jia, who was hit by a scam last time. At a young age, she is already the CEO of a large media company.
"What a coincidence, I seldom come here, and it's a rare opportunity to meet you."
Lin Qinshu smiled. Since Yi Mingxi was not around this time, he didn't need to avoid suspicion.
"Mr. Lin is so busy, do you have time to have a meal together now?"
Chen Jia was still upset about being rejected by Lin Qinshu last time. This time, Lin Qinshu really couldn't eat anything, and what he ate from Shuyan was still in his throat.
"I won't eat. I just finished eating. How about I treat Miss Chen to a cup of coffee?"
After all, she is a beauty with a score of more than 90. If I always reject the other party, I'm afraid she will run away in the future.
"Thank you, Mr. Lin, for the coffee."
Chen Jia winked playfully, and the two came to a certain Buck's coffee shop on the first floor. "Mr. Lin, the girlfriend who was with you last time seems to have some fans on Douyin. I felt that she looked familiar last time.
Can you give me her contact information?"
"I think she has the potential to be a host." Chen Jia took a sip of coffee and thought about this. "Sure, I accompanied her to the interview last time, but the media company was not good, so I kicked them out. I gave her your contact information, and it's up to her whether she wants to come or not." Originally, Lin Qinshu didn't want Yi Mingxi to be a host and show up in public, but maybe it was Yi Mingxi's own interest. He couldn't raise a woman like a canary just because he was rich. Just like when Rushue, she returned to Wen Group. Lin Qinshu originally wanted to keep her with him during this period, but later gave up.
She might not be safer with him.
Xiao Runan already had people with her, and she did not ask Yang Yun and others to protect her. The most important thing now was to catch the culprit first.
Miss Chen, I have something else to do, let's make an appointment another day.
After saying goodbye to Chen Jia, he hurriedly took a taxi and left. Not until Lin Qinshu left completely did Chen Jia come to her senses from her confused state. He said he would treat her to coffee, but she really only drank coffee and ran away without saying more than 3 sentences. This man really disliked her. Chen Jia stomped her feet hard, picked up her coffee and went back to the company, without even having an appetite for dinner. On the other side, Lin Qinshu had already taken a car to a residential area called Wulong Villa.
This place is an address that appears in the Wen family secrets.
It is the secret base of Wen Jiaxu and Yang Xinghua.
It is mentioned in the secrets that only the two of them know about this place. Even their closest subordinates have never been here and don't know about this place.
If it weren't for the system, Lin Qinshu wouldn't have been able to find this place. In order not to alert the enemy, Lin Qinshu walked to a corner and climbed over the wall into the community.
I quietly approached the building that the secret said.
I originally thought it was just a building in a residential area, but when I got closer I realized that it was actually a villa. Come to think of it, the Wen family is such a wealthy family, and Yang Xinghua's family is also wealthy. If they want to find a place to be a secret base, they naturally cannot compromise themselves. Moreover, villas have greater privacy, while living in a suite is bound to have eavesdropping through the walls. Lin Qinshu slowly approached the villa. He originally planned to use the invisibility card to sneak in, but then he thought that Wen Jiaxu might not be there, so he would have wasted such a magical thing. Near a window of the villa, I heard a familiar voice.
Mom, where is Dad?
The police are looking for him everywhere.
What should we do if he is caught? Lin Qinshu recognized that this was Wen Wenfeng's voice.
From this sentence, he guessed that Wen Wenfeng had already recognized Wen Jiaxu. He was indeed an ungrateful person, calling him so affectionately so quickly.
Chapter 77 The Woman in the Basement. He went to pick up your uncle.
When your uncle comes, he won't have to hide anymore.
But I don't know who Lin Qinshu is and why he knows so many secrets.
He must be killed first to be safe. Otherwise, even if your uncle can protect your father for a while, he will be killed by something else.
Yang Xinghua gritted her teeth when she talked about Lin Qinshu.
If it weren't for Lin Qinshu, Wen Jiaxu would have already taken the position of the head of the family, and she would have left the Wen family and taken the position of the mistress of the Wen family with Wen Wenfeng.
Now their life is already very comfortable.
After Wen Jiaxu's failure, Wen Jiaxu's original wife Yuqing directly took out a divorce agreement and wanted to sever ties with Wen Jiaxu. It seemed that she had expected to be implicated by Wen Jiaxu's failure. That's great, as long as my uncle is here, those evidences won't be able to arrest my dad. Wen Wenfeng said happily. Lin Qinshu was also wondering who this uncle was. From what they said, he must be a very powerful person to be able to rescue Wen Jiaxu with so much evidence.
Yang Xinghua also smiled happily and waited for your uncle to come.
We will vacate this place for him to live in.
The bitch in the room will be left for your uncle to enjoy.
No woman can survive in his hands. Upon hearing this, Lin Qinshu immediately wondered who the bitch Yang Xinghua was talking about.
He knew all the women in the Wen family, so she couldn't be Wen Jiaming's wife. He hadn't heard of anything happening in his family. Moreover, Xiao Runan had sent people to Wen Rushue's side, so there must be people around Wen Jiaming as well. While he was still thinking, Yang Xinghua suddenly received a call from the window and said happily, "Let's go. Your uncle is here. Let's pack up. Your father has ordered a very hidden private restaurant. Let's go and have a few drinks with your uncle.
Bring your things with you. This is where your uncle will stay temporarily tonight.
We will stay somewhere else tonight.
As your father said, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows.
You can't stay in one place for too long." After that, Yang Xinghua ran upstairs happily.
And just after she left, when Wenfeng's face suddenly turned gloomy, his eyes flickered with something he was thinking about, and he turned and entered a room. It seems that the affectionate calling of dad just now was all fake.
Wen Wenfeng is really not simple. He even lied to his own mother. Lin Qinshu was thinking about how to catch up with them and find Wen Jiaxu. Yang Xinghua didn't tell me the destination just now. If I want to find Wen Jiaxu, I have to follow them. Should I sit in the car invisibly? It doesn't seem to work. The invisibility card has a time limit and will be useless in an hour. If I haven't reached the destination in an hour, I will be exposed.
Once he was exposed, according to Yang Xinghua's character, she might swear to protect Wen Jiaxu to the death and would never take him to Wen Jiaxu.
It seems that I have no choice but to use force and use Wen Wenfeng to coerce Yang Xinghua.
Just when Lin Qinshu was about to take action, the cell phone in his pocket vibrated. He quickly left the villa area to answer the call, because the call was from Yang Yun, who might have already given him some clues.
Brother Lin, I found it. Wen Jiaxu is on his way to a farmhouse called Bishui Villa on the outskirts of Magic City. According to my investigation, it is Wen Jiaxu's secret industry. There is no association with his name. It is registered in the name of an ordinary employee of the Wen family. If it weren't for screening all ordinary employees of the Wen family, it would be really difficult to find this clue. Yang Yun reported his investigation results.
Lin Qinshu couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Yang Yun's small team.
He found this clue with the help of the Wen family secrets given by the system, but Yang Yun was able to find it at the same time and accurately track the whereabouts of the owner and Wen Jiaxu.
Okay, Brother Yang, send me the address, and then arrange some people to follow Wen Jiaxu. I will plan the next step after I arrive. Lin Qinshu originally wanted Yang Yun to take action directly, but he felt that there might be powerful people among the people coming from Kyoto this time. If he rashly let Yang Yun and others take action, it would be dangerous. After hanging up the phone, Lin Qinshu planned to leave the villa and take a taxi there. Suddenly, the door of Yang Xinghua's villa opened and a Mercedes-Benz G drove out. Lin Qinshu hurriedly hid in the corner. Watching Wen Wenfeng and Yang Xinghua leaving in the car, he suddenly remembered the bitch they were talking about. Since he already knew the whereabouts of Wen Jiaxu, he decided to go and see who the bitch Yang Xinghua was talking about. Lin Qinshu entered the villa again. There was no key to the door, so he used his light kung fu to step on the wall and jump into the second floor window. He searched every room but didn't see anyone until he saw the entrance to the basement. Most people use the basement in their villas as wine cellars or to decorate a KTV, so Lin Qinshu didn't look for it in the basement at first. Now we have searched the entire villa, but no one is found, so the only possibility is that he is in the basement. Who would have thought that someone would set up a place to lock people up in the basement? Moreover, the entrance to the basement of this villa is also very strange. It is actually inside the study. Lin Qinshu walked down the stairs. The dim light made it difficult for him to see what was inside until he reached the bottom. The entire basement is empty, with no partitions, but there are many shelves. There was a big bed in the middle, and a woman's hands and feet were tied to the 4 bedposts. The white sheet on her body could not hide her plump figure. Lin Qinshu looked at the various torture instruments displayed on the shelves, and there were even some strange things. Wen Jiaxu and Yang Xinghua were really playful, actually putting so many of these things in the basement. When he got closer to the bed, he finally figured out who the bitch Yang Xinghua was talking about was. Isn't this Wen Jiaxu's original wife Yu Qing? I didn't expect her to be tied up in this basement. Yu Qing was not in a normal state at the moment. She twisted around uncomfortably, with a flushed face. Lin Qinshu thought about it and decided to untie the ropes on her hands and feet. From what Yang Xinghua said just now, these were prepared for her to capture her brother. Even if he was going to deal with Wen Jiaxu later, he would not leave this woman here. Yu Qing's secret is Lily's identity. She has not been seen doing anything harmful to others, and she has not even helped Wen Jiaxu much. Yu Qing, whose hands and feet were untied, instantly knocked Lin Qinshu to the ground. Only then did Lin Qinshu realize that something was wrong with the other party. It was obvious that he had been drugged. Time goes back to 10 minutes ago. When Lin Qinshu left the villa to answer the phone, Wen Wenfeng came to the basement. Looking at the woman on the bed, a sinister smile appeared on his face. He took out a bottle of pink pills from his pocket, pinched Yu Qing's chin and poured all the pills into her pocket. Chapter 78 Yang Lin. When your uncle comes, you must serve him well. This is something to cheer you up. When Wenfeng also took a bottle of water and poured it into her mouth, asking her to swallow all the pills, and then turned and left the basement. At this time, Lin Qinshu was also irritated by the woman in front of him, so he decided to do the opposite. An hour later, Yu Qing also woke up. Lin Qinshu hurriedly put on his clothes and said awkwardly, "In extraordinary times, we have to resort to extraordinary measures. Otherwise, you will burst a blood vessel and die. If you have nothing to do, hurry up and leave here. I'm going to find Wen Jiaxu now. Don't worry, I will take care of Wen Jiaxu. You can go back and hide for a while." After Lin Qinshu finished speaking, he left the place quickly. More than an hour had passed. By the time he got there, when Jiaxu might have run away again. It was really a case of beauty ruining things. But he left in a hurry and did not notice the mark on the bedsheet under Yu Qing. Fortunately, he had the foresight to instruct Yang Yun and others in advance to keep a close eye on Wen Jiaxu. Even if he was not at the farmhouse, they would be able to track him down. When Lin Qinshou was halfway through his taxi journey, Yang Yun called again. Brother Lin, Wen Jiaxu and Wen Wenfeng are still at the farmhouse, and it seems that they will stay here tonight. But I asked Mo Fong to check the person he brought with him, and it turned out to be Yang Lin, the second in command of the Yang family in Kyoto. Yang Lin and Yang Xinghua have already left the farmhouse.
Should we send someone to follow them? Yang Lin?
He didn't know anything about the Yang family in Kyoto, so even if he knew the other party's name, he couldn't know how powerful the other party was. The fact that Yang Xinghua smiled with ease when she heard that her brother was coming showed that Yang Lin was definitely not a simple person.
Is there anyone else besides Yang Lin?
Lin Qinshou asked. Yes, a young man with a height of about 1.75 meters and a crew cut was following Yang Lin. The other party seemed very perceptive. When we wanted to get closer at the beginning, his eyes looked in our direction, causing us not to get too close. Yang Yun's tone was a little solemn. Lin Qinshou pondered for a moment and said, "Let's not worry about him for now.
Our top priority is to deal with Wen Jiaxu and we must not let him live."
After Lin Qinshou said this, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes.
Wen Jiaxu cannot be kept.
With his own energy and the help of Yan Lin, even if he is handed over to the police, he will be acquitted in the end. This is very disadvantageous to him. As long as Wen Jiaxu is alive, the wanted posters on the dark web will continue to cause him trouble.
Thinking of this, Lin Qinshou couldn't help but curse.
He thought he was dealing with a super rich script, but how did it turn into a script about the rise of an urban gang?
Ding!
The host is detected to be in a state of distress about the current situation, and even his daily life has been affected. Option 1, solve the problem of being wanted, find the key person who issued the task, and be rewarded with 1 gold soft armor. Option 2, solve the problem of being wanted and being retaliated against, let the person who issued the task leave China, reward strength point +1, gold soft armor 1.
It's finally here.
Lin Qinshou has been very confused during this period. He has encountered so many things, but the system has no intention of issuing a task for him.
This time he would definitely choose the second option. He had just seen Wen Wenfeng's dark and changing face in the villa. To cut the grass, he had to uproot it. He had no intention of letting these people go. But there is still one thing he needs to solve, and that is the concepts of Yang Yun and others. After all, they are soldiers. Even though they have retired, they are still soldiers. The idea of killing people may be unacceptable to them. Although Lin Qinshou had never experienced this, if he didn't do it now, he would be the only one to die in the end, so he had to force himself to do it. A Mercedes-Benz G passed by the car Lin Qinshou was sitting in. He saw that it was the car driven by Wen Wenfeng. There were 3 people in the car. The young man Yang Yun mentioned was driving, and sitting in the back seat were a man wearing sunglasses and Yang Xinghua. At this moment, Yang Xinghua had an angry look on her face and no one knew what she was saying. Unfortunately, the 2 cars crossed each other for too short a time, so Lin Qinshou could only take a quick look and had no idea what happened in the other car. Yang Xinghua in the car was full of grievance and emotion. Yang Lin on the side said lightly that Wen Jiaxu's matter was very troublesome. Someone from Kyoto had come and even attracted the attention of the central government. It was difficult to protect him. Even if we could do it, our Yang family would expose some of our cards, which would not be worth the loss. Don't worry about the father and son. Come back to Kyoto with me.
It would be fine if we had another child.
I am almost 50 years old, what can I do to live? Wenfeng is your nephew after all, can't you save him?
Yang Xinghua begged his brother to save his son.
Humph, what's the point of saving such a waste? He can't even pass on the family line. Go back to Kyoto for a few days, and then go abroad. There are surrogacy agencies there. They can take something from your body and put it in someone else's belly. It won't be a problem to give birth to a few more. Yang Lin also knew about Wen Wenfeng's shit and was furious. Humph. Your brother-in-law prepared a gift for you in that villa. Since you are not going to save him, don't accept the gift. Go away.
Yang Xinghua crossed her hands and turned to look out the window.
What good things can a stray dog have?
Yang Lin smiled coldly. She is not a good person indeed, just a charming young woman, and she is tied up, not willingly. Yang Xinghua knows her brother's hobby. He doesn't want voluntary ones, he likes the kind of unwilling ones.
Yang Lin's eyes sparkled when he heard this.
With his family background, there were a lot of women throwing themselves at him, but he only liked those who looked down on him.
This could be considered a kind of psychological abnormality. Xiaolu, go to that villa and take a look. If the gift is okay, I will consider saving that useless son.
Yang Xinghua also showed a hint of smile at the corner of her mouth and quickly showed Xiaolu the way. Although she was also a ruthless person, Wen Wenfeng was a piece of flesh and blood that fell from her body after all. It was just that she was a married member of the Yang family, so she had no other choice but to ask her younger brother for help. As for Wen Jiaxu, she could not save him now and could only give up. It was because of the trouble he had caused that the Yang family was unwilling to help. The main reason was that his value was not worth the Yang family exposing some of their cards. On the other side, Lin Qinqiu had already joined up with Yang Yun. Lin Qinqiu said to Yang Yun solemnly, "Brother Yang, maybe I can't do this in your opinion, but I'm still honest with you, Wen Jiaxu must die. If I don't kill him, he will create all kinds of troubles for me." Only 4 people came here: Yang Yun, Li Qing, Huang Chang and He Yun.
The other one, Mo Feng, stayed in Jinmao building. He is proficient in hacking but not good at tracking. In addition, Zhou Lu and Li Lan went to Jiatong University to protect Yi Mengxi. Chapter 79: Death of Wen Jiaxu.
After hearing Lin Qinqiu's words, the 4 of them looked at each other with a half smile on their faces. It seems that God of War Su didn't tell brother Lin about our brothers. Li Qing said solemnly that we were actually expelled from the army because of an incident that happened that year. A powerful second-generation man committed the crime of killing a little girl, but was eventually acquitted. The one who was killed was my sister. Brother Yang and several brothers and sisters joined forces to beat the second-generation man to a pulp. The army found out about this, cancelled all our merits, and expelled us from the army. He Yun also added that it was because of this that we were classified as having incorrect ideas by the army, so we were expelled. Brother Lin does not need to feel burdened. Even if a man like Wen Jiaxu is handed over to the police, he will eventually find a way to prove himself innocent. We are all willing to kill this unforgivable scum, so there is no need to worry about us. Hearing what they said, Lin Qinqiu was relieved. Wen Wenfeng, as far as I know, is a vicious and cruel person. Maybe I won't let him stay. Lin Qinqiu remembered that there was another Wen Wenfeng inside. Of course, we have also investigated Wen Wenfeng's deeds. Through the document that Brother Lin gave me, we also know that like father, like son.
Brother Lin, do whatever you want.
We brothers will do our best to help you.
Yang Yun smiled and replied.
Now that the concept problems have been solved, let's get started. Lin Qinqiu was the first to walk into the farmhouse and rushed in quickly because he saw surveillance cameras at the gate. Wen Jiaxu might have known he was coming.
Yang Yun and the other 3 quickly followed and dispersed in tacit understanding.
Lin Qinqiu found Wen Jiaxu in a room. Wen Jiaxu was lying on the ground motionless. Lin Qinqiu approached and discovered that he had been stabbed in the chest and was no longer breathing. Yang Yun and others also came here and saw that the body had been dead for some time because the blood that had flowed out had partially dried up.
That's not right.
When Yang Lin left, he came out to see him off.
It was less than an hour in total. Could it be that he was killed as soon as Yang Lin left?
Yang Yun looked at the body in confusion.
Where is Wen Wenfeng? Has he been found?
Lin Qinqiu guessed that it was Wen Wenfeng who killed Wen Jiaxu. After searching everywhere, they found that all the employees here were dead, not a single person was alive, and they couldn't find any trace of Wen Wenfeng. They searched the entire farmhouse, and found that all the chefs and waiters had been killed.
Wen Wenfeng was really crazy. That's not right. There is only one entrance to this farmhouse, and we have been keeping an eye on it. It is impossible for him to pass by us without being noticed. Several people were puzzled by this. Splash! There was a sound of someone falling into the water outside, and everyone rushed to the edge of the pond. They saw that Wen Wenfeng had already swam to the middle and would soon swim to the other end of the pond. Lin Qinqiu smiled coldly. It seemed that the dog was desperate. Where could he swim to in such a small pond? Lin Qinqiu signaled to Yang Yun and the others with his eyes, and the 5 of them dispersed and surrounded the pond. At this time, Wen Wenfeng also saw a few people and realized that they were looking for him. It seemed that Wen Wenfeng knew that he could not hide any longer. Wen Wenfeng looked at them and saw that they had surrounded the entire pond. He regretted that he should not have hidden by the pond.
He did not want to escape through the pond, but after hearing the conversation between Lin Qinshou and others, he was frightened and fell into the pond. Li Qing grabbed Wen Wenfeng and threw him in front of Lin Qinshou. "Young Master Wen, you have such a cruel heart that you can kill even your own father." Lin Qinshou sneered at the young master of the Wen family who once had unlimited glory. "He is not worthy of being my father at all. I thought the Wen family was already cowardly enough, but I didn't expect him to be even more cowardly. He was so desperate that he dared to jump out and recognize me. If he had recognized me earlier, with the abilities of our father and son, the Wen family would have been ours long ago," Wen Wenfeng said viciously. Lin Qinshou shook his head speechlessly. Wen Wenfeng and Wen Jiaxu had the same personality, but Wen Wenfeng was too impatient. "Just for this reason, you killed him? Are you really as powerful as you say? You can easily handle the current situation. Yang Xinghua actually treated me as an abandoned child, but I am her son." When Yang Lin took Yang Xinghua away, Wen Jiaxu knew that he had been abandoned. He was at the end of his rope and hid in the room intending to surrender. "How could I have such a cowardly father? I killed him in a rage." Wen Wenfeng laughed a little crazily. "So many people died here, there is no need for Lin Qinshou to kill him. Someone has to be responsible." Lin Qinshou called Xiao Runan, and an hour later, Xiao Runan arrived here with 3 people. All 4 were in plain clothes, not police uniforms. "He is quite capable, even faster than our police force." Xiao Runan looked at Lin Qinshou in surprise as soon as he got out of the car. "With your police's efficiency, I'm afraid my body would have been destroyed long ago." Lin Qinshou curled his lips. "You can leave now. Leave this place to me. Wen Jiaxu is dead. Wen Wenfeng has killed so many people, so he can't escape death. Leave the rest to us, the police. It's none of your business." Xiao Runan asked Lin Qinshou and others to leave. Lin Qinshou originally had no plan to stay here. He asked Xiao Runan to come over to deal with these matters. "I have just called Sheng Ping to ask him to send 2 cars to pick them up. It is impossible to get a taxi in this desolate mountain area." Lin Qinshou and others were standing at the gate of the farmhouse waiting for the car to arrive. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the distance. Lin Qinshou looked closely and found that this person was the young man who had just driven Yang Lin away. "Brother Lin, this man is the young man we were talking about. I can feel the murderous aura from him. It seems that he is here to kill us." Yang Yun's face became particularly solemn. The other party came with bad intentions. Lin Qinshou frowned. It was impossible for someone to come here alone without any ability. The young man put his hand into his pocket, as if he wanted to take something. "Go in first, the other party may have a gun." Lin Qinshou pulled Yang Yun and others and walked quickly inside. Xiao Runan should also have a gun. He didn't have the confidence that he could fight against hot weapons with his bare hands. "What happened?" Xiao Runan looked at Lin Qinshou and the others who had hurriedly come in to hide. "Here comes a killer, probably to silence us. Officer Xiao, can you give me a gun? I'll kill him." Lin Qinshou stared at the gun on Xiao Runan's waist. Xiao Runan quickly pulled out his gun, but did not give it to Lin Qinshou. Instead, he walked out. Chapter 80 Young Family Killer Yang Lu. "I am the only one who has the power of execution in Demon City. My people don't have guns, and there is only one gun. It is not your turn to use it." As soon as Xiao Runan finished speaking, a gun was fired. Yang Lu was one of the professional killers raised by the Yang family since childhood, and is specifically responsible for dealing with the dark side of the Yang family. There are 10 such people in the Yang family, Yang Yi to Yang Shi. Yang Lin went to the villa arranged by Wen Jiaxu and found it empty. He knew that Wen Jiaxu had been exposed. In order to prevent the father and son from dragging Yang Xinghua into the water, he sent Yang Lu to kill the father and son. As long as Yang Lu takes action, Yang Lin will feel at ease, knowing that no accidents will occur. Xiao Runan quickly counterattacked and a gunfight between the 2 sides broke out instantly. Unfortunately, although Lin Qinshou's side had more people, they only had 1 gun. Xiao Runan was unwilling to give him the gun and insisted on doing it himself. His proficiency as a gun was immediately useless, but relying on a woman for protection was not his style. Lin Qinshou quickly walked back, intending to go around behind Yang Lu and knock the gun out of his hand. Just as Lin Qinshou left this place, the gunshots stopped. Xiao Runan didn't dare to show his head, and no one else dared to go out rashly. Bang! Several gunshots were heard from behind the house. Xiao Runan's face suddenly changed and she quickly ran to the back. The people she brought with her were all guarding Wen Wenfang behind the house. Lin Qinshu, who was about to go around to the front door, also heard the gunshots behind the house. He immediately turned around and ran to the back of the house. He thought to himself that this killer was really fast. He was shooting in front of him 1 second and ran to the back of the house the next second. Lin Qinshu did not rush in rashly, but hid in the corner and steadied his breath. Yang Lu had already killed Wen Wenfang and was walking towards him. Just as Lin Qinshu was about to take action, a gun came out from the corner and was pointed at Lin Qinshu's head.
How do you want to die?
Yang Lu said calmly, looking at Lin Qinshu as if he were looking at a dead person. As expected of a killer trained by the Yang family, he knew Lin Qinshu's location in advance.
Let him go, I'll be your hostage. At this time, Xiao Runan, Yang Yun and others also came here. Seeing this scene, Xiao Runan quickly raised his gun and pointed it at Yang Lu.
Yang Lu turned his back to Xiao Runan and counted with his fingers, then said, "You just fired 9 shots. The pistol used by the police has 8 bullets, plus the one you loaded. 9 bullets is the limit for a gun, so you have no bullets left."
Xiao Runan's face changed.
There were indeed no bullets in her gun. She didn't expect the other party to be so accurate. It seemed that he was a professional killer. Even if there are no bullets, the people on our side are enough to take you down. Your gun should have no bullets. Before Xiao Runan could finish his words, he saw Yang Lu take out a magazine full of bullets from his pocket. Xiao Runan's face immediately turned pale.
However, Yang Lu threw the magazine into the pond and took out the magazine from the pistol and threw it away.
Yang Lu shook his neck, as if he was doing warm-up exercises, with a cruel smile on his face.
The mission is completed, and I can have some fun. The last time I played was 2 years ago. I hope you can let me play longer.
Lin Qinshu did not speak from beginning to end. Even when he was pointed at by a gun, he did not panic. In the words of a martial arts master, the gun is fast at 7 steps away, but his fist is even faster within 7 steps. He could have shot the other person away the moment he pulled the trigger, but Xiao Runan came too fast, giving Yang Lu the opportunity to show off, and also making Lin Qinshu want to see the other person finish showing off first. After hearing his words, Lin Qinshu also smiled.
Whether you throw the gun or not, it doesn't matter to me.
At this distance, your gun is not as fast as my fist. As soon as he finished speaking, a fist hit Yang Lu's chest with great force, sending him flying backwards instantly. Yang Lu rolled on the ground for several times before he stood up again. The look of contempt in his eyes was instantly replaced by fear.
Who are you? With such strength, comparable to the god of war in the military region, why have I never heard of your name?
Lin Qinshu punched him and made his blood boil. This kind of strength was no longer a situation he could handle. He regretted it. If he had known earlier, he would not have pretended to be cool and would have just shot and killed everyone. Xiao Runan was stunned by the scene before her.
This reversal came too quickly.
Although Xiao Runan had experienced several crises with Lin Qinshu, she arrived later each time and had never seen Lin Qinshu take action.
Thank you.
I won't change my name. I'm called Bedroom Young Dai by people in Jianghu. Please call me Dai Hero. If you don't like to be called Dixia, just call me Dai.
Lin Qinshu smiled and walked quickly towards Yang Lu.
Yang Lu grabbed the mud and sand on the ground and threw it out. Lin Qinshu could only use his hands to block the dust flying towards him.
The next second, Yang Lu ran out like crazy.
Lin Qinshu dusted himself off and muttered, "Could this be the dirty trick?" Then he picked up a stone on the ground and threw it at Yang Lu.
Finger magic.
There was a sound of bones breaking, and the stone thrown by Lin Qinshu hit Yang Lu's knee steadily and accurately, causing Yang Lu to kneel down on the spot. Lin Qinshu came to Yang Lu and stepped on his palm.
Don't you want to play? Why are you running? Do you want to play hide and seek with me?
You are an adult now, so don't play these children's games. Yang Lu raised his head and stared at Lin Qinshu fiercely. A cracking sound came out of his mouth and blood continued to flow from the corners of his mouth. Lin Qinshu realized something was wrong and quickly pinched his chin, but he was still a step too late.
Yang Lu had already bitten his tongue and committed suicide.
Damn, why are there so many assassins in modern society, biting their tongues to commit suicide or taking poison in their mouths? Lin Qinshu cursed inwardly. Xiao Runan also walked over, looked at the dead Yang Lu, then looked at Lin Qinshu, with an inexplicable look in his eyes. I don't know who trained these assassins. If they are caught by accident, they will decisively choose to commit suicide. Fortunately, you are very powerful, otherwise we would all be in danger.
Xiao Runan breathed a sigh of relief. I am from the Yang family in Kyoto. I followed Yang Lin here. I will leave the rest to you, Officer Xiao.
Lin Qinshu stood up and walked outside.
Calculating the time, the car arranged by Sheng Ping was about to arrive. Yang Yun and others also followed Lin Qinshu. They were impressed by Lin Qinshu's strength just now.
At such a young age, he easily killed the killer carefully trained by the Yang family. If the four of them attacked together, they might not be a match for the other side.
Chapter 81, The Bounty That Cannot Be Cancelled.
Lin Qinshu only used one move to make Yang Lu flee in panic, and a stone was enough to break the opponent's knee. The eyes they looked at Lin Qinshu became admiring.
The admiration for the strong is shared by both men and women.
Yang Yun and others originally thought that Lin Qinshu was just an ordinary person with relatively rich money, but now it seems that his strength is even stronger than that of their military region's god of war.
Just looking at the two moves he just demonstrated, Su Fenglai might not be able to do it.
Xiao Runan suddenly remembered the gunshots that had just been heard from Wen Wenfeng's room, and hurried in to check the situation. As expected, Wen Wenfeng and the three people she brought with her were not spared, and all of them died from bullets in the eyebrows. Xiao Runan collapsed on the ground. She didn't expect that just investigating a member of the Wen family in Magic City would lead to the death of three of her colleagues.
Kyoto Yang family. I won't let you go easily. Xiao Runan said, gritting his teeth.
Lin Qinshu closed his eyes in the car and finally dealt with this troublemaker. Now that Wen Jiaxu is dead, I wonder what happened to the wanted poster on the dark web. Yang Yun was in the same car with him, and he saw that she wanted to say something but hesitated.
Brother Yang, if you have something to say, just say it. There is no need to be so formal with brothers.
Lin Qinshu opened his eyes and looked at him.
Brother Lin, Mo Fong found your bounty on the dark web.
Wen Jiaxu paid a deposit of 20 million. After killing you, he will pay the remaining 30 million. So Yang Yun looked at Lin Qinshu. When Lin Qinshu heard this, he was speechless, not knowing what it meant. His bounty is still there, but no one paid the balance, so his bounty was reduced from 50 million to 20 million. Even if it's only 20 million, it will attract a lot of people. His crisis has not been completely resolved.
Damn Wen Jiaxu. Can't you just pay a smaller deposit?
Lin Qinshu cursed inwardly.
Brother Yang, is there any way to get rid of this bounty? Otherwise it is really annoying.
Lin Qinshu was very annoyed. Even with a bounty of 20 million, there would still be many blind people harassing him.
Yang Yun shook his head.
There were many such unfinished bounties on the dark web, and there were always people who had time to do it.
20 million was a lot, and it would rank high on the bounty list.
Lin Qinshu thought about it and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. He quickly asked Brother Yang, is there any way to register an account for me so that I can reward some people and raise the price?
Will my ranking be lowered? Yang Yun shook his head.
Theoretically, that's true, but there will still be people who see your post, just like when you buy something online, there will always be people who flip to the back and buy something. If everyone only buys the things at the top of the list, then there's nothing else to do.
Lin Qinshu waved his hand and said, it doesn't matter. As long as you can get me an account, come and find me. I can't avoid it anyway, so why not use this platform?
Lin Qinshu remembered that he also had a few enemies that he could put on the platform for fun.
After the vehicle entered the Jinmao building, Lin Qinshu couldn't wait to find Mo Fong. Dark web accounts are not the real name accounts we have today.
They are entered using special IPs and special methods. Watching Mo Fong's operations, Lin Qinshu transferred 200 million into it and asked Mo Fong to help him offer rewards to a few people. Li Tianzong 30 million, Li Jianfu 70 million, and Yang Lin 100 million. The bounty can be directly transferred to the platform without going through the deposit and final payment procedures.
As long as someone completes the task, they can directly come to the platform to collect the money. This kind of bounty order does not need to be dealt with again after it is issued.
Even if Lin Qinshu dies, the bounty order will not be affected.
Suddenly, a prompt popped up on Mo Fong's computer.
Mo Fong told Lin Qinshu that Yang Lin's reward had been returned, and Li Tianzong and Li Jianfu had successfully released it.
The money was in the account, do you want to withdraw it? Yang Lin's reward was returned? Why was this? Mo Fong didn't know why.
Forget it, just return it, I'm just trying it out, I'll just keep the money in there and use it later. It should be very troublesome to return the money from the dark web. It's easy to charge money into the dark web, but if you want to return it, you have to go through many overseas accounts. Anyway, he doesn't need money now, so just leave it there first. Moreover, you can use money to buy some information on the dark web, and the money you keep will come in handy sooner or later.
Lin Qinshu left the Jinmao building. It was already evening, so he returned to Yunlu Villa to rest. The tense nerves of the past 2 days can finally relax relatively.
Although the problem of the bounty order has not been solved, the killers have failed several times. According to Yang Yun's speculation, there should be no killers coming in the short term, but we still have to be cautious, as we don't know when the killers will come. When we returned to Yunlu Villa, Li Qing had not come back yet. Lin Qinshu had a lot of things to assign to her, and it would take time to finish them. After a quick wash, he fell into a deep sleep under the maid's massage. He had already forgotten what happened between him and Yu Qing during the day. In his opinion, Yu Qing was a beautiful young woman and not a first-timer in experiencing these things. The two of them were just having a friendly match and there should be no burden on either of them. In a high-end residential area in Shanghai, Yu Qing was hugging her legs in a daze. What she experienced with Lin Qinshu today was actually her first experience with a man. Yu Qing, who had always been with women, felt confused about what happened today. It seemed that she was not as repulsive as imagined, and even liked the feeling a little, which was a feeling she would never have with her other girlfriends. The sweat, the strong physique, and every waving movement made Yu Qing recall them and was deeply fascinated. A graceful figure walked in from outside, came to Yu Qing and hugged her. "Don't worry, I will definitely avenge you for letting you get hurt like this," the graceful woman said distressfully. She is the person who has always maintained a relationship with Yu Qing. She is Xin Lizhan from the Xin family in Magic City and the aunt of Xin Li and Xin Yu. Yu Qing looked at the woman beside her with complicated eyes, then shook her head and said, "I'm fine. I just received internal news that Wen Jiaxu is dead."
"It's better to die. Such a scum, it's too easy to die,"
Xin Lizhan said angrily. Yu Qing also remembered at this time that when Lin Qinshu left, he seemed to have said that he was going to find Wen Jiaxu. It seemed that Wen Jiaxu's death was also related to him.
Should she use some connections to help him?
Yu Qing's mentality has changed. She feels a little uncomfortable with Xin Lizhan's hand on her back.
Lin Qinshu didn't know all this. How could he have imagined that an older young woman would be the first to be with a man?
Lin Qinshu heard the system prompt sound while he was sleeping, but he was too sleepy to pay attention and planned to wait until tomorrow.
Ding!
Since Wen Jiaxu and Wen Wenfang are dead, the bounty issue cannot be resolved. The mission is invalid, the reward is deducted by half, and the reward is gold soft armor +1. In the early morning, after Lin Qinshu got up, he found the golden soft armor beside him. He still vaguely heard the system prompt sound last night.
Chapter 82 Gold Silk Soft Armor.
The task of option 2 is half completed, but the cancellation of the bounty order cannot be completed, so the task cannot be carried out.
However, the system is still very humane and gives him half of the reward.
Lin Qinshu put on the golden soft armor, which was like a thin vest sticking to his skin, without any feeling of heaviness of clothes. In the next few days, in addition to attending classes, Lin Qinshu went shopping for some household items with Yi Mingxi. The villa that Inhu Villa bought for Yi Mingxi had a huge dressing room that could just hold all the things they bought at Chanel that day. Li Qing was also very efficient and had registered the company and taken care of some procedures. However, it was difficult to obtain land. Land in Shanghai was extremely expensive, and the place Lin Qinshu required was very large. In the end, Lin Qinshu had to go find Su Banning. When this matter was finalized with Su Feng, Su Banning was also present.
He said at the time that he could be approached if there were any difficulties.
Su Banning directly allocated a hilltop on the edge of the Magic City to him, half giving it away and half renting it out, and only charged Lin Qinshu an annual rent of 1 million. After all, they were all working for China, so Lin Qinshu directly paid the rent for 20 years. In addition to these rents, we also have to plan and build buildings, divide areas, and a lot of money is needed. Lin Qinshu had no plan to make a profit when he set up a security company. He just wanted to train some bodyguards for himself. Anyway, he had money and the system would give him tasks in the future. At his point, money is just a number. Although he still has many loser habits and it's hard to change them in a short time. On Saturday morning, Lin Qinshu arrived at the gate of the University of Finance and Economics early. Today he was going to take Qin Shanshan to live in his house in Tomson-Epine. This was arranged a week ago. Chen Shanshan has become very busy during this period. The bank has arranged a lot of training for her. Wu Xiaogang even took her to some meetings that she was not qualified to attend, as if to let her get in touch with them in advance. Wu Xiaogang was supposed to take her to the head office today, but she had already made an appointment with Lin Qinshou, so she had to bite the bullet and ask Wu Xiaogang for leave. When Wu Xiaogang heard that Chen Shanshan was going to date Lin Qinshou, he immediately showed a flattering smile, told her to have fun, and even gave her a day off on Monday. Chen Shanshan had no idea why she was suddenly treated like this. It was all because of Lin Qinshou's assets of more than 50 billion in Motobank, and she was considered by her superiors to be Lin Qinshou's girlfriend, so she was taken seriously.
Chen Shanshan did not deny this point.
She also had her own selfish motives. Even though she and Lin Qinshou did not explicitly become that kind of relationship, her feelings gradually leaned towards that side.
This untrue fact brought her opportunities for smooth sailing in her work. Since everyone thought so, she just accepted it.
Chen Shanshan drove the car that Lin Qinshou had sent her, and received a message saying that he had arrived at the school gate. She picked up the white canvas bag, took a deep look at the dormitory where she had lived for 4 years, closed the door and left. Lin Qinshou parked his car in front of the school gate. He was not a student of the University of Finance and Economics, and the security guard refused to let him in.
Even Hitiangxia's cigarettes could not bribe the security guard of the University of Finance and Economics.
Or maybe the chips used to bribe them are not enough and the security guards don't think highly of them. Or there really is a regulation that outsiders are not allowed to enter. After all, the University of Finance and Economics is a school full of beautiful women.
If outsiders can enter, the number of luxury cars coming in and out will be terrifying.
Lin Qinshou suddenly heard someone knocking on his car window.
He turned around and saw that it was Chen Yumeng from last time. Handsome guy, what a coincidence. Do you remember what you promised me last time? You must give me your contact information when we meet again. Chen Yumeng winked playfully.
Lin Qinshou didn't expect to meet this woman again in the same place. Last time he decided not to waste her on a whim, but now his mentality has changed a little.
Some women should be wasted.
But Lin Qinshou still took out his phone.
I promised you, so I must keep my word. Add me on WeChat. My name is Lin Qinshou.
Chen Yumeng quickly opened her phone and scanned the other party's QR code. She felt that the name Lin Qinshou sounded a little familiar, but she couldn't remember it for a while.
My name is Chen Yumeng, you can call me Meng Meng. Chen Yumeng introduced herself.
After the two added each other as friends and chatted for a while, Chen Yumeng left tactfully. Last time she saw Lin Qinshou picking up Chen Shanshan. If she guessed correctly, he came to pick up Chen Shanshan this time as well. She didn't have the confidence to compete with Chen Shanshan. She should be more sensible now and give the other party some impression points so that she would have a chance in the future. If Chen Shanshan came out and saw her flirting with Lin Qinshou and forced Lin Qinshou to delete her as a friend, then all her efforts would be in vain. A hint of surprise also flashed in Lin Qinshou's eyes.
This woman is quite capable.
Not long after, Chen Shanshan walked out of the school gate, wearing the pleated skirt that she wore when they first met, a white sports polo shirt, a high ponytail, and carrying a white canvas bag. The scent of a common school beauty wafted towards her. Lin Qinshou got out of the car and opened the passenger door for her. Chen Shanshan got in amid the envious gazes of those around her.
Where are your things? Don't you need to move them over there?
Lin Qinshou looked at Chen Shanshan, who was wearing light clothes.
It's nothing, just some clothes. I took them to the company. You can pick them up when the time comes.
Have you had breakfast? I just bought 2 steamed buns in the canteen.
One for each of us.
Chen Shanshan took out 2 steamed buns from her canvas bag. Lin Qinshou was a little hungry, so he started eating with big mouthfuls, and the oil in the buns dripped from the corners of his mouth.
Chen Shanshan took out a tissue and helped him wipe it. An ambiguous atmosphere gradually rose in the car.
Chen Shanshan felt very happy when she saw him eating the buns casually. This means that the two people's classes are not very different, and they are quite similar in terms of eating, drinking, and having fun. So that she won't feel a sense of distance. Lin Qinshou stepped on the accelerator and left the gate of the University of Finance and Economics.
Chen Shanshan didn't have to go back to school, and he would probably never come to this familiar yet unfamiliar place again.
Chen Yumeng rushed into the female dormitory of the University of Finance and Economics excitedly.
I.e., baby, do you know who I just met?
I met that handsome guy driving a Lamborghini.
He looks even more handsome than last time.
I have successfully obtained his WeChat account.
It will be a short time before I can win over this rich second-generation man.
Xian Yumeng showed off her mobile phone screen in front of He.
Chapter 83. Chen Shanshan is good at drinking.
He, who was originally planning to congratulate her, suddenly saw the WeChat name and avatar, and suddenly grabbed Xian Yumeng's hand, telling her to stop moving and see more clearly. There was a flash of disgust in Xian Yumeng's eyes. Although the two seemed to be as close as sisters, they were actually fake sisters and each of them couldn't stand the other.
Xian Yumeng said on the surface, "You don't want to remember this WeChat ID, do you? If you want, I'll just send you his WeChat ID. Why get so excited? We are sisters. Whoever succeeds should not treat the other unfairly." Lin Qinshu. He gritted her teeth and called out this name. Xian Yumeng had already noted the name, so she didn't notice anything wrong. Yes, that handsome guy's name is this. When I heard this name at first, I thought it was a bit strange. Suddenly Xian Yumeng widened her eyes and looked at He. She suddenly remembered why she felt the name was familiar, and after getting He's affirmative nod, she covered her mouth in shock. "The contact information I worked so hard to get turned out to be that useless ex-boyfriend of yours?" Xian Yumeng slumped down on the stool. She was the one who had heard the most about the useless Lin Qinshu, but she had never seen Lin Qinshu. Even if she had seen him, she would have just glanced at him and would not remember him. As for a poor loser, she would not even look at him. He gritted her teeth and said, "What is he doing in our school? Is he trying to meet me by chance?" Hearing this, Xian Yumeng immediately reacted. She had heard from He that Lin Qinshu used to be a poor loser. Based on what she had seen, Lin Qinshu was a handsome and wealthy man. Perhaps Lin Qinshu had been pretending to be poor to test He, and now that He had failed the test, he simply stopped pretending. What's more, Lin Qinshu came to the University of Finance and Economics not to look for He, but to pick up Chen Shanshan, the school belle of their university. Isn't Chen Shanshan hundreds of times better than He? Why would He compete with the school beauty? The more Qian Yumeng thought about it, the more she felt it was possible. Since he was no longer He's boyfriend, she could do it even more easily. "Meng, if you delete this loser, he must be trying to get back together with me through you." He took Xian Yumeng's phone and was about to delete Lin Qinshu. Xian Yumeng quickly snatched the phone away. "Are you kidding?" This was the contact information she had waited for a week to get. If He deleted it because of her self-conceit, wouldn't it be a waste of time? "Shall we, don't delete it yet. Let me tease him. Didn't he embarrass you? I'll make him fall in love with me first, and then delete him to vent your anger." Xian Yumeng comforted He. She was not afraid that He would be angry with her or break up with her. Xian Yumeng was worried that after He found out the truth, she would go to Lin Qinshu to ask for reconciliation. Who can guarantee that Lin Qinshu doesn't still have some feelings for He? After all, they have been dating for several years. She already has enough competitors. She is not even a match for the school belle Chen Shanshan. Let alone her ex-girlfriend He, she will really have no chance. "Alright, then you seduce him hard, and then ask him out for a date, and I will slap him hard in the face." He showed a cruel smile on her face, as if she had thought of the scene at that time, and she couldn't wait to see it. Xian Yumeng nodded repeatedly in agreement, but in her heart she was thinking about how to create some things to seduce Lin Qinshu. Lin Qinshu had no idea what was happening. He brought Chen Shanshan to Thompson Epine. When the car drove into this place, Chen Shanshan was already stunned. Because this place is only a few hundred meters away from where she works, it can be reached by just turning a corner. She had also heard of the houses here. It was the most famous property in Shanghai, and the prices were top-notch. Lin Qinshu actually had a house in this place, and he rented it to her for 800 yuan a month. When you open the door, you will see that the room is fully furnished and has a view of the Huangpu River from the balcony. Is this really the place for me to live? I must be dreaming. Chen Shanshan murmured. Lin Qinshu came to her side and said with a smile, "Why don't you pinch yourself? If it hurts, you're probably not dreaming." Chen Shanshan really stretched out her hand and pinched her arm, and she came back to her senses in pain. "This place is too big, it's a waste for me to live alone. I'm leaving this place, 800 a month? You're kidding, you may not even be able to rent it for 80,000. Lin Qinshu quickly pulled her back. "If you think it's too big, there's no way to solve it. But this place is the closest to your workplace. If you don't live here, it will also be used to pile up ashes. So don't feel burdened, just stay here, you've paid the rent." After Lin Qinshuo's constant persuasion, Chen Shanshan finally agreed to stay. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I might not have a job or a place to live now. Chen Shanshan looked at Lin Qinshuo with gratitude. If you really want to thank me, cook me a meal. I want to try your cooking skills.
Lin Qinshuo touched her head involuntarily.
Chen Shanshan did not feel repulsed by this, but instead lowered her head shyly. Then let's go buy some groceries.
There's a supermarket downstairs, and there should be a lot of groceries to buy. Cooking a meal for Lin Qinshuo is the only way Chen Shanshan can repay him now.
Of course there are other ways, she just didn't think of them.
The two came to the supermarket and started to pick out some ingredients, just like an ordinary couple. The distance between them was getting closer and closer, from a fist distance at the beginning to walking close to each other now. During this period, the two also went to Chen Shanshan's workplace and took back her luggage.
Chen Shanshan's luggage is also relatively light, just a suitcase and a backpack.
No wonder she said she can handle the luggage problem by herself. The only dishes Chen Shanshan can cook are some home-cooked meals. Lin Qinshuo, who originally wanted to buy seafood, gave up because Chen Shanshan had never eaten it and didn't know how to cook it.
I can only make some simple dishes such as tofu, fish, beef, etc.
Chen Shanshan took out a transparent glass bottle from her luggage, which seemed to be filled with white wine.
This is the wine my father brewed. I'll give it to you to try. Chen Shanshan took out 2 glasses and poured the wine into them.
Lin Qinshuo was a little surprised.
He didn't expect that a girl would carry a homemade cannon with her.
After pouring the wine, Chen Shanshan didn't even clink glasses with Lin Qinshuo, she just drank it in one gulp. Lin Qinshuo held up the glass and looked at her in confusion. This was not drinking wine, it was even harder than drinking water. After finishing a glass, Chen Shanshan filled her own glass again.
The size of the glass could hold at least 100 milliliters of wine.
She drank it without changing her expression and even smacked her lips, looking like a drunkard, which shocked Lin Qinshuo.
Chapter 84. Sorry, I'm not ready yet. Why don't you drink it? Try it. My dad's wine is delicious.
Chen Shanshan looked at Lin Qinshuo, who was holding the cup, and urged him to take a sip. Lin Qinshuo took a sip from the cup. It tasted mellow at first, but it felt hot when he swallowed it. He didn't know much about wine, so the Maotai gave him the same feeling. After seeing him take a sip, Chen Shanshan quickly picked up some food for him.
My father likes to drink. I have seen him drinking alone since I was a child. After I became an adult, I started to drink with him.
When I had a drink for the first time, I thought it tasted great and I liked it ever since.
The corner of Lin Qinshuo's mouth twitched. He thought the wine tasted good the first time he drank it. He must be a born alcoholic.
The two of them chatted as they ate and soon finished a bottle of wine. Lin Qinshuo felt a little dizzy, but Chen Shanshan, on the other hand, kept calm and collected the bowl. Lin Qinshuo couldn't help but sigh that Chen Shanshan was no longer a drunkard, but a wine god. He drank more than half a bottle of wine without changing his expression, and didn't even look drunk at all. This house has everything that should be there, even things that shouldn't be there. You don't have to wash the dishes yourself, just throw them in the dishwasher. The two came to the private cinema in the house. With this private cinema, they no longer had to go to the cinema to watch movies. At first, when Lin Qinshuo suggested watching a movie together, he was worried that Chen Shanshan would refuse, but unexpectedly, she agreed immediately. The company arranged for me to go abroad for training. I will be leaving in 2 days and may be away for a few months.
Chen Shanshan looked at Lin Qinshuo inexplicably. When will we leave? Which country will we go to?
We have finally broken through 90 points of favorability, but now we have to go abroad. This Shanghai bank is really good at handling things.
Country M, the company has made arrangements. I will be promoted after I pass the exam and obtain the certificate there.
Lin Qinshuo was silent for a moment and then said, I have a security company under my name.
I will send a female bodyguard to go with you. The two of them can also take care of you.
Although the United States is developed, it is too chaotic. Those $0 purchases often happen.
I will feel more at ease if someone accompanies you. Chen Shanshan was about to refuse, but after seeing Lin Qinshuo's expression, she nodded.
It was indeed not safe for her as a girl in a foreign country. Although there were people from the company there, it was still abroad after all. Seeing Chen Shanshan nodded in agreement, Lin Qinshuo happily played the movie, which was a touching love movie. Lin Qinshuo was not interested in these movies at first, but since all the girls liked to watch them, he had no choice but to watch them. As the movie played, the two gradually leaned against each other. Chen Shanshan leaned her head on Lin Qinshuo's shoulder, and Lin Qinshuo also held her hand. When seeing the intimate part of the plot, Chen Shanshan turned her head away with a slightly red face, and this turn happened to meet Lin Qinshuo's eyes. In this dim environment, their eyes got closer and closer. Lin Qinshuo lowered his head and kissed her.
Chen Shanshan's body trembled slightly, but she did not push him away.
The two of them maintained the status quo as the movie went on. Suddenly, Chen Shanshan opened her eyes and pushed Lin Qinshuo away.
No, I'm not ready yet.
Lin Qinshuo's restless hands made Chen Shanshan wake up in time.
I'm sorry, I was too anxious.
Lin Qinshuo apologized quickly, but inwardly he cursed himself for being so impatient and ruining the good atmosphere.
I'm sorry, I'm not ready yet, and I haven't thought it through yet. I admit that I like you, but you are too dreamy to me, so dreamy that I don't even know if you really exist.
Chen Shanshan lacked maternal love since she was a child, so she was a little worried about everything and had no sense of security.
Silly girl, I am a real person, how can it be so exaggerated?
Lin Qinshuo held her in his arms. Chen Shanshan did not struggle and leaned obediently on his chest.
Give me a little more time, and I will give you a reply when I come back from training.
Lin Qinshuo has not received the notification sound of the favorability, and he knows that there is no rush now. He did not expect that the last bit of favorability improvement would be so difficult.
Okay, I'll wait for you.
Lin Qinshuo kissed her forehead. After this episode, although the relationship between the two became closer, there was also a little estrangement between them. After the movie ended, Lin Qinshuo also left.
Chen Shanshan did not try to keep him because it would be awkward for him to stay any longer. He found a designated driver to drive the car back and walked to the Jinmao building.
The security company's base was still under construction, so Yang Yun and others had to do their business in the Jinmao building for the time being. Brother Yang, let Sister Lan accompany a friend of mine to go abroad in a few days. She is a girl in a foreign country, and I feel more at ease with Sister Lan by her side.
Yang Yun nodded and asked Li Lan to apply for a passport and visa.
The visa of country M is more difficult to get, but it can be done as long as there is money. However, Li Lan's previous identity may be rejected by country M, so we can only help her change her identity. Yang Yun has all the channels in this regard, so Lin Qinshuo only needs to be responsible for paying, and they will take care of the rest. But then again, Yang Yun's team is really useful.
There are people who are good at everything.
Basically, they can handle everything with just one sentence. Brother Yang, you have helped me so much, but I have not discussed the salary issue with you.
I am negligent.
Ask the brothers, if you have any requests, just ask.
Yang Yun smiled. What can we ask for? We just need a meal. Before coming here, Mo Fong was an employee at a computer repair shop. I and a few other people were migrant workers doing odd jobs at construction sites. Xiao Lu and Li Lan were just waiters at a restaurant.
They were all low-level jobs.
We are very happy that we can go back to our old jobs. Brother Lin just needs to give us a meal. It is difficult for them to find corresponding jobs after retiring from the army. They don't have any special skills, so they can only do some simple jobs.
Now, for them, having a stable job is enough, and they are doing something related to their previous major. Lin Qinshuo hesitated for a moment and said, well, the 7 of you will have the same salary, 2 million per year, and all benefits will be at the highest standard. Now is the starting stage, and there are still many places where we need your help. Yang Yun was stunned, as if to confirm whether what he just heard was true.
2 million? Brother Lin, are you sure it's not 200,000? An annual salary of 200,000 is already very high.
For them, as long as they have 5,000 or 6,000 a month, they can live a stable life.
Chapter 85 Qin Roland. What does an annual salary of 2 million mean?
That is more than 160,000 yuan a month. They didn't even have that much in the past 2 years. That's right, it's 2 million, but after the security company is established, the brothers who come later may not get that much, but they won't be treated unfairly. Lin Qinshuo patted Yang Yun on the shoulder. Li Qing was also working in the Jinmao building during this period. Lin Qinshuo directly told her to pay 1 year's salary to Yang Yun and others first. At this time, Li Qing also said to Lin Qinshuo, Master, I am not professional enough to do these things, so I may not be that good.
Do you want to hire someone with strong professional ability? I am not shirking my work, but I feel that it is a bit difficult to do these things with my own ability.
Li Qing was afraid that Lin Qinshu would think that she was lazy and didn't want to do these things, so she quickly added a sentence. Lin Qinshu also thought about hiring someone to be responsible for this kind of work. Li Qing's ability is at most suitable for administrative work. If she is asked to run the business, she really can't do it. But where can he find the right person? I understand. You take care of the preliminary work first, and I will find a suitable person. Lin Qinshu agreed first and patted Li Qing on the back to signal her not to think too much. After finishing some things here, Lin Qinshu returned to school. On the way, he kept thinking about where to find the right person. There are certainly many talented people on recruitment websites, but the cost of trial and error is too high, and if you don't have the ability, it will waste some time. He didn't care about making money, as long as it would save him a lot of trouble. He originally wanted Su Xiao to come, after all, her identity was very suitable, and she was the most suitable person to cooperate with Su Banning on the land in Su Feng's military retirement. As a result, Su Banning and Su Feng both opposed it, and even Su Xiao herself opposed it. She didn't like doing these things and just wanted to be a teacher quietly. Su Banning and Su Feng had the same objection. They believed that the Su family could not be involved in all aspects of the process. Even if they were truly incorruptible, it would still cause a lot of trouble. By then, things will not be done well and you will get into trouble, which is not worth it. How about going to Wenrushue to introduce a talent? He hadn't gone to Wenrushue for a while because she was traveling all over the world. When Jiaming was taking her to visit Wen Group's companies around the world to familiarize her with the procedures. Wenrushue was also happy to do this and tried to persuade Lin Qinshu to agree. Wenrushue is definitely a talented person, but Lin Qinshu doesn't want to be too involved with Wen Jiaming. The shadow of Wen Jiaming will definitely be behind the people introduced by Wenrushue. After much thought, I still can't find a suitable candidate. I might as well just wait and see. Anyway, there is still some time to prepare for the preliminary work. After returning to the school dormitory, Xiaolu and others quickly surrounded the beast and asked, "How is the matter with Li Tianzong?" Lin Qinshu had offered a bounty on the dark web for these two people, but until today no one has come to claim the bounty. Lin Qinshu also went to find out that Li Jianfu had the habit of posting bounties on the dark web. When the bounty was posted, he saw it and immediately ran away with his son. Now no one knows where he is hiding. At that time, Su Feng called him because he had issued a bounty order, but things on the dark web did not belong to the Huaxia system, and there was no evidence to prove that it was issued by Lin Qinshu. Su Feng could only verbally ask him to withdraw it. This involved hiring a killer, which was an illegal and criminal act. In order not to make things difficult for Su Feng, Yang Yun and others, Lin Qinshu honestly withdrew the bounty order and was deducted several million in handling fees. He then sent the criminal evidence of the Li father and son to Xiao Runan in Kyoto. Although Xiao Runan's performance in her last action against Wen Jiaxu was not good, it also showed that she still has some strength. Originally, he planned to fight violence against the Li father and son, but now they have gone into hiding and he is too lazy to look for them. Let Xiao Runan track and capture him, he is going to return to his peaceful life. Don't worry, the Li family father and son are in trouble and can't spare the time to cause trouble to us. It won't be long before both of them will go to jail. Hearing this, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. That's good. I haven't been out with Yin Yin for a long time. I stayed in the dormitory on weekends. I'm going to date Yin Yin tonight. Goodbye. Xia Lu couldn't wait to leave the dormitory. Fan Jianxiang and Li Wuqi sat back on their stools. We didn't have a date, so why did you come back to the dormitory on the weekend? Where's Yi Xiaohua? Don't you have to go out and date Yi Xiaohua? Li Wuqi looked at Lin Qinshu lying on the bed in confusion. You should know that Lin Qinshu hasn't returned to the dormitory for a long time. He doesn't come to the dormitory during classes, but he came back to the dormitory today on the weekend. Meng Meng went out to play with her best friends, and I wanted to be quiet for a while and think about things. Yi Mingxi had told Lin Qinshu before that she wanted to take her best friends to the villa to play on the weekend, and Lin Qinshu also said that he was not free today. Who knew that the date with Chen Shanshan ended in the afternoon? Then let's go out for a walk? I heard that Senior Qin Roland is back to school today, let's go out and meet her by chance. Li Wuqi said excitedly. I'm not interested. You two can go. Lin Qinshu yawned and prepared to take a nap. He was not interested in school beauties. He hadn't even dealt with Chen Shanshan yet, so how could he think about other girls? Seeing that Lin Xinsho was not interested, Li Wuqi did not call him again and started chatting about Qin Roland with Fan Jianxiang, who was standing beside him. I heard that senior sister Qin was invited back by the school. She lost her internship outside and hasn't found a new job yet.
Didn't a wealthy man donate several $100 million to the school some time ago?
Those projects are extremely messy, and senior sister Qin happened to be unemployed, so hiring her back to handle these things is the best of both worlds.
Qin is a business administration major in the economics department.
She is the most suitable person to handle the allocation of funds for these projects.
But why did the internship job disappear? Is there some hidden reason? Fan Jianxiang added.
Lin Xinsho jumped up from the bed and walked away. I'll go with you to see the elegance of senior sister Qin. Lin Xinsho heard a keyword, business administration, and then a prompt sound of the task release suddenly appeared in his mind.
Ding. Host is detected to be facing management dilemma. Option 1, hire Qin Roland as the head of the security company and reward her with 30 billion. Option 2, hire Qin Roland as the head of the security company, make her favorability towards the host exceed 60, reward 30 billion, and be proficient in language. Anyone who can allow the system to issue tasks must be a talented person.
As for why Qin Roland was dismissed by the internship company, that is none of his business.
Anyway, Qin Roland is a gold mine in his eyes now.
As long as he can successfully hire her, he can get 30 billion. As for reaching a favorability of 60, Lin Xinsho would not even think about it.
I just want 30 billion and the person. I don't care about language proficiency or anything like that. Chapter 86, The Beauty That Brings Disaster to the Country and the People. Li Wuqi and Fan Jianxiang looked at him in surprise. How come he looked so energetic in an instant, like a dead fish just now? Weren't you just being very aloof and uninterested? Fan Jianxiang joked. Just now is just now is now, hurry up and go.
Lin Xinsho pushed the two of them out. The three of them left the dormitory together and walked aimlessly on the campus. After walking around for a few times, Lin Xinsho couldn't help but ask, where are we going to find Qin Roland?
Why do we feel like we are wandering aimlessly?
Li Wuqi pretended to be profound and said that only an accidental encounter could deepen the impression of both parties.
What's the difference between going out of your way to look for her and being a loser? Fan Jianxiang also nodded in approval.
Lin Xinsho was speechless for a while. He would never come across such a chance encounter even if he walked for 3 days and 3 nights.
Aren't you just losers?
Losers give themselves so much psychological preparation.
I won't hang out with you guys anymore. I'll go find the principal. The principal will definitely know where Qin Roland is.
Lin Xinsho gave them both a middle finger and turned away. Li Wuqi and the other man looked at each other.
Could this beast want to attack Senior Qin again? Doesn't he have school beauty Yi? When did he know the principal?
Li Wuqi looked at Lin Xinsho's back as he left and said suspiciously.
Fan Jianxiang also touched his chin and said, who would complain about having too many girlfriends? We can't let him get there first. Let's act separately.
Whoever meets us by chance can call the other to report his location. On the way to the principal's office, Lin Xinsho passed by the school's artificial lake and suddenly found a girl standing by the lake. The lake water had already reached her ankles, but the girl did not move.
Could it be a girl who was depressed?
Lin Xinsho slowed down his pace and slowly approached that place.
Classmate, take things easy, you only have one life, you must cherish it.
Lin Xinsho shouted behind the girl, but the girl did not move, as if she did not hear Lin Xinsho's words. Seeing that the other party did not respond, Lin Xinsho took a few steps forward again. The wind from the center of the lake blew over, and a faint fragrance emanated from the girl and blew into his nostrils. At this time, the campus radio also starts to play. At this time, the campus radio will always play some songs.
As for what songs to play, it is also decided by the person playing the song. However, the songs played on campus will always add some atmosphere to the youthful university and deepen your impression of university life.
As Lin Xinsho approached, the other party still did not move, as if he was stuck in the ground. Just when Lin Xinsho was about to approach the girl and prepare to pull her up, the girl moved, pushed aside her hair and took off the earphones from her ears, then turned around and met Lin Xinsho's eyes. Walking in the wind, today's sunshine is suddenly so gentle, the gentleness of the sky and the gentleness of the earth are like you holding me. The music on the campus radio also sounded at the right time, playing a band's song Gentleness. By the artificial lake, a man and a woman were bathed in the setting sun, creating an idol drama-like atmosphere between them.
Ding!
A beauty with a beauty score of over 90 has been detected.
Name, Jean Roland.
Value, 96.
Age, 22. Height, 171 centimeters. Bust, 32E. Favorability, 0. Jean Roland. This is senior sister Jean.
Lin Xinsho heard the system prompt and knew the other party's identity. These are indeed amazing statistics, a 96-point appearance and a 32E figure. If this happened in ancient times, she would at least be a beauty who would bring disaster to the country and the people.
Well, I'm sorry, I thought you were upset, so I called you a few times from behind but you didn't respond.
Lin Xinsho took back the hand he had just extended.
Jean Roland looked down at her feet.
The lake water had already reached her ankles, which would indeed cause misunderstandings from others. She nodded to Lin Xinsho, as if to express her gratitude, then walked out of the lake and left. Lin Xinsho originally wanted to call her down and tell her about hiring her, but given the situation and atmosphere, the chances of him being rejected would be greater. It seems that I have to find the old principal to find out more about the situation. Jean Roland was a cold and aloof queen, and she didn't say a word to Lin Xinsho from beginning to end. She originally just wanted to stand by the lake to calm down and think about some things. Because she was listening to the headphones, she didn't hear Lin Xinsho speaking. It was not until the rustling sound from the campus radio interfered with her headphones that she turned around and saw Lin Xinsho. Although Lin Xinsho's misunderstanding was caused by good intentions, she still didn't talk to him and left on her own. Lin Xinsho came to the principal's office. The principal was wearing a pair of reading glasses and looking at a document, completely unaware of Lin Xinsho's arrival. Lin Xinsho leaned forward to take a look and saw the Joyou plan written on the document. Lin Xinsho's approach also made the principal notice that someone came in, and he quickly looked up.
When he found out it was Lin Xinsho, a smile immediately appeared on his face. Mr. Lin, why didn't you go out to play on the weekend? The principal didn't rest either. He came back to read documents on weekends. Lin Xinsho sat on the sofa and took a quick glance, but couldn't tell what document the principal was studying. However, the principal did not intend to hide that this was a document issued by the higher-ups, the excellence plan, to train talents. We would select a few talents to train, but our school only needed to submit talents in the medical field, and the other majors would be divided up by other schools. Lin Xinsho nodded. He was not interested in these things. His purpose of coming was to inquire about Jean Roland. Before he could speak, the principal continued, "Student Lin, I was originally planning to ask you for this. The excellence plan is not only about providing talents, but the talent training fund must also be borne by the school. Our school has more money for the project you donated, and the school plans to divert some of it to this plan. Do you think it's okay?" After all, the money was donated by Lin Xinsho to the school for investment projects. If other places want to embezzle the money, they have to tell Lin Xinsho in advance. Lin Xinsho waved his hand and said, "Just leave the money for the investment project alone. No need to touch it. I can give you the money for the excellence plan separately." After saying that, Lin Xinsho felt something was wrong. It was as if this school was his property, and all those who contributed money would be punished by him. Upon hearing this, the principal's face was filled with a happy smile. "Thank you, Lin. The funding is not much because it will take a long time and it is not a one-time training plan. 50 million can almost sustain talent training for several generations." "What?" Lin Xinsho was stunned for a moment. He thought that it would be done with 1 million or so. After all, isn't the so-called training just reading more books and newspapers? Why spend so much money? However, Lin Xinsho didn't say much. He just glanced and saw that this plan was issued by the Chinese government. He would not be stingy in training talents for China. Chapter 87: Jean Roland's internship. Seeing that Lin Xinsho had completed the transfer, the principal smiled even more. "Our medical class is full of talented people, and we don't know who to recommend. Does classmate Lin know any top students?" The principal's intention was clearly to let Lin Xinsho go through the back door. Since they were all from the same school, it didn't matter who was recommended. It would be better to do Lin Xinsho a favor. Lin Xinsho shook his head and said, "I'm not familiar with the people in the medical class. The only one who said a few words to me was Su Weiwei. I don't know any of the others. Please make the arrangements yourself, principal." The principal murmured Su Weiwei. The speaker was unintentional, but the listener was intentional. Lin Xinsho just wanted to express that he didn't know anyone in the medical class,
but the principal only heard Su Weiwei's name and didn't listen to anything else. "Principal, there is something I need your help with, and this is the purpose of my visit to you." After talking for a long time and being cheated out of 50 million, he finally talked about Lin Qinshuo's business. "Oh?" Lin said that as long as the school can help, they will do their best to help. How can a big man who donated 550 million not meet a small request? And Lin Qinshuo is so rich, what he wants him to help with must be something in the school, which is not difficult. "I heard that the school hired senior Qin Wolin back to handle some project matters?" After all, it was Li Wuqi who said that Qin Wolin worked for the school, so the credibility was limited. "I should confirm it with the principal first." "That's true. She was recommended by a professor in the business department. She was said to be very capable, but she encountered some problems, which made it difficult for her to find a job. The school just needed such talents, so they invited her back." The principal thought about it and it was true. He approved it. "It's okay if there is one. I want the school to give this person to me. I recently set up a security company that specializes in providing jobs for veterans. However, I have no management staff, so the project has been stagnant. I heard that senior sister Qin has strong professional ability, so I came to you to ask for someone." After Lin Qinshuo confirmed that what Li Wuqi said was true, he directly asked the principal for someone. "The veterans have moved out, which means they are contributing to China and society. How can you not let them go?" When the principal heard Lin Qinshuo say that he would provide jobs for veterans, he was immediately in awe. He didn't expect that Lin was so young and had such a high level of awareness. "I must give this person to you. I will call her over now." As he said this, the principal took out his cell phone and called the professor from the business department over. "Professor Huang, this is Lin Qinshuo from our school, the one who donated the project fund. Now he wants to hire Qin Wolin, what do you think?" "What do you mean?" "Wolin has been called back, and she has signed a contract on Monday and is going to work, so why push her away?" Professor Huang looked at Lin Qinshuo with a bad face, even with a hint of anger. He seriously suspected that the principal was pimping and wanted to push his student into the tiger's mouth. But he didn't realize that Qin Wolin's job was vacant because of Lin Qinshuo's donation, and it was also because of Lin Qinshuo's money that Qin Wolin was able to come to work at the school. Lin Qinshuo was speechless for a while. The principal beside him was very upset. Doesn't Professor Huang understand what people are saying? He is said to be the sponsor, but he is still staring at people with such a bad look. The principal said angrily, "Professor Huang, you are being a little rude. Lin anonymously donated funds to our school for project research, and now he is asking for Qin for his company. And Qin will be 10,000 times better off following Lin than staying in school. Humph, I will not introduce my students to others as lovers." Professor Huang seemed to value Qin Wolin very much and would rather offend the principal than let her go. The principal wanted to curse. What's wrong with Professor Huang? When someone said they wanted to hire Qin Wolin, he thought that they had taken a fancy to Qin Wolin and wanted her to be his lover. "Professor Huang, it seems that you have some misunderstandings about me. Originally, these words should not be repeated, but if I don't say it now, you probably won't let me go. I set up a security company and cooperated with major military regions in China to provide a place for veterans to work. But I know nothing about business. I heard that senior sister Qin is quite capable, so I came to ask the principal for help." Seeing that the two old men had problems communicating, Lin Qinshuo could only speak out himself. "Are you serious?" Professor Huang looked at Lin Qinshuo suspiciously. "Of course it's true. Lin is much more conscious than us. He donated so much money to the school without asking for anything in return and even requested anonymity. Just based on this point, you shouldn't doubt his character." Before Lin Qinshuo could say anything, the principal jumped out first. If Professor Huang doesn't believe it, he can call the senior student over and let her decide for herself whether to stay or go. This stubborn old man doesn't make sense. Since you are unwilling to let her go, let the person decide for herself. Professor Huang was silent for a moment and then sighed. "Wolin is the best student I have ever seen, but she is too beautiful. Her beautiful appearance often makes people ignore her ability. Her internship job was based on her appearance, not her professional ability. Her stubborn personality also led to her parting ways with the company, and she was even banned by the industry and could not find a job." Professor Huang talked about the current dilemma Qin Wolin is facing. Now many companies pay more attention to public relations than business. I don't know what happened to senior sister Chin.
If possible, can you tell me and see if I can help her?
Being banned by the industry, it seems that you have offended a big boss, and he is a relatively civilized big boss, and he didn't use force. If it were the style of Lee and his son, they would not have gone through so much trouble to ban him and would have just kidnapped him home. Professor Huang glanced at Lin Qinshu, then looked at the principal beside him. The principal nodded and indicated that he could tell what happened.
Roland's internship started at a high level, as an assistant to the president of Wine Group.
With her ability, she would have been able to quickly get familiar with the job and then other management positions. Who would have thought that the HR hired her because of her beauty at the beginning, and never gave her any substantial work during the period? The so-called assistant to the president is like a maid to the president. On weekdays, apart from serving tea and water to the president, she waits for the president's pager. She has to be by the president's side 24 hours a day, no matter where she is. When Roland learned about the nature of this job, she resigned angrily, but was not approved. She was even sued for commercial espionage, which led to her being banned from the industry and carrying a lawsuit. Professor Huang clenched his fists and was very angry about this matter. Chapter 88. Is your greeting posture wrong? Wang Group? This name seems familiar. After thinking for a moment, Lin Qinshu suddenly remembered where he had seen it before. In The Secrets of the Wen Family, when Jiaxu was in collusion with the Wine Group. However, after when Jiaxu was wanted, it seemed that there was no trace of the Wine Group anymore.
Behind the Wang Group is the Wang family, one of the 4 major families in Shanghai.
Are all these rich people so dirty? They are openly engaging in hidden rules, and the assistants they hire are actually just a few lovers.
They are really lawless.
Professor Huang, rest assured, although I don't know anyone from Wang's group, I won't let them bully my senior sister like this.
It's just a ban. I will hire my senior sister as the CEO of my company with a high salary.
As for the lawsuit, I will hire the best lawyer team in the country to help my senior sister win this unfair lawsuit.
Even if it's not for the mission, it's for justice for his employees. In Lin Qinshu's heart, Qin Roland is already his employee.
The fact that he was assigned tasks by the system and was highly praised by the old professors in the business school showed that he had some strength. Thank you, Junior, but I still want to help the professor at school first.
A pleasant voice sounded outside the door, and a beautiful figure walked into the principal's office. It was Qin Roland.
When the principal was looking for Professor Huang, he asked Professor Huang and Qin Roland to come together. Professor Huang came first because he was close, but Qin Roland arrived just now. She heard Lin Qinshu's words just as she walked to the door. Although she didn't know the ins and outs of it, she could guess the general meaning from this sentence. When she saw Lin Qinshu, she felt that this junior looked familiar, and instantly remembered that he was the person who had misunderstood that she was going to jump into the lake just now.
Lin Qinshu already knew who she was.
He smiled and said, "Senior, I didn't expect to meet you again so soon. It turns out that my junior is not only kind-hearted, but also rich."
Qin Roland also said with a smile.
It was just Qin Roland's smile that stunned the 3 men present. It was so beautiful. Seeing Qin Roland's arrival, the principal and Professor Huang talked about Lin Qinshu's purpose one after another, and even glorified him as a great man. Professor Huang let Qin Roland make her own choice, whether to stay in school or go to Lin Qinshu. The principal was more direct and cancelled the position, leaving Qin Roland with no choice. Professor Huang pointed at the principal's nose and called him a profit-seeking villain, and the 2 old men immediately started arguing. Lin Qinshu sat quietly aside, saying nothing. Seeing Qin Roland's gaze towards him, he did not speak, and let them make a fuss. Originally, Qin Roland did not intend to accept Lin Qinshu's recruitment, but what the principal said was indeed right. Originally, this position was established because of Lin Qinshu's donation. He has the right to withdraw the donation at any time. If Lin Qinshu really did that, then the existence of this position would become a joke. She didn't know Lin Qinshu, so she didn't dare to gamble.
Moreover, Lin Qinshu's recruitment was not a bad thing for her.
Although it was in the initial stage, what she needed most was a company that could grow together. "Junior, please give me more advice in the future." After thinking it over, Qin Roland accepted Lin Qinshu's invitation. Although it felt a bit forced, it was the best choice for her. Seeing Qin Roland agreed, Lin Qinshu also smiled. "Senior sister, please rest assured that you will be grateful for this decision today. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation in the future." Lin Qinshu stood up from the sofa and stretched out his right hand. Qin Roland also stretched out her hand and shook it gently with him. The soft touch made Lin Qinshuo's heart itch. Seeing that Qin Roland had agreed, the two old men stopped fighting and said with a smile that the two of them would definitely create a Fortune 500 company if they joined forces.
Senior sister, it's a little late today.
I'll pick you up early tomorrow morning and go to the company to discuss some details together.
Lin Qinshuo said goodbye to everyone and left the principal's office. Roland, although we only had a brief contact with Xiaolin, I don't think he is an unreliable person. You can make your own decision.
If you are not happy with your work, just leave. Professor Huang said to Qin Roland after Lin Qinshuo left. The principal curled his lips aside. He donated 500 million to the school without blinking an eye, and it was an anonymous donation.
What qualifications do you have to say that he is unreliable? Why don't you donate 5 million?
Professor Huang was so angry that he blew his beard and glared, and was speechless.
Qin Roland couldn't help but smile secretly as she looked at the scene in front of her.
She then said goodbye to the principal and Professor Huang and returned to the dormitory where she had originally moved out and had recently moved back. After leaving the principal's office, Lin Qinshuo went to the canteen to eat before returning to the dormitory. Li Wuqi and Fan Jianxiang had not returned yet, and they might still be waiting outside for a chance encounter. Little did they know that the person they were meeting had already met Lin Qinshuo twice, and had even become Lin Qinshuo's employee.
He was free, so he opened Douyin while lying on the bed.
He hadn't logged in since he had finished giving gifts that day, so today was a good time to go back and give gifts. Because of the big data, Lin Qinshuo saw Xiaoyu's live broadcast room as soon as he came in. He had given too many gifts at that time, so as soon as he came in, he was noticed by everyone. A giant dragon special effect flew into the live broadcast room, and two wooden envoys descended on the live broadcast room.
Welcome, Brother Shuangmu. You haven't been to my live studio for a long time. Xiaoyu pouted and said coquettishly.
She didn't mention the fact that she had sent messages to Lin Qinshuo offline, because if she did, the netizens would think that she must have been communicating with the top player offline every day. During this period, Xiaoyu sent many messages to Lin Qinshuo, but received no response. She wanted to express her gratitude to Lin Qinshuo, and also wanted to see what his purpose was in helping her.
The super rich god is here. The big brother who helped Xiaoyu win the popularity of the day is here. Why isn't the top brother on the list talking? Xiaoyu, is it because you greeted me in the wrong way? That's why Brother Shuangmu doesn't want to talk to you. Xiaoyu, go put on your battle robe and pair it with stockings and high heels, the top guy on the list will definitely pay attention to you. Xiaoyu looked at the scrolling barrage that suddenly became active, and said with a smile, as long as Brother Shuangmu wants to watch it, I will change it. After waiting for a long time, the Imperial Envoy Shuangmu still did not move and did not say a word. Xiaoyu could only change the topic and continue chatting with her friends about other things. In fact, Lin Qinshuo had just turned on his mobile phone, and before he could look at it, Li Wuqi and Fan Jianxiang rushed into the dormitory. You beast! I treated you as a brother, but you never thought of us when you had something good to do. You ran into senior sister Qin by chance, but you didn't even tell us. Li Wuqi looked at him with resentment. Chapter 89 Return to Xiaoyu Live Studio.
Lin Qinshuo looked at the two of them in confusion, only to see Fan Jianxiang handing him the phone.
The screen showed a campus forum with the title Idol Drama-like atmosphere. Qin Roland and Lin Qinshuo.
There was a photo in it, showing the two of them by the lake, looking into each other's eyes under the setting sun, with Lin Qinshuo's hand still stretched out. But judging from the texture of the photo, it is still quite artistic.
This can be captured by someone. These students also have the potential to be paparazzi.
Oh, I saw a girl with her feet stuck in the lake, and I thought she was upset. So I planned to go over and persuade her, but I didn't know she was Qin Roland.
But I found out later.
Lin Qinshuo returned the phone to Fan Jianxiang. This was filmed, and Meng Meng must have known about it, but the other party didn't send him a message to ask, and he was too lazy to explain.
Some things become less clear the more you explain. Alas, we both thought we would meet by chance, so we called you over. Who knew you would actually meet by chance? You made the wrong friends. Li Wuqi shook his head and sighed. Okay, stop being such a nagging woman. I'll introduce you to each other some other day. Lin Qinshuo waved his hand impatiently to drive them away. TSK, you are just lucky enough to meet Senior Qin, and you dare to introduce her to us? You don't even have her contact information.
Li Wuqi looked at him with disdain. This reminded Lin Qinshuo that he really didn't have Qin Roland's contact information. The two of them had agreed to go to Jinmao building tomorrow morning.
How could they meet without contact information?
Forget it, I'll just ask the principal for it tomorrow.
It's a rare weekend, why don't you go out and play? Fan Jianxiang was eager to go out.
Lin Qinshu hadn't been with them much in the past half-month. It was a rare opportunity for them to be together, so they could go out and play together.
You two go ahead, I'll take a nap.
Lin Qinshu waved his hand. Seeing this, Li Wuqi and the other man didn't say much. They took a shower, changed their clothes and went out. Lin Qinshu gave them a membership card of Piaoxue Bar, which contained a lot of liquor. They could drink as much as they wanted, play as much as they wanted, and show off as much as they wanted, because he was the boss of Piaoxue after all. They don't want money if these brothers give them it openly, but they will take advantage of these small bargains if they can. With Lin Qinshu's financial resources, he could just let them take advantage of him. Lin Qinshu fell asleep unknowingly, and was only woken up by the loud sound of the door closing after the two men left. After waking up, he picked up his phone and found that he was still watching the live broadcast, but he had turned off the sound. In the live broadcast room, Xiaoyu was talking about her current situation.
Many MCN agencies have contacted her, but she has not yet decided which one to go to.
Her former gaming company also approached her to renew her contract, but she refused.
Nowadays, everyone likes to watch newcomers perform, and if she, an old employee, goes back, those fans may not like to watch.
Fans who like to watch her have already had their time worn out by life.
I will go to an MCN agency in the financial center for an interview tomorrow. The boss of that agency came to me personally. It is said that the boss is a beautiful woman.
And I heard from friends in the industry that the benefits of this agency are good, unlike those vampire MCN agencies, which are even companies that pretend to be media companies but actually want to use hidden rules. Xiaoyu talked about her schedule for tomorrow, but she didn't say the specific place in the live broadcast room, because her IP is in Shanghai. If she said too much about the place, she would inevitably encounter some crazy fans. As soon as he finished speaking, a carnival gift occupied the entire live broadcast screen. Then a bunch of carnivals appeared again, causing many people's mobile phone screens to freeze. Lin Qinshu pressed the carnival for a long time and kept refreshing the screen.
It stopped after a long while.
The live broadcast room was already filled with curses.
Holy shit! My screen is frozen.
The Imperial Envoy is here, and he'll give you gifts if you don't agree with him. Boss, please brush less, I can't even see the drizzle. Xiaoyu was also confused. She had been flirting for a long time, but these two wooden envoys didn't say a word.
Now he's giving out gifts like crazy again. Could this top guy on the list be here to launder money? I will also go to the financial center tomorrow. If we have a chance to meet, let us have a meal together.
After Shuangmu Qinchao finished giving gifts, he left the live broadcast room after leaving a sentence. The rest of the people were confused about the behavior of this top brother.
The guy on this list is quite unique. How rich is this?
Just to say a word, I spent a lot of money on the carnival. No, I have to go out and pay attention to this number one guy. When I start broadcasting in the future, I want him to come to my place and watch.
You are dreaming, why should I give you a swipe just because you said so?
There was a lot of noise in the live broadcast room. Xiaoyu quickly sent a WeChat message to Lin Qinshu, asking if what he just said was true.
Xiaoyu's LP address is in Shanghai. The financial center of Shanghai is the only real place. I have something to do in the financial center tomorrow. If we meet by chance, let's have a meal together.
Lin Qinshu's words made Xiaoyu lose confidence all of a sudden. If it were any other netizen, they would definitely ask her where she is in the financial center, or at least make an appointment to meet her. The other party was so Buddhist that he said that they would have dinner together if they were destined to meet.
Could it be that Shuangmu Qinchao was actually a monk? He was not interested in me?
Xiaoyu lost confidence in her beauty for the first time.
Okay, I hope to meet Brother Shuangmu.
Although she had some doubts in her heart, she still had to do her best on the surface.
The financial center is so big that you may not necessarily come across it.
Lin Qinshu went to take a look at other live broadcast rooms and found that there was nothing interesting to see. Most of them were live broadcasts selling goods. Entertainment live broadcasts still have to be watched on a dedicated live broadcast platform.
If there weren't so many Dubi coins here, he wouldn't want to watch it.
Lin Qinshu found that there were more and more information in the private messages. In addition to some messages sent by netizens to say hello, there were also some messages sent by female anchors. However, all the pictures sent by these female anchors were destroyed by the platform, so Lin Qinshu could not see anything. You can guess what kind of photos they are. These female anchors also sent him their WeChat numbers, with a note saying if you see them on WeChat, it will not be destroyed. There were even male anchors who sent him photos of their abdominal muscles. They probably saw that he was not very enthusiastic about Xiaoyu and thought that there was something wrong with his sexual orientation. There are all kinds of people on the internet, and everyone wants to get rich overnight. In this society, people laugh at the poor but not at prostitutes, and the male anchors have lost their moral integrity. Lin Qinshu turned off his cell phone and threw it aside.
I simply washed up and went to bed. He hasn't been back to the dormitory to sleep for a long time.
It's quite comfortable to go back to the dormitory and have a quiet sleep occasionally. In the middle of the night, Lin Qinshu was awakened by the sound of a door being pushed open gently, because the door of their dormitory would make a creaking sound when opened, and the slower it was opened, the louder it would be, and it had to be opened quickly to avoid the creaking sound. It was because of this that Lin Qinshu woke up instantly.
The 4 people in the dormitory knew about this door. No one had ever pushed the door open gently.
Even in the middle of the night, they would open the door very quickly, not to mention Li Wuqi and the other person who went out to drink.
Chapter 90 Dark Web Killer Xinyu.
Lin Qinshu did not move, but listened attentively to the footsteps coming in from the door. The footsteps were light, and it seemed to be a woman. The person came to Lin Qinshu's bed, pulled out a knife and stabbed him in the heart quickly. Lin Qinshu suddenly opened his eyes, grabbed the hand holding the knife, jumped off the bed, and twisted the other person's hand behind his back. Unexpectedly, the killer seemed to have no bones and twisted along with the force and broke free. The 2 men faced each other in the darkness, neither of them able to see the other's face clearly. The killer's soft bones seemed to have been professionally trained.
Is this the bounty order again? It seems that this trouble will not end unless a few ignorant people are killed.
Lin Qinshu kicked his feet and quickly grabbed the killer. Although the killer was caught, he slipped away from Lin Qinshu's hand the next second like a loach. Lin Qinshu was very annoyed and could only change his palm into a fist and punch directly at the killer's chest. He felt a soft touch on his fist. The killer, who had no time to dodge, groaned, took a few steps back, and bumped into the dormitory door.
Ding!
A beauty with a beauty score of over 90 has been detected.
Name, Xinyu. Appearance, 93. Age, 21. Height, 169. Bust, 36C. Favorability, 0.
The system's untimely voice sounded, but Lin Qinshu didn't have time to investigate.
He quickly stepped forward and wanted to catch the female killer.
The killer was hit by Lin Qinshu's punch and blood came out from the corner of his mouth, but it was too dark for Lin Qinshu to see. Just as Lin Qinshu was about to get close, the killer quickly opened the door and jumped off the balcony.
Lin Qinshu's dormitory is on the 3rd floor, so a professional killer wouldn't be killed if he jumped from above.
In the dark night, the killer disappeared from Lin Qinshu's sight in a few leaps. Lin Qin stood on the balcony, watching the departing figure, muttering, "It's quite big." Lin Qinshu really didn't mean to throw that punch just now.
It was so dark that no one knew where the punch hit. It was good enough that we could barely make out the figure.
However, after this incident, Lin Qinshu realized that he should not be too lax.
The reward of 20 million is still a temptation for many people.
The system had just told him the other party's identity. He didn't expect that the Shin family, one of the 4 school beauties and one of the 4 major families in Magic City, would actually have a killer, and a girl at that. I don't know if it's a family thing or Xinyu's own initiative.
No matter what, I have to be more careful when I meet the Shin family in the future.
Lin Qinshu looked at his right fist with lingering feelings, turned around and went back to the dormitory to continue sleeping. In the dark night, a figure shuttled through the campus and entered the building of the girls' dormitory.
As she entered the dormitory, the light in the dormitory shone on her pale face.
A pair of almond-shaped eyes hung on the high bridge of the nose, and a bloodshot line hung on the edge of the cherry-like mouth. After taking off her nightgown, her tall and voluptuous figure was revealed.
The woman gritted her teeth and said viciously, "Lin Qinshu, you lecher, I will never let you go." There was no one else in Xinyu's dormitory. It seemed that because it was the weekend, no one lived in the dormitory. Xinyu picked up the phone from the table and made a call. "How is it? Did you complete the task?"
A heavy voice sounded from the other end of the phone.
"The information is correct.
Lin Qinshu is very strong. I was hit by him once, and my blood was boiling and I couldn't stand normally. If I get hit by him again, I'm afraid I will die on the spot."
Xinyu reported to the other end of the phone.
After a moment of silence, the person on the other end of the phone said, "I know. I'll push him down on the dark web ranking first. I can't put him at the front and let those killers die. I'll find someone to try him out later. If his ability doesn't match the bounty, I'll cancel his bounty order. I can't invalidate the dark web bounty list just because of the 20 million bounty." Shin Yu also nodded silently. "During this time, I will find an opportunity to kill him. There are not many people in the world who can make the dark web take the initiative to cancel the bounty order. Even if he is strong, it won't work. This is related to the ability of the dark web. You decide for yourself, just protect yourself." The other party hung up the phone after saying this. After hanging up the phone, Shin Yu came to the bathroom, took off his clothes and saw the attacked part. A bruised fist mark appeared in front of him. Shin Yu looked ashamed and annoyed, and gnashed his teeth and said to Lin Qinsho, "I must kill you." This was the first time in her life that a man had touched this part of her body, and it was hit with a fist. The pain overshadowed the strange feeling. Lin Qinsho, who had fallen asleep again, had no idea about these things. He sneezed in his sleep, turned over and continued to sleep. The next morning, after Lin Qinsho had breakfast in the cafeteria, he saw Qin Wolin already waiting for him by his car. He originally wanted to ask the principal for his contact information, but now he saved the time. Lin Qinsho has been so high profile recently that even Qin Wolin, who had just returned, had heard about it, so naturally she knew that this was his car. Today, Qin Wolin was wearing a black hip skirt and a pair of black high heels. Her original height of 1.7 meters was already at the level of Lin Qinsho's eyes because of this pair of shoes. Her long hair was tied up, with a strand of hair falling down on both sides of her temples, making her look formal yet a little lazy. "Good morning, senior sister Qin." Lin Qinsho greeted with a smile. Qin Wolin glanced at his junior with an expressionless face. "In 10 minutes, lunch will be served in the cafeteria. Do you still think it's too early?" Lin Qinsho smiled awkwardly and walked to the passenger seat and opened the door. He had drunk yesterday and didn't drive home, so he asked the designated driver to drive the car in last night. Judging from Qin Wolin's appearance, it seemed that she had been waiting for a while. The roar of the Lamborghini shuttled through the campus, and the scene of Qin Wolin getting on the car just now once again shocked many people. Holy shit! I was wondering why Senior Qin showed up in the parking lot so early in the morning. Turns out she was waiting for the owner of the luxury car. What luxury car owner? That's Lin Qinsho from the best dormitory. Recently, the campus forum is all about him. Hey, isn't he Yimengxi's boyfriend? Why is he hooking up with Senior Qin again? Can you do whatever you want just because you have money? It turns out that it's not that beautiful women are aloof, it's that beautiful women look down on losers. I just took a photo and will upload it to the forum later so that school beauty Yimengxi can see her boyfriend's true face. I support it. We can't let all the campus beauties be ruined by the same scumbag. I hate it. 3 of the 4 most beautiful girls in school have had relationships with this scumbag. Chapter 91 Exposing the Scumbag. Schoolgirl Yi is the girlfriend of this beastly scumbag. Last time, schoolgirl Su sat next to him in class, and now even schoolgirl Qin, who was about to graduate, got into his car. Only schoolgirl Shin has not fallen. Schoolgirl Shin, you have to hold on. Expose. Must expose. I want all the beautiful ladies to know the true face of this beast. After hearing this, everyone suddenly remembered that it seemed to be true. Where does this beast come from? Why does every campus beauty seem to have some contact with him? Lin Qinsho drove quickly to the Jinmao building. As soon as he entered the building, all the employees of the Jinmao building greeted him. This scene shocked Qin Wolin. This was the Jinmao building, the top office building in Shanghai. It was said that the employees here were extremely arrogant. Except for their immediate superior Sun Ji, they kept their public and private affairs separate from everyone else. But now they all greeted Lin Qinsho. This building is mine, but I have rented it out, leaving only 1 floor for myself. If you want to work in the future, you can work here temporarily. The other land is still under construction and will not be available so soon. Lin Qinsho saw Qin Wolin's surprise. Qin Wolin was even more shocked when she heard this. The two came to Lin Qinsho's office, where Yang Yun and others were still doing some preparatory work to contact personnel. Mo Fong was building an intelligence network for Lin Qinsho. Through the incident with Wen Jiaxu, Lin Qinsho felt that he didn't know much about this society, and he even just learned about the dark web.
The details of the so-called Kyoto Yang family are completely unknown. What Mo Fong is doing now is to collect this kind of relevant information.
Intelligence gathering is the most expensive thing, so Lin Xinsho directly allocated 1 billion yuan for him to set up. Lin Xinsho took out a contract that Li Qing had prepared long ago and handed it to Qin Roland. Sister Qin, take a good look at the contract.
If there are no problems, we will sign the contract today, and then you can start working.
The system prompt sound has not sounded, and Lin Xinsho wondered if he had to go through the process of signing a labor contract to complete the task.
Qin Roland sat aside with the contract and looked through it.
Lin Xinsho did not disturb her. After all, signing a contract was such a serious matter that it must be checked carefully. The more Qin Roland looked, the more frightened she became. Far from being an unequal contract that is harsh, exploitative, and daunting, this contract is an agreement that is rich in benefits. You will get a house as soon as you join the company, and you can choose any property in Shanghai.
Even if Qin Roland wants Thompson Epine, Lin Xinsho will buy it for her.
A monthly salary of 1 million, 13 salaries a year, equals an annual salary of 13 million. All legal holidays are included, and she is given a month's leave every year in case she is in a bad mood, and all her expenses are reimbursed for traveling. As long as it is money paid for work, all of it can be reimbursed. This kind of magical job made Qin Roland feel so unreal. Lin Xinsho put a lot of thought and money into taking Qin Roland's gold mine.
As long as Qin Roland's contract is signed successfully, he will get 30 billion immediately. You may make a profit, but I will never lose money.
After reading the contract, Qin Roland couldn't calm down for a long time.
This kind of contract is impossible to appear in reality.
She knows herself well and knows that a person who just graduated from college is not qualified to get such a high-paying job. If Lin Xinsho hadn't predicted the future, he would have known that she would be very capable in the future. That means the other party has other purposes. After thinking about it, Qin Roland felt that it should be the latter. She now even suspected that Lin Xinsho was sent by Wine Group.
Qin Roland's eyes suddenly became alert. Junior brother, I know my own weight. This contract of yours is no longer a labor contract. It is simply giving me money.
What is your purpose?
Oh no, the benefits are too good, and she has misunderstood me. Lin Xinsho's heart skipped a beat. Senior sister, please don't get me wrong. You are not the only one who has good benefits here. Others are the same.
It's just that everyone has different division of labor, so the benefits are also different.
You have more responsibilities, so I give you this treatment. Others are a little worse than you, but not much worse.
Brother Yang's salary is also set by me, but it's only 2 million per year, with a year-end bonus. After Lin Xinsho finished speaking, Yang Yun nodded vigorously.
Qin Roland's eyes flickered.
This treatment still made her feel incredible.
Junior, it's too much. I don't deserve this treatment. Please give me the most basic treatment. An annual salary of 100,000 is enough.
I am a newcomer to find a job and don't need such a high salary.
If you really like my ability, then give me shares. 1% is also fine.
Qin Roland felt that as long as she took less, she would not be manipulated. If she really wanted to start a business, then taking shares would be fine. Lin Xinsho shook his head and said, I will not give you the shares.
Qin Roland was stunned. Compared to an annual salary of more than 10 million, wouldn't 1% of the shares be more cost-effective for Lin Xinsho?
And as long as there are shares, the company will be tied to Qin Roland.
Wouldn't this be a better way to keep her? Could it be that Lin Xinsho can guarantee that the company will make a lot of money?
Lin Xinsho continued, I founded the security company for one reason, I wanted to have someone available. Second, it was to take in those soldiers who had nowhere to go after they retired. It was a cooperative project with the military region or the entire China, and I didn't intend to make money.
If I gave you shares, not only would you not get any dividends, you might even lose yourself.
After hearing this, Qin Roland immediately changed her opinion of Lin Xinsho, but she also became more determined about the reason why she wanted to get the shares. After tearing up the contract, Qin Roland said, Junior, please make a new one.
I must have a share. Since my junior can be so righteous, as a senior, I must bind myself together. Even if there is a loss, I, Qin Roland, will also be responsible.
I, Qin Roland, will also have a share of the lost funds. Seeing her determined expression, Lin Xinsho asked Li Qing to write a new contract. The salary remained the same, but a 5% stake was added. Even if I lose money, I will have money myself, so Qin Wolin 1T have to pay for it. But he didn't expect that what he said just now would have an effect. Qin Wolin's eyes changed from suspicion and confusion to determination now, just because of what he said.
Qin Wolin took a look at the rewritten contract and signed her name. The system prompt sound also sounded. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for completing the task of recruiting Qin Wolin.
Qin Wolin's favorability has reached 70 points. Complete option 2 and receive a reward of 30 billion cash and language proficiency. Dear customer, your Shanghai bank card with the last number 9527 has received a transfer of 30 billion yuan, and the balance is 87,412,069,053 yuan. Chapter 92 Gu Xiaoyu. Host, Lin Qinshu. Strength, 9. Constitution, 10. Spirit, 8. Charisma, 8.
The highest attribute of ordinary people is 10, and the host has a normal value among ordinary people.
Vehicles, Pagani Zonda, Lamborghini Veneno. Luxury homes, Yulu Villa No. 1, Thompson 1 Building A, 33rd floor. Skills, martial arts proficiency, chess proficiency, marksmanship proficiency, sports skills proficiency, language proficiency. Balance, 8741-206-9053.
Lin Qinshu looked at the growing balance and couldn't help but sigh inwardly that he could never spend it all.
Unexpectedly, Qin Wolin's favorability towards him reached 70 points.
It seems that his performance in the past 2 days has been relatively stable, exceeding the standard and reaching the completion level of option 2.
From today on, I am your employee, Boss Lin.
Qin Wolin smiled and stretched out her hand.
Senior sister, please call me by my name.
I feel uncomfortable with the title of boss. Lin Qinshu smiled and stretched out his right hand to shake hers.
Then I'll call you Junior Lin. I can't call you Lin Qinshu. Qin Wolin smiled while covering her mouth.
Although she didn't pay much attention to things on campus, she had more or less heard of names like Best Dormitory, and each name was enough to make people laugh and cry.
Since I have become your employee, I will start working.
Please tell me the progress of my work and any difficulties.
Qin Wolin seemed to be eager to get into work.
Lin Qinshu asked Li Cheng to talk to her because he didn't know the current progress of the work.
Li Cheng took Qin Wolin into an office to report on some current work progress.
Lin Qinshu went to the office where Yang Yun and others were.
Brother Mo Fong, how is the investigation of the information about the Wang family in Modu going?
Mo Fong is a young man in his 30s wearing black-framed glasses. Originally, he was not accepted by the army, but because of his strong ability, he was recruited into the army as an exception. It was basically clear that the Wang family started out with real estate business, and Li Jianfu's Jianlong real estate was also supported by the Wang family. Now the Li family father and son are hiding in the Wang family's territory, but no one knows where exactly.
Mo Fong gave a piece of information to Lin Qinshu.
Lin Qinshu looked through some of the information in it.
The Wang family started out as a gangster.
In the beginning, they collected protection fees, and later on, they moved up to grabbing territories. They didn't simply grab the territories and collect protection fees, but directly had people transfer the land to their Wang family. When the seized land encountered the government's land requisition, Wang Tianfeng, the old patriarch of the Wang family, immediately sensed the business opportunity. He immediately gathered people and seized many places in that era when information was not well developed. This is how I earned my first pot of gold.
Wang Tianfeng himself is also extremely romantic. He has 8 sons and 3 daughters. However, by the time of his grandson, male offspring had become scarce.
If it were not for the scientific progress in recent years, there would have been only one Wang Jingde in the 3rd generation of the Wang family.
Now, there is only one Wang Jingde in the younger generation of the Wang family.
The other children born through technology are not yet adults, and the oldest is only in his early teens.
The current CEO of Wang Group is Wang Jingde.
He was a capable and dandy young man from the Wang family. He was very capable in all aspects and possessed all the characteristics of a dandy young man.
Lin Qinshu took a look at Wang Jingde's information.
It seemed that Qin Wolin was recruited to serve Wang Jingde, but was banned after she refused.
Qin Wolin will be in charge of all affairs of the security company in the future. You can go directly to her if you have any questions. Thanks to Wang Jingde's ill intentions, we have the opportunity to let her come to us. However, if they dare to ban our CEO, we must teach the Wang family a lesson. You can do the plan, and just ask me for the money.
Lin Qinshu put down the information of the Wang family and said to Yang Yun and others.
Everyone instantly perked up when they heard this.
They had just regained a bit of passion during this period, but with Wen Jiaxu's death, everything returned to normal. Now that there is something to do again, everyone's enthusiasm has become high. Originally, Lin Qinshu was planning to post a bounty on the dark web to deal with Wang Jingde, but he later thought about it and gave up. Even Yang Lin couldn't make it to the bounty list on the dark web, which meant that there was still a big family controlling this. After Lin Qinshu finished his instructions, he left the office. Everyone was busy, and he was the only one left with nothing to do. It wasn't very good for him to stay there. When I was taking the elevator downstairs, it happened to stop at the 17th floor again. When the door opened, the person who came in was not Chen Jia, but another person Lin Qinshu knew. Lin Qinshu had given her a bunch of carnivals last night, and left a message to Xiaoyu saying that they would have dinner together if they met. Ding! A beauty with a beauty score of over 90 has been detected.
Name, Gu Xiaoyu. Appearance, 93. Age, 24. Height, 162. Bust, 34 c. Favorability, 80. This was the first time that Lin Qinshu met those girls who were somewhat famous on the internet in real life. He didn't expect that Xiaoyu had a mature look but was actually the height of a lowly. The contrast was quite big. Xiaoyu was wearing a white gauze halter dress at this time, her hair was simply draped over her shoulders, and she was wearing a black mask on her face. Despite this, she was still recognized by Lin Qinshu at the first sight. Gu Xiaoyu glanced at Lin Qinshu in the elevator, then walked into the elevator with her back to him. Was the interview successful? Lin Qinshu suddenly asked. Gu Xiaoyu turned around and looked at him in surprise. Are you talking to me? Do we know each other? It was no secret that she was here for an interview, but how could she be recognized even though she was so well dressed? She was just a game commentator, not a big star, so there shouldn't be any illegitimate fans. Lin Qinshu smiled slightly and said, "Didn't I tell you last night that if we meet by chance today, we will have dinner together?" Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoyu's eyes widened and he quickly took off his mask. Are you the Shuangmu Imperial Envoy? In Gu Xiaoyu's imagination, the Shuangmu Imperial Envoy was at least a man in his 30s or 40s. Unexpectedly, he was a handsome guy who looked about the same age as her. Lin Qinshu nodded. I didn't expect that the interview you mentioned was to go to Chen Jie's company. What a coincidence. Gu Xiaoyu was actually not completely sure that Lin Qinshu was the Shuangmu Imperial Envoy, because when Shuangmu Imperial Envoy said that, he also said it in the live broadcast room. She was afraid that someone with ulterior motives would come here deliberately to meet her, pretending to be the Imperial Envoy Shuangmu, with the intention of doing something bad to her. Chapter 93, Impersonating the Real Master. Gu Xiaoyu took out her cell phone and sent an emoticon to Shuangmu Qinshu's WeChat. Lin Qinshu felt his cell phone vibrate and took it out. Seeing that expression, I probably guessed what Gu Xiaoyu was thinking. She probably didn't believe that she was the Imperial Envoy of Shuangmu. Lin Qinshu was speechless. Could it be that someone was impersonating him as the Imperial Envoy of Shuangmu? He showed his phone to Gu Xiaoyu, and only then did Gu Xiaoyu confirm that the other party was her number one brother on the list. Sorry, brother Shuangmu, because you also said in the live broadcast room yesterday that we would eat together if we met by chance, and too many fans knew about it. I was worried that someone was impersonating you. Gu Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue, showing her playful look. It doesn't matter. Girls should know how to protect themselves when they are outside, and it's better to be cautious. Lin Qinshu shook his head, indicating that he didn't care. I didn't expect brother Shuangmu to be so young. I thought he was a middle-aged uncle. Gu Xiaoyu looked at Lin Qinshu in front of him. Lin Qinshu's charm has now reached 8 points. While his facial features remain unchanged, he has become more coordinated and handsome. When his charm reaches 9 points, he will be considered handsome by all the opposite sex. When it reaches 10 points, he will be popular with both men and women, young and old. My name is Lin Qinshu, just call me by my name. Lin Qinshu was still quite uncomfortable with the name Shuangmu brother. Lin Qinshu? Put. Gu Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lin Qinshu was no longer surprised by this scene. Whenever someone heard his name, they would have this expression. Sorry, I just remembered something funny. Gu Xiaoyu explained quickly. Lin Qinshu smiled, and just as the elevator reached the first floor, he walked out of the elevator. Gu Xiaoyu was stunned. It seemed that Lin Qinshu didn't intend to have dinner with her. Was it because she laughed at his name?
While she was stunned, Lin Xinqiu had already walked out the door. Gu Xiaoyu hurriedly trotted after him.
Brother Shuanglin, didn't you say that we would have dinner together if we met by chance?
Gu Xiaoyu trotted to Lin Xinqiu and stopped him.
Oh, just a casual remark. You should have other things to do. We can make an appointment later.
Although he said that last night, he is not the kind of person who has to lick the other person to eat.
If you want to have dinner with him, just come here on your own initiative. I have nothing to do, and it's lunchtime. If possible, I would like to treat you to a meal.
After all, Lin Xinqiu gave her a lot of money, and as the number one brother on the list, it didn't matter if she had dinner with him. Lin Xinqiu thought about it and thought that he really had nothing to do right now, so he decided to have a meal together.
Gu Xiaoyu nodded happily and walked to the passenger seat, but she didn't know how to open the door.
Lin Xinqiu walked over to help her open the door and got in.
You're the one treating, you have the final say on what to eat,
Lin Xinqiu said to Gu Xiaoyu when he got in the car. I've given so many gifts to the other person, it shouldn't be too much to just give him a meal.
Let's go to Manhan Pavilion. I happen to have a number for today. It's too hard to get a number at Shuiyun Pavilion, and it's too expensive.
Gu Xiaoyu took out her phone and flipped through the message about getting a number.
Manhan Pavilion? Isn't that the place where he ordered takeout last time? Lin Xinqiu stepped on the accelerator and left the Jinmao building. Brother Lin, your car is so cool, it's a Lamborghini, right? I've heard of Lamborghini, it seems there are big bulls and small bulls, is yours a big bull?
Gu Xiaoyu asked, looking at the decoration inside the car.
It's not a big bull, it's called Poison.
Lin Xinqiu answered casually.
Poison, what a domineering name.
Gu Xiaoyu didn't know much about cars. Most girls probably didn't know much about cars.
They just knew the brand. Anyway, sports cars looked expensive. The two of them soon arrived at Manhan Pavilion.
It was Lin Xinqiu's first time here.
The last time he ate here, he ordered takeout.
After Gu Xiaoyu showed the number text message to the front door waiter, he took her to a table in the lobby. After sitting down, Gu Xiaoyu explained, actually, I originally planned to eat by myself, so I took the lobby number because it is faster. If I had known that I was inviting Brother Lin to dinner, I should have gotten a box number. Gu Xiaoyu looked at Lin Xinqiu a little embarrassedly, and Lin Xinqiu shook his head to show that he didn't care. Although both have the word pavilion in their names, there is still a big difference between Manhan Pavilion and Shuiyun Pavilion.
Manhan Pavilion is more like an internet celebrity store with many people queuing up. Shuiyun Pavilion is a high-end private restaurant with an elegant environment and a complete range of dishes. Gu Xiaoyu handed the menu to Lin Xinqiu and ordered a few dishes at random.
While waiting for the dishes, a young man in his 30s in a suit came forward.
Xiaoyu, I didn't expect that we would actually meet by chance. I am the imperial envoy of Shuangmu.
The man smiled and said to Gu Xiaoyu. Gu Xiaoyu was stunned, and Lin Xinqiu was also stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that someone would come to the real owner to pretend to be him.
Gu Xiaoyu's confused expression instantly turned into anger.
He didn't expect that someone would really come to pretend to be him. If the real owner wasn't sitting opposite, she would have to send another text message to verify. Just when she was about to speak, Lin Xinqiu kicked her foot, signaling her not to say anything. Gu Xiaoyu also understood what he meant, but at the same time she was complaining in her heart about Lin Xinqiu's bad taste.
Really? Are you really Brother Shuangmu?
Gu Xiaoyu covered her mouth in surprise. The man smiled confidently and said, of course.
I spent so much time on the carnival for you last night.
How could you forget about your brother so quickly?
The man sat down.
There were 4 seats at their dining table in 4 directions.
I didn't expect to meet Brother Shuangmu.
Gu Xiaoyu pretended to be surprised. Lin Xinqiu, who was standing by, drank tea from his cup and watched her performance. Since we have met by chance, I can only postpone the rest of the things.
After dinner, let's go to the movies and then take a rest. I have booked a room at Bulgari.
The man didn't even look at Lin Xinqiu, as if he didn't exist.
Gu Xiaoyu's face darkened when he heard this.
This person pretended to be Lin Xinqiu just to do this kind of thing.
I think you misunderstood. It was Brother Shuangmu who suggested that we meet for dinner. I didn't agree to it, and I'm having dinner with my friends now.
Gu Xiaoyu wanted to see how the man could pretend, whether he would continue to be so shameless or have other ways.
The man smiled coldly. What friend is so important as me? I have given you so many gifts.
You can skip the meal, but you must come with me to Bulgari. Lin Qinshu couldn't help but admire the man in front of him. He could say such shameless words, and he really regarded himself as the imperial envoy of Shuangmu. He gets so deeply into the role. Chapter 94 Wang Group Dinner. Humph, you said you were the imperial envoy of Shuangmu, do you have any evidence? Show me your account number. Gu Xiaoyu snorted coldly. The man seemed to be prepared. He took out his cell phone and showed it to Gu Xiaoyu. Lin Qinshu took a look and didn't expect that the other party had set his avatar and name exactly the same. The other party also knew that his imitation would definitely have flaws, so he quickly gave Gu Xiaoyu a glance and then took it back. If Gu Xiaoyu had not met Lin Qinshu in advance, she might have been really frightened. But she knew that the other party was definitely fake. No matter what evidence the man produced, she knew it was fake. Is it confirmed now? If I can give you tens of millions of gifts, I can also give others gifts. I have given you the opportunity, and it depends on you whether you can seize it. The man showed a playful smile on his face. Gu Xiaoyu was too lazy to argue with him and said, "Don't give me gifts anymore. I don't want them." The man was immediately furious. "Bitch, I'm going to find a marketing account to discredit you now. I have plenty of money, and I'm going to make sure you can't make a living in this industry anymore." After saying that, he grabbed the cup in his hand and was about to splash it on Gu Xiaoyu's face. Lin Qinshu was quick-witted and slapped his hand, causing the glass of water to splash onto his face. "If you are the imperial envoy of Shuangmu, then who am I?" Lin Qinshu said the first words after the man arrived. The man suddenly reacted. Looking at Gu Xiaoyu's teasing eyes, he immediately realized that he had been fooled. He had clearly met the imperial envoy Shuangmu, but he was still acting with him. "Bitch, you dare to play tricks on me." The man grabbed the bowl on the table and was about to throw it at Gu Xiaoyu. Suddenly the man felt his feet slip and he sat on the floor. Lin Qinshu stepped on his ankle, and a sound of bones breaking was heard, accompanied by the man's shrill scream. The people from Manhan Pavilion noticed the situation when the man was splashing water, and came over to dissuade him while calling the police. "Don't let this man get away. He is a swindler and must have a criminal record. He just tried to molest my girlfriend in front of me." Lin Qinshu pointed at the man on the ground and said to the store manager. As soon as he said this, the store manager and two young waiters pinned him to the ground and waited for the police to arrive. This is the financial center of Shanghai. Many motorcycle police can be seen on the road, and soon the police came to the store. After investigating the situation, they checked the surveillance footage in the store and confirmed that the man on the ground was the first to take action, so they took him under control. "You two also need to go back with us to take statements. It's very simple, just a process," a young policeman said to Lin Qinshu and the others. Since the police had already said so, they had no choice but to cooperate and follow him to the police station. However, they didn't expect that the police station was on the street behind the Manhan Pavilion. It was no wonder the police came so quickly given the close distance. After arriving at the police station, the police investigated the man's information. It turns out that he is a person with a criminal record. His name is Lu Lu. He once committed a fraud case and was imprisoned for several years. Because of his fraudster temperament, he often went to some female anchors and pretended to be the top brother. This trick has been tried and tested, and many female anchors thought he was really the top brother on the list. Lu Lu is also good at disguising himself and is very good at manipulating people's hearts. The female anchor was not only cheated of money, but also of her sex. If Gu Xiaoyu had not met Lin Qinshu in advance, she might have been cheated. Although she would not have been cheated of her body, at least she would have been cheated of some money. After the two left the police station, Lin Qinshu lost his appetite. Yang Yun called at this time and said that he had something important to report. "We can only arrange dinner next time. I have something else to do, so I left first." Lin Qinshu hurried back to the car and left. Gu Xiaoyu was speechless when she saw Lin Qinshu leaving in a hurry, but she also felt a little curious about Lin Qinshu. This big brother on the list seemed different from the others. From beginning to end, the two of them only exchanged a few words. Lin Qinshu did not make any excessive demands, nor did he take advantage of her. Now he left as if he didn't want to stay with her for a moment. Lin Qinshu returned to the Jinmao building, and Yang Yun handed him an invitation that someone had just delivered. Lin Qinshu opened it and saw that it said he was invited to attend a dinner on a cruise ship of the Wang family tomorrow night, and the inviter was the Wang Group. He didn't find it strange that the Wang family noticed him, but the sudden invitation from the two parties who had no connection with each other made Lin Chinchou puzzled.
Brother Lin, what you did in the Wen family before is not a secret.
In addition, the Jinmao building has changed its owner, and Shuiyun Pavilion, the top private restaurant in Magic City, has also been acquired by you.
Every move has been noticed by people with ulterior motives, and they probably want to make friends with you. Yang Yan analyzed on the side.
Lin Chinchou also nodded silently. Although he didn't want to be high profile, these things could not be hidden from those people. Lin Chinchou thought that since he had nothing to do, he might as well go for a walk.
At this time Qin Wolin also came over and said, "Junior brother, we need manpower in the initial stage. I want to recruit some people I know. I also want to recruit other people. Is that okay?"
Lin Chinchou waved his hand and said, "Senior sister, you make the decisions on your own.
I won't be involved. You can make the final decision on all matters. You can even invite your parents to join us." Qin Wolin nodded and prepared to return to her office.
Wait. Lin Chinchou suddenly heard the system's voice in his mind.
Ding.
It is detected that the host has been invited to a banquet.
A top-notch banquet must be equipped with a top-notch female companion.
Option 1, invite a female companion with a beauty score of over 90 to go with you, and be rewarded with master-level piano skills. Option 2, invite a female companion with a beauty level of over 95 to go with you, and you will be rewarded with master-level piano skills, singing proficiency, charm +1, and 10 billion cash. There are many candidates whose looks are above 90 points, but the only one who is above 95 points is Qin Wolin.
She is the only one who can be my female companion.
Senior sister, come with me to a place tomorrow night.
There is a gathering of entrepreneurs there. Let's go there and see if there is anything worth learning.
Even if there is no mission, he plans to take Qin Wolin there, to the Wang family's place, and take her to be proud of it. Qin Wolin didn't know that Lin Chinchou was going to take her to a party hosted by Wine Group, so she could only nod and agree. Li Qing, take the senior to buy some formal wear, some professional wear, and some casual wear. Although Qin Wolin is also wearing a professional hip skirt, it is a little faded if you look closely.
As his employee, you have to act like his best whether you are out or in the office. She was wearing faded clothes and no one would believe that she was the CEO of the company if she told others about it. Chapter 95 Misunderstanding.
I don't have time to go shopping, I still have a lot of things to follow up.
Qin Wolin quickly refused.
Now that she had just started and was full of fighting spirit, she was actually asked to go shopping.
Okay, Li Qing, go buy it for her. Buy whatever you think is good looking. Buy more and try them on slowly.
Li Qing nodded and called someone from the clothing store to come and measure Qin Wolin's size. Lin Chinchou returned to his lounge. During this time, Li Qing and her people had already measured Qin Wolin's size and went to buy clothes.
An hour later, a group of female sales assistants from the clothing store entered Qin Wolin's office, each carrying a pile of clothes.
Lin Chinchou originally wanted to wait for Li Qing to return to the villa together, but now it seemed that Li Qing would not be able to finish her work for a while, so he simply left by himself. Lin Chinchou, who was about to leave the lounge, suddenly saw the Thompson 1 building not far away. I was thinking about going to see Qin Shanshan. I haven't contacted her since I left yesterday, and she hasn't contacted Lin Chinchou either.
If you continue like this, you will be in trouble. After all, you have worked so hard for so long, and you are just a little bit away from winning her over. As a boy, you should take the initiative to check on her.
Jinmao building and Thompson 1 were not far away from each other, so Lin Chinchou walked over. When Lin Chinchou arrived at the gate of Thompson First Class, the scene in front of the door made his expression turn cold. Standing in front of Chen Shanshan was a man of similar age. The man held a flower in his hand and said something as he handed it to Chen Shanshan. Then Chen Shanshan took the flowers in her hands, and the two chatted with smiles on their faces. Suddenly, Chen Shanshan saw Lin Chinchou not far away from the corner of her eye and wanted to call him immediately. But he saw Lin Chinchou turned and left without even looking back.
Chen Shanshan suddenly realized something and hurriedly chased after Lin Chinchou. Seeing this, the man hurriedly asked Shanshan, "What's wrong with you?"
"The elders in the village and your father are still waiting to talk to you via video." Chen Shanshan stopped, looked at Lin Chinchou's lonely back, bit her lip, and did not chase after him.
The man in front of him is a brother from the village.
He came to Shanghai to deliver goods today and was asked by Chen's father to come and see Chen Shanshan. Because they heard that Chen Shanshan worked at Shanghai Bank, which was a very honorable thing for the villagers, they made an appointment to video chat with the villagers on the big screen of the village committee in the evening. The village committee paid for the bouquet of flowers to be presented to Chen Shanshan by the man. It so happened that this most misleading scene was seen by Lin Qinshu. Lin Qinshu strolled along the street, his thoughts a little confused. Lin Qinshu didn't know how he felt. Chen Shanshan was the first girl he met after getting the system. The task given to him by the system also has a bit of Chen Shanshan's dog-licking meaning. Originally, I wanted to win her over with my sincerity and money, but now it seems that I have failed. Yi Mingxi has always had a crush on him, and he is in a passive position. Wen Rushue was won over by my timely help and the love that she had lacked since childhood. As for Chen Shanshan, although he used his money and put in a lot of effort, he failed to conquer her. At one point, Lin Qinshu even felt that Chen Shanshan was precious and would not lose his bottom line just because she was rich. Lin Qinshu came to the bank of the Huangpu River and looked at the unpeaceful river surface. His heart gradually calmed down and his eyes became more determined. Screw your love. Don't waste time on romance if money can solve the problem in the future. Lin Qinshu secretly made up his mind and returned to his Yunlu villa. Lin Qinshu returned to Yunlu villa and called out all the maids, asking them to bring up some wine and not leave until they were drunk. Finally, at some unknown time, Lin Qinshu lost his memory, and the maids also lost their memory. When he woke up in the morning, everyone was sleeping in his bed, all in a mess. They had drunk too much last night and slept in the same bed. Those who came back later were all forced to drink together, but she woke up earlier than Lin Qinshu. Lin Qinshu asked her to do so many things that she had to get up and complete them even if she was hungover. Lin Qinshu came downstairs and saw Li Qing, who was about to go out, and hurriedly called her to stop. There is no need to rush to do those things, you can ask them to accompany you and help you. By the way, was Qin Wolin's accommodation arranged yesterday? Originally, Lin Qinshu wanted to tell her yesterday, but she was already very busy, so she didn't say anything. Master, I have temporarily booked a long-term room for her in the hotel of Jinmao building. I also asked her where she wanted to stay, but she said she would not consider it for the time being and would focus on work first. The Rolls-Royce Phantom that the master asked for as the CEO's car has also been bought, and she can pick it up today. Li Qing reported. Lin Qinshu touched her head and said, "You've worked hard. Take a day off today, have a good rest, and don't worry about anything." It's not hard, the master's business is the most important. Master, take a good rest, Li Qing will go to work first. Li Qing said and was about to leave. Lin Qinshu pulled her into his arms, stretched out his hand and patted her gently, pretending to be angry and said, "You don't listen to what your master says. Just rest when I tell you to. It seems that I haven't punished you for too long." As he said this, he picked up Li Qing and, amid her exclamations, he randomly picked a room and walked into it. He closed the door, and soon a pleasant voice was heard. When the other maids got up, they also heard the voice. They spat, covered their blushing faces and went back to their rooms. The two of them struggled in the room for several hours, and Li Qing finally chose to go out to work, but she brought Songyu with her. Songyu had a driver's license and could help her drive, or they could take turns driving. Lin Qinshu looked at the time. It was already afternoon. He had to pack up and prepare to go to the Wang Group party. Lin Qinshu changed into a relatively casual suit and drove to pick up Qin Wolin. The moment Qin Wolin appeared in the lobby on the first floor, the air stagnated. She was wearing a slightly tight black dress, a pearl necklace around her neck, and a European-style princess bun. Because the neckline of the dress was relatively low, Lin Qinshu couldn't take his eyes off the spectacular scenery. Qin Wolin seemed very uncomfortable and kept covering her chest. Lin Qinshu took off his suit jacket, walked up to her and put it on her, which immediately made her feel much more comfortable. She is indeed a peerless beauty with a beauty score of 96. With a little dressing up, everyone can't take their eyes off her. Senior sister, you look very beautiful today. When you compliment a girl, you should be more straightforward. Pretty is pretty. Don't be stingy with some simple compliments. Sometimes, being simple can make the other person feel your compliments better. Qin Wolin, who was sitting in the passenger seat, blinked her big eyes at her junior. Wasn't I beautiful yesterday? Chapter 96, Boarding the Ship. Lin Qinshu smiled awkwardly and said, "They are both beautiful, but they are two different kinds of beauty." Qin Wolin did not intend to let her go, and a cunning look flashed in her eyes. "Oh? How are they different? Can you elaborate?" Lin Qinshu said after thinking for a moment. Yesterday's senior sister was like a simple white lotus, pure, sacred, and a goddess. Without any decoration, it is already the most beautiful flower in the world. And today's senior sister is a colorful black lotus. With the colorful black embellishment, the senior sister appears charming, dignified, and full of temptation.
Jean Roland was slightly stunned.
She didn't expect Lin Qinshu to explain in detail how different she was in the past 2 days. Her pretty face suddenly turned red. Even she would be very happy to receive such straightforward praise.
Stop talking nonsense and drive carefully. Jean Roland looked out the window.
Lin Qinshu smiled and said nothing more. Jean Roland had a very high favorability towards him, so because of her favorability towards him, the words he said would not cause her any disgust. Lin Qinshu and his companion quickly arrived at the dock. It was said that the ship would set out to sea tonight, sail on the sea all night, and would not return to the dock until tomorrow afternoon. There was a long red carpet under a huge cruise ship. After Lin Qinshu got out of the car, he handed the car keys to a waiter, who would return the keys to him after parking the car.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the invitation of a female companion with a beauty level of over 95 to go with you. You will be rewarded with a level 10 piano skill, charm +1, and 10 billion cash.
Dear customer, your Shanghai bank card with the last number 9527 has received a transfer of 10 billion yuan, and the balance is 95,628,446,251 yuan. Host, Lin Qinshu. Strength, 9. Constitution, 10. Spirit, 8. Charisma, 9.
The highest attribute of ordinary people is 10, and the host has a normal value among ordinary people.
Vehicles, Pagani Zonda, Lamborghini Veneno. Luxury homes, Yulu Villa No. 1, Thompson 1 Building A, 33rd floor.
Skills, martial arts proficiency, chess proficiency, marksmanship proficiency, sports skills proficiency, language proficiency, master piano skills, singing proficiency.
Balance, 9562-844-6251.
After receiving the mission reward, Lin Qinshu unknowingly exuded a stronger charm, and the women passing by couldn't help but look at him a few more times when they saw him. Jean Roland, who was standing by, didn't notice Lin Qinshu's change at all. Jean Roland took Lin Qinshu's arm, walked across the red carpet and headed towards the cruise ship. There was a special receptionist at the entrance. After reading the invitation, he took Lin Qinshu and the other person to the guest room. This banquet will last for a long time, so we will arrange accommodation for the guests first. After the guests know their room numbers, they can go back to their rooms if they need to rest.
When I entered the room, I found it was just a small suite with a bed and a sofa.
The invitation letter states that female companions are allowed. In the eyes of this group of people, the so-called female companions are only brought on board for entertainment, so naturally they would not arrange rooms with 2 beds for the guests.
Mr. Lin, this is your resting place. Please take your room card. You can take a rest next. The dinner will start at 7 o'clock. You can ask our service staff to take you to the main hall at that time. After the receptionist explained to Lin Qinshu, he left the room. Lin Qinshu noticed the embarrassment and discomfort on Jean Roland's face, and comforted her, saying, "This bed is for you to sleep in. I can ask the organizer for another room." Jean Roland glanced at Lin Qinshu and said, "You can sleep on the bed. I can sleep on the sofa. This sofa is quite big." Lin Qinshu smiled and said, "I'm not used to letting girls sleep on the sofa." "Don't worry, there may be something fun outside. I've been playing outside all night. Take the room card." Lin Qinshu put the room card into Jean Roland's handbag. The two did not stay in the room, but chose to go out for a walk. Although the dinner had not started yet, the cruise ship was so big that they could walk around and see everywhere. What is this banquet for? Jean Roland never knew what the theme of this dinner was. Lin Qinshu also asked Yang Yun to find out about this issue. It is said that a film and television city will be built at the junction of the 3 areas of Madu, Jiangcheng, and Sichuan. The Wang Group took the lead and wanted to win this project, so they brought together entrepreneurs from Shanghai to discuss the matter. This should be the summit of entrepreneurs in Shanghai. Although I don't know why I was invited, it's good to come and have fun. I heard that many celebrities and directors are here, as well as people from the Chinese government. We can meet them. Lin Qinshu is not interested in this kind of entrepreneur summit. He is interested in whether there are any female celebrities with a 90-point appearance to trigger some tasks. Jean Roland's eyes lit up when she heard this. The construction of the film and television city will definitely require a lot of security personnel. If we can connect them, we will make a lot of money. Lin Qinshu looked at her in surprise. He didn't expect Jean Roland's mind to be full of company matters. He just said one sentence,
and she thought about the usefulness of the film and television city to the company. After hearing this, Lin Xinsho also became interested in this film and television city. The two came to the deck, where there was a female star taking pictures. Lin Xinsho didn't know her, but Qin Wolin knew her.
A charming young woman was posing there.
That was Su Huilin, a variety show host from Taiwan.
I really like her hosting style, so I went to ask her for an autograph. Qin Wolin ran over excitedly. Su Huilin had just finished taking photos and was looking at them.
When Qin Wolin approached to explain her purpose, Su Huilin looked around and found that no one was taking photos.
Her expression immediately turned cold. Didn't you see that I was busy? Go away. Su Huilin pushed Qin Wolin away.
Qin Wolin was wearing high heels and was about to fall backwards after being pushed like that. Lin Xinsho quickly supported her from behind. After helping Qin Wolin to stand firmly, Lin Xinsho walked forward and slapped Su Huilin in the face.
You dare to hit me?
Su Huilin was stunned, and the people around her were also stunned.
Where did this kid come from? Why is he so fierce? You dare to push my people, so what if you are a star? In my eyes you are not even as good as a hair of Roland.
Lin Xinsho snorted coldly.
I'm going to kill you. Why are you still standing there? Did I invite you here to watch me get beaten? Su Huilin shouted angrily.
The assistant at the side rolled up his sleeves and was about to teach Lin Xinsho a lesson, but was kicked away.
The noise here also attracted everyone's attention, and many people came over to watch.
Although the people here were all well known, it did not stop them from watching the fun.
Chapter 97 Wang Jingde. What's going on?
A young man, 1.80 meters tall, wearing a white suit and with a crew cut, walked over. Lin Xinsho looked at the person who came. He was clean, capable, without a thick non-mainstream hairstyle and without sloppy clothes. Prince Wang, I was taking pictures here just fine, and this lunatic came up and slapped me.
Look, my face is swollen. How can I face people later? Su Huilin said coquettishly to the young man.
The young man did not just listen to Su Huilin's one-sided story.
He asked Lin Xinsho, what is your name? Is there any misunderstanding here? This banquet was hosted by the Wang family.
Everyone who could come here was well known. Although the young man did not know all of them, he would not offend anyone. After all, this time he wanted to establish good relationships with everyone and win the film and television city project.
One more person meant one more strength.
Although he had follow-up plans, he had to make these things small and big, just to avoid alerting the enemy.
Who are you? Why should I explain to you?
I hit you, and I, Lin Xinsho, don't even bother to explain the whole story. When Lin Xinsho said this, everyone present was petrified. This was a banquet hosted by the Wang Group, and he didn't even recognize the host.
Could he have sneaked in? Where did this country bumpkin come from? He doesn't even know Wang Jingde and Wang Xiao. Su Huilin also said disdainfully, and at the same time she was very angry in her heart.
She was actually beaten by a country bumpkin. This was really a shame to the Pacific Ocean.
Wang Jingde?
A pleasant voice sounded behind Lin Xinsho, with a hint of coldness and doubt in the tone.
Qin Wolin walked out from behind Lin Xinsho and looked at Wang Jingde.
Just now, Lin Xinsho had been protecting her behind him. She originally wanted to persuade Lin Xinsho not to be impulsive, but Lin Xinsho acted too quickly and knocked down everyone who came to cause trouble in a few moves. When Qin Wolin walked out, all the men present fell silent, as if the air had stagnated.
Wang Jingde's eyes were also filled with amazement.
He didn't expect that there was such a beautiful woman in the world.
But he didn't know that this woman used to be his assistant. Because he was on a business trip, the assistant and the president had not met.
Instead, Qin Wolin knew the nature of her assistant's job in advance and resigned immediately. Lin Xinsho looked at the president of Wang Group and the next generation leader of the Wang family in Magic City in front of him. On the surface, he had a gentle temperament, but Lin Xinsho still saw hostility and viciousness in the other's eyes.
So you are Wang Jingde.
It is true that hearing about someone is worse than meeting him in person. Lin Xinsho smiled coldly and thought of the information about Wang Jingde. He is very capable, yet also quite a dandy.
This kind of person is the most terrifying. Being a playboy is his nature and ability is his gift.
This reminded him of a former classmate who dozed off in class every day and stayed up all night in the internet cafe, but always ranked first in exams. At first I thought he was cheating, but later, after observation, I found out that he had a strong talent for learning. A course that others took several days to complete only needed 1 day for him. The rest of the time he can play around, and no one can surpass him even if he doesn't study.
Wang Jingde is such a person now. Wang Jingde also reacted to Qin Wolin's beauty, and said to Lin Qinshu with a smile, "So it's Mr. Lin. There must be some misunderstanding in this matter. Please give me some face and let's just let it go."
Su Huilin wanted to say something else, but was instantly stopped by Wang Jingde's passing look. Lin Qinshu didn't say anything and pulled Qin Wolin away from the place. Wang Jingde kept staring at Qin Wolin's back, and then instructed the people beside him, "Within 5 minutes, I want all the information of the woman and the man next to her." He had seen many beauties, even those who were as beautiful as Qin Wolin, but none of them could give him the feeling that Qin Wolin just gave him. Wang Jingde found that he might have fallen in love with this woman at first sight, perhaps because of Qin Wolin's cold eyes and cold temperament, or perhaps because of the way she looked at him with disdain. You have to know that ever since he was old enough to understand, there has been no woman who would not flock to him, and no woman dared to look at him with that kind of eyes. When Qin Wolin saw this former boss whom she had never met before, she thought of the lawsuit she was still involved in with the boss. Anger filled her mind and she didn't even react because her hand was being held by Lin Qinshu. "Don't worry, I won't let you be bullied in vain. I have asked Li Qing to find the best lawyer team in the country. I want them to pay you the so-called compensation." Lin Qinshu comforted him softly.
Qin Wolin also calmed down.
Suddenly she realized something and looked at him suspiciously.
"Did you just call me by my name? I helped my senior sister, so I don't even call her by her name anymore?"
Lin Qinshu just called her by her name. Lin Qinshu coughed twice.
"Wasn't the situation urgent just now? If I call you senior sister, I'm afraid people will look down on me."
Qin Wolin rolled her eyes in a coquettish manner without realizing it and said, "From now on, just call me Roland. I have left the school now, so there is no need to call me senior sister anymore. Let's go, it's almost time, let's go to the main hall." Lin Qinshu smiled and didn't say anything, but raised his hand, and Qin Wolin also generously took his arm. In a luxurious suite in the cruise ship, Wang Jingde, who had just met Lin Qinshu and the other man, was sitting in the room listening to his subordinates report the identities of Lin Qinshu and the other man. Lin Qinshu, a student at Shanghai Jiaotong University, has no special parents who grow tea at home.
He is the owner of Jinmao Building, the boss of Shuiyun Pavilion, and a shareholder of Pashua Bar. He even pushed Wen Jiaming to the position of the head of the Wen family some time ago.
Wen Jiaxu issued a bounty on the dark web, but nothing happened.
Wang Jingde took the information in his hand and looked at it. Jinmao Building?
The building could collect more than 1 billion yuan in rent a year, but it was still insignificant to the Wang family and he didn't take it seriously.
The main thing is that this person's experience is very mysterious.
He seemed to be just an ordinary person in the past, but suddenly became what he is now.
Moreover, even the bounty offered on the dark web could not do anything to him.
You know, the dark web has many killer organizations in the world.
When Wang Jingde turned to the page of the dark web bounty order, he also learned the truth.
Wen Jiaxu was really stingy. He only spent 20 million Chinese yuan, so the number of killer organizations willing to take action was limited. Although it cannot be said that Lin Qinshu is not powerful, he is not as exaggerated as imagined.
If the reward deposit is 20 million US dollars, then the world's top assassin organizations will come to kill him. Let's talk about that girl. What Wang Jingde wanted was the information of another girl. Even if Lin Qinshu's information was a little special in his opinion, he didn't need to take it seriously for now. Chapter 98 Xinyu.
The servant at the side had a strange look on his face. He looked up at Wang Jingde and began to say that the girl was called Qin Wolin, and was also a student of Jiaotong University. However, she was now in the internship stage, and her internship position in the company was the assistant to the president of the wine group.
Wang Jingde looked at his servants in surprise.
After he came back this time, his secretary did give him some information about assistants, but Qin Wolin was not among them.
He quickly realized that something must have happened during the journey.
"Tell me in detail, I want to know why such a beautiful woman was driven away." After receiving the order, the servant took the documents and told the whole story. Qin Wolin left on her own, and it was said that she knew the nature of the job. However, our legal department has already sued her for obstructing the normal operation of the company and leaving without consent. She will be asked to pay several million yuan, and if she can't afford it, she will come back honestly. The servant said confidently.
Wang Jingde looked at him like a fool. "How could I raise a fool like you? Did you forget the information of the man in the previous article?
Lin Qinshu collected more than 10 billion yuan in rent a year, so how could he not be able to pay these millions?
Although I don't know what their relationship is, a few million is just a drop in the bucket for a person with a net worth of billions, do you understand?
The servant muttered that there were also some who hooked up with rich men in the past, but when they found out that it was our Wang group that sued them, they ran away in disgrace.
Jingde glared at him.
He could feel from just now that Lin Qinshu didn't take him seriously at all. The other party was able to interfere in the change of the head of the Wen family and get rid of Wen Jiaxu.
The Wang family and the Wen family are equally famous, so the other party must not be afraid of them. Find out what her weakness is.
I don't care what method you use, bring this woman back to me. This is the second time Wang Jingde has been tempted. The first time was when he was a teenager and just started to fall in love. He fell in love with the sister of a classmate who was 3 years older than him. When he expressed his feelings to her, the sister disappeared and he never saw her again. He thought she ran away because she didn't like him, but later he found out that his grandfather had someone kill her. As an adult, Wang Jingde went to confront his grandfather Wang Tianfeng, but Wang Tianfeng told him that the woman was sent by a rival company to bring down their Wang family. Wang Tianfeng knew about it in advance, so he killed her. After Wang Jingde learned about this, he left his grandfather's room. Now that she is dead, even if Grandpa says she is an alien, there is no way to confirm it.
Since then, Wang Jingde has sealed his heart and has been acting according to circumstances wherever he goes.
Now that someone has appeared who makes his heart move again, he will definitely not let his grandfather interfere this time. He has grown up and has the right to choose his own lover. Also, tell him not to hurt the girl later and bring her to my room.
Wang Jingde seemed to have thought of something and gave another instruction.
On the other side, Lin Qinshu and his companion had already arrived at the main hall. There was a stage in front of the main hall with a piano on it, which seemed to be used for speeches and performances. On both sides are various foods, snacks, and various types of alcohol.
This banquet was a buffet.
Lin Qinshu picked up the snacks on the side and ate them. As soon as he swallowed the snacks, Lin Qinshu suddenly felt his stomach churning and began to ache.
Senior sister, you walk around first, I'm going to the bathroom.
Lin Qinshu said to Qin Wolin and ran to the bathroom quickly. Lin Qinshu went to the toilet and was puzzled. He hadn't felt stomach pain for a long time.
With his physique full of attributes, how could he have a stomachache? Ding!
The host's physique has reached the peak of an ordinary person.
After eating something unhealthy, it will be excreted by the body's functions.
The system came out in time to answer Lin Qinshu's questions. However, not only did the puzzle not get solved, he became even more confused.
Wang's group's banquet actually uses unhealthy food?
If you say he poisoned it, Lin Qinshu would believe it.
Poisoned?
Lin Qinshu suddenly had an idea. The system said it was unhealthy, not stale. So poisoning was really possible.
But why did the Wang family poison them? Could it be that they had some other unknown purpose?
Thinking of this, Lin Qinshu quickly emptied his stomach and walked out. Qin Wolin, who was in the main hall, was now accompanied by a girl in a white dress. When Lin Qinshu walked over, the girl in the white dress's expression suddenly turned cold.
Junior, let me introduce you, this is Xinyu from our school. I didn't expect to meet Xiaoyu here. Xiaoyu came with her elders, we can get to know each other later. Qin Wolin happily introduced to Lin Qinshu.
Xiaoyu, this is Lin Qinshu from our school.
You should have heard of his name.
After introducing Xinyu, he introduced Lin Qinshu in turn.
Shen Yu?
When Lin Qinshu heard this name, his eyes involuntarily looked at the other person's chest. The dress Xinyu wore today was very conservative, covering everything below her neck, and I didn't know if it was to hide the bruises. This was the first time Lin Qinshu saw Xinyu. It was pitch black last night and he couldn't see his face, he could only see a rough outline. Although she is slightly inferior to Qin Wolin, she is still prettier than many female stars present. Lin Qinshu greeted Xinyu with a smile, and Xinyu nodded expressionlessly. She couldn't talk to someone who hurt her with a smile on her face.
Qin Wolin picked up the snack on the table and handed one to Xinyu.
She also planned to eat one herself. After all, it was past dinner time and she was hungry. Lin Qinshu quickly grabbed her hand and said, "Don't eat this.
My stomach hurts after eating it. It may be not clean enough."
Xinyu sneered, "Is classmate Lin a bit paranoid? The banquet held by Wang's group has all the freshest ingredients.
How can it be unclean? Do you want me to introduce you to a psychiatrist who can cure you while you are still young?"
If Lin Chincho didn't know that she was the female killer from last night, he would definitely feel puzzled by her attitude, as she was so hostile to him on their first meeting. However, Lin Chincho knew her identity, so he did not argue with her. If it weren't for the fact that everyone was watching, he would have taken action. If someone wants to kill him, he will not show mercy even if it is the school bell. Senior sister, believe me, don't eat these things. Lin Chincho ignored Shin Yu's sarcasm and looked at Qin Wolin with a firm gaze.
Qin Wolin looked at Lin Chincho's solemn expression and slowly put the snacks back. Chapter 99 Guan Yuer and the Hidden Mission.
When Shin Yu saw that Qin Wolin really didn't want to eat, he ate the snack in one bite and looked at Lin Chincho with a provocative look.
Wolin, I'll take you over there. It's a rare opportunity to come to such an entrepreneur summit.
It's better to meet more people than to stay with this man with paranoid delusions.
He pulled Qin Wolin away.
Qin Wolin looked at Lin Chincho, who nodded to her, indicating that she could move freely.
Anyway, he had other things to do.
Lin Chincho looked at the food on the table. Based on the system's prompt and his guess, something seemed to be wrong with this dinner.
He walked to the other cooked food area and picked up a piece of meat and ate it.
As expected, his stomach started to hurt again. Although it wasn't as severe as the first time, it was still not something he could hold back. Lin Chincho could only run to the toilet again. If a snack is unhealthy, we can still be lucky enough to think that it is a problem with the ingredients, but if the same is true for other foods, then there is something really wrong. In such a short time, you have already gone to the toilet twice.
Is the food here unhygienic?
Lin Chincho, who had just come out of the toilet, walked into the hall and heard someone talking to him. Lin Chincho turned his head and saw a girl wearing a bulky coat and a hat leaning against the wall, looking at him with curious eyes.
Isn't it normal to have a bad stomach?
I'm not the only one going to the toilet, it's weird that you're wearing this. Lin Chincho looked up and down at the girl in front of him.
So many people were going in and out of the toilet, why was this girl staring at him? You don't know me?
The girl blinked her big eyes in surprise. Lin Chincho was even more speechless.
This guy must be sick. Why should I know you?
I don't know more than 5 people here. The girl smiled brightly when she heard this. It had been a long time since she met someone who didn't know her. She immediately became curious about the man in front of her.
Ding!
A beauty with a beauty score of over 90 has been detected.
Name, Guan Yuer. Value, 96. Age, 20. Height, 170. Bust, 34C. Favorability, 78. Guan Yuer? Why did this name sound so familiar?
Lin Chincho looked at her carefully and felt that she looked familiar to him. Her appearance score is surprisingly comparable to Qin Wolin. Although most of her face is covered by the brim of her hat, you can still tell that she is a great beauty. Guan Yuer secretly said to Lin Chincho, I saw that you had a stomachache after eating that thing. You ate it twice and went to the toilet twice, so those things must be unhygienic. Just now, she leaned here waiting for the time to come, and happened to see Lin Chincho. It was mainly because Lin Chincho was too handsome, so she took a few more glances and discovered this.
Well, it's really not very hygienic, you'd better not eat any of the food in here. Lin Chincho, who hadn't remembered the other party's identity yet, continued the conversation.
At this time, a host walked onto the stage.
Welcome everyone to the corporate summit held by our Wang Group.
Before we get down to business, we have invited the youngest queen in the singing world, Miss Guan Yuer.
Let us welcome Guan Yuer.
As soon as the host's voice fell, the lights in the main hall dimmed, and a spotlight shone towards Lin Chincho. Lin Chincho looked at the bloated girl beside him in astonishment, took out a microphone from his shirt pocket, and sang a beautiful song. While singing, he took off the hat on his head and walked towards the stage. The bulky clothes she was wearing kept slipping off as she walked, and when she walked onto the stage, she was only wearing a pink gauze dress. Lin Chincho finally remembered who the other person was at this time. She was a natural-born singer who had been a top star since childhood.
Every album she released was a global hit.
In the past, Lin Chincho also loved listening to Guan Yuer's songs, but he really didn't recognize her in the outfit she wore just now. Everyone fell silent and listened quietly to the others' beautiful singing. It seemed that there was no generation gap between them in these beautiful songs.
After the song ended, Guan Yuer greeted everyone.
Since her debut as a child star, basically everyone has heard of her to some extent. The outfit she wore just now was a surprise to everyone present. She walked from the stage to the stage, and this trick was indeed very effective.
Everyone was surprised and amazed as they watched her walk by. After a piece of music ended, Guan Yuer smiled and greeted everyone. Just now, I met a friend downstairs. We hit it off right away.
I hope today's interaction can be completed with this new friend. A sly look flashed in Guan Yuer's eyes.
Lin Xinshu suddenly had a bad feeling, and as Guan Yuer pointed, a spotlight shone on his position. My new friend, can you come on stage and complete a song with me? Guan Yuer deliberately teased Lin Xinshu.
Although she felt a little happy that Lin Xinshu didn't know her, she still felt frustrated. Now this part is to smooth out the frustration deep in her heart.
Ding!
A beauty with a beauty score of over 95 points is detected to invite the host. Option 1, reject the beauty's request and get a lifeboat as a reward. Option 2, accept the beauty's request, stun the audience, and be rewarded with the royal family conspiracy letter, excellent acting skills, and strength +1. The task reminder sounded in his mind, immediately confirming Lin Xinshu's guesses. Sure enough, there was a conspiracy at this dinner. If you refuse, you will be rewarded with a lifeboat, which means there is still room for escape. If he accepts, he will be rewarded with some strength points, and his strength will reach the limit of ordinary people.
It's not bad to take a risk.
But is it worth the risk?
Ding!
Hidden mission triggered. Option 1, take Qin Rollin away quickly while the cruise ship is sailing not far away, and be rewarded with 10 yachts. Option 2, survive from a desperate situation, destroy the Wang family's conspiracy, rescue everyone, and be rewarded with a cruise ship and the right to develop a film and television city.
Damn, it's worth it. The risk is totally worth taking.
The second option not only allows you to own such a cruise ship, but also obtain the development rights of the film and television city. If the Jinmao building can earn him more than 1 billion every year, then the successful development of the film and television city will be able to earn him hundreds of billions.
With the film and television city, he would have endless money even if he didn't get reward money for future missions. Moreover, I am a person with a system in place. How can I be so timid when encountering something slightly dangerous? How disgraceful. This time, 2 tasks are released together, one of which is a hidden task. The last hidden mission gave him a large amount of money, and this time he was directly given a film and television city project, but the prerequisite was that he could complete it. My friend, are you still hesitating? I really hope you can come over. Guan Yuer's expectant voice interrupted Lin Xinshu's thoughts. Chapter 100, Stunning Master-Level Piano Skills.
Qin Rollin, who was not far away, looked at Lin Xinshu in surprise. She didn't expect that in such a short time, he had met a superstar.
This guy must be a big shot in society.
Lin Xinshu walked up to him with a smile in his eyes. He opened his arms and hugged Guan Yuer in his arms.
Thank you, my new friend. I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to perform on stage. This has always been my dream.
Lin Xinshu pretended to be excited and hugged her tightly. His whole body was squeezed in his arms, and Guan Yuer even had difficulty breathing. Guan Yuer felt something strange on her body, and with a slightly red face, she struggled out of Lin Xinshu's arms, glared at him inconspicuously, and asked with a smile, "We met too hastily, and I haven't asked your name yet." The two chatted for a while just now, and did not tell each other their names.
My name is Lin Xinshu. Lin Xinshu's self-introduction made everyone in the audience ponder over this name.
They seemed to have heard of it before, but they also seemed to have no impression of it.
Phew. Guan Yuer couldn't help laughing when she heard the name. You look about my age.
Calling you Mr. Lin is disrespectful to our friendship.
How about I call you Shaolin? What songs can Shaolin sing? I have the title of China's Little Song Library. No matter what the song is, I should be able to sing it. I will play the piano for you and you can sing it. The cunning look in Guan Yuer's eyes became more serious.
Lin Xinshu thought about it and realized that he had listened to quite a lot of songs, so it was really difficult for him to suddenly remember a song.
I miss this. This is my cell phone ringtone. I've used it for a long time. I just learned the piano for this song.
I'll play it for you and you sing it, he said, regardless of whether Guan Yuer agreed or not, and sat in front of the piano. He had a master-level piano skill, so he could show it off.
Guan Yuer looked at him in astonishment.
She had originally wanted to embarrass him, but it turned out that he could play the piano. Dong Lin Xinshu's fingertips pressed on the piano, and then his other hand also placed on the piano. His 2 fingertips kept waving, playing the prelude of the song. As soon as he touched the piano, his body waved unconsciously. This was the first time Lin Qinshu touched the piano, but it seemed as if he had been dealing with the piano for decades. This scene shocked Guan Yuer on the stage and Qin Roland in the audience.
Qin Roland was just shocked that this junior could do everything, but Guan Yuer saw Lin Qinshu's smooth playing.
She could also play the piano, but only a master pianist like Lin Qinshu could do it. As the prelude was about to end, Guan Yuer had not yet come to her senses, so Lin Qinshu had to start singing himself. I asked why, and the girl sent me a text message, and why did you not explain and kept silent with your head down? Lin Qinshu's singing voice was rich yet a little hoarse, and a strong emo atmosphere emanated from him, and everyone present fell silent.
Guan Yuer came back to her senses from the magnetic voice and almost fell into the singing again.
Fortunately, she had a solid professional foundation and raised the microphone to continue the singing. What I miss is that we can talk about everything, what I miss is dreaming together, what I miss is the impulse to love you even after growing up. Guan Yuer walked to the piano, leaned against it, and looked at Lin Qinshu, who was playing the piano.
Many people in the audience even took out their mobile phones to record this scene.
Lin Qinshu's deep and sad voice and singing skills, coupled with Guan Yuer's pleasant and clear singing, sublimated the artistic conception of the song.
This song was sung decades ago.
80% of the people present had heard it, so they put down what they were doing and listened quietly to this song that belonged to their youth and was deeply rooted in their memories. After the song was over, before anyone in the audience could come to their senses, someone suddenly started clapping, and then more people started clapping. The entire main hall was filled with thunderous applause that lasted for a long time. Lin Qinshu stood up and left the stage. Guan Yuer also quickly bowed to the audience and followed Lin Qinshu off the stage. Wang Jingde in the audience was looking at Guan Yuer's back with greedy eyes, and a hint of restraint and desire flashed in his eyes.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for accepting the beauty's request, stunning the audience, and rewarded with the Wang family conspiracy letter, excellent acting skills, and strength +1.
Ding! The Wang family's secret letter has been placed in the host's suit pocket.
Lin Qinshu suddenly felt a powerful energy rushing into his body. The muscles all over his body expanded and contracted, and he suddenly felt like he had endless energy.
Host, Lin Qinshu. Strength, 10. Constitution, 10. Spirit, 8. Charisma, 9. The highest attribute of ordinary people is 10, and the host has a normal value among ordinary people. Vehicles, Pagani Zonda, Lamborghini Veneno. Luxury homes, Yulu Villa No. 1, Thompson 1 Building A, 33rd floor. Skills, martial arts proficiency, chess proficiency, marksmanship proficiency, sports skills proficiency, language proficiency, master piano skills, singing proficiency, acting proficiency. Balance, 9562, 844, 6251. Full level strength and constitution attributes, 9 points of charm, and 8 points of spirit. Lin Qinshu's attributes have already surpassed more than 90% of humans. Wait. Lin Qinshu, who was immersed in improving his attributes, was stopped by Guan Yuer, who caught up with him. Miss Guan, is there anything else? I have already dealt with your ill intentions, do you have any other tricks? Lin Qinshu said coldly, don't go too far with this woman, even if she is a big star, in his eyes, she is just a more beautiful woman. Guan Yuer looked a little embarrassed. She had invited Lin Qinshu to the stage with bad intentions, wanting to see him make a fool of himself. Who knew that Lin Qinshu was surprised by her? Sorry, I just thought it was fun. And didn't you let me succeed? A grown man shouldn't be so stingy. Guan Yuer patted Lin Qinshu's shoulder carelessly. That's not necessarily true. It's my ability to resolve it. Your purpose is not pure after all. Lin Qinshu snorted coldly. By the way, how come you are so good at playing the piano? You must have reached the master level. Why haven't I heard of you in the piano circle? Guan Yuer quickly changed the subject. There are only a handful of master-level pianists in the whole world. This is the first time she has heard of Lin Qinshu's name. Either Lin Qinshu is a low-key person who never shows off his talents, or Lin Qinshu is not his real name at all. No comment. Lin Qinshu turned and left, walking towards Qin Roland. In this place, the only person he wanted to protect was Qin Roland. He didn't care about the life or death of others. He planned to take Qin Roland to a safe place to hide. Chapter 101 Film and Television City Project. Suddenly a woman appeared in front of him and said with a smile, handsome boy, I am Li Hua, the gold medal agent of Hejia Media. I wonder if you are interested in signing with our company. We will tailor an album for you and make you popular all over the country and even the world, and become a top star. Li Hua is a gold medal agent in the entertainment industry with a unique vision. Many of the current international superstars were discovered by her from the grassroots. As soon as Lin Qinshu opened his mouth, Li Hua saw that he had the qualities to become a top star. With her singing voice that can move everyone and her handsome appearance, she is confident that she can make Lin Qinshu a top singer in the shortest possible time. Not interested. Lin Qinshu didn't reach out to take her business card and walked past Li Hua. When he was dozens of meters away from Qin Wolin, Lin Qinshu was constantly stopped by people. They are also called agents who want to sign him to become a star or an internet celebrity. There were even some female entrepreneurs who wanted to take him to a small room for a deep chat. Lin Qinshu, whose charm reached 9 points, has become a hot commodity in the eyes of the opposite sex after his appearance just now. After finally getting close to Qin Wolin, Shin Yu seemed to deliberately prevent them from meeting each other. He pulled Qin Wolin in the opposite direction, and then looked at him with a sneer from a distance. Seeing that more and more women were gathering around him, Lin Qinshu had no choice but to give up looking for Qin Wolin. He quickly took advantage of the opportunity and slipped out of the main hall. At this time, Wang Jingde walked onto the stage. Hello everyone, I am Wang Jingde. As soon as Wang Jingde finished speaking, the scene became quiet again. Thank you all, elders and colleagues, for giving me face and coming to this dinner. I believe everyone knows that the theme of this dinner is about the development of the three-city film and television base. At present, the governments of the three places have not yet determined the plan and the executor. Our entrepreneurs in Shanghai will gather together to discuss it. As Wang Jingde's voice fell, the voices of discussion also sounded below. So in your opinion, how can we work together to win this project? A middle-aged man sitting in the audience asked. This person is the second-generation eldest son of the Shen family, Shen Wanshan. He is also the father of Shen Yu and Shen Li. Except for the Wen family, people from the other three families came to the banquet. Because when Ru Shuai and Wen Jiaming were still abroad, they did not rush back to attend the banquet. Moreover, the Wen family cannot afford such big moves at the moment. The death of Wen Jiaxu has caused many of the Wen family's industries to have problems of varying sizes. Now all their energy is focused on solving internal problems, and they have no time to expand externally. What's the point of banding together? Have you seen the government's plan? Do you know how to bid specifically? Zhao Li, a member of the Zhao family next to Shen Wanshan, said disdainfully. The four major families in Shanghai are basically still ruled by the old generation. Old Man Wen passed away some time ago, and power began to shift to the second generation. However, because Wang Tianfeng had too many sons and it was difficult to treat them equally, the Wang family did not choose a person in power from the second generation. Now it is this third generation kid who is in power. Zhao Li can't stand some young boys giving orders in front of him. Wang Jingde smiled slightly and said, Uncle Zhao, please be patient. 2 of my friends have also come here. As he said this, he looked to the other side of the stage, where 2 middle-aged men walked onto the stage, yielding to each other politely. Isn't that the secretary of Jiangcheng Municipal Party Committee? The one next to him is the mayor of Sucheng. It's true, they invited the top leaders of the 2 cities. The power of the Wang family is still as strong as ever. No wonder the Wang family dared to organize such a rally. It turned out that the project was almost certain to succeed. Let me introduce to you, this is the party secretary of Jiangcheng, Wu Qingshan. This is the mayor of Sucheng, Liao Dabing. The 2 of them are my good friends, and this banquet is also held to welcome them. Wang Jingde gave them enough face, and the 2 of them were very happy. Good evening, everyone. Lao Liao and I have discussed and decided to hand over the film and television city project, and the projects within Suzhou and Jiangcheng to Jingde. Wu Qingshan smiled and greeted everyone. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar around. Humph, that's easy to say. Your decision is useless. Before Su Banning of Magic City speaks, your decision is useless. This is a joint development project. When it was planned, it was already stated that Su Banning of Magic City should be the main person. You 2 have no rights except the right to participate. Zhao Li sneered and said without giving any face. As soon as Zhao Li's words came out, the faces of the 2 city-level leaders who had just appeared with smiles on their faces suddenly turned dark. The network of relationships behind the 4 major families in Shanghai is so large that they can't just please the city leaders of a small town. Wang Jingde also guessed that someone would definitely tell the story, so he started talking about the 3-city project. Even if Su Banning wanted to make the final decision,
he would have to ask Jiangcheng and Sucheng. Our purpose here is to unite everyone in Shanghai and put pressure on Su Banning to let him put the project here.
Then we can divide the cake. How about that? Shen Wanshan shook his head. It's okay. I know Su Banning very well, and I think everyone knows Su Banning's background.
If we entrepreneurs put pressure on him, it will have a counterproductive effect.
Forget it.
My Shen family will not participate in this matter.
You guys can talk about it.
Shen Wanshan felt that this matter was unreliable. Originally, he just came here to meet an old friend and was not very interested in this kind of thing.
However, since he was already here, he decided to participate and see if there was any benefit.
Seeing that the boy from the Wang family was talking like a fart, he simply left the table. Jolly also stood up, thinking that there would be some constructive opinions, but it turned out to be just nonsense. I won't participate, you guys play by yourselves. As he said that, he followed Shen Wanshan's footsteps. Wang Jingde, who was standing on the stage, had a sinister look in his eyes. These two guys humiliated him in front of everyone. Even the elders in the clan did not dare to treat him like this.
Wang Jingde made a gesture to someone in the audience.
The people in the audience nodded, slowly retreated, and disappeared into the main hall. After Lin Qinqiu left the venue, he found an empty room and went in. He first sent a message to Qin Roland, asking her to go back to the room and lock the door, and that he could talk about other things when they met.
Just after sending the message, the cell phone rang.
It was Yang Yun calling. Fortunately, Lin Qinqiu was using a leading domestic mobile phone, which had been modified by Mo Fong so that he could use a satellite phone in any corner of the earth.
Otherwise, there would be no signal on the endless sea.
Lin Qinqiu also thought about calling the police, but based on his understanding of the police, it would be better to go to Xiaorunan than to them.
Brother Lin, are you on the boat now? Yang Yun asked anxiously.
The way they address each other has never changed. It was Lin Qinqiu's request. He felt it was too awkward to call each other Mr. Lin or Mr. Lin, so he decided to just call each other brothers.
Yes, what happened to Brother Yang?
Lin Qinqiu was somewhat puzzled by Yang Yun's reaction.
Take Mr. Qin away quickly.
Foreign mercenaries are already on board. It seems that this dinner was for a purpose. It's all our fault for not finding out in advance. Yang Yun's tone was full of self-blame.
Chapter 102 Guan Yuer's First Kiss. Brother Yang, tell me the details.
It must be said that Yang Yun and others are very capable. He just got the Wang family conspiracy letter through the system, but before he had time to open it, Yang Yun called. Yang Yun also knew that now was not the time to blame himself. It was the Wang family who spent $100 million to hire Arctic Wolf mercenaries. Mo Fong saw the news on the dark web by chance.
But there was no way to know what the Wang family's purpose was. Brother Lin, you take President Qin to hide first.
Our brothers have already set off to the dock, and the boat has been found.
We will go up to find you when the time comes.
No, you guys just find a boat and sail out, stay near this cruise ship, don't get too close, I'll take care of the rest, I'll call you if I need anything. After Lin Qinqiu gave these instructions, he hung up the phone.
He took out the secret letter of Wang family conspiracy, which was typed on a computer. Judging from the tone, it was an email from Wang Jingde to Arctic Fox.
It said that they were willing to use $100 million to hire them to hold everyone on the ship hostage, transfer all their funds into one account, and force them to sell their shares at a low price. It's fine if they just robbed him of his money, but why did they ask him to sell his shares? Lin Qinqiu didn't understand the other party's purpose, but he was too lazy to guess.
As long as he could destroy the other party's plot, why would he bother to guess if he couldn't succeed?
The most urgent thing was to find a place to hide Qin Roland first, so that he could act alone without any scruples. Lin Qinqiu came to the first room and knocked on the door for a while, but found that there was still no one inside. I don't know where Qin Roland went. I hope she didn't eat those foods.
Xiaolin classmate.
A pleasant voice sounded behind Lin Qinqiu. He turned around and saw that it was Guan Yuer again.
At this time, Guan Yuer changed into a black slit dress, and her black hair was casually draped over her shoulders.
A hole was squeezed out of the peak of her body, which made Lin Qinqiu look there unconsciously.
You are a big star, always running around, aren't you afraid of meeting bad guys? Lin Qinqiu joked. Guan Yuer pouted.
You are the worst person here. This dinner is very safe, there are no strangers, I only brought an assistant up, and now the assistant has gone to my agent, so I ran out by myself.
I don't have time to argue with you, do whatever you want, I have something to do.
Lin Qinshu wanted to go to the control room on the ship to take a look. Although he might not understand it, he could take a photo for Yang Yun and others to confirm where the ship was going.
Are you going on an adventure? Actually, I also think the atmosphere on this ship is weird.
I saw a lot of foreigners when I got on board.
It's obviously a gathering of entrepreneurs in Shanghai, why are there so many foreigners? And I haven't seen these people since I got on board.
If you want to explore, take me with you.
I'm a black belt in Taekwondo.
Guan Yuer said excitedly.
Foreigners? Arctic Wolf mercenaries.
Lin Qinshu did not see any foreigners when he arrived on the ship, but Guan Yuer did.
Those foreigners must be from the mercenary organization. Where did you meet the foreigner?
Lin Qinshu asked quickly. Guan Yuer thought about when she first got on the ship, but those foreigners followed the employees on the ship, so they must have been taken to another place. Lin Qinshu looked at the schematic diagram of the ship's interior in the corridor, found the staff residence, and walked directly there.
Guan Yuer quickly came forward and asked, "Did I provide you with any clues?" "You don't have to thank me, just take me with you to play."
Lin Qinshu looked at the big star speechlessly, not knowing whether she was smart or naive, but the adventure she mentioned was exactly the dilemma she was facing now. Lin Qinshu pulled her into a small corner and told her that this dinner was a conspiracy.
Wang Jingde invited a mercenary organization from abroad to kidnap everyone on the ship.
I want to take advantage of the fact that they have not started to act now to see if there is a turning point that can turn the tide. So don't follow me anymore, go back and find a place to hide. If I succeed, you will be saved. If I fail, you will be on your own. After hearing what Lin Qinshu said, Guan Yuer's eyes lit up and she said excitedly, "What an adventure!
Great! My dull life is finally going to be more interesting. Don't worry, I will protect you."
Guan Yuer only heard the first part of what Lin Qinshu said.
She didn't hear a single word of the rest.
She even patted Lin Qinshu on the shoulder and said that she would protect him. Seeing that his persuasion failed, Lin Qinshu sighed and continued to act. When the two men walked to the corridor of the staff dormitory, 5 foreigners appeared in front of them, smoking and chatting. When he saw Lin Qinshu and Guan Yuer, his eyes suddenly became alert, and he even slowly moved his hand to his waist. Lin Qinshu realized that something was wrong.
These people should be the Arctic Wolf mercenaries.
He quickly turned around and pressed Guan Yuer against the wall, then whispered in her ear, "Don't move.
They have guns in their hands. Cooperate with me in the show, otherwise we will be shot to pieces in the next second."
Guan Yuer also saw the other person put his hands on his waist out of the corner of her eye.
She was so scared that she didn't dare to move. The next second, her mouth was blocked by something. Guan Yuer's eyes widened immediately. She was kissed.
This was her first kiss. She had never kissed a scene before, but now she was kissed by a man she had just met. In order to let those people relax their vigilance, Lin Qinshu pretended to be a couple who came to this place to seek excitement.
Since they were a couple, they had to act more realistically.
Lin Qinshu kissed Guan Yuer in ecstasy, but Guan Yuer was stiff all over. She wanted to push him away, but the foreigner next to her was staring at her covetously. She also knew that the current situation did not allow her to be willful. When the mercenaries saw the two kissing each other, they withdrew their hands from their guns and relaxed their vigilance. After all, for these foreigners, this kind of secret affair is normal, and they also think that it is just two young lovers who found a place to have a passionate moment.
Chapter 103, Meeting Yu Qing again.
The 5 foreigners watched the two people kissing passionately with great interest, and some even walked up to them and squatted down to get a closer look. The moment they got close, Lin Qinshu made a move, elbowing with his left arm, turning his right hand into a fist, and kneeling with his right leg, hitting the mercenary who was squatting on the ground and looking at them hard in the face. Before the other two could react, he flew into the air and kicked out twice quickly and powerfully, breaking the necks of the other two.
In 2 seconds, 5 mercenaries were killed.
Although Lin Qinshu was not completely sure whether these 5 people were mercenaries, he took the opportunity to kill the 5 foreigners instantly, even if it meant killing them by mistake. With the maximum level of physique and strength, every attack was done with all their strength. Although these mercenaries had survived the swordplay for many years, they could not withstand the full force attack of a full-level human. Before Guan Yuer could recover from the loss of her first kiss, Lin Qinshu had already dealt with the 5 foreigners. She wanted to scream, but the current situation did not allow her to do so. She could only clench her fists tightly and stare at Lin Qinshu fiercely.
No one came out of the staff dormitory despite the commotion just now. Does that mean that there was no one inside, or that everyone had already left?
Lin Qinshu looked through the empty bodies on the ground.
Sure enough, everyone had a gun on them.
It seemed that he had not killed the wrong people.
These people were the mercenaries of the Arctic Wolf.
Pushing open the door of the dormitory they had just leaned against, they saw it was filled with weapons, including all kinds of firearms and ammunition. Lin Qinshu walked in, picked out a few that were useful and light and put them in his arms.
The others were thrown into the sea through the window. As long as he didn't have any hot weapons, he was invincible.
It's just that those people also carried hot weapons, and now that the ammunition in the ammunition room was emptied, they had no way to replenish it. After doing all this, Lin Qinshu saw Guan Yuer, who was clenching her fists and shaking with anger. I suddenly remembered what I had just done, and it seemed that I had not apologized to the other party yet.
The situation was a little critical just now, and I made the decision in a hurry. I apologize to you. I'm sorry. Guan Yuer's expression was complicated and resentful.
She also knew that this happened because she insisted on following them.
Moreover, the situation just now was indeed very critical. These people were carrying guns.
If they took a wrong step, they would be shot to death on the spot.
That was my first kiss, Guan Yuer said through gritted teeth.
Lin Qinshu was about to say something when suddenly the ship's radio started to ring.
Shwashasha. Hello? Hello? Hello everyone, my name is Andrew, from the Arctic Wolf Mercenary Organization.
A burst of poor Chinese words came from the radio. Lin Qinshu's face suddenly became solemn. He didn't expect the other party to take action so quickly and he had no time to prepare anything.
I believe some people have heard of our name, Arctic Wolf. Our request is very simple. Everyone should return to the main hall now. If we see anyone outside in 5 minutes, we will shoot them on the spot. I hope everyone will cherish their lives and cooperate well.
The radio continued to speak, and some people outside walked towards the main hall with doubts, while some people did not take it seriously at all.
Girl, it's too late to prepare. You've heard the broadcast, so go find a place to hide. After this crisis is over, you can do whatever you want me to do, but I don't have the energy to protect you now, Lin Qinshu said to Guan Yuer in a heavy voice. Guan Yuer also knew the seriousness of the problem, nodded and said, I'll go find the agent and the others. Be careful and don't forget what you promised me. After the crisis is over, I will do whatever I want to you. Guan Yuer waved her little fist at Lin Qinshu. Although Guan Yuer was very angry that she lost her first kiss inexplicably, the current situation did not allow her to be pretentious. She was still very sensible on this point. After the two separated at the stairs, Lin Qinshu walked towards the captain. 5 minutes passed and many people still chose to stay outside. It was only when bursts of gunfire and screams rang out that they realized what had been said on the broadcast was true, and the people outside began to run towards the main hall. Lin Qinshu continued to walk towards the captain's room, not knowing whether Qin Ruolin had seen his message and hid. As long as the mercenaries were dealt with, the crisis would be resolved, but he didn't know how many people were in this mercenary organization, so he could only take it one step at a time. Lin Qinshu took out a pistol. He had never fired a gun since he mastered the gun skills, and his skills finally came in handy. Lin Qinshu saw many corpses along the way. When he came to a guest room corridor, he saw a black mercenary pushing a woman into the room with a sinister smile on his face. It seems that these mercenaries are of low quality. They have not finished their work yet, but they have already satisfied their desires, and they did not even close the door. Lin Qinshu quietly followed into the room, and saw the mercenary pushing the woman onto the bed, pulling his belt, and suddenly a dagger stretched out from behind him and pressed against his neck. If you don't want to die, answer my questions. Lin Qinshu spoke in English, but the other party was speaking another language. If he didn't have the skill of being proficient in languages, he really couldn't tell which country the other party was from. The black mercenaries were from Africa and did not speak English. Lin Qinshu repeated what he had just said in African. The black man nodded slightly. The dagger was too close, so he did not dare to move too much. How many people have come from your mercenary organization? Where are they? Only by knowing the number of people can Lin Qinshu make a plan. We, the Arctic Wolf, have 60 people, 5 of whom are guarding the armory, 10 are following the leader in the control room, and the other 45 are distributed in every corner of the ship. As the black man spoke, he slowly extended his hand into his arms, thinking that Lin Qinshu had not noticed. Lin Qinshu stabbed him directly in the neck and kicked the body aside. It's enough to know the basic information.
Seeing that this black guy is about to resist, just kill him first.
If there's anything else you want to know, just catch another one.
I don't know if it's because of his own improved attributes, but he doesn't feel uncomfortable about killing people. Normally, he should have vomited continuously. The result was not as it seemed, as if it was just a trivial thing. After dealing with the black man, Lin Qinshu looked at the woman lying on the bed with her back to him, motionless. If it weren't for the rise and fall of her breathing, he would have thought she was dead. After turning the person over, she was stunned. This woman was Yu Qing, who had communicated with her once. At this time, Yu Qing was awake, but she was so weak that she couldn't even raise her hands.
Chapter 10 for the mysterious beautiful young woman. Why are you here? And what's going on with you?
Lin Qinshu helped Yu Qing to the bedside.
I was also invited to this banquet.
The food on the ship was poisoned.
Everyone was like this, weak and powerless. Yu Qing said weakly.
It turned out that there was something wrong with the food. If his physical condition had not reached its peak and been able to excrete the poison automatically, he might have been in this weak and powerless state. After Lin Qinshu fed Yu Qing some water, he picked her up in a princess hug. You also encountered what happened just now, and the broadcast also said that the ship has been controlled by terrorists.
I have to save my friend now. I will hide you in a place, don't run around.
Yu Qing lowered her head with a slightly red face. Of course she knew what the mercenary wanted to do to her just now, but she was powerless to resist. However, she had already decided that if she was violated, she would commit suicide. She just didn't expect that she would be saved by the man in front of her again.
Enemy, Yu Qing murmured.
Lin Qinshu heard it, but he didn't know the other party was talking about him.
He thought Yu Qing was complaining about someone else.
Lin Qinshu carried her to another room, put her on the bed, and took a few bottles of mineral water from the table and gave them to her. The poison in you now should not be fatal, but it will make you unable to exert strength for a short period of time. You can try to drink more water to see if you can expel the poison from your body. I'm leaving first, please lock the door and try not to make any noise.
Wait.
Yu Qing called out to Lin Qinshu, who was about to leave. Lin Qinshu turned around and looked at her in confusion.
Just now I was carried down from the deck by that black man.
There was also a friend of mine on the deck, Shen Lizhen.
If you meet her, can you save her?
Yu Qing looked at Lin Qinshu with tears in her eyes. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Qinshu nodded and said, if I meet her, I will save her, provided that I meet her. Then Lin Qinshu left the room and locked the door. After closing the door, Lin Qinshu suddenly thought of something and the expression on his face instantly became strange.
Because he remembered that Yu Qing was a lesbian, so her so-called friends were her lesbian friends?
The surname was Shen, and he didn't know if he was from the Shen family. Lin Qinshu shook his head and shook off these thoughts.
The most urgent thing was to get rid of these mercenaries first. The 5 in the armory had been dealt with, plus the black man just now, 6 had been eliminated, and there were still 54 to go. 54, this number is really a headache. Lin Qinshu walked up one level at a time, and when he saw someone alone, he would just chop him with the saber to prevent the gunshot from attracting attention. He killed his way up like this, and when he reached the deck, he had killed 12 mercenaries along the way. Including the 6, there were 42 left. The mercenary organization also realized that something was wrong. It seemed that someone was hunting their people. More than a dozen people had lost contact. When a team returned to the armory to replenish ammunition, they found that the 5 people were already dead. All the guns and ammunition were missing. Lin Qinshu arrived on the deck and didn't see anyone. He had to go up from the deck to go to the control room. Now the mercenaries have learned that someone is hunting them and have begun to band together. Sneak attacks are no longer effective. Now that we know about it, let's hunt him openly.
Lin Qinshu put away the saber and took out the pistol he had just taken. He had been afraid to use a gun because he wanted to launch a sneak attack. Now that he is not allowed to do so, let's start a gunfight. Lin Qinshu glanced at the pitch-black sea, then walked towards the control room, avoiding the lights on the deck. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the radio again.
How dare you kill our people?
It seems that there are some capable people on this ship. I order you to come to the main hall immediately, otherwise I will kill one person every minute.
The poor Chinese mixed with an angry tone ordered the assassins.
Lin Qinshu was speechless.
How did the Arctic Wolf organization become one of the top 10 mercenary organizations in the world? How dare they give him orders?
If Lin Qinshu hadn't been unable to reply, he would have wanted to retort.
It's none of his business whether you want to kill those people or not. He doesn't even know many of them.
Lin Qinshu continued to move towards the control room. Not far from the control room, he saw a woman fighting with a mercenary, and 2 mercenaries were cheering and laughing beside her. According to the lights on the deck, we could see that the woman's skirt had been torn to her thighs, but we didn't know whether she had torn it herself or by someone else. The woman's graceful figure, coupled with her skillful movement, could not cause any harm to the mercenary. Judging from her movements, the woman was a martial artist, but unfortunately she was not strong enough, and she couldn't do any damage to the burly mercenary. And judging from the woman's free movements, she didn't seem to be poisoned, but her strength was too weak. The mercenary endured the damage from the woman and then punched her hard in the abdomen, sending her flying. Seeing this, Lin Qinshu stopped watching the show, took out his pistol and fired 3 shots at the 3 mercenaries on the field. Then he walked to the woman without looking back and helped her up.
Are you okay?
As soon as he finished speaking, the bodies of the 3 mercenaries fell heavily to the ground, and a hole appeared between the eyebrows of each of them. This is the confidence that comes from being proficient in marksmanship, never missing a target. After getting closer, Lin Qinshu finally saw the woman's appearance clearly. She had a cherry-like mouth and fine lines around her eyes. She looked like a beautiful young woman in her early 30s. I didn't expect that such a beautiful young woman actually has martial arts skills and can fight against the mercenaries. Although it was useless and she couldn't even beat the other party back a step.
I'm fine, who are you and why do you have a gun?
The woman looked at him warily. This gun was picked up from them.
The gunshot just now may have attracted attention. Let's leave here first. The deck is too empty and it's easy to be used as a target.
Lin Qinshu helped the beautiful young woman to stand up, and his palm accidentally touched something soft. The beautiful young woman also noticed something strange, but now was not the time to care about it. The 2 of them hid in a corner, leaning against the door leading into the cabin. After they left, a team of 5 people came to the place just now. After seeing the corpse on the ground, their expressions became solemn. With his ability to kill with 1 shot, Lin Qinshu put even more pressure on them.
Ahem, you are the one who assassinated them as mentioned in the broadcast just now.
I didn't expect that there is a strong person like you among this group of entrepreneurs. The beautiful young woman coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. She was still churning inside after being punched by the strong man.
Chapter 105 Shinlizhen. Lin Qinshu looked at the beautiful young woman in front of him and immediately guessed, are you Shinlizhen? The beautiful young woman looked at him in surprise, how do you know? Do we know each other?
Yu Qing told me that I met her downstairs just now.
She asked me to help you if I met you.
Lin Qinshu asked casually, and it turned out that she was Yu Qing's confidant.
Xiao Qing. Where is she? Is she okay?
Shinlizhen anxiously grabbed Lin Qinshu's arm and asked. Just now, she watched Yu Qing being carried away by a black man. She had been resisting and trying to save Yu Qing, but in the end she was no match for these mercenaries. She almost got into trouble, but luckily I caught up and saved her.
She ate the food on the boat and is still weak.
I'll tell you the room number, you can go down and find her. Lin Qinshu told Shinlizhen where Yu Qing was.
There is indeed something wrong with the food here.
I didn't eat anything because I wasn't hungry, and I wasn't feeling well today, so I didn't even drink the drinks.
Anyway, thank you for saving us both. I'll go find her now.
Shinlizhen bowed to Lin Qinshu to express her gratitude, then opened the door and walked inside. Lin Qinshu looked at her shaking white legs and reminded her that the hem of her skirt was pulled apart for convenience in a fight. He suggested that she change her pants.
Shinlizhen staggered and almost fell, but walked inside without looking back. Shen family. Lin Qinshu murmured.
If he guessed correctly, this was the 3rd person from the Shin family he had met. He had never seen Shinli take action, but Shinyu and Shinlizhen both had martial arts skills. It seemed that Shinyu was not a spontaneous killer, but the Shin family was originally a family with martial arts skills. Lin Qinshu shook his head and stopped thinking about it.
He took out his pistol.
He had heard the discussions of the mercenaries around him. More than a dozen mercenaries had come to the deck and wanted to keep him there. Lin Qinshu pulled out another gun from his waist, holding one in each hand.
The ammunition had been replenished from the mercenaries he had just killed.
With 2 guns, if he shot sparingly, he could still deal with these dozen people, and he could get some more ammunition by then. Lin Qinshu walked out from the corner and fired wildly within the range. Basically, anyone who showed his head was shot to death by him. He hummed a little tune while shooting, thinking how lonely it was to be invincible. He was counting the number of people while shooting. After the shooting stopped, Lin Qinshu began to count how many people were left. I killed 18 before coming to the deck, 3 after coming up, and now I have killed 12 more, a total of 33, and I still need 27 to go. It turns out that it is faster to use hot weapons. To chop with a knife, you have to find the right moment and approach the opponent quietly. After dealing with these people, Lin Qinshu ran into the control room. The control room was empty at this time. After learning that someone was hunting their people, all the mercenaries withdrew from the control room and went to the main hall. According to Yang Yun's instructions, Lin Qinshu sent the coordinates of the cruise ship to Yang Yun. At this time, in a room next to the main hall, there is a control room, which is where the broadcast is controlled and the surveillance is watched. Although Lin Qinshu was very careful, he was still photographed and his identity was quickly discovered. It would be more accurate to say that Wang Jingde told them rather than discovered it. In order to act, Wang Jingde jumped out indignantly to protect them at first, but was detained by mercenaries. In fact, he was in a room with the leader of the Arctic Wolves. This person is called Lin Qinshu. Coincidentally, I just happened to investigate this person today. I didn't expect that he had such ability. The investigation data showed that he was just a college student, and there was nothing strange in the previous data. How did he suddenly become so powerful? Wang Jingde was puzzled. Andrew, who was blonde and blue-eyed, said in broken Chinese, "Perhaps he has hidden his identity. The information you have collected is inaccurate. In any case, he has caused us heavy losses. I must kill him to relieve my hatred." Wang Jingde was hesitant to speak. He originally wanted to provide information that Qin Roland came with Lin Qinshu, so that he could capture Qin Roland and force him to come out. But Qin Roland was the woman he loved. If he told anyone about it and Andrew really killed her, he would have no place to cry. Andrew did not see Wang Jingde's hesitant expression. He picked up the radio and continued to shout, "Lin Qinshu, I already know your name. If you don't come over, I will kill everyone in this venue." Lin Qinshu, who was far away on the deck, rolled his eyes. This idiot Andrew actually used this to threaten him. When the threat didn't work after the first one, he tried it a second time. "Andrew, take care of business first. Call all your men back and gather them together. Don't be alone outside. Finish our business first," Wang Jingde advised. The leader of the Arctic Wolves called his men, connected a computer next to the main hall, and then said to the people present that everyone should line up here to open their bank accounts. Those who have reached the required amount can be spared from death. A middle-aged man who was afraid of death rushed out and said, "I have money. As long as you don't kill me, I can give you all my money." The middle-aged man came to the computer and entered his account number. It showed a balance of more than 100 million yuan. It seemed that he was an entrepreneur with some assets. "Very good, you go to that room to rest, there are clean food and drinks, as well as antidotes prepared there. As long as everyone cooperates well, they can all get freedom and food like him." Everyone present was slumped on the ground or on the stools, and they all ate the food in the main hall. The middle-aged man was supported by 2 mercenaries and went to the room. After drinking the antidote, another mercenary came out with a computer and set a timed sell-off of your company's shares, starting early tomorrow morning. "Why? Didn't I give all my money to you? Why do you want me to sell my company as shares?" The middle-aged man didn't understand and was unwilling to do so. The mercenary pulled out a pistol and put it against his head. "Do you want to sell your shares or take the bullet?" The middle-aged man suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. "I will listen to you, listen to you." He operated the computer and set a time period. As soon as the stock market goes online tomorrow morning, the shares under his name will be automatically sold. Outside the main hall, the mercenary pressed a few buttons on the computer, and the money of the middle-aged man was transferred away instantly. Everyone else was still hoping for a lucky break, and no one took the initiative to open their account like the middle-aged man just now. The mercenary grabbed a man and threw him next to the computer. "I don't have any money," the man said timidly. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, the mercenary smashed his head open. "I hope everyone will cooperate. You have no right to bargain with me." The mercenary leader showed a cruel smile on his face. Chapter 106, Andrew, leader of the Arctic Wolf mercenaries. When everyone saw this bloody scene, their faces turned pale and some people rushed to the computers.
No matter how much money you have, you need to be alive to spend it. If you have lost your life, what's the point of having money? In order to save their lives, everyone pushed down the people around them, and the darkness of human nature was fully revealed at this moment. At this time, Lin Qinshu came to the main engine room of the ship. He had just contacted Yang Yun and learned that the main engine room of a ship is the place for control and monitoring, and the electrical room. However, Lin Qinshu did not plan to cut off the power on the ship. Although it would attract some mercenaries and make it easier for him to take action, it would not be convenient for him if there was no electricity in this dark night. He had to cut off the surveillance on the ship first, otherwise his every move would be under the surveillance of others, which would be inconvenient for his actions. Wang Jingde, who was in the control room of the main hall, suddenly discovered that all the surveillance images had disappeared. He roughly guessed Lin Qinshu's intention and hurried to find the leader to tell him the situation. This person must want to come to our main hall. If he only intends to stay outside, he doesn't need to turn off the surveillance, just find a place without surveillance, such as the room. The leader of the Arctic Wolf immediately thought of Lin Qinshu's purpose, took out the intercom and said a lot, asking the mercenaries to be alert and kill anyone they see. When he gave the order, Lin Qinshu had already arrived near the main hall, changed into a waiter's outfit, and sneaked in without anyone noticing. Because there are so many service staff and they won't be dragged into transferring money, his disguise is safe for a short period of time. Lin Qinshu pretended to be weak, looked at the people around him, and saw Qin Roland and Xinyu beside her in a corner. In his heart, he kept cursing Xinyu, this woman, for being such a scoundrel. Qin Roland could have escaped this crisis, but she dragged her to the most dangerous place. However, Lin Qinshu did not see any trace of Guan Yuer. It seemed that she was hiding. What kind of killer is she? She is not even as eye-catching as a female star. Watching those entrepreneurs being pulled up one by one to transfer money and then pushed into another room, and Wang Jingde was not in this meeting room, Lin Qinshu rolled his eyes and looked towards the door of the control room. The moment a mercenary came out, he caught sight of Wang Jingde, and there was no one at the door, and everyone had their backs to it. He could just do something to divert their attention. It is also very safe for Wang Jingde to hide his identity and do these things. However, Lin Qinshu will not let him hide like this. His mission is to destroy the conspiracy and expose Wang Jingde. Wouldn't that make it an open conspiracy? Lin Qinshu pulled out a small grenade from the armory from his pocket and threw it at the gate when no one was paying attention. An explosion was heard and the door of the room where Wang Jingde was blown away instantly. Everyone was startled by the sudden explosion and turned their heads to look at the place where the explosion occurred. At this time, Wang Jingde was facing the door, drinking tea with the leader of the Arctic Wolves. He was also frightened by the small grenade and was looking outside the door in confusion. It's Wang Xiao. Why is Wang Xiao sitting so close to that person? I understand. This is a trap set by the Wang family. The Wang family wants to catch us all in one fell swoop. Damn, I was wondering how these people got on the boat, turns out it was the Wang family's doing. Don't be bothered anymore, there are only more than 20 of them, and we have hundreds of people, let's attack together. These people were afraid of the terrorists of unknown origin, but now it was obvious that this was a trap set by the Wang group to swallow them up. In an instant, everyone's fear was overshadowed by anger. Some people jumped up to grab the mercenaries' guns, while others simply knocked down the mercenaries beside them. The whole venue was in chaos. Lin Qinshu took advantage of the chaos to sneak up to Qin Roland, picked her up and ran away without saying a word. As soon as I walked out of the venue, I heard continuous gunfire from inside. Qin Roland was suddenly carried out of the venue like a princess. She originally wanted to resist, but when she saw clearly that the person holding her was Lin Qinshu, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Junior, I was worried for a while when I heard your name being called on the radio just now. I didn't expect you to be so capable and able to deal with these terrorists. Lin Qinshu smiled and said, how can you open a security company without some ability? The president of my company cannot get into trouble. A gunshot rang out from behind him. Lin Qinshu stopped and slowly turned around to look. Andrew was holding Xinyu hostage, looking at him with a smile. Friends, is it enough to save only one? Are you not going to save this friend? Andrew just fired at the ceiling, not at Lin Qinshu. Andrew investigated all the surveillance and found that Lin Qinshu had interactions with 3 women in total. One of the female stars was not at the venue and may have been shot outside. The other 2 women were still in the venue. Since he had rescued one, he could use the other one to threaten her into submission. There was a strange look on Lin Qinshu's face. Why did the mercenary leader think that he would surrender because of Xinyu? He wished that the other party would kill Xinyu. After all, the other party was trying to assassinate him. Ding! It is detected that the beauty with a beauty score of over 90 is in danger. Option 1, ignore it, let the other party die, and randomly deduct a previous reward. Option 2, save the beauty and successfully take her away from the dangerous ship, and you will be rewarded with top hacker skills and 50% actual control of the dark web. Damn, you are going too far. You are forcing me to save her. After deducting one of the previous rewards, he didn't want to lose any of the rewards, so he could only try his best to save the other party. Lin Xinshu put Qin Wolin down and protected her behind him. What do you want? Seeing Lin Xinshu's actions, Xinyu's expression was also stunned. She didn't expect that the other party would stop running for her. Xinyu instantly changed her mind about him. No one wanted to die. Seeing that the other party was willing to save herself, she felt a little strange in her heart. At this time, the venue was quiet again because of a few gunshots, and Wang Jingde also came out. How dare you ruin my good thing? It's too easy for you to die like this, Andrew, lock him up and torture him after finishing the business. Lin Xinshu smiled coldly. Why do you think I will surrender? Wang Jingde said that he seemed to have given up resistance and let him do whatever he wanted. Chapter 107 captured. Why? Because of this. 5 more mercenaries ran out of the door, pointing submachine guns at Lin Xinshu. As long as you move your fingers, they will beat you into a sieve. If you don't believe it, just try it. Lin Xinshu's face turned cold. He was careless. He should have taken action directly just now. There were so many people now. He couldn't shoot everyone in an instant. Lin Xinshu threw away his pistol and walked towards them. Wang Jingde and others' faces changed, and they quickly scolded, "Stand there, I'll tell you how to go." They had seen Lin Xinshu's skills from the surveillance video, and he could kill 5 people in an instant. Even without a gun, he could kill them instantly. Mr. Wang, I think it's inappropriate. This person is weird. I suggest shooting him on the spot. Andrew frowned and said worriedly, he killed most of them by himself. If he is not killed now and locked up, who knows what will happen? To be on the safe side, it is best to kill him on the spot. Wang Jingde looked at Lin Xinshu and smiled coldly. Mr. Andrew, don't worry. This kind of heroic person is the easiest to deal with. As long as we have these 2 women, he will be cautious. Although it is a pity for Qin Wolin, this is an extraordinary period and we can't let our love drag us down. Lin Xinshu shrugged and walked into a room in the conference hall according to the direction they gave. There were 2 middle-aged men in the room. They looked up at Lin Xinshu and then closed their eyes to rest. These 2 people were Shen Wanshan and Zhao Li, who had just left early. Wang Jingde's purpose was to torture these 2 people after finishing his business. Zhao Li looked a little haggard, but Shen Wanshan was still full of vigor. However, it could also be seen that both of them were poisoned. After the door was closed, Lin Xinshu was thinking of a way to break the situation. It seems that I have to use the invisible card. He had always been reluctant to use it before. After all, this kind of fantasy reward had only been given once and it had never appeared again. Once he used it up, it would be gone. But in the current situation, if I don't use it, I'm afraid there will be no way to break the deadlock. I may be able to dodge the attack by relying on my agile skills. But if the other party killed Xinyu and Qin Wolin, he would suffer a huge loss. Not only would he fail to complete the hidden mission, but he would also lose a reward. After much thought, I decided to avoid the important issues. Boy, why are you locked up with us? Zhao Li asked weakly. Old man, if you can't catch your breath, stop talking. You've killed too many of them, and you don't want me to die too easily. You plan to torture me after you finish your work. Lin Xinshu joked. Zhao Li was so angry that he blew his beard and glared, ignoring Lin Xinshu's next words. What's your name? You are actually capable of dealing with the entire mercenary group alone. Are you interested in joining my Shen family? You can ask for any conditions you want. Shen Wanshan heard what Lin Xinshu said next and extended an olive branch to him. I'm not interested. If it weren't for saving Xinyu from your Shen family, I wouldn't have fallen to the point of being caught. Lin Xinshu waved his hand. The task given by the system was too harsh. Xinyu had to be saved. Moreover, Shen Wanshan couldn't save himself, but he still wanted to recruit him. Is this kind of person blindly confident in himself or too naive?
Saving Shin Yu doesn't mean that he is willing to get too close to the Shin family. The identity and background of the Shin family are relatively mysterious, and it seems that everyone in the family is a martial artist.
Oh? Little brother, do you know you are? Shin Wanshan's eyes gleamed, and I don't know what he was thinking. I don't know him.
Lin Qinshou answered casually, then walked into the house and looked around. Wang Jingde walked in from outside, accompanied by 6 mercenaries, fully armed and pointing guns at Lin Qinshou. You, drink this glass of water. Wang Jingde signaled the people around him with his eyes, and a mercenary brought a glass of water and placed it on the table. Lin Qinshou found this scene a little funny. These people were obviously afraid of him, yet they wanted to keep him alive to torture him for fun. He also guessed what the glass of water contained. It was probably the same weak poison given to these people. Lin Qinshou picked up the cup of water and drank it all. When Wang Jingde saw that he had drunk it, a smile immediately appeared on his face, and then he walked out with his men. This kind of weak poison does not take effect so quickly. Once it takes effect, they can come in and bully Lin Qinshou at will. Watching the few people leave, Lin Qinshou's stomach began to react. It might be because he had eaten it twice before and his body had developed resistance, so he only felt some discomfort, but no strong pain. There was no toilet in the room, so Lin Qinshou could only endure the discomfort and sit on a stool to relieve it. Then he chatted with the 2 people in the room. Xiaolin, classmate. Suddenly a familiar voice reached Lin Qinshou's ears. Lin Qinshou looked towards the source of the voice and saw a beautiful figure coming out from a European-style closet in the room. Why are you here? Lin Qinshou walked to the closet and found that there was a wooden board covering it, which could be opened. I was hiding in a closet in a room, and I didn't expect to be connected to here. Guan Yuer also said in surprise. Lin Qinshou walked to the closet and found a small ladder leading up to it. I don't know which decoration company with a bad taste did this, but it leads to a room. Lin Qinshou turned around and asked Zhao Li and Shen Wanshan, we can escape from here. Do you want to come with us? Zhao Li shook his head and said, I can't even move a finger now, so I won't follow you. Boy, please call my son for me and tell him what happened here and what the Wang family did. Even if I die, they must know who our enemy is. Shen Wanshan glanced at Zhao Li, then sighed, I won't leave either. We are old friends. I can't let old Zhao die here. I'll stay here with this old guy. Shen Wanshan's physical strength was enough to support him to escape from here, but he couldn't bear to leave his old friend behind. I won't help you make the call, just stay alive, and you will be saved when I deal with those people outside. Having said that, Lin Qinshou no longer paid attention to them, and climbed up from the closet with Guan Yuer. Because I still felt a little uncomfortable in my stomach, after I came into the room, I quickly moved to another room and rushed into the toilet to expel the toxins from my body. A few minutes later, he walked out with a relaxed look on his face. It turned out that he had a strong physique. This non-lethal poison was excreted by going to the toilet. However, the amount excreted this time was too large, and he even suspected that it was not the same poison. Guan Yuer pinched her nose and looked at him with disgust. Why is your stomach so bad? Did you go out to eat something secretly again? Lin Qinshou was speechless. Did he look like someone with a mental illness? He ate those things even though he knew they were poisonous. Wang Jingde forced me to drink a glass of water. Now I am fine and I just went to the toilet and it came out. Wang Jingde? What does it have to do with him? Why did he force you to drink poisoned water? Guan Yuer was not in the main hall and did not know what was happening inside. Lin Qinshou explained to her that the group of mercenaries was hired by Wang Jingde as part of a conspiracy targeting the wealthy circle in Shanghai. Lin Qinshou also learned about the situation from Shen Wanshan. Wang Jingde asked those wealthy people to transfer the money out and force them to sell their company shares. Chapter 108 The Wang family is in trouble. Lin Qinshou analyzed the purpose of Wang Jingde's doing this, which was probably because Wang Group did not have enough money to acquire the shares, so he used their money to acquire their shares. The Wang Group essentially got the equity of these companies for free. They are really insidious. They use other people's money to buy their own things, and in the end the only ones who benefit are the Wang family. However, this move is also very dangerous. It seems that the Wang family is already in crisis and wants to use this move to burn their boats. Or he just wanted to do the job cleanly and leave no one alive. Both of these reasons are a bit contradictory. Perhaps if I hadn't blown up the door and Wang Jingde hadn't been exposed, he might have been left alive. But I exposed him, and everyone knew that this was the Wang family's conspiracy, so naturally there was no way he could be left alive.
You continue to find a place to hide, don't run around, I'll go and deal with the remaining mercenaries.
Lin Qinshu said to Guan Yuer, instead of dragging his feet and running away, it would be better to use the invisibility card and get rid of everyone. Lin Qinshu gave his phone number to Guan Yuer and said, "This number is for you.
Just answer the call and follow the instructions. Someone should come to rescue us soon."
Earlier in the control room, Lin Qinshu had already contacted Xiao Runan, and she had also started the rescue operation, and the time was almost up. Lin Qinshu had to deal with these mercenaries before she arrived, otherwise the other party would be desperate and kill Qin Roland and Xinyu, and his mission would be in vain. Guan Yuer looked through Lin Qinshu's phone and felt that it was similar to hers.
Why was Lin Qinshu able to communicate with the outside world?
My cell phone has been modified to allow satellite calls.
Don't look at it.
If you need it, I'll have someone modify one for you when I get back. Lin Qinshu saw the confusion on Guan Yuer's face and answered her question. In the main conference hall, Wang Jingde watched the money being transferred out one by one, and an excited smile appeared on his face. Lin Qinshu's guess was correct. Their Wang family was indeed in crisis and had been secretly selling off some assets that were not visible. However, those things were not worth much since they were not visible, and could not save the Wang family at all. Moreover, this news will not be suppressed for long before it is discovered, and then the Wang Group's stock will plummet. This method was proposed by him. Under the guise of a film and television city project, he invited everyone in Shanghai who had some money, and even people from government agencies, just to make the play look more realistic. When the mercenaries started to act, he jumped out first, pretending to protect the guests, but in fact he was taken to a control room to monitor everyone's movements. Wang Jingde thought that his escape plan was flawless, but it was destroyed by a small bomb thrown by Lin Qinshu.
Now that everyone knows that this is a trap set up by the Wang family, we can't let everyone leave. Thinking of this, Wang Jingde became extremely angry. He could have disguised himself as a victim, obtained these things, and gained everyone's favor. But now all his plans were ruined by Lin Qinshu. He calculated the time and figured that the effect of the medicine should have taken effect, so he could go in and beat Lin Qinshu up to vent his anger. When he opened the door, he found only Zhao Li and Shen Wanshan inside, and he instantly became alert. Wang Jingde thought that Lin Qinshu was hiding somewhere and might want to launch a surprise attack on him. Zhao Li saw Wang Jingde's cautious look and sneered, "The third generation of the Wang family is really bad. You didn't inherit the style of Wang Tianfeng at all. Could it be that you are not of the Wang family's bloodline?" After saying that, he laughed. Wang Jingde glared at him angrily and called in several mercenaries to find where Lin Qinshu was hiding. After searching for a while, no trace of Lin Qinshu was found. Finally, a mercenary discovered the passage above the closet. "Damn, this cruise company didn't tell me there was such a passage." Wang Jingde cursed and walked out quickly to find Andrew. That man ran away again, but he had already drunk our cup of poisoned water, so even if he escaped, he would surely die. Wang Jingde had watched the surveillance video and knew that ordinary weak poisons were ineffective against Lin Qinshu, so he added a deadly toxin. Who would have thought that Lin Qinshu's physique was too strong and he still excreted the toxin? "I'll ask a few of my men to look for him. I won't be completely relieved until I see his body." Andrew's face was solemn. The other side killed most of their mercenaries. He originally wanted to execute them directly, but Wang Jingde said that he would torture him no matter what. Now they have shot themselves in the foot and he has escaped again. If the poison had not taken effect, Lin Qinshu would have been a nightmare to them. Andrew arranged 3 mercenaries to go out and look for Lin Qinshu. Although he knew that the other party was very powerful, he was short of manpower and there was nothing he could do. At this time, Lin Qinshu had already arrived at the main hall, took out the invisible card from his pocket, and slapped it on himself with a reluctant look. His whole body began to become transparent, and even the knife on his body became transparent. Lin Qinshu looked at the glass beside him, and couldn't see himself in the reflection. Suddenly, an idea popped up in his mind: it would be great if this invisibility could be controlled. Lin Qinshu's figure slowly appeared in the glass. He didn't expect that he could really control it. When Lin Qinshu heard footsteps coming from the main hall, he immediately turned on the stealth mode. The 3 mercenaries held their guns and cautiously explored every corner, even pushing into every room to take a look. They were also frightened by Lin Qinshu. Although Andrew asked the 3 of them to find Lin Qinshu, the 3 of them had also agreed to only search this floor. After the search, they only needed to guard this floor. The ship is so big, it will take forever for the 3 of them to find it, and they cannot be left alone. If they are alone, they might die in the next second.
One of the mercenaries put down his machine gun and took out a cigarette from his pocket. There was no need to look so carefully, as it would be more troublesome if he really found it. Just smoke a cigarette first. Before he finished his words, a cold light flashed, and the three mercenaries stood still, and the cigarette broke in the middle.
Chapter 109 Talent Wang Jingde.
The three of them fell down at the same time, and a long blood mark appeared on their necks. A figure slowly emerged, and Lin Qinshu also heard their conversation. He had never expected that he had already frightened this top mercenary organization. Lin Qinshu tore off the clothes from the corpse, wiped the saber, and fell into invisibility again. Andrew in the main hall always had a bad feeling, so he would use the intercom to contact the three of them from time to time. When he picked up the intercom again, the other side no longer responded.
Andrew immediately stood up from his seat.
Seeing him like this, Wang Jingde hurriedly asked him if something had happened.
Andrew was very angry.
If it weren't for the idiot in front of him, he wouldn't have lost 3 more people, and he wouldn't have put himself in such a dangerous situation.
Mr. Wang, this mission is over.
We, the Arctic Wolves, will increase our commission because what you asked us to do and some of your wrong decisions have caused us to lose more than 30 elites. This is a huge loss for us. The commission must be increased to $500 million, and it must be paid now.
After hearing this, Wang Jingde's face turned dark. This Arctic Wolf actually raised the price. Damn, where is he going to get $500 million now? Thinking of this, Wang Jingde couldn't help but curse Lin Qinshu in his heart again. If it weren't for Lin Qinshu, why would he pay this unfair money?
In fact, Lin Qinshu's reasons accounted for part of the reason, but the bigger part was Andrew's action. He saw that the wealthy people in Shanghai had so much wealth, they became jealous and wanted more.
Mr. Andrew, can you give us some time until we finish our work?
$500 million is $500 million, and we will definitely transfer it to you without a penny difference.
Wang Jingde could only appease the other party first.
$500 million was just a drop in the bucket for the Wang family in the past, but it is different now. In recent years, the Wang group has suffered heavy losses, and their protectors have been arrested one after another. They have spent a lot of money to protect themselves. I had wanted to cooperate with Wen Jiaxu some time ago.
Taking down the Wen family could ease the economic crisis of the Wang group. Who would have thought that Wen Jiaxu actually failed? What a waste.
In the end, he had no choice but to take a risk and came up with this plan, but it was ruined by Lin Qinshu again. Now his Wang family had to step forward and kill all these people and become murderers. Andrew shook his head and said, "No, pay now, otherwise I will withdraw my troops and leave immediately. Only when the money is in my pocket will I be guaranteed and I can retreat at any time."
After working for so long, the deposit of tens of millions is definitely not enough. The operation will be completed only after the money is received. Wang Jingde gritted his teeth and said, "Mr. Andrew, wait a moment. I'll arrange it now."
The other party was pressing so hard that he could only go to his grandfather Wang Tianfeng first. Even though all the money of those rich people has been transferred away, he has no way to use that money now. In order to prevent the money from being tracked, it has been laundered overseas and will not be able to return to the country until at least tomorrow morning.
Wang Jingde took out his phone and called Wang Tianfeng.
When Wang Tianfeng learned about what had happened, he was silent for a moment before saying, "Let Andrew wait 5 minutes, and the money will be transferred to their Arctic Wolf account."
Wang Jingde told Andrew about this. Andrew didn't want to be deceived, so he asked his men to stop and continue the action after receiving the money. There was not much time left now. Wang Jingde had no choice but to wait.
During this time, Lin Qinshu, who had already gone invisible, walked in. Seeing that these people seemed to be arguing about something and gathered together in a lazy manner, he felt it difficult to take action. Lin Qinshu simulated in his mind how to shoot these people as quickly as possible, but after seeing where Wang Jingde was standing, he chose to wait and see.
Wang Jingde stood beside Qin Roland.
He guessed that Andrew's sudden change of attitude must be because something happened to the 3 people who went out to find Lin Qinshu. When Lin Qinshu rushes in, he will hold Qin Roland hostage and at least save his life. He regretted it now, as he could have killed the other person just now. However, because of his perverted mentality and the desire to torture Lin Qinshu, he ended up letting the other person escape. Suddenly, a young woman came over and rubbed Wang Jingde's arm with her bulge.
"Mr. Wang, I came here at your invitation. I'm not from the Magic City. Let me serve you by your side. You can do whatever you want to me." She even threw a wink.
This woman was Su Huilin, whom I met when I first got on board. From the beginning to now, she was only afraid. She was very confident in herself, and even foreigners were attracted by her. Just as she was about to seduce Andrew, Wang Jingde was exposed. Between the young Wang Jingde and the middle-aged Andrew, she of course chose Wang Jingde. At this moment, Wang Jingde was so overwhelmed by these things that he had no time to think about getting rid of them. Su Huilan's face changed, and she left him angrily, planning to find another opportunity to approach Andrew later. Lin Qinqiu also moved closer to Qin Rolan. Although he could deal with Wang Jingde first, if he dealt with Wang Jingde, they would be shot to pieces by the mercenaries on the other side, which would not be worth the loss. Wang Jingde can be killed at any time. The main problem is that group of mercenaries. Just when Lin Qinqiu was still thinking about how to break the situation, Wang Jingde's phone rang. After answering the phone, he nodded to Andrew. Andrew also took out the satellite phone to confirm everything before letting the group of mercenaries gradually disperse. Seeing that the mission was about to be completed, Wang Jingde's eyes suddenly showed a trace of viciousness and said, "Originally you could have left safely, but now, because Lin Qinqiu let you see me, I can only say sorry to you. When you go to hell, remember that it was Lin Qinqiu who killed you." Wang Jingde decided to kill everyone, but he did not forget to kill them and destroy their hearts, and put the blame on Lin Qinqiu. Bullshit. Lin Qinqiu has been against you all the time, all to rescue us. You trapped us here and robbed us of our property. Now you want to take our lives and throw the blame on the people who rescued us. You are so shameless. Do you think we are all fools? Shen Yu scolded. Lin Qinqiu, who was hiding on the side, was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Shen Yu to jump out and speak for him. The others were also furious at this time. They grabbed things and threw them at the mercenaries. They were all going to die anyway, so they might as well resist. The scene instantly became chaotic. This idiot. Andrew couldn't help but curse angrily. If he told them now that they would surely die, they would definitely resist. Good opportunity. Lin Qinqiu kicked Wang Jingde away and took out 2 pistols from his waist and fired crazily. The people present only heard the gunshots, but didn't see anyone. Then they saw the mercenaries fall down one by one. Lin Qinqiu took advantage of the chaos and killed them all at once. Chapter 110. Guan Yuer is kidnapped. The leader of the Arctic Wolves, Andrew, ran away when he heard the first gunshot. He kept cursing Wang Jingde as a fool. Haven't you heard that a cornered dog will jump over the wall? Their death date has been announced. If they don't resist, are they waiting to die? In this chaos, Lin Qinqiu must have rushed in and found a good opportunity to shoot them. Isn't the 3rd generation of the Wang family a person of extraordinary ability? Why are you doing stupid things? The gunshots were heard 23 times, which meant that the remaining 23 people were all dealt with by Lin Qinqiu. Now, out of the 60 mercenaries, 59 had been killed, leaving only Andrew to be dealt with. As expected of a mercenary leader, his reaction is really quick. Lin Qinqiu walked to a corner where no one could see him and revealed his figure. With 2 guns in his hands, everyone was stunned when they saw Lin Qinqiu. Wasn't this the person who sang with Guan Yuer just now? Although they heard Andrew calling Lin Qinqiu's name on the radio, they didn't know that it was the same person who sang so well. Are you okay? Lin Qinqiu came to Qin Rolan and looked her up and down. Qin Rolan shook her head excitedly, and her heart was immediately relieved. Just now, Lin Qinqiu tried to save her but was captured. She had been thinking about how to rescue him, but she didn't expect that Lin Qinqiu had already escaped and took care of all the mercenaries. Shen Yu, who was weak at the side, also said thank you to Lin Qinqiu at this time, thanking him for saving his life. Lin Qinqiu chuckled. I didn't expect to hear your thanks. He saved Shen Yu purely because of the mission, and he didn't care about the reward, but he cared about the deduction of the previous reward. Shen Yu snorted and said nothing more. Impossible. You obviously drank the poison I gave you. That poison can even kill an elephant. It's impossible that you are fine. Wang Jingde was kicked by Lin Qinqiu and his mouth was full of blood. He pointed at him and said in disbelief. Lin Qinqiu ignored him and was about to say something when he suddenly saw several people squatting down to pick up the pistols dropped by the mercenaries. Lin Qinqiu was quick-witted and fired several shots at the men. The bullets passed through their palms. After a series of shrill screams, they fell to their knees and rolled on the ground. He recognized that these people seemed to be those around Wang Jingde, and it seemed that they were still determined to attack him. The wealthy people who were robbed around finally came to their senses and rushed towards Wang Jingde angrily, punching and kicking him. One of the reasons why Lin Qinshu did not kill him was to let these people vent their anger.
Moreover, Wang Jingde is a Chinese. Unlike these mercenaries, killing him would be relatively troublesome. Senior sister, you and Xin Yu go to that room.
Xin Wanshan and Zhao Li are still in there.
I have to go and get rid of the last person.
Lin Qinshu pointed to the door of the room where he was locked just now. Then you should be careful and don't be careless, Jean Roland said with concern. She originally came to attend the Entrepreneurs Summit, but she didn't expect to encounter so many things. Jean Roland also learned a little about Lin Qinshu, but she was more curious. This junior can sing, play the piano, has excellent martial arts, and his spear skills are superb and never miss a target.
What else does she not know?
Compared to other things, Jean Roland is now more interested in Lin Qinshu. Lin Qinshu ran outside, and at this time, a helicopter landed on the ship on the deck. The person who got off the boat was Xiao Runan. She came here alone in a helicopter, because the higher-ups had received news of the terrorist attack and were deploying operations. Xiao Runan couldn't wait, so she flew away in a helicopter herself. If Lin Qinshu saw the scene, he would be speechless.
A man came in a helicopter.
If those mercenaries were not dealt with by him, this woman would not even be able to land and would be buried in the sea. As soon as Xiao Runan got off the plane, he called Lin Qinshu directly, but a girl answered the phone.
Where is Lin Qinshu? Who are you?
Xiao Runan wondered if Lin Qinshu had fallen into a honey trap and had been arrested.
My name is Guan Yuer. Lin Qinshu gave me the phone and asked me to answer it and meet up with you. You are the police, right? Have you arrived? Well, I'm here, but there's no us, only me.
The troops have also sent people over, and they will be here soon, Xiao Runan said as he looked at the situation on the deck. Guan Yuer was stunned when she heard this.
One person? What's the point of coming alone? Could he be some kind of soldier king or god of war?
Lin Qinshu said that when you guys come, he will put down the escape ladder. His people are already nearby and will be here soon.
I will go up to find you now. Guan Yuer didn't care about that.
As long as someone came, she would go up to meet the other party first.
Lin Xin was looking for Andrew in the cabin.
He was thinking about what he should do if it were him. After thinking about it, there were only two options. One was to go to the lifeboat, lower the boat, and escape. The other is to go to the deck and jump directly into the sea. But the first one is more stable, just a little slower. Now that the situation is so critical, Andrew will most likely go to the deck and jump into the sea instead of getting a lifeboat. Maybe they have people below to pick him up. Thinking of this, Lin Qinshu decided to take a gamble, betting that Andrew would go to the deck and rush towards the deck.
At the same time, Guan Yuer also ran out of a room and ran towards the deck.
Just when Guan Yuer saw the deck exit, Xiao Runan also happened to see Guan Yuer. Suddenly, a foreign man ran out from another intersection and stood between Xiao Runan and Guan Yuer.
Xiao Runan quickly pulled out his pistol and pointed it at Andrew. Guan Yuer's face suddenly changed and she wanted to run back, but Andrew quickly strangled her neck.
Lin Qinshu also arrived here at this time. When he saw that Andrew had taken Guan Yuer hostage, his face became solemn. Lin Qinshu cursed in his heart, how could it be such a coincidence that he just happened to meet Guan Yuer?
He looked outside again and saw only Xiao Runan there.
I originally thought it would be an easy task, but now the situation has become troublesome.
Andrew, let her go, I'll let you go. Now he could only save Guan Yuer first.
Anyway, the mission did not require him to kill all the Arctic Wolf mercenaries. Andrew also recognized that Guan Yuer was one of the women who had connections with Lin Qinshu. As long as he had Guan Yuer in his hands, he would be able to escape.
Chapter 111 Falling into the Sea.
You killed all the people I brought with me, and you want me to let her go with just a few words. What are you talking about in your sleep? Andrew held Guan Yuer hostage and walked out. Under Lin Qinshu's coercion, his Chinese became much more standard. With Lin Qinshu inside and Xiao Runan outside, he could only lean sideways, against the wall, and walk to the deck cautiously. Andrew slowly moved towards the side of the boat. Lin Qinshu walked out onto the deck and met up with Xiao Runan. The two of them moved closer to Andrew.
Why are you alone? Where are the others?
Lin Qinshu thought Xiao Runan and others came with him, but they were hiding somewhere else.
The others are on their way. You sent me approximate coordinates. This ship is always moving and doesn't have a fixed route. If I hadn't set off in advance, I wouldn't have been able to find any trace of your ship. Xiao Runan stared at Andrew opposite him.
Lin Qinshu was speechless as expected.
What was the point of coming alone?
Fortunately, he had almost solved the problem, otherwise there would be another burden.
The Arctic Wolf mercenaries were invited by the Wang family to capture all the wealthy people in the Magic City. 60 people came, and now only this one is left.
Lin Qinshu said this information lightly without turning his head to look at Xiao Runin's shocked expression. Xiao Runin was so surprised that she forgot the current situation. If she heard correctly, there were 60 Arctic Wolf mercenaries, and 59 of them had been eliminated by Lin Qinshu.
Andrew, now we are at the place you want. Give Guan Yuer to me and leave.
Lin Qinshu didn't dare to move forward, fearing that he would provoke Andrew to do something desperate. Andrew smiled coldly and said, "Throw the guns in your hands to me first, otherwise I will push her over now. It's night now, and you won't be able to find her once she gets into the water." Lin Qinshu glanced at Xiao Runin, and they both threw their guns over at the same time. Then Lin Qinshu blocked Xiao Runin behind him without leaving a trace. Now that the two of them had no weapons in their hands, Xiao Runin, a woman, was still the object of protection in front of Lin Qinshu, and he also blocked her unconsciously. But in Xiao Runin's eyes, this man was protecting her. Even if she was a people's policeman, she was still a woman after all. When Andrew saw that the two men no longer had their guns, the smile on his face became even more intense. Andrew pointed the gun at Lin Qinshu's heart.
Bang!
The gunshot rang out, and Lin Qinshu fell to his knees, covering his chest.
No!
Xiao Runin on the side shouted, and hurried to his side to support the fallen Lin Qinshu.
Lin Qinshu!
Guan Yuer cried out. It was all because of her that Lin Qinshu was killed.
Guan Yuer bit the hand that was strangling her neck. Andrew felt the pain and struggled hard, throwing Guan Yuer off the boat. Ah! Guan Yuer fell into the dark sea.
At this moment, Lin Qinshu on the ground quickly got up, rushed to Andrew, twisted his two arms, and slapped him on the chin, dislocating Andrew's jaw.
The next second Lin Qinshu jumped up and jumped into the sea. This series of actions was completed in just 3 seconds.
Xiao Runin, who was originally supporting Lin Qinshu in grief, was instantly confused. According to what she had just seen, Lin Qinshu was hit in the heart, so why was nothing wrong with him? Xiao Runin saw a used bullet on the ground, and then looked at the pistol that Andrew had dropped. It was the same model.
The golden bell cover and iron cloth shirt?
Xiao Runin thought of this martial art in his mind. Xiao Runin stared blankly at Andrew, who was lying on the edge of the deck with his arms and mouth crooked. She immediately reacted and rushed to the side to look at the sea. The sea was rough at this time, and it was night, so there was no sign of Lin Qinshu and Guan Yuer. Xiao Runin took out his phone and called the maritime rescue team, asking them to come to the location as quickly as possible.
Andrew was then handcuffed.
In the vast ocean, Lin Qinshu swam hard towards Guan Yuer. The time when he and Guan Yuer fell into the water was only a few seconds apart, but the waves on the sea were too big, and there was still some distance between the two. Guan Yuer was slapping the sea surface in panic. Finally, after drinking a few mouthfuls of seawater, Lin Qinshu caught her. And she hugged the person tightly as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw, hanging on Lin Qinshu.
"Can you swim?"
Lin Qinshu asked. Guan Yuer only realized at this time that it was Lin Qinshu who saved her.
Lin Qinshu! Weren't you shot?
Just now she clearly saw Lin Qinshu was shot and fell, but now he suddenly appeared on the sea and saved her. Lin Qinshu was indeed shot, but he had a golden soft armor under his clothes, and combined with his golden bell iron cloth shirt, the bullet was just like a stone bullet hitting him, causing no damage at all. Lin Qinshu was also shocked by the golden soft armor produced by this system.
"Sister, let us not talk about other things now."
Lin Qinshu sighed and looked at the endless sea around him and the ship that was sailing farther and farther away. Guan Yuer slightly loosened her arms around Lin Qinshu, and her 2 feet began to flap rhythmically.
"I can swim.
I was just too nervous just now."
"You can let me go." Guan Yuer's face was hot.
Although the current situation was very dangerous, the strange feeling of the two people hugging each other tightly was still transmitted to her.
"Let's swim towards the ship first.
Although we are not as fast as the ship, we have to give their rescue team a chance to find us." Xiao Runin watched them fall into the sea. As long as they swam in the direction of the ship, it would be easier for the rescuers on the ship to find them. While they could still see the cruise ship, the two began to swim in that direction.
However, in the vast ocean, Lin Qinshu overestimated Guan Yuer's physical strength, and she could not swim for long.
Lin Qinshu could only pull her forward and swim together. Suddenly, something vaguely appeared in front of them.
What is that? Guan Yuer saw the object floating on the sea first. The two swam over and saw that it was a rubber lifeboat.
Seeing the rubber boat, Lin Qinshu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
If he continued swimming aimlessly like this, not to mention Guan Yuer, he himself wouldn't be able to bear it.
But how did this rubber boat get here?
Is Xiao Runan so conspicuous?
In fact, this rubber boat was dropped by Andrew. The reason why he and Guan Yuer appeared at the entrance of the deck at the same time was because he went to get this rubber boat. In the vast ocean, he would not be able to survive even if he jumped in, but with the rubber boat, he could hold on until others came to rescue him. In the end, it was a disaster for Lin Qinshu. Fortunately, thanks to Andrew's rubber boat, Lin Qinshu and his companions did not freeze to death at sea. After climbing onto the rubber boat, Guan Yuer was already shivering with cold. Lin Qinshu's clothes were also wet, so there was no way he could give her his clothes.
He could only take off his clothes and wring them dry, then wait for the sea breeze to dry them. Chapter 112, Drifting in the Sea. Shit.
After taking a look at the rubber boat, Lin Qinshu couldn't help but swear.
Not only was this lifeboat manual and had no engine, it also didn't even have oars. This is just a floating object.
If the rubber boat is allowed to drift with the current, they won't know where it will drift to. But it was better than staying in the water all the time. Lin Qinshu paddled with his hands and paddled forward with all his strength, but a wave pushed him back. Guan Yuer, who was standing aside, was so cold that her lips turned white and she was shivering all over. Lin Qinshu's maximum level physique was still okay, but if he continued like this, Guan Yuer would freeze to death before the rescue arrived. Lin Qinshu came over, held her in his arms and told her to take off her clothes. Wearing wet clothes will make you feel even colder.
Guan Yuer raised her head and looked at Lin Qinshu.
She also knew that now was not the time to be pretentious about these things, as she could lose her life at any time.
Don't worry, the sea is so dark that I can't see anything.
Lin Qinshu thought she was worried about being seen naked.
Guan Yuer took off the wet dress outside.
Lin Qinshu stared at the scenery in front of him with wide eyes.
Guan Yuer did not act pretentiously and snuggled into Lin Qinshu's arms again.
She couldn't feel it through the clothes just now, but now she felt the warmth of Lin Qinshu's body, and she felt much more comfortable. Lin Qinshu couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw Guan Yuer being so casual. The two of them lay down to reduce the area exposed to the wind.
Xiaolin, you look about the same age as me, why are you so amazing?
You have master-level piano skills and martial arts skills, even bullets can't hurt you.
Guan Yuer also developed a strong curiosity about Lin Qinshu.
When I was a child, I met a mysterious old man in the back mountain of my hometown. The old man gave me a system that made me become the powerful person you mentioned. Lin Qinshu joked half-truthfully.
Guan Yuer rolled her eyes coquettishly and said, if you don't want to say it, then don't say it. What's the big deal?
Guan Yuer never dreamed that one day she would take the initiative to hug a man she had known for less than a day, just like today, but she didn't seem to reject the feeling of hugging Lin Qinshu.
Xiaolin, do you think we will die? Guan Yuer suddenly asked sadly.
In the middle of this dark sea, people felt extremely desperate. Lin Qinshu gently patted her back with the hand that passed through her neck.
Don't worry, I'm here, you won't die.
A rescue team will come to save us soon.
If you are sleepy, take a nap. We will be saved when we wake up. Guan Yuer's eyes became more and more blurry, and her eyelids gradually drooped.
She had just been swimming in the sea for a long time, and she was already tired as she had not had much rest to begin with. It was too cold just now, but now that she felt the warmth from Lin Qinshu's body, she suddenly felt sleepy. Seeing Guan Yuer fell asleep, Lin Qinshu also closed his eyes.
It would be better to take a nap than to keep his eyes open. Maybe he would be able to see the rescue team after waking up.
The two men fell into a deep sleep on the rubber boat, while on the ship, the troops had already arrived. All the members of the captain's team were killed by mercenaries, so they had to transport another team from the Magic City.
Everyone was gathered on the deck.
Xin Roland looked around for Lin Qinshu, but she couldn't see him anywhere.
Hello, policewoman. I want to ask, have you seen a man named Lin Qinshu?
He is tall, thin, and handsome, wearing a casual suit with a white t-shirt underneath. Xin Roland looked at Xiao Runan, who was directing the work, and walked over to ask. Xiao Runan looked at the woman in front of her. She looked so pitiful that it broke her heart as a woman. Apart from beautiful, she could not think of any other words to describe her.
How did Lin Qinshu know such a beautiful woman?
And the woman who was thrown into the sea just now, because it was too dark, he couldn't see her face clearly, and now he knew that it was Guan Yuer. She was also a fan of Guan Yuer, but she didn't even recognize her idol, and watched the other party throw her idol into the sea.
Who are you to Lin Qinshu? Xiao Runan asked. I am Lin Qinshu's senior and an employee of his company.
I came to this summit with him this time, but I didn't expect to encounter these things. I didn't expect that I came to the summit to broaden my horizons and make some connections, but I didn't get the job done and I was a drag on Lin Qinshu.
Oh? What kind of company does our savior run?
A middle-aged man came over. They all knew that the man who saved them was called Lin Qinshu. They had to go back and check what he did. The other party saved them, and they should remember this kindness in their hearts. Everyone around came over, because they were all paying more or less attention to the situation around them. They originally wanted to express their gratitude to Lin Qinshu, but they didn't see anyone. Xiao Runan didn't expect that Lin Qinshu could attract so much attention and care from so many people. When Lin Qinshu was fighting with the mercenary leader, he successfully subdued the enemy, but fell into the sea while rescuing the hostages in the hands of the enemy.
Don't worry, I have already told the Coast Guard to send a rescue team. Xiao Runan frowned.
She also felt that when the rescue team arrived, Lin Qinshu would definitely be in danger, but she had no other choice. When Qin Ruolin heard that Lin Qinshu fell into the sea, she collapsed and kept saying impossible. Although she and Lin Qinshu had not known each other for a long time, the several times of saving her life and protecting her had formed a deep bond between them. In her mind, the other party's abilities constantly refreshed her cognition. She believed that someone as powerful as Lin Qinshu could not just fall into the sea and die like that. The people around who originally wanted to express their gratitude to Lin Qinshu also frowned inside, feeling deeply sorry.
Life-saving equipment. Life-saving equipment. Qin Ruolin quickly grabbed Xiao Runan and murmured. Throw down the life-saving equipment.
As long as Lin Qinshu can catch one, he still has a chance to wait for the rescue team.
Where is the life-saving equipment?
Qin Ruolin's words also made Xiao Runan react, and he hurriedly ran towards the rescue room. Xinyu also followed, and the three women came to the room where the life-saving equipment was kept, and threw all the life-saving equipment out into the sea.
Chapter 113 Hidden Quest Chain opened.
During this period, Yu Qing and Shen Lishan also came to the rescue room to help, and they were very grateful to Lin Qinshu for his rescue. If it weren't for Lin Qinshu, the two of them would have suffered a miserable fate, and even lost their lives. Now that their savior's life or death is unknown, they can only do their best to help. Soon other people came to help, and all the rubber boats were thrown overboard. A crew member ran in to stop everyone and said, "These supplies will be used when necessary."
You can't throw them all away. If something happens, who will be responsible?
Another middle-aged man shouted, "Our savior is on the verge of death, and you still told me to use this when necessary."
Isn't it necessary now? How much are these things? After landing, let your company come to me. My name is Qian Mingda. Qian Mingda of Mado Securities. If you have any responsibility, come to me. This crew member was the only remaining employee on the ship. He escaped the disaster because he was hiding in a room in the main hall smoking. Later, he was found by Wang Jingda, who asked him to run errands and saved his life. After all, only the crew members knew what was on the ship. If they were all killed, it would be difficult to find food. Soon the rescue team arrived on the ship, and helicopters and rescue ships began to take action. Yan Yun and others also approached the ship. When they heard that Lin Qinshu had fallen into the sea, they took Qin Ruolin back to the boat and arranged for other people to send Qin Ruolin back. They then searched for Lin Qinshu's trace on the sea. After searching for a whole night, the sun had risen from the sea level, but there was still no trace of Lin Qinshu and Guan Yuer. But due to the pressure from these wealthy people in Shanghai, the rescue team had no choice but to continue the search. At this time, Lin Qinshu slowly woke up because of the sunlight. He found that the rubber boat was no longer shaking. Looking up, they found that they had floated to a small island without knowing when. Guan Yuer was also awakened by Lin Qinshu's actions. Where is this? Have we returned to the shore? Guan Yuer climbed up and looked around. It should be just a small island. Lin Qinshu looked at the beach, a small beach, and other places were reefs. No matter what, it is better to come to an unknown island than to stay in the vast ocean. The cell phone fell into the sea again, and now the only way to save it is by relying on the rescue teams. Lin Qinshu and his companion put on their dried clothes, got off the rubber boat, and walked into the island.
Because of the lush forest, Lin Xinshu couldn't tell at a glance how big the island was, so he could only walk around and take a look at the situation.
Ding!
The host has been detected to trigger the hidden task chain of deserted island survival.
Ding!
Choose 1, simply survive on the island and wait for rescue, and you will be rewarded with a deserted island gift pack 1.
Option 2, complete the tasks in the order of the task chain, and you will be rewarded with a satellite phone and all attributes plus 1. Task chain? This is the first time I've heard of this. Could it be a series of tasks?
After the task prompt, I need to wait for Lin Xinshu to make a choice before it ends. Lin Xinshu had selectively ignored the reward of plus 1 to all attributes. His 2 attributes were already maxed out, so any additional bonus would only increase his spirit and charm, which was of no use to him. In the past, the prompts would disappear after they were given, and only after Lin Xinshu completed the task would they evaluate which task he had completed. Now this task actually had to wait for his decision, and Lin Xinshu chose the second option without hesitation. Although the first option has a deserted island gift pack, it does not contain any rescue items. A satellite phone is the tool that can help them escape. Even if you have the deserted island gift package, no matter how good your life is on the deserted island, it will be useless if you can't leave.
I choose the second one.
Lin Xinshu said in his heart.
Ding! The host selects the second mission to start. Ding! Task chain 1, find a suitable place to live for the next few days. Reward, a saber. Fortunately, the tasks in the quest chain are not difficult, otherwise it would be difficult. However, even if there was no quest chain, Lin Xinshu would have to find a place. After all, he didn't know how long he would stay here. It's so comfortable here, I really want to stay here for a few days. Guan Yuer ran barefoot on the beach.
She has been involved in the entertainment industry since she was a child, and she has never gone anywhere to have fun, and has been working non-stop. She also wanted to travel and see the world like everyone else. Although she went to many places, she stayed there for too short a time.
Don't worry, we really can't leave here in a short time, you can treat these few days as a vacation.
Lin Xinshu said with a wry smile. It is unknown how many small tasks there are in this task chain, and it is also unknown whether the rescue team can find this place. After all, they are drifting in their sleep, and they don't know where they are now, or even which sea they are in.
Yeah. That's great, I can finally have a good rest. Guan Yuer shouted excitedly.
Lin Xinshu was also infected by her good attitude and laughed out loud. At present, the two of them even had problems with food and drink, but they could still have such an optimistic attitude. Then he asked Guan Yuer, "Do you want to follow me to find a place to stay, or do you want to play by yourself first?" Lin Xinshu had to find a place to stay before he could complete task 1. After getting the saber, it would be much easier for him to survive on the deserted island.
Guan Yuer quickly ran to Lin Xinshu and pulled his sleeve. Of course I'm following you.
Although this place looks good, who knows if there will be any wild animals here? Lin Xinshu chuckled, and the two of them walked around the island to find a suitable place. After walking around for a while, the two finally found a spot on a huge reef on the beach. At this height, even if most of the island was flooded, there would be no water to get out.
Ding! Complete quest chain 1, find a place to stay, and get a saber as a reward.
The saber is in the crack of the reef, please pick it up by yourself.
Ding! Task chain 2 is now open.
You need to build a shelter that can withstand most wind, cold and rain. The reward is 10 waterproof fire starters. Lin Xinshu looked at the only crack on the reef, walked over and reached his hand in. He quickly touched the hilt and took out the saber. Guan Yuer on the side looked at the saber he took out in shock and asked, "How did you know there was a knife there?" The way Lin Xinshu fumbled in there just now, it was obvious that he knew there was a knife inside.
I don't know.
I saw something inside and reached in to grab it.
I didn't expect it to be a knife.
Lin Xinshu argued that it seemed that he couldn't take the rewards that the system had put there openly next time. Lin Xinshu patted the reef, which was a reef that looked like a giant chair.
A simple shelter can be built against this reef.
Let's go, let's pick up some things and build a shelter, otherwise you may have to sleep on the rubber boat with me at night. Lin Xinshu picked up Guan Yuer and jumped down from it in a few jumps.
Chapter 114, Survival on a Deserted Island. This reef dwelling is good in every way except that it is too high. It might not be very convenient for Guan Yuer to go up and down.
It seems that she needs to build a ladder.
However, she can't care about that now.
The two entered the jungle and divided the work between them. Lin Xinshu went to collect some soft grass and thicker tree trunks, while Guan Yuer went to find some larger leaves. As the saying goes, men and women working together do not get tired, and they quickly collected the necessary items. Lin Xinshu also found some rattan to use as ropes. Near dusk, the simple shelter was finally built, but Lin Xinshu had no experience and built it in a mess. He jumped off the reef again, deflated the rubber boat, and put the rubber boat on the top. At least this way it won't leak when it rains. After a busy day, Guan Yuer was so hungry that she felt a little dizzy and didn't even have a sip of water. The two searched most of the island but found no source of fresh water. Lin Xinshu was in such a hurry to build this shelter because he wanted to complete the mission quickly and then wait for the next mission to come. Simple survival tools are rewarded through the quest chain, and water sources should be rewarded soon. Ding! Completed task chain 2, building a shelter, which requires protection from most wind, cold and rain, and rewarded 10 waterproof fire starters. Ding! Waterproof lighters 10 have been placed 20 meters into the jungle, under a towering tree. Please go and claim them. Ding! Task chain 3 is started. Successfully catch a fish as food and get the location of the water source as a reward. Finally here, it's not easy. Lin Xinshu spent a whole day to complete these simple tasks. You rest here for a while, I'll go look for wild fruits or other food. Lin Xinshu jumped off the reef. Guan Yuer also knew that her condition was not good at the moment. Even if she went with him, it would not be of any use. Instead, it would hinder Lin Xinshu's progress. So she told him to be careful. Lin Xinshu came to the big tree mentioned by the system and really saw the lighter. He had passed by here several times but had never seen this thing. It seemed that the system had created it out of thin air. However, since such an outrageous thing as the system exists, it is not surprising that a few lighters can appear out of thin air. After putting the 10 lighters in his pocket, Lin Xinshu walked directly to the beach. He didn't know if this was a deserted island. He had been walking in the jungle for so long without encountering a single wild animal. It might also be that he didn't go to the territory of wild animals. After all, there were fewer wild animals in today's society, and even when there were many, they were not often seen. The most urgent thing was to catch a fish to get information about the water source. Water is the source of life, and food will become dry if eaten. As long as the water source is solved, everything else can come slowly. This is what he saw from those programs about survival on desert islands. Lin Xinshu found a branch, sharpened one end with a knife, and planned to imitate the way he saw on the internet to spear fish. The idea is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. When Lin Xinshu arrived at the shallows, he didn't see a single fish. In desperation, Lin Xinshu could only take off his clothes and dive into the sea. Since the traditional spearing method couldn't be used, they had to swim in and catch fish themselves. No one knew which sea area this was. Even Lin Xin could not see many fish while he was in the sea. No wonder the task chain requires you to catch fish. It is obviously a more difficult task to complete. Lin Xinshu swam to the surface to take a breath, then swam towards the deep sea again. Finally, he saw a grouper among the rocks. Unable to exert any strength in the water, he pointed the harpoon he made at the fish, but the fish did not move away and swam back and forth after each strike. When the fish was forced to the reef, the hand holding the harpoon thrust forward with all his might, stabbing the fish through the heart. Lin Xinshu returned to the shore with a harpoon in his hand. Although the fish was not big, it was enough to fill his stomach. It was completely dark at this time. Lin Xinshu returned to the reef and took out his lighter. In his free time in the afternoon, he also collected some hay, which was just right for grilling fish. It's just that the taste is too bland, so I can only make do with it. Or maybe I don't have enough knowledge. Those people who lived on deserted islands would make their own salt. Where did you get the lighter? Guan Yuer, who had just had a nap, saw Lin Xinshu making a fire to roast fish and asked in surprise. There are so many strange things under a big tree in the forest, which means someone has been here before. Maybe we will be saved soon. Lin Xinshu was right. He did pick up his lighter under the big tree, but it was placed there by the system. Ding! Task chain 3 completed, successfully caught a fish as food, reward water source location. Ding! The water source is on the other side of the island. The route map has been transmitted to the host's mind. Ding! Task chain 4 is now open. Get the water back within 1 hour and you will be rewarded with a map of the entire island. Countdown 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Damn, so eager. Lin Qinshu stood up quickly. You eat the fish first, I suddenly remembered where there was water. Lin Qinshu quickly jumped off the reef and rushed into the forest in 2 steps.
While running, Lin Qinshu suddenly thought of a question. What would happen if he failed to complete the task chain halfway? Ding! The mission is reset and the difficulty will increase when you start over. Damn, we can't fail.
Lin Qinshu looked at the water source in his mind. Even if he ran at full speed, it would take about 25 minutes, and there was no guarantee that he would encounter any accidents during this period of time. Soon, Lin Qinshu encountered an accident. A wild boar weighing at least 400 kilograms was staring at him. Lin Qinshu stopped. He originally thought that there should be no wild animals on this island, but he didn't expect that there would be such a big wild boar. It seems that I am lucky to have found a safe place to settle down, but it is a little far away from the water source and these food. It turns out that nature is fair, and you gain what you lose. The wild boar roared and rushed towards Lin Qinshu. He didn't have time to fight with it, so he grabbed a big tree beside him and jumped several times to shake the wild boar off. Wash your neck and wait. I will come back to take your life after I finish this little task. Wild boar meat should be boiled into soup to remove dampness. Lin Qinshu even thought of how to cook the wild boar meat. To make the soup, he needed fresh water. Finally, they arrived at the water source mentioned by the system. It turned out to be a huge waterfall. Lin Qinshu came to the side and took a sip of water. It tasted sweet. Now they had to consider how to bring the water back. Lin Qinshu looked at the bamboo forest beside him, quickly stepped forward, took out his saber, and chopped the bamboo in a few strokes. Chapter 115 Deserted Island Map. Make a container to carry water back. This water source is too far from the shelter, so it seems that we have to consider moving it here. Lin Qinshu found a vine, tied the bamboo tubes filled with fresh water together and carried them on his back. I glanced at the time displayed on the system, 28 minutes and 36 seconds. There were only 28 minutes left, so he had to hurry on his way, hoping not to encounter the 4-tusked wild boar again. Lin Qinshu ran quickly in the jungle, and finally saw the big wild boar. This time it was not just one wild boar, there were 3 other wild boars of different sizes around it. He had no time to get entangled with these wild beasts, so he chose to take the empty road again. After climbing up a big tree, he jumped between the tree trunks. Finally, they returned to the reef with 3 minutes left.
Guan Yuer looked at Lin Qinshu, who was panting, and the bamboo tubes in his hands.
I mistakenly thought that the other person was running in such a hurry because he wanted me to drink water earlier, and I couldn't help but feel touched. It's just that he didn't drink water for a day, he wouldn't die of thirst, there's no need to be so anxious. Guan Yuer stepped forward to help him wipe the sweat off his forehead. Lin Qinshu was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized that Guan Yuer had misunderstood him, but there was no need for him to explain this misunderstanding. Drink it quickly, maybe you spilled some on the way, but luckily I filled a few more bottles. Lin Qinshu took the bamboo tubes from his neck and handed them to Guan Yuer.
I haven't eaten the fish yet, let's eat it together. Guan Yuer took a sip of water and felt like her soul had returned. The two sat in front of the shelter, eating the tasteless fish and drinking the sweet mountain spring water. Aren't you afraid of me? Lin Qinshu suddenly asked. Guan Yuer was stunned when asked, why should I be afraid of you? Aren't we friends? And you are in this situation because you wanted to save me. I can't even thank you enough, so how can I be afraid of you? Lin Qinshu pretended to smile evilly and said, we are alone on an island, aren't you afraid that I will do something to you? He. Lin Qinshu even deliberately laughed like a villain. Guan Yuer rolled her eyes and said, I believe you are not that kind of person. Although I have few friends, I am still very good at judging people. Lin Qinshu curled his lips, feeling bored. He originally wanted to see Guan Yuer's frightened face, but it turned out that she was not afraid of him at all. You sleep here tonight, I'll sleep outside, I'll build a tent tomorrow, you believe me, I don't believe myself. A man and a woman alone, even if he can restrain himself when he is sober, he can't control his instinctive actions in the middle of the night. Guan Yuer smiled lightly and said nothing. When she saw Lin Qinshu spreading the extra grass outside during the day, she guessed what he was doing. But she was still a virgin after all, and she thought it was appropriate for Lin Qinshu to do this, except that she didn't know if it would be windy or rainy at night. If it rains then, just let him come in and sleep. Guan Yuer felt sticky. For someone like her who took a shower every day, not having taken a shower for the past 2 days was already a very uncomfortable thing. Ding!
Mission Chain 4 completed, retrieve the water source within 1 hour, reward the whole island map, time taken 57 minutes and 49 seconds. A simple map of the island has been transmitted to the host's brain.
Ding! Task Chain 5 is now open.
Hunt a wild beast on the island and get a kitchenware gift pack as a reward.
Phew!
Lin Qinshu heaved a sigh of relief. He had just been too busy with the 4th time limited task. Fortunately, there was no time limit for this task Chain 5, so he could take a good rest.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host, you have completed the hidden mission.
Rewards: Cruise Ship Merton 1, Movie City Development Rights 1. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of rescuing Xinyu. You will be rewarded with top hacker skills and 50% actual control of the dark web.
Host: Lin Qinshu. Strength: 10. Constitution: 10. Spirit: 8. Charisma: 9.
The highest attribute of ordinary people is 10, and the host has a normal value among ordinary people.
Vehicles: Pagani Zonda, Lamborghini Veneno, Merton Cruise Ship. Luxury homes: Yulu Villa No. 1, Thompson 1 Building A, 33rd floor.
Skills: martial arts proficiency, chess proficiency, marksmanship proficiency, sports skills proficiency, language proficiency, master piano skills, singing proficiency, acting proficiency, top hacking skills.
Balance: 7562-844-6251.
He transferred 20 billion to the company account, and now there is still more than 70 billion.
However, this money is of no use.
Now this place is not even as precious as a drop of water. Lin Qinshu, who was just about to go to bed, heard a series of system prompts. It seemed that those people had successfully returned to the shore.
But how did the Merton and the Film and Television City development come to me? Contract information? What I need now is someone to pick me up.
If I stay on a deserted island, it will be useless even if I get more material possessions. Lin Qinshu shook his head inside, closing his eyes. At the Magic City Pier, after a day of sailing, the Merton finally returned to the Magic City. Mayor Su Banning and many Magic City officials were waiting at the dock. Such a big thing happened in Shanghai this time, and we must give the highest condolences to these entrepreneurs.
Su Banning was originally invited, but he did not go.
He knew that the other party's goal was the Film and Television City project, so he did not want to go and cause trouble. However, they didn't know that the Film and Television City plan was just a cover and was actually robbing these wealthy people. The wealthy entrepreneurs also saw Mayor Su Banning and walked towards him. Mayor Su, we have survived, but our savior is still lost in the sea. I hope you won't give up the rescue effort so easily. A slightly older wealthy man led a large group of people and said to Su Banning,
"Yes, we will not give up any life easily. You have heard about what you have experienced. We blocked the stock market transactions at the first time and are already tracking the funds going abroad. Don't worry, this matter will not be let go." Su Banning assured everyone. Mayor Su. The two city leaders from Jiangcheng and Sucheng greeted Su Banning with an awkward look on their faces. "Thank you for your hard work. I will arrange for someone to send you back soon." Su Banning nodded and said calmly. The two men originally accepted benefits from Wang Jingde and supported the other party in order to win over these wealthy people. However, they were both deceived by Wang Jingde. Now they can no longer hold their heads up and left the dock in disgrace. The wealthy people around looked at each other and then said to Su Banning, "Mayor Su, we have something to discuss. I wonder if Mayor Su has time tomorrow afternoon." Su Banning was startled and replied, "Of course there is. Everyone, go back and have a good rest tonight. We'll meet at the City Hall tomorrow afternoon." Although he didn't know what these people were doing, they were the pillars of the Magic City and the creators of most of the Magic City's GDP. Su Banning would still squeeze out some time. Chapter 116, Morning Embarrassment. After these people left, Su Feng came to Su Banning. "Haven't you found any trace of Shaolin yet?" Su Banning asked. Su Feng sighed and shook his head. "The sea in the dark night, I am afraid it is more dangerous than good. I will go back and tell my sister about this. I finally found a brother-in-law who I am more satisfied with, but he died in the sea." Su Feng didn't know that Lin Qinshu was just dragged to pretend to be Su Xiao's boyfriend, and he felt very sorry for Lin Qinshu's death. After all, apart from his enemies, the only person he had seen who could fight him to a draw or even suppress him was Lin Qinshu. A deserted island in the middle of the ocean, on a huge reef. The sea breeze whistled towards the two people sleeping on the rocks.
The newly built shelter was now shaky, and Lin Qinshu had not expected that the wind would be so strong in this place at night. It seems that it is necessary to go in another direction to find other locations tomorrow. He closed his eyes and looked at the simple map of the island. Lin Qinshu didn't quite understand the meaning of this simplicity, because the various areas shown on the map, even the wild boar territory, were marked in detail.
How could this kind of map be called simple? The place they were in was indeed the safest and most barren on the island. On the other side of the island, even the fish along the coast were marked. With this map, his life here would be much easier. Lin Qinshu found the best location on the map, but it would take at least a day to walk there with Guan Yuer over the mountains and hills. He was considering whether he should go there first and set up a tent before taking Guan Yuer over. After all, it will be night when we get there, and there won't even be any shelter. After much thought, Lin Qinshu decided to go and investigate it himself first. Looking at the moon above his head, even Lin Qinshu began to feel a little chilly. Lin Qinshu himself felt a little chilly, so wouldn't Guan Yuer feel very cold too? When he turned around, he saw Guan Yuer curled up into a ball, looking at him with wide eyes. The two looked at each other under the moonlight.
Guan Yuer muttered something, but the whistling sea breeze was so loud that Lin Qinshu couldn't hear what she said. Guan Yuer thought that Lin Qinshu was deliberately ignoring her and wanted to embarrass her, so she stood up angrily, walked to Lin Qinshu, grabbed his arm and walked towards the shed.
What?
Lin Qinshu was a little puzzled. Although women's hearts are as unpredictable as the sea, there must be some clues to know what the other person is thinking. She got angry for no apparent reason and then dragged him into the shed.
I'm so cold. I need your body temperature to warm me up, is that okay?
Guan Yuer blushed and shouted angrily.
Oh, then just say it directly, why are you making such a nasty face for no reason?
Lin Qinshu muttered.
I told you, you ignored me, you just wanted to embarrass me on purpose. Guan Yuer pinched Lin Qinshu's waist.
Hiss.
I really didn't hear it. The sea breeze was too strong just now.
Even with his physique, he couldn't withstand the pinching of a woman.
The two of them lay in the shed.
Guan Yuer skillfully grabbed his arm and placed it under his head, hugging Lin Qinshu like an octopus.
If her fans saw her like this now, their jaws would drop.
The Queen of Pop took the initiative to sleep with a man in her arms.
I wonder how many fans will be heartbroken. Guan Yuer debuted as a child star.
From childhood to adulthood, there has never been any scandal about her, not even any news of her being close to any member of the opposite sex. As one night passed, more and more people joined the rescue team. However, finding two people in such a vast ocean was like looking for a needle in a haystack. In the early morning, a ray of sunlight shone into the shed through a hole in the weeds on the roof, shining on the faces of Lin Qinshu and the other man.
Guan Yuer moaned and slowly woke up from her sleep.
The strange feeling on her knee made her look down after she woke up. When she saw something strange, her face instantly turned red with shame. She spat and climbed up from Lin Qinshu. Lin Qinshu also woke up and realized that something was wrong with him.
He quickly bent his body to make the abnormality disappear.
The two of them tacitly understood each other and didn't say much, and each of them washed up. When I went to fetch water yesterday, I found that the other side of the island was rich in resources.
You wait here for me today, and I will go over there to see if I can find a better location to build a residence.
Lin Qinshu said to Guan Yuer that he would find a place today and complete the task chain. It was already the second day, and Lin Qinshu didn't expect the rescue teams to find him, so he could only save himself.
How about I go with you? I'm quite bored here alone. Guan Yuer didn't want to stay alone and look at the sea. No, it's too dangerous along the way.
I met several wild boars yesterday. If I take you with me, I may not be able to protect you.
I can't take Guan Yuer with me now. At least I have to wait until he is familiar with the route. Well then. Guan Yuer felt a little disappointed, but there was nothing she could do. She didn't know how to do anything and couldn't help.
Before leaving, Lin Qinshu jumped into the sea and caught a few fish using the same method as yesterday. After the two of them had eaten and drunk their fill, Lin Qinshu went to the other side of the island, took the saber in his hand, and caught a wild boar to eat, completing his mission. This time, Lin Qinshu did not walk quickly through the jungle, but slowed down his pace and surveyed the surrounding environment according to the map in his mind. What puzzled him was why there were no wild beasts or creatures where they were, while there were all kinds of wild beasts and even wild fruits in other places. Suddenly, there was a slight movement in the bushes not far from Lin Qinshu. Lin Qinshu stared at that place, and suddenly a pheasant with red hair walked out from the bushes. The appearance of the pheasant immediately made him excited. He couldn't guarantee whether the wild boar meat would taste good, but the pheasant meat was definitely delicious. The pheasant also saw Lin Xinshu and spread its wings to fly away. Lin Xinshu was quick-witted and threw the knife in his hand, nailing the pheasant to the tree trunk. After struggling for a few times, it became motionless. Lin Xinshu walked forward, drew his saber, picked up a vine, and tied the pheasant around his waist. No system prompt sound was heard, which means that this pheasant has not yet met the requirements to complete the task. He could only keep moving forward. Lin Xinshu now had some anticipation for the kitchenware gift package. If it were him a few days ago, he would never have thought that he would have such expectations for some pots and pans.
Chapter 117 Wild Boar King.
Lin Xinshu came to the wild boar's territory again. The wild boar he met this time shocked him so much that he couldn't take a step. A wild boar that was more than half the size of the one from yesterday was lying there sleeping. If the one from yesterday was only 400 pounds, the one in front of him must be at least 600 pounds.
An ordinary person would be half dead if hit by this wild boar. Ding! The hidden task chain is open. Resolve the Wild Boar King in front of you and you will be rewarded with a bedding gift pack and a seasoning gift pack. Damn, I have to deal with this pig in front of me. It would be difficult for him to kill this thick-skinned wild boar, and this is the wild boar forest on the island. If he kills the king of wild boars, won't he be hunted down by other wild boars? But Lin Xinshu didn't have time to think too much, because the wild boar had already noticed him and rushed over with a low roar. Lin Xinshu jumped onto a big tree nearby, and the next second the tree was knocked down by the wild boar king. What on earth did this wild boar eat to grow so big? It even knocked down a tree that was so big that it took two people to hug it. Lin Xinshu jumped down from the tree and kicked the wild boar king with great force. His full strength successfully sent the wild boar king flying, but he did not suffer any damage. He got up from the ground and continued to rush towards him. Lin Xinshu pulled out the saber from his waist. He had used it to cut down trees over the past 2 days. He wondered if it was still as sharp as before. He quickly dodged to the side of the wild boar king, grabbed the saber and slashed the wild boar. The wild boar felt the pain and quickly turned around and ran towards Lin Xinshu. Lin Xinshu jumped onto a tree again and looked at the place where he had just scratched. A bright red cut showed that the saber was still able to break the wild boar's defense. Lin Xinshu recalled the pig slaughtering scene he saw when he was a child. It seemed that the pig had to be stabbed in the heart to die instantly. The pig in front of me is so big, and the saber is so short, how can I stab its heart? Besides, the wild boar is standing, and I can't stab its heart from above, so I can only attack from below. I can't care about so much now, just killing it is fine, it doesn't have to stab its heart. Lin Xinshu grabbed the saber, jumped down, and thrust the knife fiercely into the wild boar's back. With a strong slash, a huge gash suddenly appeared on the back. The wild boar king reacted more violently because of the pain in his body, and his 600-pound body directly knocked Lin Xinshu away. Lin Xinshu suddenly felt a surge of energy in his body. If it weren't for his max physical fitness, an ordinary person would have been killed on the spot. Lin Xinshu got up from the ground and continued to attack, slashing the wild boar king with his sword. After an unknown amount of time, the wild boar king finally fell to the ground and lay motionless. Lin Xinshu also sat down on the ground, panting. There were other wild boars around him, but they didn't dare to move forward. I don't know if it was Lin Xinshu's illusion, he felt that these wild boars were actually afraid of him. Could wild animals have wisdom? After resting for a while, Lin Xinshu got up from the ground, picked up the pheasant that he had thrown aside, and hung it back on his waist. Then he came to the wild boar king, took a deep breath, grabbed a pig's foot, and dragged it back. He could only barely drag such a big wild boar, so now he could only go back to the reef to deal with the pheasant and wild boar. The food that he had worked so hard to obtain had to be processed quickly, otherwise it would have gone bad by the time he came back from exploring the other side. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have completed the hidden task chain, solved the wild boar king in front of you, and are rewarded with a bedding gift pack and a seasoning gift pack. Ding! The bedding gift pack and seasoning gift pack have been placed in the grass 30 meters into the jungle. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing task chain 5, hunting a wild beast on the island, and being rewarded with a kitchenware gift pack. Ding! The kitchenware gift pack has been placed under the big tree 40 meters away in the jungle. Ding! Task chain 6 is now open. Move your residence to a place close to a water source. You will be rewarded with a set of knives. Completed another one.
I don't know how many small tasks are in this task chain, but the rewards are all very practical and good things. Guan Yuer looked at the wild boar that Lin Xinshu was dragging in shock. That was a giant wild boar that was bigger than 5 of her. Lin Xinshu left the wild boar king and pheasant on the beach and walked towards the jungle. Guan Yuer also climbed down from the reef along the vines and looked at the giant creature in front of her with an incredible look. Are you okay? You caught such a big wild boar, you are not injured. Guan Yuer saw Lin Xinshu coming back with a lot of bags, and hurriedly stepped forward to ask. It's okay, I just got hit and my chest feels a little tight. Lin Xinshu rubbed his chest. The wild boar king's attack just now really caused him some internal injuries. I'll help you check. Guan Yuer was relieved to hear that he was fine, and reached out to tear the collar of Lin Xinshu's clothes. After spending these 2 days together, she had unknowingly developed a strong sense of dependence on Lin Xinshu, and she herself didn't even know what kind of emotion this feeling was. Lin Xinshu put down the large and small packages and opened the boxes that looked old. When the contents were revealed, Guan Yuer was shocked again. Where did they get all this from? Guan Yuer asked, covering her mouth. One box was opened, and it was full of pots and pans, and they were all brand new. Another box was filled with bed sheets and a quilt, which were also brand new. The most exaggerated was the small box, which had all kinds of food and seasonings. Where did you find these daily necessities? It's amazing that such a deserted island would have these things. Guan Yuer couldn't believe it. It was in that forest. Maybe someone had come here for vacation before, so there were these things. Lin Xinshu made up an excuse. There would be more rewards in the future, so he had to find an excuse to deal with it first, so he wouldn't have to explain it every time later. Great, with these things, we can eat well and no longer have to eat those tasteless fish. Guan Yuer jumped up happily. Now she finally felt like she was on vacation. At first, she thought she was on a deserted island for a rest and vacation, but after 2 days, her life felt almost like she was going through a catastrophe. If Lin Xin hadn't been there to watch over her, she would have starved to death or frozen to death. Lin Xinshu took out a soup pot. Since there was not enough fresh water, he could only boil some seawater to kill the chicken. You boil this pot of water first, I'll go get some fresh water. Lin Xinshu picked up the bamboo tube he made yesterday and ran to the jungle. As expected, we still have to move. We have to run so far just to get some water, and it will take nearly an hour to get back at full speed. Chapter 118 Ownership of the Film and Television City Project. An hour later, Lin Xinshu came back after fetching water and saw Guan Yuer standing at a loss as to what to do with the pheasant. It seems that she is a young lady who doesn't even know how to handle a chicken. Lin Xinshu threw the pheasant into the boiling water, then took it out and pulled it hard, plucking all the feathers off the pheasant. He took out a knife and cut open the pheasant, taking out the internal organs. After rinsing it with fresh water, it was thrown into the soup pot and boiled with fresh water. The boiling sea water was poured on the wild boar king, and he took out a saber and started to shave the wild boar king. These were all things he had seen in the village when he was a child, so Lin Xinshu probably knew how to deal with them, but his technique was still relatively rough, and he occasionally scraped off the pig's skin. Guan Yuer continued to boil water on the side. One pot of water was not enough for such a big wild boar. Just as the two were dismembering the wild boar king, something happened in the Magic City that shocked the business world. Magic City, City Hall. Among the entrepreneurs in Shanghai, anyone with a little fame and financial resources is here. Even Qin Ruolin has received an invitation. Su Banning was hosting the exchange meeting, and it seemed that this group of entrepreneurs had the same goal. Ladies and gentlemen, although this parliament was initiated by you, I also have something to say to you all. Su Banning spoke first. The discussions around them suddenly stopped, and everyone turned their eyes to Su Banning. The cruise ship incident is already under investigation and interrogation. Wang Jingda has taken all the responsibility, but this operation is definitely not that simple, so the procuratorate has applied to freeze all the funds of the Wang family and to control all the people of the Wang family and the Wang group. I believe that it won't be long before everyone will be given an explanation. As long as the government does not shield the Wang family, we will fight back with legal means. Mr. Qian of Moto Securities clenched his fists and said angrily. Su Banning didn't pick up his words and continued to talk about the second thing, which was the Film and Television City project. Everyone was deceived into going on the ship because of this project, and it was also my fault that I hadn't decided on a plan yet. Jiangcheng and Sucheng have already handed over the decision-making power to me, so I will make the plan public today. As soon as Su Banning finished speaking, the audience suddenly heard a lot of discussions.
Everyone, please be patient. As soon as Su Banning spoke in a low voice, everyone fell silent again. Our plan is to split the project into bids and let everyone bid. The first plan was to contract the project to a large company and let it be responsible for bidding, but the Wang family incident exposed the shortcomings of this method. It is better for the relevant departments to split the project and bid. Generally, the government's planning projects will be handed over to a large enterprise, which will then split the projects into sections and put them up for bidding. However, this film and television city project has too much impact, and it is not a cake that can be had by just one company. Everyone in the field looked at each other, and finally Mr. Qian stood up and said, "Mayor Su, we have a consensus on this matter, but whether we can agree on it depends on Mayor Su." Su Banning also knew that there would definitely be people who opposed this plan, so there was no surprise on his face. "Mr. Qian, just say whatever you want. We hope that Mayor Su will continue to implement the first plan, and the leader will be the company we nominated, and then all of us will assist this company." After Qian Mingde finished speaking, everyone nodded, and this was also their decision. Seeing that everyone was so united, Su Banning couldn't help but feel a little curious, but if it was still the Wang family, he would definitely not agree. However, logically speaking, these people would want to cut the Wang family into pieces, so it couldn't be the Wang family. I wonder which company you would like to recommend. The company we want to recommend is a newly established company, but its registered capital and strength meet the requirements, that is, Lin's Security Company. After Mr. Qian said the name of the company, he looked at Qin Roland, who was standing aside. It was obvious that Qin Roland was unaware of the situation. The security company had just been established, but the boss had disappeared. Originally, she was not qualified to attend this meeting, but these people invited her. Qin Roland thought about it and decided that she should cheer up so that when Lin Qinsho came back, she would be able to give him an explanation, although she didn't know if he could come back. When Qian Mingde said the name of their company, Qin Roland was stunned. Although she was distracted just now, it did not mean that she did not know about the situation of the meeting. Su Banning had a thoughtful expression, as if he had never heard of this name. Qian Mingde went on to add that we do have the intention of repaying the life-saving grace, but this company is also a bond between us that can connect everyone together. When Su Banning heard Qian Mingde say this, he immediately knew that he was talking about Lin Qinsho's company. "Thank you for your kindness, but we at Lin Security do not have the ability to accept this responsibility for the time being. After all, we have just taken shape and are still in the initial stage." Qin Roland knows the strength of her company. Although this is a good opportunity, she also has to consider her own situation. Lin Qinsho left a large amount of money for her, but she couldn't squander it so casually. The film and television city was a big project, and she didn't believe she had the ability to manage it. "Mr. Qin, please rest assured that all of us will help you. As long as you are the leader, we will help you solve any problem," Qian Mingde said solemnly. Su Banning also nodded at this time. Since it is Lin's security, it must be what everyone expects. "I will change the plan after the meeting. Miss Qin, please rest assured that our government will also be responsible for part of the project. The government will certainly provide funding for such a large project." Seeing that everyone was looking at her expectantly, Qin Roland felt excited. "In that case, my Lin's enterprise is willing to take on this project. If any problems arise along the way, I hope everyone can lend a hand and help us. A security company alone cannot handle this kind of project, so she also plans to go back and open another company, called Lin S Enterprise." This huge project was taken on without Lin Qinsho's knowledge, and this was also the system's way of rewarding him. Lin Qinsho and his companions on the nameless island finally divided the wild boar food in the evening and sprinkled some salt on it to prevent it from changing its taste. They boiled the pheasant they had hunted into soup and roasted a piece of wild boar for dinner, which was also the most sumptuous meal they had since arriving on the island. Chapter 119: Deserted Island Life. Another day passed in busyness. Because they had a quilt that night, the two of them didn't sleep in each other's arms, but they slept together in the shed. After all, it was at the seaside, and without a shed they would always be exposed to the sea breeze and dew. The next morning, Lin Qinsho left the reef as soon as he got up. He wanted to move his position. He had to complete the task he had not completed yesterday because of the wild boar king who met him halfway. He originally thought that this was just a small island, but after getting a map, he discovered that the island was not small. Even the various beasts were present, which puzzled him. How long would it take for an island to produce so many modern beasts? Or maybe this was originally a place known to people, and these beasts were caught here? Lin Qinsho came to another beach closer to the water source. The beach on this side was much larger than the other one.
He decided to set the location at the junction of this beach and the jungle. It is easy to obtain materials and enter and exit, and it can also be used as a yard to dry food. Judging from these task chains, it is highly likely that we will not be able to leave this place so soon, so we must be prepared for a long battle. In the next 2 days, we will build the house here first, and then bring Guan Yuer and other things over. After 2 days of going back and forth, Lin Qinshu finally built and moved his simple residence.
The construction didn't take long, as the main work was transporting the meat.
There was so much wild boar meat that he had to make many trips back and forth.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing task chain 6, relocating your residence to a place close to a water source, and you will be rewarded with a set of knives.
Ding!
The knives have been put into the kitchenware box.
Ding! Task chain 7 is now open.
Explore the surroundings of your residence, find wild vegetables and fruits, and you will be rewarded with a set of 3 items for building a house: cement, stone, and red bricks.
Damn! I just built my thatched hut, and now I'm being rewarded with bricks. I have to build it all over again.
Lin Qinshu glanced at the vacant lot next to him. With these sand, stone and bricks, he could certainly build a better residence, but it would be more labor-intensive. He looked at Guan Yuer, who was wearing his white shirt and hanging her dress to dry. It seemed like a big star would be quite happy living such a life. The lonely man and the widow became each other's support on this island, and their feelings were constantly heating up. Although they had not yet broken through the last layer of paper, many things were tacitly understood, and she did not even hide anything in front of Lin Qinshu.
This aspect of Guan Yuer was very likable.
She was not hypocritical, nor would she be petty. She would not be petty when she should be generous. Take your time, Lin Qinshu sighed, thinking that they were still missing persons stranded on a deserted island, and there was no telling when this chain of tasks would end. Although life on this deserted island has become more and more refined due to his own efforts, it is incomparable with the outside world. A week has passed unknowingly, and I don't know if my family has heard of him.
Will Yi Mingxi be too sad? Has Wen Ruxue returned from abroad? Has Chen Shanshan gone to training? Has Qin Roland managed the company well? And will his maids think he is dead and leave Yulu Villa?
Lin Qinshu shook his head and thought, forget it, don't think about it.
Just hurry up and complete the task chain.
Once he gets the satellite phone, he can ask Yang Yun to come and pick them up.
Lin Qinshu walked into the jungle again. There were many small animals in this jungle. He planned to build a new house higher to prevent the rising tide and some wild beasts from entering.
I don't know how many sets of 3-piece house building equipment the system will give him. If there are more, he can build a big yard.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing task chain 7. Explore the surrounding environment of the residence, find wild vegetables and fruits, and be rewarded with a 3-piece set for building a house: cement, sandstone, and red bricks.
Ding!
The mission reward has been placed on the corner beach, please collect it yourself.
Ding! Task chain 8 is open.
Build a cement brick house.
Reward: 1 box of men's clothing and 1 box of women's clothing. Does the system have nothing to give him? He has basically never worn a shirt on this island.
When Lin Qinshu found the 3 tools set for building a house at the corner of the beach, there were many tools beside it, including a bucket, a cement bucket, a hoe, etc. This time the reward is relatively humane, otherwise he would have to make these tools himself. These materials were piled up into a small hill, which roughly estimated to be enough to build a small house. When Guan Yuer saw the things that Lin Qinshu pulled back, she seemed to have become numb. Lin Qinshu would often pull back these things that were incompatible with the living environment of this island. After transporting the first batch of materials, when he returned to the corner beach, Lin Qinshu saw a magical phenomenon. The amount of materials had not changed, as if it had been refreshed again. Seeing this, Lin Qinshu was ecstatic.
With this endless supply of materials, wouldn't he be able to build a bigger residence and a large yard? With Lin Qinshu's unremitting efforts, a basic residence was finally built within 3 days. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing task chain 8, building a cement brick house, and rewarding a box of men's clothing and a box of women's clothing.
Ding! The clothing reward has been given to the host by drifting on the beach. Ding! Task chain 9 is open.
Build a house and yard, live a good life on the deserted island, and get a medical gift pack as a reward.
Lin Qinshu! Lin Qinshu! Come and see.
As soon as I heard the system's prompt tone, I heard Guan Yuer shouting loudly on the coast. I saw 2 large wooden boxes floating on the beach. These should be the 2 boxes of clothes given as rewards by the system. Lin Qinshu leaped into the sea. The 2 boxes were pushed towards the shore. When the boxes were opened, Guan Yuer's eyes widened. Although she changes clothes every day, she is currently wearing Lin Qinshu's shirt, but who doesn't want more clothes to change? Great, we are so lucky. Guan Yuer hugged Lin Qinshu and jumped for joy, not realizing that her dangling thing made Lin Qinshu stare straight. Guan Yuer even jumped directly onto Lin Qinshu and hugged him happily. It took her a while to react. She jumped off Lin Qinshu with a red face and quickly looked through the clothes in the box. In the distant sea, a small ship is sailing. There were a dozen blonde-haired and blue-eyed foreigners on the boat, and they were chatting at the moment. Have you confirmed it? Can we really find Dr. Miller's experimental base in that sea area? A slightly older man said in a deep voice. We can only be sure that it is that sea, but we have to slowly find the exact location because the island is strange and will move at any time and place, so we can't find the exact location. Another young man was reporting. Chapter 120 Dr. Miller's experimental base. I hope this time we will not return in vain. Dr. Miller's experimental base, his achievements have only given us a glimpse, and he has made our mercenary group the best in the world. If we can find all his research results, the world will be ours. The foreign man could not hide the excitement in his eyes. Yes, it will take us 15 days to reach that sea area. The young man beside him nodded. Let's get some rest. Once we find the island, we need to be more alert. The man gave these instructions and went back to the cabin. On the other side of the sea, a small office building in Shanghai. Xiao Runin was standing in the middle, along with a dozen young men and women. Sitting in the front was a middle-aged man in his 40s. They all looked as if they were facing a great enemy, and seemed to be troubled by something. The top 10 mercenary groups in the world have all appeared in China, so something big must have happened, said the middle-aged man Sun Yuqing solemnly. These people are all desperate criminals. If they go crazy, they will cause huge losses to China. I have asked Xiaotu to find out the reason, and we will know the reason soon. However, these mercenaries have not entered our Chinese territory. Do we need to be so cautious? Xiao Runin said in confusion. Sun Yuqing nodded seriously. As long as they are around China, we must pay close attention. These lunatics may do something to panic the world. By the way, has the man who fell into the sea last time been found? Or has he died in the sea? They are a branch of the Chinese National Security Bureau in Modu. Xiao Runin and this group of people are all from the National Security Bureau. The police is just Xiao Runin's superficial identity. She is from the Chinese National Security Bureau. There is no news. The sea rescue team has withdrawn. It is very likely that it has sunk into the sea. Xiao Runin sighed. She had a good impression of Lin Qinshu, and she had already applied to the higher-ups to recruit Lin Qinshu into the National Security Bureau. Unexpectedly, just after the higher-ups agreed, Lin Qinshu had already died in the sea. There is no other way. Even if a person is very capable, he will not be able to survive if he falls into the vast ocean. It is a pity that such a good seedling was wasted. If there had not been this accident, he could have become a being like the Cloud King. Sun Yuqing said quietly. When everyone present heard the name King Yun, they immediately became respectful. Although a few young people disagreed with this statement, they did not dare to argue. After all, the person who was evaluated in this way was already dead, and there was no need to argue with a dead person. Found it! Found it! The door of the conference room was pushed open, and a girl with a baby face but an impressive figure rushed in. As she jogged, her jumping figure attracted everyone's attention. How can you be so impatient as a member of the National Security Bureau? You get so impatient over a small matter. Sun Yuqing said with a gloomy face. The little rabbit muttered, I'm not from your special service department. What kind of mentality and quality do I need as a data worker? People around her couldn't help laughing when they saw her like this. Stop whispering and tell me what you found out. Sun Yuqing said helplessly. The little rabbit took out a stack of information and gave one to each person. The reason these mercenaries came to the vicinity of China is because Dr. Miller is dead. Dr. Miller? Sun Yuqing didn't think of this name for a moment, but the one who caused such a sensation must be a big shot. He soon realized that there was a big shot with this name.
Dr. Miller, the biology professor from Country M? Sun Yuqing asked in disbelief. This name made the Chinese feel fearful. His genetic experiments created powerful warriors. China was suppressed during that time. But he disappeared soon. Unexpectedly, when we heard his name again, he was already dead. Specifically, why did so many mercenaries come here after Dr. Miller died?
Sun Yuqing felt that things were not that simple. It must be because there were things around China that attracted these mercenaries. Rumor has it that Dr. Miller's research base is somewhere in the sea, on a small island that moves, and all his life's research data is there. The little rabbit reported the information she had investigated.
So that's why so many people came. In front of Dr. Miller's research results, not to mention these mercenary organizations, even other countries would be eager to make a move.
Sun Yuqing finally understood the truth, but his heart became heavier.
That's right, the latest news is that Country M and the European Union have already sent warships to conduct exercises on the high seas. Xiaotu took out another piece of paper and reported.
Hearing this, Sun Yuqing jumped up from his stool.
Everyone was on standby.
Xiao Runin was responsible for contacting the cruise company and asking them to send a few ships and some professionals to us.
Others were responsible for gathering people and applying for equipment. I'm going to the headquarters.
The second piece of news from the bunny was already a bombshell, and it might cause a world war.
If the matter is so urgent, why not let the military send out warships? Ordinary yachts have no combat capability at all. Xiao Runin raised the question again.
Sun Yuqing shook his head and said that the army could not intervene, otherwise it would easily turn into a world war. After saying that, Sun Yuqing quickly left the meeting room. Everyone went out in a hurry to work. Xiao Runin was also preparing to leave. At this time Xiaotu followed.
Sister Xiao, I don't have anything to do here, so let me follow you. Xiao Runin looked back at her and nodded. The two got on a police car. This was Xiao Runin's bus.
In special circumstances, it could honk the horn to let other vehicles give way so that they could reach their destination as quickly as possible.
Xiaotu, how did Dr. Miller die? Xiao Runin asked in the car. Xiaotu did not report this question because it was not necessary. After Dr. Miller's first successful experiment, he was controlled by the M government.
Later, he escaped and built an experimental base on a small island, where he used all his life's wealth and connections. But he kept a trick, and no one except him knew where the island was.
Xiaotu shared the information she had investigated with Xiao Runin. Then how did he die? And people also knew that he had an experimental base? Xiao Runin wondered. Chapter 121 Seaside Courtyard.
That was because Country M had captured his entire family and forced him to return to his country.
And no one knew the route he took back to his country. It was as if he had just appeared out of nowhere.
When we sought his whereabouts, he was already at a dock in Country M. Xiaotu paused and continued. Dr. Miller was tortured, coerced, and bribed by the M countrymen, but he did not reveal the location of the experimental base. He was even unwilling to cooperate with the M country to develop the latest project. Finally, after meeting his family, he chose to commit suicide. However, these things were exposed by people with ulterior motives, and everyone became very curious about Dr. Miller's experimental base. You know, Dr. Miller's primary experiment had already made a group of people the strongest among humans, just like the number one god mercenary. When Xiao Runin heard this, her expression became solemn. She had also heard of the gods' mercenaries. They were invincible and there was no task they could not solve. But because of their high prices and capricious temperaments, few people would deal with them. Once there was a wealthy man abroad who hired the god mercenaries to help him defeat hostile forces. The god mercenaries exceeded their mission, and after returning to the wealthy man, one of the mercenaries coveted the wealthy man's lover, so he killed the wealthy man's entire family. It is precisely because of this that even though everyone knows the strength of the god mercenaries, they dare not deal with them. When a madman goes crazy, he will even kill his employer. If you cooperate with them, you might not only fail to accomplish your task, but also lose your life. Dr. Miller's initial experiments had already created such a strong person.
How strong would the results of the current experiments be? This was unimaginable.
It seemed that the situation this time was very serious.
Little rabbit, sit tight, I'm going to speed up.
Xiao Runin said in a deep voice, pressing the button beside him, and the sirens suddenly sounded on the street. The situation was so urgent that she had to speed up and complete the task assigned by Sun Yuqing. When she arrived at the cruise company, she was told that all large and small ships had gone out to sea, leaving only one large cruise ship, the Merton. Because an accident had just happened, the cleaning work was still in progress, and the cruise ship had been given to Lin's enterprise under the name of Lin Qinsho.
If it was to be used, one could only obtain authorization from Lin's enterprise. When Xiao Runan came to Lin's enterprise, the current Lin's enterprise was still located in the Jinmao building, and the floor belonging to Lin Qinsho had been completely renovated. Qin Roland had met Xiao Runan before, and they had thrown life-saving equipment into the sea together. Xiao Runan also said straight away that he wanted to use the Merton of Lin Enterprises as there were some confidential matters that needed to be requisitioned. Qin Roland pondered for a moment and said, "Since it is requisitioned, I want to know which department requisitioned it. We are a private enterprise and do not have that much strength for you to squander. Therefore, we have to charge a requisition fee, relatively speaking, just the most basic price." Qin Roland is worthy of being a top student majoring in business, and she instantly turned into a businessman bargaining. Xiao Runan originally had a good impression of the beautiful Qin Roland. After all, beautiful women all have the same feelings, and both of their names have the word Rua in them. When she heard Qin Roland say this, she was speechless. She felt as if she saw Lin Qinsho's businessman face in Qin Roland. "We are requisitioning your cruise ship as the Magic City Police. There is no problem with what you said, but the process will take time. Can we use it first? After the process is completed, the requisitioned money will be transferred to the company account of the Lin Group." Requisitioning civilian items itself requires payment, so even if she is speechless, she will not have any emotions. Since the cruise ship hijacking incident, the Merton was jointly purchased by a group of wealthy people and given to Lin Qinsho, and the cruise company also took over the daily maintenance of the ship. Qin Roland's plan is to continue to let the Merton belong to the cruise company for daily operations, and the Lin Group will only charge normal rent. Unexpectedly, it was requisitioned before it even started. After getting consent, Xiao Runan picked up a letter of authorization and left. The whole world began to be in turmoil with the death of a man named Dr. Miller. At this time, Lin Qinsho was still working hard for his small house. His current residence was no longer a thatched shed. Lin Qinsho had built 2 rooms, a kitchen, and a living room. Although there would be no guests on the island, they also needed to stay and could not stay in the room every day. They also gave the house a name, Seaside Courtyard. Because task chain 9 has never prompted to complete the task, and there is no standard for this task, he is confused and can only continue to improve this seaside courtyard. Lin Qinsho, who had gotten up in the morning and was building the outer wall, suddenly heard Guan Yuer's scream coming from the woods. He put down his tools and rushed in. Lin Qinsho came to the woods and saw Guan Yuer slumped on the ground, covering her long, snow-white legs. There were some unknown wild fruits scattered around. "What's wrong?" Lin Qinsho came to her side and squatted down. "I was bitten by a snake, will I die?" Guan Yuer said painfully. She saw Lin Qinsho was busy every day and wanted to help him. But she was bitten by a snake when she was about to go back after picking some unknown wild fruits. Lin Qinsho looked at the place where Guan Yuer was covering her thigh. He had no experience with snake bites, so he could only use those folk remedies. He pulled away Guan Yuer's hand that was covering the wound and sucked out the poisonous blood from the wound with his mouth. Guan Yuer also blushed at his sudden action, but she did not push Lin Qinsho away because Lin Qinsho was saving her at the time. After taking a few puffs, Lin Qinsho suddenly felt dizzy, and then he picked various grasses around him and put them in his mouth to chew. Lin Qinsho immediately felt that his dizziness symptoms disappeared. It turned out that the rumors were true. It was said that detoxifying herbs could be found around the snake bite. Lin Qinsho applied the chewed herbs to Guan Yuer's wound, then picked them again according to his memory and stuffed them into her mouth. After doing all this, Lin Qinsho also breathed a sigh of relief. "It seems that I have to get that medical gift pack quickly. Now I'm just bitten by a snake and I have the corresponding herbs. If it's a viral cold and fever, there's no cure. It should be fine. Feel your body now to see if you feel any discomfort." Lin Qinsho squatted in front of her and asked. After Guan Yueo ate the herbs given by Lin Qinsho, she no longer felt dizzy and felt much better. "You are so amazing that you even know how to treat snake bites. Why don't you open a clinic when you go back? Your business will definitely be booming." After Guan Yuer escaped death, she also smiled with relief. Chapter 122 Breakthrough and Success. Lin Qinsho picked her up and walked towards the beach. "I was just a blind cat that caught a dead mouse. I had heard that where there are snakes, there will be antidotes around. I didn't expect to be right. If I was wrong, we would have become a pair of desperate Mandarin ducks. Guan Yuer spat, remembering the scene of Lin Qinshu sucking the blood from her wound just now. Who is a desperate couple with you? How shameless. We have to pay more attention to safety. Although our lives seem comfortable on the surface, our bodies cannot withstand the stress. If we get sick, we don't even have medicine. Lin Qinshu didn't know when he could complete this task chain 9. This kind of task without standards is the most difficult to complete, and no one knows when it will be completed. Back at the seaside campus, Lin Qinshu laid her on the bed. Although the poison had been eliminated, it was better not to move too much just in case, so as not to speed up the blood circulation and allow a small amount of poison to enter the heart. I'm sorry, I wanted to share some of the work with you, but ended up holding you back. Guan Yuer said guiltily. Lin Qinshu waved his hand and said, "It's okay. You have already helped me a lot. At least on this lonely deserted island, you have played a very important role, and that is the person who talks to me. If he were alone, he would live like this, but life would be a bit boring." Although Guan Yuer was a big reason for his current situation, he never blamed her. Rather than letting him watch a beauty die in front of him, it would be better to wander on this deserted island with her. Lin Qinshu came to the kitchen and prepared to cook some chicken soup. The map in his mind told him where the pheasants gathered, so every few days he would catch a fresh pheasant and make soup. The kitchen must have been built in a decent shape. Lin Qinshu put a big pot there, lit a fire to boil water and started to prepare the pheasant. However, during the process, he found that his heartbeat was a little faster. At first I thought it was because the kitchen was stuffy from all the running around in boiling water. But he quickly realized that his maximum level physique was not so fragile. Even with that little amount of exercise, it wasn't enough to make him breathless or even cause his blood to boil. Gradually, he felt something was wrong with his body, as if he was propped up in an awkward position. The heat had made it impossible for his brain to think normally. He tried to calm himself down and think about what was going on. Lin Qinshu remembered that he had not eaten anything since morning. The only things that went into his mouth were the water he fetched from the source and the herbs he had just picked. Is there something wrong with those herbs? Thinking of this, he hurried to the room. Guan Yuer had eaten those herbs just like him. If Guan Yuer's symptoms were the same as his, it would mean that there was something wrong with those herbs. He just didn't know whether the toxicity was life-threatening. When he pushed open the door, the scene in the room made him unable to suppress his anger. Guan Yuer's physique was not as strong as his, and she had already had an attack. Her shirt slipped off her shoulders and her whole body was twisting constantly. When their eyes met, they both lost the last of their sanity and hugged each other. I don't know how long it took, but when the sun was already moving towards the west, the seaside courtyard finally became quiet. The two people in the room snuggled up to each other. There was no embarrassment of having done something wrong. Instead, it seemed like a normal thing between lovers. I'm sorry, I didn't know there was such a thing in those herbs. Lin Qinshu said, holding Guan Yuer's shoulders. Phew. You don't look like you're apologizing. How can you hug me and apologize to me at the same time? Guan Yuer rolled her eyes. After spending some time together, the two have become more than husband and wife, but neither of them has broken the paper. It was only after the stimulation of that unknown herb that the two became husband and wife. I will treat you well, Lin Qinshu said affectionately. There was a bright red mark on the white bedding. The Queen of Beauty, who has been active in the entertainment industry for many years, has now become his woman. In that dark entertainment industry, she has maintained her purity, which shows that Guan Yuer's background does not seem to be that simple. Lin Qinshu is not a saint or a lovesick man, but he will never force himself on a woman. Guan Yuer hugged Lin Qinshu's waist tightly. I don't regret it, I'm even very happy. If I wait for you to take the initiative, there may be no change in our relationship until we leave this island. From today on this island, you belong to me alone. I don't care how many women you have outside, on this island, you can only have me, Guan Yuer. Okay, I promise you. Lin Qinshu also hugged her tightly. Although he was a little confused about what she said, he did not destroy the current atmosphere. After the two of them had been cuddling in the house for a while, Guan Yuer continued to lie down and rest. After all, this was her first time experiencing these things, while Lin Qinshu went to make the chicken soup he had not finished. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing task chain 9, building a house and yard, living a wonderful life on a deserted island, and rewarding a medical gift pack. Ding! The medical gift pack is given to the host in the form of drifting on the sea. Ding! Task chain 10 is now open.
Explore the secrets of the island and get a precise map of the entire island.
Does this wonderful life only come after I have sex with Pagani Huayra? This dog system is really a bad taste. Wouldn't it be a good life without this? But what does it mean to explore the secrets of the island? Is there something else on the island that I don't know about?
Logically speaking, after traveling back and forth for some time, he should have gotten to know the island thoroughly. He knows exactly what is in each place.
How could there be any secrets? Since the system issued the task in this way, it means that there is indeed a place in this island that he doesn't know about, and it contains unknown secrets. There is no time limit anyway, so just relax and take your time. In the following days, Lin Qinshu and Pagani Huayra enjoyed a relaxing vacation. In the box of clothes sent by the system, there were various ancient Chinese costumes and even bikinis.
Lin Qinshu could feast his eyes every day, and their relationship became inseparable. On this day, the two came to the water source to fetch water, and Pagani Huayra wanted to take a bath under the waterfall so that she wouldn't have to fetch water to wash again.
Chapter 123 God's Mercenary Group.
Sitting aside and admiring Pagani Huayra's bathing figure, Lin Qinshu suddenly seemed to have discovered something and walked towards the water. Pagani Huayra thought he wanted to bathe together, so she hooked her finger at Lin Qinshu. Lin Qinshu came to Pagani Huayra and looked at the waterfall. He always felt that the inside of the waterfall was too flat. The water flowed down from above without the wave-like feeling of hitting the rocks. Instead, it seemed like a hollow space. What's wrong? Pagani Huayra also noticed that something was wrong with Lin Qinshu's expression. Wait for me here, don't come over. Lin Qinshu walked towards the waterfall. The water above rushed down, and it was painful when it hit his body. Lin Qinshu walked to the bottom of the waterfall and reached out to touch the rocks behind it, but he found nothing.
Then, under Pagani Huayra's shocked gaze, Lin Qinshu slowly sank into the waterfall.
After crossing the waterfall, Lin Qinshu discovered that there was another world inside, a shallow cave entrance with a steel door. On the right side of the door, there is a combination lock with a little red light flashing. This scene shocked Lin Qinshu. He originally thought it was just an ordinary deserted island, but he didn't expect there was such a big gate here, which meant that there were people living here. The two of them have been on this island for more than a month and have not seen any other people. Lin Qinshu came to the combination lock, which was a lock that could be opened with the pupil and the password. He tried to hammer the door, but it was very hard. It seemed that he couldn't get in by brute force. I don't know what's in there or if there's anyone there. If there was someone here, he would not let the other person go easily. He had stayed here for so long without coming out, and yet they dared to monitor him. Since he couldn't get in, Lin Qinshu could only retreat first. When Pagani Huayra realized that there was a door inside and there might be other people here, her first reaction was to pick up her clothes to cover her body. Although she did not say that she was naked, but in front of outsiders, it was too much for her to expose just her arms. She originally thought that there were only the two of them on the island, so she didn't pay attention to her daily attire. Now that she heard that there might be someone else, she immediately became angry. The person behind her must be no good. Don't worry, if there is someone here, I will not let him go easily. How dare he monitor us? Lin Qinshu knew Pagani Huayra's thoughts, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. After the two returned to the beachside courtyard, the system prompt sounded at the right time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing task chain 10, exploring the secrets of the island, and being rewarded with a precise version of the entire island map. Ding! The precise version of the island map has been transmitted to the host's brain, overwriting the simplified version of the map. Ding! Task chain 11 is opened. Kill all the god mercenaries that come to the island and you will be rewarded with the password to the gate of the experimental base. Ding! God's mercenary corps will arrive at the island's west coastline in 23 hours. God's mercenary group? Experimental base? When he was on the ship before, he had heard about the top 10 mercenary groups in the world when he talked with Yang Yun and others. This God's mercenary group was ranked first. There are 30 people in total, all of them are elite, and even 1/3 of them are military kings or army gods. Lin Qinshu has fought with Su Feng before, and can roughly estimate that the war god level strength is about 9 points, and the physique should also be 9 points. Although not as good as him, they are also at the peak of ordinary people. The God Mercenary Group actually has nearly 30 such people. Fortunately, the system was considerate enough to give him nearly a day to prepare. The west coast is next to those reefs, where Lin Qinshu and his men originally lived. There aren't many living creatures or beasts in that area, so there's still time to set some traps.
Another question is about Guan Yuer. Should we let her continue to stay in this small courtyard by the sea, or find another place for her to hide for a while?
After much thought, I feel that the small courtyard by the sea is the safest.
If Guan Yuer hides in the jungle, she might encounter other wild beasts or poisonous snakes.
If I am not with her this time, she might lose her life.
It's not realistic to hide in front of the door of the waterfall.
It is obvious that these people from the god mercenaries are coming for the experimental base.
Moreover, the task issued by the system is for him to kill all the mercenaries, which means that there are other unknown secrets in the experimental base.
If there are people or creatures more terrifying than the god mercenaries, Guan Yuer will be in even greater danger. Lin Qinshu took out the gold thread soft armor from the bedside in the room. He hadn't worn it since he came to the island. Because of the hot weather, he was shirtless most of the time. Later, when he had clothes, he would occasionally wear them, but he had never worn this gold thread soft armor.
Yuer, put on this dress.
Lin Qinshu gave the golden silk soft armor to Guan Yuer. He could deal with the opponent with his own strength, and he had the golden bell cover and iron cloth shirt. The golden silk soft armor did not have much effect on him, but Guan Yuer was different. If anything unexpected happens, he will regret it for the rest of his life. I don't want it, it's golden and ugly. Guan Yuer didn't know that mercenaries would arrive in a day and they would be in great danger, so she muttered and refused.
This is what you wear inside. I can only feel at ease if you wear this.
Lin Qinshu then told her about the arrival of the mercenaries in the form of speculation.
Guan Yuer then put on the golden soft armor with some doubt.
After putting it on, Guan Yuer was surprised that it felt as if it had been integrated into her skin. This is called the golden silk soft armor.
Even though it is thin and soft, even bullets can't penetrate it.
Lin Qinshu introduced this treasure to her.
Is it the kind of treasure in martial arts novels?
Speaking of which, I saw you being shot by that foreigner on the boat before.
It was this gold silk soft armor that protected you.
Guan Yuer remembered that she had seen Lin Qinshu being shot before, but he was still able to jump into the sea to save her.
Well, I feel more at ease when you wear it. In the next period of time, I will go out to set some traps. I feel that this place is unusual, and someone will definitely come here, and we may be killed. Just in case, it is better to set some traps.
Lin Qinshu went out with a hoe on his back and a sickle on his waist. He only had one day to set up the trap and then come back to rest and recuperate.
Lin Qinshu didn't know how many people would come from the god mercenary group.
There were only 30 people in total, so he had to set a trap as if the opponent had 30 people.
But no matter how many people come, he can't set too many traps.
This kind of thing will only be effective at the beginning. If he can't kill a few people at the beginning, it will be very difficult for him later, and the other party will also be more vigilant, so it will be unrealistic to set other traps. The most important thing is to survey the terrain and figure out how to separate those mercenaries and defeat them one by one.
Chapter 124 The world's #1 mercenary group attacks.
Lin Qinshu was busy until late at night before returning to the seaside courtyard. According to the time given by the system, the people from the god mercenary group would arrive on the island at noon. After sharpening the saber, he placed it at his waist, looked at Guan Yuer who was still sleeping, leaned over to kiss her forehead, and went out. Lin Qinshu had a hunch that this should be the last task in the task chain.
As long as he completes this task, he can take Guan Yuer back.
Even if the mission is not completed, they can drive the god mercenary group ship away from this place, or use the radio on it to contact Yang Yun and others. Generally speaking, he has only one goal, which is to kill all the opponents. Although he didn't know the other person, if they were in his place, they would definitely kill Lin Qinshu after seeing him. He couldn't be too naive at this time.
The sun is shining brightly in the sky. Today's weather is exceptionally clear and the sun is as scorching as ever. A silver yacht is docked on the west coast.
Lin Qinshu hid in a big tree in the jungle and observed the number of the enemy troops.
Finally found it.
A black man jumped off the boat with a submachine gun on his back and hauled to the sky. They had been drifting on the sea for almost 2 months, and if they continued drifting, they would have a mental breakdown. Others also jumped off the boat one after another, 8 men and 2 women, a total of 10 people. Seeing these numbers, Lin Qinshu felt relieved, at least not all of them came. It's still possible if there are 10 people, but it would be difficult if there are 30.
These are not mercenary groups like the Arctic Wolves. Each of them is very powerful.
If I am not careful, even I will be in danger. The most important thing is that they have guns, but I have not reached the level of being invulnerable to swords and guns. After the people from the God mercenaries got off the boat, they left a foreign woman to watch the boat, and the other 9 people dispersed to check if there was anything else unusual on the beach.
There was even someone holding a radar instrument and detecting something.
After 10 minutes or so, everyone returned to the middle-aged man and shook their heads to indicate that there was nothing unusual here. Go inside, Miller is just an ordinary person, his experimental base must have a safe way to enter. The middle-aged man looked into the jungle and said in a deep voice.
The mercenaries dispersed and headed towards the jungle.
Lin Qinshu also retreated a little. He stayed on a tree, observing the other party's every move, looking for an opportunity to assassinate them. This group of people all have guns on their bodies and grenades hanging on their waists.
If I fight them head-on, I will probably be killed in the first encounter.
As expected of the world's #1 mercenary group, as soon as they entered the jungle, they noticed signs that someone had been here.
There are people on this island, everyone be careful.
Combined with the traces on the reef outside, there should be someone stranded on this island.
Kill anyone you see. Belle, you go back to the boat, the 2 of you are on the boat to take care of each other, just in case. The middle-aged foreign man instructed.
We still don't know the identities of the people on the island. If the other party takes away the boat while they are away, their position will be exposed soon. The leading mercenary is still clear-headed, but if people from other countries find out, they will not be able to handle it with just these few people.
Although there is a mercenary left on the ship, who knows if the people on the island will have other means to take down their people?
Being careful can make the ship last forever. As long as there are 2 people on board and one of them is attacked, the other can send a signal to notify them. Lin Qinshu also slapped his forehead at this time. He didn't expect that the other party would actually leave people on the boat.
Otherwise, wouldn't it be better to get rid of the people on the boat? But now there are only 8 people left here.
Lin Qinshu simulated in his mind how to kill these 8 people, but found that many plans were not feasible.
He could only wait for them to come deeper.
The mercenary team walked slowly in the jungle, not leaving out any clues. When they came to the pit dug by Lin Qinshu, they stopped.
A foreign man squatted down and pushed aside the weeds, revealing a deep pit underneath.
Such an obvious trap must be used to hunt some kind of wild beast.
A mercenary came forward and said, "It could be hunting us."
The man who discovered the pit said this, then he walked around it, walked to the next trap, and cleared the weeds. There were 3 such obvious weeds in total. Just as he was pushing aside the third one, a snake jumped out of the weeds and bit his neck.
Damn it!
The man quickly pulled off the snake and tore it in half. Then he took out a needle from his waist and stabbed it into his neck. The people around did not show any surprise, as this kind of thing was nothing new to them. In the wild, they are always attacked by these venomous snakes unexpectedly, so they always carry some serum with them.
This is the trap set by Lin Qinshu. The deep pit in front is used to confuse them. When they are relaxed and confident, this poisonous snake plays a key role. However, he cannot guarantee that the poisonous snake will bite them, so he can only take a gamble. Fortunately, this venomous snake was powerful enough and bit the other party directly. Although he failed to kill it successfully because the other party had a serum, he was satisfied that the trap was successful. He had thrown a lot of snakes around, and this area alone was enough for them to walk for a while. Lin Qinshu made a detour, planning to go to the beach to deal with the 2 people on the boat first. There were too many people here, so it was not suitable to do it. Lin Qinshu came to the beach and dived into the sea. He slowly approached the enemy ship from the sea. At this time, Belle, who had just been called away, also arrived on the boat. "Why are you back?"
the woman on the boat asked in confusion. "Colonel Maud was worried that you might be attacked here, so he asked me to come back to help guard the ship." Belle shrugged unhappily. Since Maud was the boss of this operation, he had to return to the ship even if he was reluctant.
"Isn't that perfect?
You've been holding it in for more than a month, now you can let it out."
The female mercenary sat on Belle's lap.
Belle also showed an evil smile on his face, picked up the female mercenary and turned her over. When Lin Qinshu in the sea heard the noise, he knew that his chance had come.
He quietly climbed onto the boat and saw the 2 people with their backs to him.
A cold light flashed, and Belle's head fell to the ground immediately. The female mercenary realized something was wrong, and just as she turned around, a knife stabbed into her heart. After Lin Qinshu pulled out the knife, he quickly slashed it across the female mercenary's neck, and the 2 mercenaries were killed instantly.
Chapter 125 Hunting Time. God's mercenary group, just like that?
Lin Qinshu took back his saber, and he felt a little unbelievable.
I have always been overwhelmed by the title of the world's #1 mercenary. Now that he has killed 2 of them so easily, it doesn't seem that amazing. It seems that it is just my own psychological effect. I always think that being the world's #1 is very awesome, but in fact, it is just like that. These people can't compare with him.
Lin Qinshu hadn't realized that he had already reached the peak state of ordinary people. The difference between 10 and 9 was a world of difference, not just a little difference. After dealing with the 2 people, Lin Qinshu jumped into the sea again and swam back to the shore. He didn't destroy the boat, because to him, the yacht was already his.
How could someone destroy his own things?
Judging from the time, they had already cleared the snakes and were about to enter the wild boar forest. The wild boar forest is where Lin Qinshu plans to get to know them. He didn't have a gun before, so he had to kill 2 of them stealthily. Now that he has picked up 2 guns, he can confront them head-on. With his mastery of marksmanship, he could kill the mercenaries one by one with 1 shot, and the mission suddenly became much simpler.
Bang bang bang.
Several gunshots were heard in the wild boar forest, and the mercenaries had already collided with the wild boars. Lin Qinshu leaped through the woods, and just as he approached the wild boar forest, a bullet grazed his shoulder. The mercenaries came out from the surroundings and looked at him with sneers. From the snake in the weeds, I guessed that the trap was not for wild animals, but for us.
Such an obvious camouflage trap could not be set for wild animals.
The middle-aged foreigner walked out from under a big tree. Lin Qinshu understood instantly that the gunshots just now were just a fake act to lure him out.
It was too hasty. This mercenary group does have some skills. How did you know we would come to this island?
Judging from the traces of these traps, you should have set them yesterday.
We were still very far away from here yesterday.
The middle-aged man stared at Lin Qinshu with sharp eyes. This trap was obviously set for people who came in a short time. He didn't believe there would be such a coincidence. Lin Qinshu stood up straight, rubbed the shoulder that had just been grazed by the bullet, and showed a look of horror on his face.
What is your purpose in coming to this island?
I didn't know you would come, and I was worried about being hurt by you, so I resisted.
He wanted to know what was inside the door, but the system only gave him a task and did not explain what was inside. You don't know what's on this island? Maud was stunned for a moment.
He thought the other party was from Dr. Miller's experimental base, but judging from the other party's behavior, it seemed that he didn't know that this was an experimental base.
Why should I know?
I came from the sea and I haven't figured out what's on the island yet. Lin Qinshu said.
Maud looked at the others. No matter whether what you said is true or false, take us to the center of the island now.
Even if the other party is not from the experimental base, he is more familiar with the island than them, or he can be used as cannon fodder if he encounters any dangerous things later.
As long as you don't kill me, I will tell you everything I know about this island. You have frightened me so much that I can't walk anymore.
You don't have to worry about me causing any harm to you. Lin Qinshu said in fear, but a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Maud signaled the 2 men with his eyes and went over to support him, just as the 2 were about to approach Lin Qinshu. Lin Qinshu moved and took out the 2 guns from his waist with both hands. With 2 bangs, he shot the 2 people who were approaching, and then quickly aimed at Maud and shot him, but Maud rolled over to avoid it. As soon as Lin Qinshu made his move, the remaining 6 people quickly sought cover and a round of gunfight broke out. Lin Qinshu held up a human-shaped shield and fired at the surroundings.
The opponents were indeed the top-ranked mercenaries.
With Lin Qinshu's proficient shooting skills, he didn't hit any of them. They all hid in the most advantageous positions, and some even began to disperse.
Who the hell are you? How dare you be an enemy of my god mercenary group? Maud was very angry.
He didn't expect to be tricked by someone who thought he could kill him at any time.
You can call me the god of death.
Lin Qinshu smiled slightly and shot at the tree trunk where Maud was hiding. It's a pity that the gun is not powerful enough, otherwise it would have penetrated and killed Maud directly. Lin Qinshu was also very annoyed at this time. He reacted so quickly, but he only killed 2 people, and the other side still had 6 people. And now they are scattered, so it is not easy to kill them. I can only hide aside and look for opportunities to defeat them one by one. There were still 6 people left on the other side, so there was always a chance to kill them. Lin Qinshu was about to evacuate the place when he suddenly saw a mercenary running out from under a big tree and throwing a grenade towards him. During this gap, Lin Chincho fired a shot, hitting the opponent right between the eyebrows. The grenade had already rolled to his feet and exploded violently. With the help of the smoke and dust from the explosion, the remaining 5 mercenaries scattered and did not gather together. At the same time, everyone turned on the wireless intercom. The enemy's shooting skills are very accurate.
Don't gather together. Everyone find a good position and make sure to kill this person. Otherwise, we will die. Mod was more serious than ever. The enemy was able to lock his position based on his voice just now. This shooting skill was already a magical skill. Now 3 people on their side have fallen at the hands of the enemy. If they can use up all his bullets, they will be able to deal with him easily. Mod came up with a plan in his mind, using a feint attack to use up all of Lin Chincho's bullets, but relatively speaking, they didn't have many bullets left. Anyway, he explained the plan to everyone first. At this time, Lin Chincho pushed the corpse away and brushed off the dust on his body. The explosion just now was too close and he couldn't hide. He could only grab a corpse to block the impact of the explosion. Lin Chincho, who had just stood up, saw another grenade thrown towards him not far away. He quickly raised his pistol and shot at the grenade, which exploded in mid-air. This action also gave Mod an opportunity, and he quickly called on everyone to throw the grenade out to consume Lin Chincho's bullets. Explosions continued to sound in the air and the entire forest was on fire. He roughly guessed the other party's purpose and shot through the hand that was just stretched out to throw a grenade. A shrill scream was heard, and Lin Chincho rushed to the mercenary's position and blew his head off. The fire is too big, retreat first. Mod looked at the raging fire around him. If they continued like this, they would all be burned to death. Chapter 126 Misunderstanding, All Misunderstanding.
The billowing smoke and the growing fire scattered everyone. The mercenaries were still able to contact each other by radio and wanted to gather together, but because they were unfamiliar with the environment on the island, they could not determine their location. In the seaside courtyard on the east coast in the distance, Huan Yuer heard bursts of explosions and billowing smoke, and immediately remembered what Lin Chincho had told her.
If you find anything unusual and I'm not around, go hide in the haystack in the kitchen until I come back. During this time, don't come out no matter what sound you hear.
Thinking of this, Huan Yuer hurried into the kitchen. In the haystack, Lin Chincho had already arranged a place that could hide from others. If you don't search carefully, you won't be found for a while. On the other side of the forest, Lin Chincho was hunting these mercenaries. Through the radio, Mod learned that there were only 4 of the people he had brought with him left, making it 5 including him. Not long after landing, most of the people had died, and they were killed by one person. If this were to get out, the God mercenary group would lose all face. 4 or 5 members of the mercenary group that was known as the best in the world fell at the hands of one man. Everyone, go east, and gather at the east coast. Mod said into the radio, and just as he finished speaking, a huge wild boar appeared in front of him. This was the wild boar that Lin Chincho had encountered at the beginning, weighing about 400 kilograms. Many wild boars also came out from the surrounding area, all of which were large wild boars weighing about 200 kilograms. Mod didn't take these wild beasts seriously, and he picked up his gun and shot at them. Just as Mod entered the wild boar forest and was fighting with the wild boars, Lin Chincho had already found other members of the mercenary group and silently killed them by slashing their necks. In this forest, he was the strongest. Lin Chincho was familiar with this place, and with the sophisticated map in his mind, he knew in detail what the trees looked like. As Lin Chincho shuttled through the forest like a ghost, 3 more mercenaries fell, and now only the last 2 were left. Lin Chincho recalled the number of people who got off the boat, 8 men and 2 women.
Now, the only ones still alive are the middle-aged man and a woman.
The middle-aged man was in the wild boar forest at this time, and the woman was nowhere to be seen. It was likely that she had escaped directly and had no intention of killing him. The 3 men all wanted to kill him, so Lin Chincho caught up with him and killed him. The woman's whereabouts could not be found for the time being, so Lin Chincho planned to deal with the middle-aged man first. When he arrived at the wild boar forest, the ground was littered with wild boar corpses, and Mod stood there covered in blood. After he ran out of bullets, he took out his knife and engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the wild boars. "You'll be in jail for life in China for killing so many wild boars," Lin Chincho said with a chuckle. Mod glared at Lin Chincho with his red eyes and said viciously, "You are a capable man. Do you dare to put down your gun and fight me openly?" Mod had run out of bullets. If Lin Chincho used a gun, he could be killed with one shot, so he used provocation. As long as it was in the field of hand-to-hand combat, Mod had unlimited confidence in himself. Lin Qinshu threw the gun aside, stretched and said, "Your provocation was successful. I was just thinking about trying the world's #1 god mercenary group to see how strong it is." A hint of ecstasy flashed in Maud's eyes. As long as the other party didn't have a gun, he could survive. Maud's legs burst out with powerful strength and rushed towards Lin Qinshu at the fastest speed, wanting to end the battle quickly. Lin Qinshu quickly stretched out his foot and kicked Motor, who was approaching, away.
"You are so unethical. You didn't even wait for me to throw my gun?"
Lin Qinshu looked at him with a sneer. He could feel Maud's fear of him. It was a great sense of accomplishment to make a mercenary who was in a bloody storm feel fear.
Maud was shocked.
Lin Qinshu's kick just now made him a little breathless. Such enormous power is even stronger than the strongest in their mercenary group. Lin Qinshu's simple kick directly crushed his swollen heart, and he turned and ran in the opposite direction. Facing such a perverted person, if he continued to entangle with him, he would be killed within 3 moves.
At this time, it is more important to escape.
Lin Qinshu sighed deeply, picked up the pistol on the ground and shot at Maud.
The 2 bullets hit Maud's legs accurately, causing him to kneel on the ground.
Lin Qinshu walked forward slowly.
"I said I wanted to test your strength, why are you running?" A crazy smile appeared on Maud's face.
"I have already passed the description of your appearance to the headquarters.
It won't be long before people from the headquarters will be here.
Just wait to receive the revenge of our god mercenaries."
Lin Qinshu chuckled and said, "People of your level are useless no matter how many of them come.
Once he gets rid of the remaining mercenary, his mission will be completed. Then he will drive these people's yacht away from here. No matter whether your mercenary group comes or not, he is not here."
"Who is he, and what is his relationship with Dr. Miller?"
Maud rolled his eyes slightly. Since he couldn't scare him, he would try other methods to see if he could convince the other party to spare his life.
"Who is Dr. Miller?"
Lin Qinshu was stunned for a moment. He had never heard of this name.
Could it be that the purpose of these mercenaries coming to this island was this doctor?
Maud was also confused when he saw him like this. It seemed that the other party really didn't know Dr. Miller. At this moment, Maud wanted to curse. He had always believed that Lin Qinshu was Dr. Miller's man, preventing them from going to the island and entering the experimental base. It turned out that it wasn't.
If it wasn't, why did they go against them?
And they killed all the people in their mercenary group.
Maud suppressed his inner anger and forced a smile on his face that was uglier than crying.
It turned out to be a misunderstanding.
"We came to this island to find Dr. Miller.
Since you don't know him, then we have no grudges against each other."
"It's all a misunderstanding, ha ha ha. Who is this Dr. Miller? What is your purpose for coming to the island? Tell me the truth, maybe I will let you go. The person that the world's #1 mercenary group is looking for may have some extraordinary qualities."
Although Lin Qinshu can get the password to enter the experimental base as long as he kills them all, he doesn't know anything and doesn't know what to do when he enters. Of course, he will first understand the situation clearly if he has the chance. Chapter 127 Beyond the Limits of Ordinary People. Our mercenary group has business dealings with Dr. Miller, and we came here at his invitation.
However, we met you just after landing. We originally thought that you were sent by the enemy forces, so we started a fight with you.
Now it seems that it was all a misunderstanding. Maud laughed it off, but Lin Qinshu saw the lie in his eyes.
Moreover, the behavior of the god mercenary group was uninvited. How could they come here with weapons, arrest anyone they see, and ask for an invitation to lead the way? Bang, bang.
2 gunshots rang out, and before Maud could even stop smiling, he was already dead.
"You are full of lies, not a single word of truth, why should I keep you alive?"
Lin Qinshu took back his gun and picked up the wireless walkie-talkie next to Maud. Even if he wanted to spare the other party, the system would not allow it.
The system's task was to kill them all. If he spared their lives, he would not be able to complete the task. He wanted to see if the last remaining female mercenary would contact Maud. The island was so big that it was not easy to find someone.
Lin Qinshu walked towards the east coast. So many things had happened, and he didn't know how Pagani Huayra was doing or whether she had hidden herself. Finally, if we can't find the female mercenary, we won't look for her for now, but we must first ensure Pagani Huayra's safety.
If we accidentally meet her, it will be troublesome.
Thinking of this, Lin Qinshu quickly ran towards the courtyard by the sea. Pagani Huayra, who was in the small courtyard by the sea, was still hiding in the haystack in the kitchen. At this time, Guan Yuer heard the footsteps of someone entering the courtyard by the sea, but she did not dare to act rashly, because if it was Lin Qinshou, he would definitely shout at her. Even if she didn't shout, he would know where she was hiding and would come in to find her. The footsteps went in and out outside, seemed to have passed through all the rooms, and finally came to the kitchen door. Just as she entered the kitchen, footsteps were heard outside the courtyard by the sea. The man at the kitchen door rushed in when he heard the noise outside. I came to the place where Guan Yuer was hiding, pushed aside the weeds, and saw Guan Yuer hiding inside. This person was none other than the escaped female mercenary. When she saw this courtyard, she was certain that this was Lin Qinshou's residence and wanted to hide here to launch a surprise attack on him. However, she did not expect Lin Qinshou to come back so quickly that she had no time to find a suitable ambush position and could only hide temporarily. When the female mercenary saw Guan Yuer, a sinister smile suddenly appeared on her face. Lin Qinshou returned to the seaside courtyard and went straight to the kitchen. Before he entered, he saw the female mercenary coming out holding Guan Yuer hostage. Lin Qinshou's heart skipped a beat. The thing he was most worried about finally happened. However, at this distance, as long as the other party reveals a slight flaw, he will be able to rescue Guan Yuer. If you don't want this woman to die in front of you, throw away the gun. The female mercenary looked at the gun in Lin Qinshou's hand. Lin Qinshou threw the gun aside and looked at Guan Yuer. Guan Yuer remembered what Lin Qinshou had taught her some time ago about what to do when encountering such a situation. Guan Yuer shrank downward suddenly and slipped out of the female mercenary's hands. Lin Qinshou took a quick step forward and kicked the female mercenary in the stomach. Everything happened in a flash. The female mercenary who was kicked away fired a shot at Guan Yuer, and the bullet hit Guan Yuer's back. The next second, Lin Qinshou picked up the gun on the ground and fired 2 shots into the house. A round hole appeared between the female mercenary's eyebrows. After shooting the female mercenary to death, Lin Qinshou quickly came to Guan Yuer. It hurt so much. Guan Yuer was knocked to the ground by the impact of the bullet, and she got up from the ground and muttered. After hearing Guan Yuer's words, Lin Qinshou breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he gave her the gold silk soft armor, otherwise, the bullet might have killed her. Lin Qinshou lifted up her clothes, revealing a red spot beneath her snow-white skin. The gold wire soft armor can block penetration, but it cannot completely block force. Guan Yuer has delicate skin and tender flesh, so it is normal for her to become red and swollen after being hit by a bullet. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing task chain 11. Kill all the god mercenaries that came to the island, and you will be rewarded with the gate password of the experimental base. Ding! The gate password is 142,857. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing all tasks in the task chain. Reward, all attributes +1, satellite phone 1. Ding! The satellite phone has been placed in the cabin of the West Coast, and now it will improve all attributes of the host. As soon as the system prompt sounded, Lin Qinshou felt severe pain all over his body and fainted immediately. Lin Qinshou! What's wrong with you? Don't scare me! Before he fainted, he heard Guan Yuer's panicked cry. Lin Qinshou had a dream. In the dream, he was in the sea, surrounded by countless people. Everyone was swimming hard, their bodies stuck in the sea. No one could successfully swim upstream no matter how hard they tried, they just swam in the same place. Lin Qinshou also wanted to try it, so he began to swim upwards with all his strength. He paddled the water with his hands and his body moved upwards. He repeated the action over and over again, and finally swam to the surface of the sea. The moment Lin Qinshou emerged from the sea, he also woke up in reality. Guan Yuer was sleeping on the bed with tear marks on her face, as if she had shed a lot of tears because of his coma. Lin Qinshou felt his body and found that it became light. He did not feel any gravity in his movements. Even his mind became exceptionally clear. He called the system in his mind and opened the character panel. Host, Lin Qinshou. Strength, 11. Constitution, 11. Spirit, 9. Charisma, 10. The highest attribute of ordinary people is 10, and the host has exceeded the normal value of ordinary people. Vehicles, Pagani Zonda, Lamborghini Veneno, Merton cruise ship. Luxury homes, Yulu Villa No. 1, Thompson 1 Building A, 33rd floor. Skills, martial arts proficiency, chess proficiency, marksmanship proficiency, sports skills proficiency, language proficiency, master piano skills, singing proficiency, acting proficiency, top hacking skills.
Balance, 7562-844-6251. Shit.
Lin Qinshu was shocked when he looked at the attribute panel in front of him. He thought the highest attribute was 10, so he was not very interested in this task reward of +1 for all attributes. I didn't expect that they would continue to add more. With his current strength, he could kill the wild boar king with one punch. After all, his attributes have surpassed the limits of ordinary people, so who is he now? According to his guess, Su Feng is the military district's god of war, possessing 9 points of strength, and his physique is unknown, but it is likely to be 9 points as well.
Those god mercenaries are probably also at 9 points of strength.
It should be difficult for ordinary people to reach an attribute of 10 points, so 9 points is already the limit. He was already stronger than the military district god of war before, but now, those mercenaries and people of Su Feng's level probably couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. Chapter 128. Entering the experimental base. Guan Yu, who was beside Lin Qinshu, woke up with a moan. When she saw Lin Qinshu sitting on the bed, she pouting and rushed over.
You scared me to death. Woo woo woo. I thought you were going to leave me. How am I going to live alone?
Guan Yuer hugged him and cried. Lin Qinshu quickly patted her back and comforted her. I just fainted due to weakness.
It's okay. I'm fine now.
After comforting Guan Yuer, Lin Qinshu first went to the ship on the west coast to get the satellite phone. This time, it only took half an hour to cross the entire island, while it would have taken more than an hour at full strength in the past. After your physical fitness breaks through 11 points, there will be a sound of breaking through the air when you run. When we got on the boat, the two bodies had already drifted away to who knows where, and we found a satellite phone in the cabin. Lin Qinshu picked up the radio and dialed the number he remembered.
Hello, this is Yang Yun.
The voice on the other end of the phone rang, and Lin Qinshu was immediately excited. He finally got in touch with the outside world. Although his life on this deserted island was quite comfortable, he wanted to go back to the magic city all the time. He missed the delicious food and the massage techniques of the maids. It's me, Lin Qinshu. When the person on the other end of the line heard this name, there was a brief pause. Then an excited voice came from the other side, Brother Lin. Great, you are still alive, where are you? I will come to pick you up now. During this month, Yang Yun did not give up the search for Lin Qinshu. Although Qin Roland's order was also behind this, he also wanted to find Lin Qinshu himself. However, he conducted a carpet search on every island but still did not find him.
I don't know where I am. This is an island.
I'll tell you the coordinates of the theodolite.
Please don't tell anyone yet. Well, it's best not to tell anyone. Bring the other brothers here. This island is a bit strange. I need your help. Lin Qinshu didn't plan to go back in a big way. There was an experimental base on this island.
Although he didn't know what experiments were being conducted, judging from the actions of the mercenaries coming here, it must be something extraordinary.
Okay, I'm on the sea with Li Qing and He Yin now, and we'll be heading over to your place soon. Yang Yun looked at the coordinates. With their yacht, it would take at least 3 days to get there, and he didn't know how Lin Qinshu had drifted so far. Fortunately, Qin Roland asked them to persist in searching for Lin Qinshu. Otherwise, if they were in the Magic City, it would take at least 10 days or half a month to find Lin Qinshu's location. Under the remote guidance of Yang Yun, Lin Qinshu drove the yacht back to the east coast. With this boat, he no longer had to run back and forth between the two ends of the island. Yang Yun also set up the coordinates and rushed to Lin Qinshu's location without stopping. He originally wanted to call Qin Roland, but then he remembered Lin Qinshu's instructions and did not call back. When Guan Yuer saw Lin Qinshu coming back in a boat, she was immediately overjoyed, because having a boat meant they could go back. But he also felt a little reluctant, as there were only the two of them on the island, and they would never have such an opportunity again after returning. After being happy for a moment, I began to feel lost. Lin Qinshu saw her emotions and picked her up. If you don't want to go back, we can live here permanently. Guan Yuer knew that this was unrealistic, but she was still very happy about what Lin Qinshu said. The two returned to the room and had another big fight. More than an hour later, the two neatly dressed people arrived at the waterfall. Lin Qinshu used his body to protect Guan Yuer as they walked into the waterfall. I didn't expect there is such a place on this island. No wonder you can find so many things in modern society. Guan Yuer looked at the door in front of her in surprise, and attributed all the things that Lin Qinshu had been rewarded by the system to hear. Lin Qinshu didn't explain and entered the combination lock on the door. When he entered the password, the door opened with a bang. How do you know the password?
Guan Yuer looked at Lin Qinshu in shock.
I know from what the group of people just said that they came here for this experimental base. They followed me in, and I didn't know what was inside.
Lin Qinshu looked at the lights that were lit one by one carefully.
A 20-meter-long passage came into view.
Lin Qinshu, protecting Guan Yuer behind him, walked inside. The passage has a downward trend, as if every step is going downward.
After walking through the corridor, we came to a huge laboratory with many large glass houses of animals.
The animals were submerged in a green liquid and appeared to be dead but not decayed. The animals here are mostly gorillas, which is why Lin Qinshu clearly saw an area on the map that was for gorillas, but in the end he didn't see a single one. Lin Qinshu and the other person walked along the passage on the left, and the more they looked, the more frightened they became. The first gorilla was normal, but the second gorilla had fangs, the kind of hooked fangs that a wild boar has. In addition to fangs, the third gorilla also grew a snake tail. The fourth gorilla had 4 fangs. The fifth gorilla not only had fangs and a snake tail, but it even turned into a huge gorilla.
The entire glass bottle was almost bursting.
The sixth gorilla had a fin-like object under its neck, and after that there were gorillas with all kinds of strange shapes.
Is this what a so-called PhD in biology studies?
Lin Qinshu muttered.
Guan Yuer was also terrified watching from the side. What kind of experiment was this that turned all these apes into such monsters?
When the two had walked halfway, they found that the gorillas behind them were gradually returning to normal, and the gorilla in the glass bottle at the back was already a completely normal gorilla. But one can feel the powerful strength of this normal gorilla.
Lin Qinshu, what on earth is this place? These gorillas are so pitiful.
Guan Yuer was both frightened and distressed. Lin Qinshu shook his head without saying anything and walked to the computer in the central area. When they walked to the center, a picture suddenly appeared on the big screen above their heads. A foreign man with white hair appeared on the screen, speaking fluent English.
I don't know who will end up with my experimental base.
I originally wanted to destroy it before leaving, but this is also my life's work. I decided to take a gamble and bet that this base will be discovered by a kind person or country. Lin Qinshu looked at the man on the screen and guessed that this should be Dr. Miller mentioned by the mercenaries.
Chapter 129 Gene Enhancement Fluid.
Fortunately, he had acquired a language proficiency skill before, otherwise, a poor English learner like him would not understand a word of what the other person was saying. Guan Yuer on the side was also looking at the screen in shock, as if she could also understand what the foreigner said. Dr. Miller on the screen continued, although it's a bit nonsense, let me introduce myself briefly.
My name is Miller, and everyone calls me Dr. Miller.
I am a doctor who focuses on the study of biological genetics. The gene enhancement liquid I developed was used by the government for human experiments. In that experiment, only 1/10 of the 1,000 soldiers survived. When Dr. Miller said this, his expression became a little sad.
If 1/10 of 1,000 survive, that means 100 people survive.
100 super soldiers would be a terrifying existence.
The survival rate of human experiments is only 1 in 10. I don't want this result and I am unwilling to carry it out. But the US government doesn't care and even thinks this is a very successful result. In fact, this gene enhancement fluid is indeed successful in some ways. Those 100 people have become super soldiers. Even the strongest Marines are no match for any of them.
In order to make this experiment successful, I temporarily accepted the invitation of the government and continued to invest my energy. However, the government was unwilling to let me continue the research, saying that it was very good to maintain it like this. They wanted to build the strongest army, and the minimum number of soldiers was 10,000. According to the previous survival rate, 10,000 super soldiers would require 100,000 soldiers, of which 90,000 would die. Dr. Miller on the screen clenched his fists tightly, furious about this. I didn't want to continue this inhumane experiment, so I contacted a group of soldiers privately. The soldiers were willing to save me from the control of the government, but they asked for the latest gene enhancement liquid. I agreed, and they rescued me from the government, and I gave them 100 bottles of the latest gene enhancement liquid. Originally, they didn't want me to leave, but thinking of my importance to the government, if they took me with them, they would be in greater danger, so they let me go. Later, I got the news that a very strong mercenary group called God's Mercenary Group had emerged in the world. They were the soldiers who rescued me. Their number also allowed me to determine that the survival rate of the gene enhancement fluid had increased to 1/3. This was very good news for me, so I used all the wealth I had gained in this life to build this movable island. When Lin Qinshu heard this, he looked strange.
The so-called super soldier only has 9 points of strength? How low is the threshold? What does the moving island mean? Can this road move?
Lin Qinshu suddenly remembered the coral field where he started fishing, but he couldn't find it later. He originally thought that the corals were eaten by some large fish species. After all, he didn't know the habits of corals, or even the creatures in the sea.
His hometown was not a coastal city. Now it seems that this island is always moving?
If that's the case, then this island is awesome. Dr. Miller on the screen was still giving his introduction. I have always been against using human bodies for experiments, so after arriving on this island, I released some wild animals on the island. At the same time, I used gorillas as my experimental subjects, and I moved towards success step by step.
I even added genes from other organisms to the gene enhancement liquid. The current gene enhancement liquid is no longer the original version.
I don't know what effect it will have on human experiments, and I haven't had time to find volunteers. The United States has captured my family members who are hiding.
Now I have to go back.
This time, it is very dangerous, so I left this video.
The experimental data should be correct under my precise algorithm. If you want to try, you can get it in the laboratory on the right. I hope you can succeed. In the United States, I had an assistant who was a genius. I heard that he has worked for the United States. His name is Holland. You should pay more attention to this person. His talent is not inferior to mine.
In the field of biological genetics, Holland must be one of the people who can surpass me in the future. After Dr. Miller finished speaking, the video disappeared. Lin Qinshu looked at the finished product room against the wall and was about to step over when Guan Yuer grabbed his hand. Don't go, I don't want you to become like these gorillas.
Guan Yuer was afraid that Lin Qinshu would use this gene enhancement liquid.
Lin Qinshu smiled and touched her head, saying, "Don't worry, this kind of thing is not tempting to me.
I will just take a look at it and will not use it." Are you kidding me?
He is already so powerful now, and he still uses this kind of thing.
Isn't that a downgrade?
And this foreign white-haired guy wants him to take risks just because of a few words.
He is just dreaming.
He studied it in order to give it to his people for use later.
If it really works and has no side effects, then it is indeed a good thing. Guan Yuer held his hand tightly, and the two walked to the door.
They pressed the switch next to it, and the door opened automatically. The two walked into the finished product room, and the temperature inside made Guan Yuer shiver. Lin Qinshu opened an object that looked like a freezer. Inside were dozens of test tubes filled with red liquid. This should be the genetic enhancement liquid, but it is an enhancement liquid that has not been tested on humans. Lin Qinshu had no intention of taking them away, so he just let them stay here.
He pulled Guan Yuer and walked in another direction. Guan Yuer couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after watching Lin Qinshu put the strengthening liquids back. She was really worried that Lin Qinshu would use this gene enhancement liquid. Although it sounded powerful, the results on those gorillas were terrifying to watch. She didn't want Lin Qinshu to become a monster like that. Fortunately, Lin Qinshu is still rational and will not let these illusory forces cloud his judgment. The two walked to a door, and inside the door was a staircase leading down. When they walked down the stairs to the bottom, a roaring sound reached their ears. The scene here also shocked Lin Qinshu. The surrounding transparent glass allowed him to see the scene outside.
They were already at the bottom of the sea. There is a propeller rotating constantly around the island, which should be the reason why the island can drift away.
Dr. Miller is amazing.
He can install a jet propeller on this kind of island. As far as he knows, this kind of island is very dangerous because it is not deep enough and can easily fall apart at sea. Dr. Miller installed a stabilizer on the island, which allows it to move without being torn apart by the waves. I don't know how rich Dr. Miller is to be able to turn this place into a moving island.
Chapter 130, Cloud King.
Lin Qinshu and his companion took a look around and found nothing special, so they left the experimental base. There was a place to live and even a lot of food stored there. But for them, it is still not as comfortable as living in a courtyard by the sea.
You can get whatever ingredients you want locally, so they are fresher. Guan Yuer didn't ask much about this place.
In her opinion, even if she asked Lin Qinshu, he might not know the answer. After all, in her opinion, Lin Qinshu was with her most of the time.
3 days later, Lin Qinshu's satellite phone rang.
Yang Yun had arrived at the original coordinate point, but did not see the island that Lin Qinshu mentioned. Because the island was moving all the time, although slowly, after 3 days, it had already left its original location. Lin Qinshu shared the location with Yang Yun and others again.
After another 2 days, they finally arrived on the island.
Yang Yun hugged Lin Qinshu excitedly.
Brother Lin, I'm so glad you're okay. We were all very worried about you, especially Boss Qin, who couldn't even eat at first and ordered us not to go back until we found you.
Li Qing also said excitedly.
President Qin? A woman? Guan Yuer, who was standing by, walked up and asked jealously.
Li Qing's face suddenly felt a little embarrassed and he quickly greeted Guan Yuer, but he didn't know what to call her. A single man and a single woman had been on this island for so long, and anyone with a discerning eye would know what the relationship between this girl and Lin Qinshu was.
That's my senior schoolmate. I hired her to manage my company.
Lin Qinshu habitually touched her head.
Guan Yuer pouted.
Although she knew that a man as outstanding as Lin Qinshu couldn't possibly be without a girlfriend, she still felt uncomfortable. Lin Qinshu brought a few people back to the courtyard by the sea and cooked a meal for everyone. I didn't expect that Brother Lin could have hot meals every day even though he was stranded on a deserted island.
It's true that the strong never complain about the environment. Yang Yun laughed and joked. Brother Yang, please stop making fun of me. What happened outside recently? I don't know how long I have been here. I am out of touch with society.
Lin Qinshu shook his head and smiled bitterly.
We are all from the security company now. Apart from looking for you at sea every day, we go back for supplies. We don't know any news.
But some time ago, Mr. Qin told me that your friend Officer Shao borrowed our cruise ship and seemed to be going out to sea for work. During this period, he only remembered this news, and he didn't remember other unimportant things. Lin Qinshu frowned slightly. He felt that Shao Runan's going out to sea was also related to his island. It seems that not only the mercenaries are eyeing this place, but even the Chinese have begun to get involved. General Lin Qin told Yang Yun about his discoveries on the island and about those god mercenaries. After hearing this, Yang Yun and others widened their eyes.
10 people from the god mercenary group came, but they were wiped out by Lin Qinshu?
That's the god's mercenary group, ranked number 1 in the world, a mercenary group with every individual mercenary being a god of war.
How could 1/3 of them be wiped out just like that?
Looking at Lin Qinshu's appearance, it seems that he can still wipe out the enemy without any damage. In the past, they thought that Lin Qinshu was a very strong man because he could be on par with Su Feng. But now it seems that they all underestimated Lin Qinshu's strength.
Those 10 people are equivalent to 10 Su Feng-like beings.
Dr. Miller, I have indeed heard of this name. He created a super soldier from country M and wanted to sweep the world.
China was also suppressed.
If it weren't for King Yun's action, he fought 10 of them alone and swept away all the super soldiers who came to China. We might be under the control of country M now.
Speaking of King Yun, Yang Yun and the other two had admiration in their eyes. King Yun?
Lin Qinshu had never heard of this name. Judging from the looks of Yang Yun and the others, this King Yun seemed to be a strong man.
He didn't know who was stronger between him and the other party.
King Yun is the top leader of the Huaxia National Security Bureau, and Su Feng is his disciple. In Su Feng's words, even if there are 10 of him, they are still no match for King Yun. You have to know that Su Feng is already the god of war in the military region, and his strength is one of the best in the Huaxia army.
Yang Yun explained. So powerful?
But even 10 Su Fengs are no match for him.
There is no comparison.
He was able to do this before when his attribute points were 10 points, but now it has broken through to 11 points, and Su Feng may not be able to withstand even one of his moves. From this point of view, King Yun is probably a person with a physical fitness of 10 points. Being able to reach the limits of ordinary people without the help of the system, this King Yun is also a powerful figure.
This island is always moving, and it is not easy to be locked.
Miller, the old guy, has shielded the island, so even satellites cannot capture it. But his gene enhancement liquid is still here, but I don't know how reliable it is.
Otherwise, Brother Yang, the 3 of you can surpass Su Feng.
Lin Qinshu said with a smile.
Yang Yun and the other 2 could not hide their excitement. As long as they used the gene enhancement fluid, they could become super soldiers.
But what Lin Qinshu said was also true.
They were not experts in this area, and they didn't even know the basics. If anything went wrong, they would be dead without a burial place.
Lin Qinshu took them to the experimental base, and they looked at the gorillas that had been used in the experiment, and they all felt a little scared. The changes in the gorillas here are the process of Miller's experiment. According to my guess, Dr. Miller's latest research and development results are different from the initial ones. Lin Qinshu looked at the gorillas on the side. These gorillas that began to have various biological symbols were no longer simply getting stronger.
After everyone returned to the small courtyard by the sea, they discussed going back.
Brother Lin, we should leave one of us here, and the other two will take you and Miss Guan back, Yang Yun suggested. Lin Qinshu looked at Guan Yuer beside him. She had also figured it out by now. She was very happy during this period, but she also had to return to reality. Seeing Guan Yuer nodded and agreed to go back, Lin Qinshu thought for a moment and said, "Let two of them stay behind, and one can take us back. The two of them can take care of each other."
It was finally decided that Yang Yun would take Lin Qinshu back to the Magic City, while Li Yun and Li Qing would stay behind to share the situation and coordinates here at any time, because the island kept floating. Lin Qinshu had just found the control room of the experimental base, where a trajectory was set so that the island would only wander back and forth in several sea areas and would not approach any continent. The ship of the god mercenaries was left to them, and Lin Qinshu and Guan Yuer also set out on the journey back to the Demon City.